Chapter 1. Su Che, with 3 million followers. In the sweltering heat of August in Chengdu, within the New Hope D10 community located on the edge of the Oriental Wall Street in Jinjiang District, Gaia, Su Che gazed at the screen displaying a match in the game Teamfight Tactics, having successfully assembled a 3-star Zoe, yet still managed to falter. He couldn't help but shout in frustration. Useless Zoe, in a life-and-death match, you give me 3 breezes, are you even human? He swiftly exited the game, stepped out of his room, and retrieved a bottle of chilled mineral water from the refrigerator, gulping it down in one go. The refreshing coolness alleviated his vexation. After regaining his composure, Su Che reclined on the sofa, glancing at the delivery route on his phone. Ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, a series of WeChat notifications chimed, prompting Su Che to open them. It was a message from his senior class group. Upon entering, he was greeted by 3 picturesque images of mountains, valleys, grasslands, and snowy meadows. The last 2 photographs featured a young man posing in front of the emblem of a Mercedes-Benz E300. Su Che recognized the scenic images as the natural beauty along the southern route of the Sichuan-Tibet Highway. The young man was their class monitor, Liang Hongxian. Su Che had encountered numerous conflicts with Liang Hongxian during their time at school. Both hailed from similar backgrounds, yet Su Che's appearance was a stunning amalgamation of delicacy and charm, while Liang Hongxuan's looks were somewhat less favorable. This disparity made Su Che immensely popular among the girls in their class. Perhaps out of jealousy, Liang Hongxian would occasionally seek to trouble him. Unable to compete in looks, he resorted to competing in academics and talents. However, despite Liang Hongxuan's superior skills in studies and talents, Su Che's striking appearance often overshadowed him in social settings. Individuals with greater attractiveness tend to capture more attention, and thus the girls' focus remained on Su Che, leaving Liang Hongxian perpetually overlooked. Their relationship had always been strained. Ding dong. Class monitor Liang Hongxian. My first self-drive, taking on the southern route of Sichuan-Tibet. Every inch of the 318 National Road beneath the wheels is a shape of freedom. Upon reading Liang Hongxuan's post in the class group, Su Che couldn't suppress a chuckle. His fingers tapped the screen, sending a reply. Impressive, Liang Hongxian. Who would have thought that the veteran driver who took 3 attempts to pass the second driving test would successfully conquer the southern route of Sichuan-Tibet? Shockface.jpg. Su Che and Liang Hongxian had enrolled in the same driving school. Liang Hongxian was the only student among their cohort to have failed the second test 3 times. Given his level of skill, it seemed utterly preposterous that he could navigate the Sichuan-Tibet route. It is crucial to note that the southern route of Sichuan-Tibet features complex bends and steep slopes. With numerous sharp turns and lengthy descents, even seasoned drivers must remain fully attentive. In places like the 72 bends of the New River, a moment's lapse in braking or gear control could lead to disastrous consequences. Even with Su Che's successful single-attempt driving test, he wouldn't dare attempt such a challenge, let alone someone of Liang Hongxuan's lesser abilities. It is likely that the successful challenge was achieved either in the company of family members or with the assistance of a hired driver from a travel agency. Just as Su Che sent out his message, a subsequent notification confirmed his speculation. Literature Committee Member Qi Wanwan. A glimpse of Dingzhen.jpg. Class Leader Liang Hongxian. Your last image has revealed that the logo of E2 Travel Agency. Be sure to avoid this next time. With Qi Wanwan's message, the class group chat erupted with excitement. Classmates promptly began tagging Qi Wanwan, accompanied by a delightful Dingzhen meme, and then Liang Hongxian, adding a humorous panda emoji reflecting embarrassment. Su Che chuckled heartily, subsequently joining in as a repeater of their banter. However, Liang Hongxian did not respond, seemingly disappearing from the conversation. In the absence of the person involved, the classmates found the discussion somewhat mundane and shifted to other topics. After engaging in light-hearted chatter for a while, Su Che received a private message from Qi Wanwan. Naiwei Cheese Roll. Su Che, did Aunt Tian inform you about tomorrow's random dance event at the Great Cube? Upon seeing this message, Su Che replied, Yes, I mentioned I will pick you up tomorrow. Aunt Tian, as referred to by Qi Wanwan, is his mother, Tian Lirong, who also serves as their mutual manager. Su Che and Qi Wanwan have been childhood friends, having lived in the same community and even opposite each other in the same building. Their parents, who were university classmates, maintained a close relationship. It wasn't until their first year of high school that Suchi's family moved to New Hope D10. In 2018, Suche and Chi Wanwan gained fame on Douyin by posting a gesture dance video set to the song Nai Liang Mei Jia. Their remarkable looks and seamless coordination quickly garnered widespread attention online. This became the foundation for their subsequent collaboration on numerous dance videos, with their fan base surpassing 3 million, making them notable internet personalities in the Rongqing region. As their popularity soared, Suchi's mother, Tian Lirong, naturally took on the role of their manager, securing various advertising opportunities. Having a background as a dance instructor, Tian Lirong resigned from her position to establish a dance training institution. Before they turned 18, the advertisements she arranged for them were primarily for short video promotions. It was only after their college entrance examinations that she inquired about their aspirations, and upon their agreement, they began accepting promotional flash events for shopping mall openings. The Great Cube Shopping Center is positioned as a hub for youth and trendy culture. This opening event not only invited Suche and Chi Wanwan, but also other well-known influencers from the Rongqing area. Tian Lirong had already discussed this matter with him the day prior. Nai Chi's role. When you pick me up tomorrow, could you please give me a cup of Boyaju Xian, the orange cat version? JPG. Suche replied, sure, I'll pick it up on the way. After exchanging a few thoughts regarding the dance song for tomorrow, Suche concluded their chat as the doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of his takeaway. Upon opening the door to retrieve his order, Suche settled down to enjoy his meal while scrolling through Ding.as. He stumbled upon a video titled "No Man Can Watch This Video." Without a smile, a sudden spark ignited in his mind, and before him appeared a translucent screen seemingly conjured from thin air. Lines of text began to flicker across the surface of the screen. 18 years old, coming from a modest background and possessing an unremarkable appearance, you have shrunk into an inconspicuous nobody, your very shadow devoid of brilliance. At 22, having graduated from university, you enter society with dreams of altering your fate, only to be repeatedly defeated by harsh realities. Lacking a skill, devoid of parental support, without a benefactor to aid you, the ordinary you can only numbly toil away at a monotonous job. The cruel reality strikes like a cold hammer, while time grinds away at your ambitions like an invisible file, slowly extinguishing your once fervent aspirations. Chapter 2. The Rise of the Underdog, but I am the high, rich, and handsome. At 27, witnessing your parents' decline, your colleagues' promotions, the mounting workload, and meager salary, you find yourself meticulously budgeting for life's essentials, as if all vitality has been drained from your existence. At 38, wrinkles adorn your forehead, disheveled strands of hair streaked with gray, and your face bears the weariness and numbness inflicted by life's relentless blows. Your dreams have been ground to dust by reality, while love and dignity slip through your fingers. This lifetime seems to have ended before it even began. Do you possess the courage to embark on a journey of reversal? At the dining table, Suche stared at the lines of text manifesting on the screen, his entire being frozen in disbelief. 18. He felt inferior? He had reduced himself to an inconspicuous pawn? Each word was familiar, yet the collective meaning eluded him. He hailed as the school heartthrob of Wu Shixuan from the 7th Middle School, a social media influencer with 3 million followers, blessed with a prosperous family and a blissful life, boasting a 7-figure balance in his savings account. Inferior? No. Given my circumstances, being humble would be considered low profile. How could one label me as inferior? Surely, the text on the screen must be erroneous. As for the subsequent descriptions, they were even more absurd. Do you have the courage to initiate a counterattack in life? Yes. No. The words on the screen flickered incessantly, and Suche blinked, hesitating whether to make a selection. In this age of an overwhelming storm of information, he felt no significant shock at such bizarre occurrences. After a moment's pause, Suche extended his finger and slowly tapped on yes. In truth, there was little to deliberate. This sci-fi-like screen was evidently akin to the golden finger systems found in novels. As an avid reader, Suche had often fantasized about receiving such a system himself. Now that it manifested before him as he had wished, not to tap, it would feel irrational. Upon his selection, the entire screen began to tremble, Data errors emerged repeatedly across the display. And after swallowing hard, Suche took several steps back, retrieving a pot lid from the kitchen to shield himself, fearing that the system might malfunction and explode. Yet, it was evident that the system's formidable nature left Suche feeling disheartened. With a resonant hum, a new interface materialized before him. Loser's reversal system binding successful. Host, data crash, gender, male, age, 38, place of origin, Rome City. Suche felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He was merely 18 this year. What was this 38 nonsense? Moreover, could the system not reveal the intended host it was supposed to bind to? Why was the crucial information marred by a data crash? Suche was utterly speechless. Nonetheless, this did indicate that the individual previously described was indeed not him. At 38, your colleagues have already settled down, and while faced with your parents' marriage pressures, you harbor unspoken secrets. Reflecting on the past, the brilliance of that proud, white moonlight fills you with an insurmountable inferiority, making you unable to approach them. Please establish a connection. Task difficulty, 5 stars. Task content. Please establish contact with a white moonlight, Suche from your senior year. Task reward, 100,000 RMB, un look charmera. As the text reappeared, Suche read it carefully, and upon seeing the task content, he was taken aback. Wait a minute, system, the host you've bound is male, right? His white moonlight from senior year? Is that me? Suche rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the text again, realizing that the name following white moonlight was indeed the same as his. He chuckled softly. It must be a coincidence one cannot and should not. What a mess. Please don't let it be truly me. IT shouldn't be the host originally bound by the system is already 38, and I'm only 18. To ascertain the truth, Suche decided to experiment. He walked to his room, retrieved his spare phone, and opened his secondary WeChat account to add his primary account. As the addition was successful, the interface text reappeared before him. Establish contact with a white moonlight, Suche from senior year, taking the courageous first step task complete. Disbursing task rewards. 100,000 renminbi, successfully. Disbursed, all monetary rewards from the system can be traced, entirely legitimate. Unlooking Xiaomoha. With a resounding thud, his phone fell, and Suche stared in disbelief at the interface before him. After a moment of silence, he erupted in expletives. Damn it, is that Suche truly me? This system not only bound the wrong person, but also arrived 20 years too early. Which fool is spying on me? Suche was genuinely alarmed, although he hailed from Rome City, where there were rumors that even chopsticks were bent. He was undeniably straight absolutely. Now, learning that he was being covertly observed by someone questionable sent chills down his spine. Panic-stricken. Fortunately, this system had bound to him otherwise. If it had bound to that individual, coupled with the system's advantages, Suche felt he might as well consider a complete reboot. Ding dong. The sound of a notification echoed from his phone, prompting Suche to glance at the screen. A sum of 100,000 yuan, derived from copyright revenue of a short video platform, had been deposited into his bank account. After a fleeting glance, Suche chose not to dwell on it further. His sole focus now lay in unearthing the host the system initially intended to bind to him. Previously unaware, the knowledge that a clandestine observer lingered in the shadows now gnawed at him until this individual was exposed. Suche felt an unsettling discomfort enveloping him. The task at hand revolved around his senior year of high school, a time when this person was presumably in the same grade as him, possibly even in the same class. Suche's class comprised 30 young men. According to the system's description, this individual was characterized by a profound sense of insecurity, possessing a low presence and lacking notable talents, often appearing introverted due to his self-doubt. Upon reflection, Suche realized that such individuals were, surprisingly, not uncommon. As for names, they eluded him. At the 7th high school, he had gained notoriety as an internet celebrity, distinguished by his handsome looks and commendable academic performance, thus establishing himself as a person of considerable renown. However, he had few close friendships within his class. His brilliance often created an unbridgeable distance, and with the rigorous demands of their senior year curriculum, most students were absorbed in their studies and practice exercises, leaving little room for meaningful interactions and naturally diminishing opportunities for mutual understanding. Suche himself remained uncertain whether this individual belonged to his class or another, rendering him unable to pinpoint a potential match. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Charm Aura unlocked. Unlock level LV1. A noticeable enhancement in appearance and demeanor, increasing first impressions by 30. The host accomplished the initial task in a remarkably brief time, earning a critical reward. Enhanced bodily rhythm. As the text materialized anew, Suche felt as though he were enveloped in a radiant aura. Once the glow dissipated, he perceived a significant enhancement in his overall spirit and demeanor. Chapter 3. Please address Wu Shixuan as South Korean Suche. As the brilliance faded, Suche approached the full-length mirror in his room. During this time, he had indulged in laziness, remaining at home to play video games, resulting in a rather disrupted biological clock. His face had previously been marred by numerous blemishes, and his dark circles were quite pronounced. Now, however, both the dark circles and the blemishes had completely vanished. Furthermore, his complexion seemed to have become somewhat fairer, and he exuded an enigmatic aura. The most striking change was in his eyes. They appeared profound and slightly sunken, endowing his gaze with a three-dimensional depth reminiscent of an expansive sea of stars, captivating enough to ensnare anyone who dared to gaze too long. At school, Suche was affectionately dubbed Wu Shixuan of the 7th Middle School. Apart from their shared good looks, Suche had garnered attention on Douyin for numerous dance videos featuring EXO's choreography. When he first embarked on his dance journey, EXO was at the pinnacle of their fame domestically. In the dance studio run by his mother, 90% of the students sought to learn EXO's dances, which naturally became Suche's forte. The origin of his moniker stemmed from a school arts gala when, clad in a white shirt, he danced amid a downpour. A classmate captured a stunning photograph of him, reminiscent of a famous shot of Wu Shixuan from a concert in 2015. Coupled with the fact that Suche was performing an EXO routine at the time, the nickname was born. Thus, Wu Shixuan became South Korean Suche. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Suche raised an eyebrow and smiled narcissistically. Soon after, he began to experiment with another reward, body rhythm. This term was not foreign to him, as he had trained in dance. The strength of one's body rhythm is crucial for the expression of dance. Why is it that the same dance moves can appear delightful when executed by one person, yet jarring when performed by another? The answer lies in body rhythm. A dancer with a strong sense of body rhythm seamlessly connects movements, creating a fluidity reminiscent of flowing water, while a dancer lacking this quality often appears stiff and awkward. Xiao do, open my music library, Suche commanded, and the smart speaker promptly began playing music from his collection. As the melodies filled the air, Suche swayed his body in tune with the rhythm. Upon encountering softer tempos, his movements gradually became more fluid. When the music intensified, he adeptly transformed into a display of explosive rhythm. After the music concluded, Suche nodded in satisfaction. With this newfound ability, the aesthetic appeal and fluidity of his dance had significantly improved compared to before. Moreover, the essence of body rhythm extended beyond dance. It manifested in the rhythm of his breathing, the changes in his muscles, and the expressions on his face, all exhibiting remarkable transformation. Indeed, a life enhanced by extraordinary capabilities is truly exhilarating. That afternoon, after a refreshing nap, Suche picked up his phone, opened WeChat, and entered the chat with his mother to receive a document. The contents of the document contained the playlist for tomorrow's random dance. Many believe that the songs for random dances are played at random. However, this is not the case. Typically, the organizers of random dances select popular songs, as well as tracks suited to the dancers involved. The majority of the music for random dances consists of K-pop, as this form of dance originated from South Korea. Moreover, K-pop features a strong rhythmic quality, with its lively beats and innovative choreography that blends various elements of modern dance, jazz, and more, exuding vitality and a sense of fashion. Suche glanced at the playlist. The songs from male groups included EXO's Overdose, Call Me Baby, and Eve. In fact, the random dances in the country primarily feature EXO, as they undoubtedly hold the foremost influence among Korean male groups domestically. Additionally, there were several songs from female groups. including BP, twice, ITZY, and SPA. After a brief look, Su-che lost interest. It was not that he couldn't perform the dances of these girl groups, but rather that their choreography seemed rather simplistic to him. After getting out of bed, Su-che changed into training attire and made his way to the dance studio in his home. His residence was a spacious 270 square meter flat in New Hope D10. With ample space, they had specially renovated a dance studio for him to practice and film videos. He practiced diligently until 4:30 in the afternoon. After a short break, he returned to his room to take a shower. By the time he finished, it was nearly 5 o'clock. As per usual, his parents were about to return home. At that moment, the system notification reappeared. The love of parents is as deep and vast as the ocean. At 38, you are unable to provide material care, nor can you offer spiritual companionship. While you wish to support your parents, do so while they are still alive. Strive to care for and honor them, providing both material security and emotional solace. Long-term task: honor your parents. Phase 1 of the task: please prepare a dinner for your weary parents. Reward: filial card. Every penny spent on your parents will yield a random multiple cashback. After reading the task description, Su-che rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Although he had cooked for his parents before, he lacked any culinary talent. The first time, they were touched and forced themselves to eat, but in subsequent attempts, they offered him no praise, even mocking his cooking as unfit for dogs. So much so that they poured his meal into the dog's bowl to prove their point. As it turned out, they were right. Consequently, Su-che had not ventured into the kitchen again. Is the task being issued now truly a demonstration of filial piety? Su-che's lips twitched slightly as he changed his shoes at the entrance and took the keys to step out of the house. The task must be completed, otherwise, what would be the purpose of binding to the system? The filial piety cashback card is indeed a valuable asset. Who would ever disdain showing greater devotion to their parents? Upon arriving at the parking lot via the elevator, Su-che entered an Audi Q7, a vehicle that belonged to his father, Su Penghui, 3 years prior. Ever since Su-che obtained his driver's license, this Q7 had become his mode of transport, while Su Penghui had since acquired a Bentley Bentayga S. Driving out of the community, Su-che made his way to the Hema Fresh store at the Future Center. He selected a king crab along with an assortment of seafood, intending to prepare a spicy boiled seafood feast. Su-che's father owns a hot pot restaurant and frequently experiments with new hot pot bases at home. He would simply need to boil a packet of hot pot base with water and then add the seafood. The preparation of the seafood was entrusted to the staff at Hema. Once the staff had finished processing the seafood, Su-che returned to the community. The total expenditure for the evening amounted to 3,300. Chapter 4. Are you truly filial? Upon returning home, Su-che carried his belongings into the kitchen. He then retrieved a packet of hot pot base from the large freezer. Grabbing a pot specifically designed for seafood, he first sauteed the hot pot base until it melted, subsequently adding water and sequentially incorporating the seafood. The front door was unlocked. The sound of the door unlocking resonated in Su-che's ears through the smart speaker. What an aroma! As Tian Lirong and Su Penghui stepped inside, they were greeted by a robust and spicy fragrance. I made boiled seafood, Su-che's voice called from the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Tian Lirong's expression shifted dramatically, prompting her to hurry into the kitchen. Observing Su-che genuinely preparing a meal, her countenance fell instantly. Xiao, Ki. Why the sudden urge to cook? Initially, when Su-che prepared meals for the couple, they were deeply touched, feeling their son had matured and become more considerate. However, after tasting the food, they swiftly discarded that notion, suspecting their son might be attempting to inherit the family fortune by poisoning them. Su-che's first culinary attempts included twice-cooked pork, spicy chicken, and dry-fried green beans. The twice-cooked pork turned out to be greasy, while the spicy chicken became charred and overly spicy. The green beans remained uncooked, with the ends left untrimmed. Had it not been for her dear husband detecting something amiss after a single bite, the couple might have found themselves calling for emergency assistance that day. In the following attempts, Su-che's dishes continued to falter, and Tian Lirong, unwilling to endure further culinary mishaps, forbade him from entering the kitchen again, providing evidence that even dogs would refuse to eat his cooking. This effectively quelled Su-che's aspirations to cook. Unexpectedly, he ventured into the kitchen again tonight, as if the couple's concerns had not yet deterred him. Tian Lirong, feeling anxious, approached the stove, gazing at the bubbling seafood. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "Xiao Che, where did you buy this seafood? Is it fresh?" Su Che, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "I purchased it from Hema and had their staff prepare it. The base is also from home. I assure you, this time there will be no mishaps." Despite her lingering worries, Su Penghui stepped forward to reassure her, saying, "Since our son is so confident this time, there should be no issues. As parents, we should take solace in his filial intentions." Tian Lirong forced a smile. "Then you eat first." "Fine, I will," Su Penghui responded, joining Su Che at his side and patting his shoulder. "Xiao Che, I believe in you." Su Penghui hailed from a lineage of culinary excellence, initially running a private kitchen before expanding into a hot pot restaurant. The hot pot base used in the restaurant was a secret recipe of his own. Su Che, as his son, was bound to inherit some degree of this culinary talent. A few culinary failures were inconsequential. He recalled the numerous mistakes he made while learning from his father. "Dad, you understand me. You trust me. This time I will absolutely not fail," Su Che declared confidently, thumping his chest. He was skeptical. Seafood is handled by dedicated professionals, and the base ingredients were sourced from home. With the two combined, there seemed to be no aspect that could falter. Soon, the boiled seafood was ready. Su Che sprinkled a generous amount of minced garlic and drizzled hot oil over it. With a sizzling sound, everything was prepared. Su Che placed the seafood pot on the dining table and subsequently served rice to the two, blinking his eyes to signal that they could begin. Tian Lirong exchanged a knowing glance with Su Penghui. Su Penghui smiled faintly, picked up his chopsticks, and eagerly devoured a large shrimp. Instantly, his expression changed dramatically. Frowning, he spat out the shrimp in disbelief, exclaiming, "Why is this shrimp so sour? The quality seems fine." Suddenly, Su Penghui recalled something and inquired of Su Che, "Xiao Che, where did you get the hot pot base?" Su Che answered truthfully, "I took it from our big freezer." "Weren't those hot pot bases the ones you prepared last week?" Su Penghui replied with a hint of resignation. "Most of that batch was taken to the shop last week. Only a small portion remains in the refrigerator. The ones in the freezer have been there since last year." "What?" Su Che was taken aback. "Can this really go wrong?" Tian Lirong burst into laughter. "Go ahead and eat. These are all your son's filial piety, so enjoy." She nudged Su Penghui, urging him not to dawdle and to eat quickly. "Those are expired. It's better not to eat them." Su Penghui chuckled awkwardly. Generally, hot pot bases can last for years if stored in a vacuum environment, but the ones Su Penghui made at home were not vacuum sealed and were kept in the refrigerator, with a shelf life of about 6 months at most. Those had nearly expired for a year. "How can we still eat them?" "I still have leftover seafood from Hema," Su Che said with an embarrassed smile, pointing to the remaining seafood in the kitchen. He had purchased a considerable amount that night, with just the king crab weighing over 4 pounds. With only 3 people at the table, Su Che had only prepared portion. Su Penghui understood and rose to remove the pot of boiled seafood Su Che had made, then went to the kitchen to prepare several dishes with the remaining seafood. "Personally preparing a dinner for my parents." Task completed. Reward distributed. "Congratulations, host triggered a 6-fold increase, earning 19,800 renminbi. A transfer of 19,800 yuan was made to you by XX Clothing." As the system interface faded away, Su Che's phone chimed with an Alipay transfer notification. He picked it up to see that it was from a clothing company, with a note indicating it was a product dividend. For dance bloggers like Su Che, there were numerous monetization avenues. Previously, he had not been of age to livestream, so the advertisements he accepted were predominantly from clothing companies. This included wearing outfits from partner brands while filming dance videos. Based on his follower count and relevant viewing figures, he received corresponding advertising fees. The majority of expenses are one-time costs, devoid of any dividends. To obtain dividends, one generally must resort to live streaming sales. However, it did not take long for Su Che to uncover the origins of these dividends. The system had fabricated a clothing brand, with t-shirts and hats adorned with his dance emblem or cartoon persona, thus generating this revenue. "Who transferred the money to you?" Tian Lirong inquired. Su Che provided a brief explanation, after which Tian Lirong dismissed the matter. Since Su Che and Chi Wanwan reached adulthood, Tian Lirong had limited her involvement to managing certain commercial transactions and short video advertisements, allowing them to oversee the rest. After all, they were no longer children. It was time for them to handle some societal matters independently. Her role was merely to oversee the final review. Chapter 5. The face is the ultimate accessory. Tomorrow, you and Wanwan should arrive early. I have personal matters to attend to, and Ruashi will be managing the venue's arrangements. Your early arrival will be a great help. Since Su Che and Chi Wanwan gained fame on Douyin, the dance studio, Rhythm Formula, founded by Tian Lirong, has also garnered significant recognition. Initially focused solely on jazz and folk dance, it has since expanded to encompass nearly all forms of dance. The studio has significantly increased its scale, now boasting 3 branches in Rongqing and preparing to open a 4th. Tomorrow, she will be selecting a location for the new branch, delegating the responsibilities concerning Su Che and Chi Wanwan to a former student of hers. All right, I will arrive early tomorrow. Su Che nodded in acknowledgement. The Ruashi mentioned by Tian Lirong is fully named Feng Ruashi, a student from the early days of Rhythm Formula. After a lengthy period of training, Feng Ruashi passed an audition for the renowned entertainment company JYP in South Korea, becoming a trainee. It is said that she was once among the candidates for the selection of Twice, but due to her youth at the time, she did not become a member of the 16 selection. In 2018, she returned to her homeland at the invitation of her mother, Tian Lirong, to join Rhythm Formula, where she is now a senior dance instructor and manages the studio's online operations. Su Che frequently visited the dance studio, learning many K-pop dances from her, and their relationship resembles that of close siblings. Quickly come and serve the dishes. At that moment, Su Pinghui's voice echoed from the kitchen, prompting Su Che to hastily rise and head towards the kitchen to serve. After Su Pinghui finished cooking the last dish, he removed his apron and brought the dishes out. Following dinner, Su Che returned to his room. After playing a few rounds of teamfight tactics and reaching the master rank, he exited the game, took a shower in the bathroom, and laid down on his bed. Habitually, he picked up his phone and opened Douyin. Before long, he stumbled upon a promotional video for the grand opening of the Mega Cube Mall. The Mega Cube Mall is located in the high-tech financial city, adjacent to the Global Center and SKP, with a total construction area of approximately 12 million square meters, featuring a vast commercial space. It has created 5 immersive thematic experience scenarios: the Amazon Forest Waterfall, the Technological City Growth Tree, the Heart of the Cube, the Giant Screen Naked Eye 3D screen, and the Aerial Skyline Runway. Tomorrow's random dance will take place in the Aerial Garden Lounge area of the Skyline Runway. Not only will there be dance performances, but several popular figures from the cosplay community have also been invited to participate in the Anime Carnival, culminating in live band performances and a drone show. Su Che soon spotted the list of influencers featured in the Mega Cube's promotional materials. Besides Su Che and Chi Wanwan, there was another well-known dance blogger in the Rongqing area, Xiaoba Wang, whose follower count exceeds the combined total of Su Che and Chi Wanwan. Additionally, there were numerous other prominent influencers like Nao Yi and Strawberry Flat Tire, among a host of million-follower celebrities. Among this array of influencers, Su Che and Chi Wanwan's follower count was the least. Glancing at the comments, it was evident that the majority were from fans of various internet celebrities eagerly anticipating the next event, while only a handful of supporters for Su Che and Chi Wanwan left their remarks, quietly offering a like. Afterward, Su Che exited Douyin, squinting his eyes as he succumbed to slumber. It was already 3 in the morning. The following morning, the sky at 6 o'clock resembled a palette of spilled, gilded paint, with the edges of the clouds shimmering with a brilliant golden rim. Su Che had neglected to draw the curtains the previous night, and a beam of sunlight pierced through, rousing him from his sleep. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the glaring light and mumbled, "Little Bean, draw the curtains." "I am currently closing the curtains for you," came the soft word of the motor as the curtains glided along their track, snugly enveloping the room in darkness. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in Su Che's mind. Ding! At 38 years old, the relentless pressures of work, a reversed day-night cycle, and unhealthy dietary habits have disrupted your routine for years, resulting in declining physical health year by year. Good health is the cornerstone of revolution. Please cultivate sound living habits to enhance your physical well-being. Phase 1. Regulate your routine. Task. Maintain a consistent daily schedule for 1 week. Waking up between 6 to 7 o'clock a.m. and sleeping between 10:30 to 11 o'clock p.m. Task difficulty, 1 star. Task reward, sleep quality buff enhancement. For each day of adherence, monetary reward of 10,000. Completion of the first phase will trigger the second phase. Rubbing his still drowsy eyes, Suche scrutinized the system's tasks. Setting aside the monetary reward for the moment, he was genuinely interested in the sleep quality buff. The sleep quality of contemporary youth is generally subpar, and Suche was no exception. He often found himself tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep, with late nights becoming the norm. Having heard that staying up late could lead to hair loss, he was not keen on facing baldness in middle age. Glancing at the time on his phone, Suche promptly straightened up, leaped from his bed, and headed to the washroom to freshen up. After tidying his hair, he donned a t-shirt and exited his room. In the kitchen, he heated a bottle of milk and took out a pack of toast, slathering it with blueberry jam before indulging in his breakfast. After finishing his meal, Suche reclined on the sofa, his gaze vacant. It was the first time since the end of his college entrance examination that he had risen so early. Unsure of how to occupy his time at such an hour, he picked up his tablet and made his way to the balcony, breathing in the fresh air while engaging in a game of golden shovel. Around 8 o'clock, Tian Lirong and Su Penghui also stirred from their slumber. Upon seeing Suche seated on the balcony sofa, Tian Lirong chuckled. This kid must have stayed up late. Su Penghui nodded in agreement. Certainly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be up at this hour. They chose to disregard Suche, acknowledging that late nights were entirely normal for young people. Especially during the vacation, with a week remaining until university began, they decided to let him be for the time being. After breakfast, they continued with their day. Tian Lirong reminded Suche, Xiaoche, do not forget to pick up Wanwan this afternoon. Go earlier to assist your sister Ruashi in setting up the venue. Without lifting his gaze, Suche replied, understood, I'll go to fetch her early. The grand opening of the big cube is scheduled for the morning, with a portion of the venue preparation taking place in the afternoon. The event will commence in the evening, as the primary demographic consists of young people and working professionals, who typically have more leisure time at night. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, Suche's WeChat notification chimed incessantly. He picked up his phone and saw a message from Chi Wanwan. Milk-flavored cheesecake. Suche, have you set off yet? Remember to bring me a cup of boya, Jiueshuan. My heart aches for it. I long for something sweet. JPG, Suche, sure, I'll add sugar for you, making it sweet to your heart. Milk-flavored cheesecake. No. Boya Jiueshuan tastes best with standard sugar. Anything else is heresy. Got it. JPG. After concluding the chat, Suche splashed his face with water, donned a floral short-sleeve t-shirt, and slipped into a pair of loose-fitting jeans. Such a simple ensemble allows his face to be the true highlight. Chapter 6. Hey, aren't you a dual-purpose plug? With keys in hand, I stepped out the door and made my way to the parking lot. I drove towards the Splendid Garden community. Prior to my first year of high school, my family resided in the Splendid Garden, but as our hot pot restaurant flourished, my father invested in a property at the New Hope D10 community. The residence at Splendid Garden was left for my grandparents while we moved to New Hope. I directed my car first to Wang Fujing department store, intending to purchase milk tea from Bawang Tea before picking up Chiwanwan. After about 15 minutes of driving, I arrived at Wang Fujing. I parked and stood at the intersection, waiting for the pedestrian light to turn green. Just then, a system notification chimed, accompanied by a holographic display. Ding! At 38, you find yourself at a crossroads, and upon glancing up, you inadvertently encounter an advertisement for your high school crush, evoking memories of the past. That encouraging phrase reignites the passion and motivation within you. Such complex emotions towards both a rival and an object of affection. That figure lingers in your memories, yearning for reunion, yet fearing the strangeness of that encounter. Task issued. Please establish a connection with your high school crush, Chi Wanwan. Task difficulty, 5 stars. Task reward, a luxury car redemption card, redeemable for a luxury vehicle valued between 300,000 to 5 million. Charm, aura level 1. Fuck. After muttering the task details, I couldn't help but curse internally. Looking up at the outdoor screen of Wang Fujing, I saw an advertisement featuring a celebrity endorsing a cosmetics brand. How had I suddenly been linked to Qi Wanwan? Moreover, who was the original host that this system had been bound to? It treated him as an unattainable ideal while viewing Qi Wanwan as a mere crush, embodying both rival and beloved. This character was indeed a dual-purpose plug, and the complexities were somewhat overwhelming. Although Qi Wanwan and I had grown up together and frequently filmed short videos, our relationship had yet to reach the romantic stage. The reason was simple. We were too familiar with one another. Having grown up side by side, we understood each other's personalities, witnessed each other's strengths and weaknesses, and our interactions had morphed into a familial bond. If we were to date and then break up, it was likely we would lose even our friendship. Thus, we maintained our current dynamic. However, to outsiders, our interactions resembled those of a couple, and it was understandable that people might mistake us for one. I felt fortunate that the system had mistakenly bound itself to me rather than the original host. I shuddered at the thought of the scenarios that might unfold under that individual's dualistic tendencies. Just the notion of those unspeakable scenes made me feel nauseous. Shaking my head, I attempted to rid my mind of those repulsive images. After adjusting his emotions, Suche lifted his gaze to the outdoor screen. According to the system's description, 20 years hence, Qi Wanwan's advertisement would grace this very screen. This implied that Qi Wanwan would ascend to stardom, a notion that did not particularly astonish Suche. Qi Wanwan possessed an extraordinary appearance and excelled in singing and dancing. Having recently gained admission to the prestigious Shanghai Drama Academy, it was highly probable that she would pursue a career in the performing arts. The system had rated the task's difficulty as 5 stars. In 20 years, the assigned task would indeed merit such a rating for the 38-year-old man who was bound to it, a man now in a state of decline. However, the system had expedited matters by 2 decades, and the individual bound to it was none other than his childhood companion, Qi Wanwan. Forksuke. This was an exceedingly simple task. After purchasing 2 cups of Boya Jueshuan, Suche returned to his vehicle. He opened 1 cup and took a sip to invigorate himself. To Suche, Boya Jueshuan served as an equivalent to Red Bull. Frankly, the caffeine content in a single cup was akin to consuming 3 cans of Red Bull. Henceforth, during long drives, he would forego Red Bull in favor of a cup of Boya Jueshuan. As he started the vehicle to pick up Qi Wanwan, a notification from WeChat rang out. Suche, are you almost here? Qi Wanwan's sweet voice echoed from the other end of the line. Her voice was distinctly recognizable, a blend of exterior sweetness and internal sophistication, tinged with a hint of a whimper, which, once accustomed to, was utterly captivating. I'm almost there, just 2 more traffic lights. Suche replied, keeping his eyes on the road. Then drive straight to the entrance of the community. Don't go to the parking lot. I'll be waiting for you at the gate. Is Uncle Qi home? He inquired. Yes, he's on leave today. I've been having some tooth pain lately, and he wouldn't let me drink milk tea. Understood. I'll be there in 5 minutes. After hanging up, Suche turned the steering wheel to change direction. Qi Wanwan's father was a dentist, and he had always been attentive to her dental health, often forbidding her from consuming various foods, such as sugary beverages, acidic foods, and nut snacks. Whenever Qi Wanwan craved something sweet as a child, she would seek him out. Suche, in his youth, had always regarded Qi Wanwan as a little kitten to be pampered, gradually developing the habit of indulging her whims. 5 minutes later, Suche's vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Jinxiu Huayuan community. Before him stood Qi Wanwan, her figure framed by the greenery at the gate. Standing at 1.68 meters, Qi Wanwan boasted an enviable physique, characterized by long, slender legs and a trim figure, with a striking contrast between her full upper body and her delicate waist. From behind, one might assume she was a striking mature beauty. However, in stark contrast, Qi Wanwan possessed a youthful visage, with plump facial features and lively, expressive eyes that sparkled with mischief. When she smiled, 2 charming dimples appeared on either side of her face. The description of a sweet girl with the stature of a goddess could not be more apt for Qi Wanwan. Beep beep, Suche pressed the horn. Startled by the sudden blare of a horn, Qi Wanwan, who was leisurely observing the greenbelt, collected herself and glanced at the license plate. puffing up her cheeks in indignation. She hurriedly approached the vehicle. Today, she donned a fitted white t-shirt from Mio, complemented by a light blue sun-protective long sleeve and a pleated denim skirt, exuding an aura of youthful vibrancy. As she sprinted, her voluptuous figure swayed gracefully. Su-che, with unwavering focus, gazed at her without the slightest hint of decorum. "Open the door! Open the door!" Chi Wanwan reached the passenger side, tugging at the handle only to find it locked. Annoyed, she rapped on the window and, baring her teeth in a playful manner, urged him to comply. This little display, far from menacing, only added to her charm. "Chepter sette ki vanwan, suke. I'm going to Shudao Mountain. Su-che, I'm going to Shudao Mountain. If you do not open the doors soon, I shall report to Aunt Tion that you are bullying me." At this moment, the temperature outside had soared to 37 degrees Celsius. Despite Chi Wanwan donning a hat and a sun-protective outfit, her delicate face bore a slight blush from the oppressive heat. With a decisive click, Su-che hastily unlocked the car door upon hearing her threat. Aunt Tion truly dotes on Chi Wanwan, and Su-che wished to avoid any scolding. Chi Wanwan promptly flung open the door and slipped inside, where the sweltering heat was replaced by a gentle, refreshing breeze. After catching her breath, she threw herself at Su-che, playfully pinching his neck and feigning ferocity. "Su-che, you've grown quite bold, daring to provoke me." Those unfamiliar with Chi Wanwan might easily be deceived by her sweet demeanor, while those who knew her understood that the term Chuanyu Tyrannosaurus was certainly not without merit. Su-che's gaze met hers, her soft form pressed against his chest, the subtle scent of jasmine occasionally wafting into his nose. His throat involuntarily moved. The fragrance of the girl quickened his heartbeat. Though this was not their first intimate encounter, for some reason, today felt particularly stirring. "Suke, how has your skin become so radiant?" At that moment, Chi Wanwan extended her delicate hand, gently exploring his cheek. Gradually, a bashful flush crept on her face. Her heart racing, Su-che appeared extraordinarily captivating today. Though familiar, such liberties carried a different weight. Su-che steadied himself, quickly brushing aside Chi Wanwan's increasingly audacious hand. This was in the entrance of her neighborhood, and one could never know if a neighbor would appear and report to her father. If Uncle Chi were to confront him, how could he possibly explain himself? Tisich. Reluctantly, Chi Wanwan withdrew her hand, pouting in feigned disdain. Grabbing the cup of milk tea Su-che had purchased, she inserted a straw and began to sip eagerly, sneaking glances at him, revealing that her heart was still unsettled. "Su-che, is your air conditioning broken?" After a few sips of the milk tea, Chi Wanwan raised her hands to her cheeks, fanning herself and blaming the air conditioning. "It is not the air conditioning that is malfunctioning. It is your heart that is in disarray," Su-che replied with a faint smile. "You are the one whose heart is in disarray." Chi Wanwan shot him an indignant glare, refusing to concede, and swiftly changed the subject. "You still haven't told me how your skin became so flawless. What cosmetics are you using? I am naturally gifted with beauty. Why would I resort to such trivial cosmetics?" Suke casually deflected. "Narcissist," Chi Wanwan teased, then playfully slapped his thigh, urging him, "Let us hurry. Ruashi just messaged me asking if we have arrived yet." Su-che started the car and activated the navigation system as they drove away. The community is merely 7 or 8 kilometers away from the Grand Cube Mall. During Su-che's drive, the system reward were simultaneously credited. A connection has been established with Jusha Jichi Wanwan from high school. Task completed. Luxury car cash withdrawal card has been credited, currently processing. The bespoke convertible Bentley Continental GT has been credited, available for collection at Bentley dealerships nationwide. Charm Aura level has increased. Charm Aura LV2. A noticeable enhancement in appearance and demeanor, elevating first impressions by 40. Passive skill Radiant Brilliance. Glimmering with brilliance, capable of swiftly captivating attention. As the system interface faded, Su-che felt a subtle transformation within himself. Chi Wanwan suddenly turned to glance at him, her gaze inadvertently lingering, akin to a dragon entranced by a resplendent gem, unable to divert her eyes. Su-che also observed this through the rearview mirror. This charm aura is rather astonishing. He now resembled a succubus from novels and anime, ensnaring all who beheld him in a state of confusion and obsession. Fortunately, this effect did not last long, and Chi Wanwan's gaze eventually returned. Suche promptly sought to alleviate the silence within the car. Wanwan, what does your drama academy commence? Chi Wanwan, regaining her composure, replied, we start on September 7th, followed by military training from the 9th to the 17th. What about you? Suche answered, Zhejiang University begins new student registration on August 20th, with military training from the 21st to the 9th. Upon hearing this, a frown crossed Chi Wanwan's face. Does that mean you have to report next week? Having attended the same school and class from elementary through high school, they had never been apart. Now, as they entered university, one would be in Linen and the other in the bustling metropolis. Although the distance was not vast, the thought of university life without Suche's presence filled Chi Wanwan with an indescribable sense of loss. Suche, once you start school in Linen, you mustn't indulge in frivolous affairs. Some college girls can be quite reckless. Chi Wanwan admonished him like a concerned elder, her words flowing incessantly. Suche remained silent, waiting for her to finish before countering. And what about you? Chi Wanwan paused momentarily, then asserted, I certainly won't be dating in college. I aspire to be a star. If it gets out that I dated in university, my fans would surely abandon me. After saying this, she fixed her gaze intently on Suche, hoping for a similar response. However, Suche did not answer. Instead, he looked out the window and said, We've arrived at the Grand Cube. Time to get out. Oh, Chi Wanwan instinctively nodded, opened the car door, and stepped out, only to realize that Suche had not directly addressed her question. With a pout, she approached him. Suche, you still haven't answered my question. Suche casually replied, I certainly won't engage in frivolous affairs. Suche has always been the passive one, neither taking initiative nor refusing, and he's a staunch upholder of the 3-no policy. Indeed, he does not engage in romantic entanglements, yet he has never declared that he would reject those who approach him. Chi Wanwan remains oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Suche's mind. Had she known, she would undoubtedly have delivered a resounding blow to him. After receiving an answer filled with hope, she cheerfully grasped Suche's hand and strode briskly towards the heart of the Grand Cube shopping mall. Upon exiting the underground parking lot, her eyes were immediately drawn to a towering 17-meter-tall figure of a panda, reminiscent of a 4-story building. Adorably clumsy, it donned an oversized white t-shirt and held a camera, seemingly capturing the vibrant scenes of the bustling mall. Chapter 8. The Dazzling Suche. Suke, please take a photo for me. Upon encountering the uniquely charming giant panda statue at the mall, Chi Wanwan felt a surge of excitement to capture this beautiful moment. After handing her phone to Suche, she positioned herself in front of the grand panda figure, striking various poses. Suche, adeptly entering the password, opened a camera and began to photograph her. His proficiency in photography stemmed from his previous experiences as the dedicated cameraman for both families during their travels together. Once the photo session concluded, Suche and Chi Wanwan each held a cup of exquisite tea as they ventured into the mall. The layout of the Great Cube Mall was quite similar to that of other shopping centers. The basement housed a bar and a boutique bookstore, while the first floor featured skincare products. The second floor was dedicated to sports, the third to fashion and personal care, the fourth to electronic gadgets, and the fifth and sixth floors offered dining, fitness, and cinema experiences. At the pinnacle, the 7th floor boasted an aerial track. In addition to the track, there was a spacious observation platform designed for camping, picnicking, and relaxation, offering breathtaking views of landmarks such as the Global Center, Diaosi Park, and Guishi Park. As today marked the grand opening, the afternoon crowd was relatively modest. Numerous promotional banners for the evening's events adorned the entrance, and the internal advertising screens displayed a rotating list of activities scheduled for the night. The two meandered leisurely up the escalators, exploring each level until they reached the top. The uppermost floor was noticeably more populated, yet the 6-meter-wide aerial track ensured comfort and space. Suche's gaze fell upon the observation platform, where he immediately spotted a stage that had been meticulously set up. Below the stage, a familiar figure was directing staff as they affixed posters. Su-che and Chi Wanwan strolled over at a relaxed pace. Upon reaching the staff area beneath the stage, Su-che caught sight of an alluring silhouette. Sister Ruoshi, we've arrived, he called out. Feng Ruoshi, with her cascading waves of hair and impeccably crafted makeup, radiated a soft glow from her fair skin, exuding a captivating allure in every gesture. She wore an off-the-shoulder top that accentuated her graceful shoulders and delicate collarbone, paired with wide-legged trousers that embodied the essence of a confident woman. Xiaoche Wanwan, you're here. Feng Ruo, she greeted them with a subtle smile. You arrived just in time. Let us familiarize ourselves with the evening's agenda. Tonight's random dance event was a grand affair, accommodating 1,000 participants. In addition to the rhythmic dance teams, numerous fan support groups from various K-pop bands were involved. However, the term 1,000-person event did not imply that everyone would be dancing simultaneously. Rather, the majority of attendees would be spectators, with only a select few taking to the stage. Moreover, there were basic guidelines to follow during the dance performances to maintain order. Su-che and Chi Wanwan were designated as the lead dancers for the evening, responsible for positioning and guiding the participants on stage. All right, let's begin to warm up. Su-che glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. The event was scheduled to commence at 7, leaving little time for preparation. For a dance studio of Feng Ruoshi's caliber, organizing an impromptu dance involves considerable groundwork. Occasionally, to align with the thematic activities, changing and styling areas are established, allowing lead dancers to don corresponding attire for various group performances, thereby enhancing the event's allure and viewing pleasure. Su-che stepped into the center stage, synchronizing with the rhythmic choreography of the dance troupe to familiarize himself with the process and positioning. The performance team tonight is not solely comprised of them. There will also be a band performance and a cosplay runway, among others. Feng Ruoshi sat at the soundboard, deftly manipulating the controls. Impromptu dances typically sample brief segments from songs, preventing the monotony that can arise from dancing to a single track for extended periods. The frequency of song transitions is also significant, adjusted according to the dancer's skill levels and adaptability. As the music began, 3, 2, 1, call me baby, Su-che started to move in harmony with the melody. His facial expressions shifted to a stern demeanor, his gaze sharp and resolute, exuding a radiant confidence. His lips were usually pressed together, the corners slightly downturned, presenting an air of nonchalance and authority. In K-pop dance, expression management is a crucial element. Each idol group undergoes rigorous training in this regard prior to debut. Consequently, when editing various stage transition videos, one often notices the fluidity of their expression changes. The song Call Me, Baby demands a cold yet self-assured expression, as if proclaiming one's charm and strength to the entire world. Following systematic enhancement, Su-che's dance performance has witnessed a remarkable elevation in both aesthetic appeal and fluidity, augmented further by his magnetic aura. Even during this mere rehearsal to familiarize himself with the process, without truly showcasing his full dancing prowess, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to him. His superior looks, seamless movements, and exquisite expression management made it feel as though the audience was witnessing a performance by EXO themselves. As the first segment of the song concluded, applause erupted throughout the audience. Clap, clap, clap. Xiaoche, your progress is astonishingly rapid, Feng Ruoshi commended, her hands applauding. Having been a trainee in South Korea for many years, her expertise and insight were evident. While Su-che's previous abilities were commendable, he had lacked something essential. Today, however, he shone brilliantly, his dance skills rivaling those of Kai. And in terms of visual appeal, he could easily stand alongside Wu Shixuan, even surpassing him in stage charisma. Were Su-che to be a trainee at SM Entertainment in South Korea, he would undoubtedly become the central figure and main visual of the next boy group. Su-che, have you been secretly working hard behind my back? Chi Wanwan stepped forward and handed Su-che a bottle of mineral water, her eyes betraying a hint of disbelief. Having been childhood companions with Su-che for many years, she was well aware of his character. While he was not exactly lazy, he was certainly the type who preferred to sit rather than stand when there was nothing pressing to do. Just a day after the college entrance examination, they had filmed a dance video together, and at that time, Suche's skills were far from the extraordinary level they had reached now. This is my talent. Previously, I had been matching my strength to yours, suppressing my true abilities to keep pace with you. But now, I am revealing my true self, no longer pretending. Chapter 9. The 4 internet celebrities and their rise to fame. Suche, speak to me properly. Chi van wan angri li pinched succesear, vociferously expressing er grievance. Suche, feeling helpless, shrugged his shoulders. I suddenly had an epiphany, all right? I can't just disclose the fact that I've been bound by the system. Even if I were to speak of it, someone would need to believe me. Releasing her grip, Chi Wanwan observed Suche's evident nonchalance and chose not to pursue the matter further, firmly convinced of his extraordinary talent. As they grew more accustomed to the process, Suche and Chi Wanwan arrived at the dressing and makeup room arranged by them all. The makeup artist, sporting a scruffy beard, a round and slightly plump face, a buzz cut, and glasses, instantly put Suche on high alert. Noticing his reaction, the makeup artist chuckled, showing no signs of displeasure. Don't be nervous, handsome. You're just not my type. Suche managed a dry laugh, his vigilance unwavering. Your skin is truly remarkable and natural gift, indeed. Heaven's favor upon you. The makeup artist assessed Suche's face, feeling an inexplicable sense of uncertainty on how to proceed. Too flattering. Why don't you just style my hair instead? Suche thought only of escaping this contentious place. The earlier hints from the system had already instilled a slight psychological shadow in him. And now, with the emergence of yet another flamboyant character, he simply wished to leave. Even if the other party claimed he was not his type. That was beside the point. Nodding, the makeup artist began working on Suche's hairstyle. Before long, a voluminous, slightly curled hairstyle was complete. Suche hastily rose from the chair and entered the changing room to don his outfit. Today's randomly selected opening dance track was the classic Growl by EXO. Dressed in a tailored gray suit, Suche's tall figure impeccably filled out the ensemble. As he exited the dressing room, he noticed Feng Ruashi engaged in conversation with a poised woman clad in a pencil skirt, prompting him to approach and greet them. Wow, Xiaoke looks absolutely stunning. The mall manager, Pei Ji, exclaimed upon seeing Suche's attire, her eyes lighting up instantly. At 33, Pei Ji served as the marketing manager for the Cube Mall, playing a pivotal role in the grand opening event. It was she who proposed the organization of a large-scale random dance event and curated the list of invited internet celebrities. Pei Ji was no stranger to Suche. She had been a devoted fan since his rise to fame. Sister Pei, Suche greeted her with a smile. Make sure to work hard to garner some popularity for me later. Whether I can enjoy the finer things in life will depend on your performance, Pei Ji joked, though there was a hint of seriousness in her tone. Among the many influencers invited today, although Suche and Chi Wanwan had the fewest followers, their striking appearances were likely to capture the most attention. Sister Pei, having invited me, I assure you I will not let you down. Suche replied with a confident smile. With an alluring aura and rhythmic movements, Suche confidently believed he would undoubtedly be the most captivating presence of the evening. This conviction stemmed from his self-assuredness in his abilities and an affirmation of the system. I shall eagerly await the unfolding of the night. Pei Ji cherished this very trait in Suche. He radiated a glow of confidence, embodying the exuberance that youth should embrace. As time passed, the various internet celebrities invited by Pei Ji began to arrive in succession. Among them were Xiao Buang, Baodai Chaomei, Nao Yi, Dai Gula, and Dao Xiaodao, who graced the rooftop of the Grand Cube. Pei Ji had indeed gone all out tonight, inviting nearly all the renowned internet celebrities from the Rongqing area. A significant portion of the attendees were influencers skilled in dance, such as Xiao Buang and Dai Gula, both boasting over 10 million followers as dance content creators. Among this group, Baodai Chaomei undoubtedly ranked first in dancing prowess, having participated as a contestant in Creation Camp 2020. However, an analysis of her short videos revealed that she leaned more towards fashion and styling content. As for Dao Xiaodao, she primarily focused on costume changes and fashion-related topics. Suche did not approach to greet them. Although they were fellow influencers from Rongqing, they had never crossed paths before. He stood behind Feng Ruashi with Chi Wanwan, watching her adjust the sound equipment. Meanwhile, Having just changed clothes and exited the dressing room, Xiao Puang joined Bao Dai Chao Mei, Dai Gula, and Dao Xiao Dao, who had congregated together. The four were already acquainted and had collaborated on numerous videos. During last year's fashion night, they even formed a team for a dance performance. There are truly a lot of people here tonight, Dai Gula exclaimed, his eyes wide as he observed the throngs entering. It's expected. Tonight's event has attracted over 1,000 participants, not to mention our fans and passers-by drawn in by the drone show. If it weren't for the crowd control, there would likely be even more people. While they chatted, Xiao Boang noticed Bao Dai Chao Mei suddenly frozen in place, her gaze fixed intently in one direction. Curiously, she followed her line of sight. Not far ahead, Su Che's dazzling figure came into view, momentarily leaving her spellbound. Nevertheless, being in a relationship, she quickly regained her composure, waving her hand in front of Chao Mei's face. Hey, snap out of it. Bao Dai Chao Mei returned to reality, her cheeks flushing. He is indeed quite handsome. Isn't he? Is he one of the invited influencers tonight? Dao Xiaodao inquired after glancing over. Yes, his name is Su Che, a local dance streamer from Rongqing, and the person beside him is his partner, Qi Wanwan. As a fellow dance influencer from the same region, Xiao Boang was somewhat familiar with the duo, though this marked her first encounter with them in person. Compared to many influencers who appeared lackluster in reality, their attractiveness was significantly enhanced beyond what was portrayed in short videos. Particularly Su Che, whose looks were of such caliber that he could easily debut as a top-tier star. His visage and physique exuded an undeniable allure. Strawberry, unabashed in her praise, enthusiastically recounted her experiences at the training camp, where she had encountered several top-tier celebrities. In her eyes, Su Che's attractiveness surpassed that of those renowned figures. You should tone it down. After all, he has just come of age, the little overlord remarked, casting her an exasperated glance. Just come of age? He is the epitome of youthful perfection, Strawberry exclaimed with heightened excitement. You, dear aunt, might want to reconsider. Haven't you noticed that he is already taken? Daigula pointed towards Qi Wanwan, who stood beside Su Che, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Strawberry glanced at Qi Wanwan's striking beauty and quickly regained her composure. Although not unattractive, she found herself unable to compete with the exceptional allure of Qi Wanwan. What about Su Che's capabilities? Asked Knife. In reality, I cannot say, but his short videos reveal a solid foundation, particularly in his skill with EXO's dance tracks, replied the little overlord. With such looks and talent, it will be wise for you to remind the assistant shortly. We wouldn't want the fans to be swept away. Knife cautioned. Tonight's event would feature their live broadcasts, and since they would all be performing on the same stage, the cameras would inevitably capture glimpses of the others. Given Su Che's charisma and talent, should he perform alongside them, it was likely the audience in the live stream would be unable to resist his charm. While the male fans might be less of a concern, the female fans were certain to be captivated. Upon hearing this, Strawberry's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Her fan base predominantly consisted of women. If Su Che managed to draw away her female fans, it would be a tremendous loss for her. Quickly, she made her way toward her assistant, followed closely by the other three. Meanwhile, Su Che's mind was filled with the system's notifications once more. Ding! At 18, you have participated in the grand opening of the Magic Cube event, watching White Moonlight and Cinnabar shine brilliantly on stage, feeling a deep sense of envy. You fantasize about one day being as celebrated as those two on stage, basking in the spotlight. Mission issued, the path to fame. Phase 1 task. Establish a Douyin account and amass a certain number of genuine followers. Tasks are tiered. 10,000 followers, 100,000 followers, 1 million followers. 5 million followers will each yield rewards for completion. Task rewards. Achieving 10,000 followers rewards you with a random monetary blind box, worth up to 100,000. Reaching 100,000 followers rewards you with a random luxury watch blind box, capped at 1 million. Attaining 1 million followers rewards you with a random real estate blind box, capped at 10 million. Achieving 5 million followers rewards you with a random industry blind box, capped at 100 million. Once you reach 5 million genuine followers, the second phase of the task will commence. Note: only followers who have engaged with the host's personal brand, products, or works within 1 week will be counted. Zombie followers and fake accounts are excluded. Task difficulty, 5 stars. With the completion of this series of system tasks, the journey ahead began to unfold. Suche thoughtfully stroked his chin for a moment. According to the system's description, the original host meant to be bound was also present tonight. However, with so many people in attendance, finding that individual seemed a fanciful notion. Suche shook his head and chose to divert his attention from that matter. Instead, focusing on the task at hand, he retrieved his phone and accessed his Douyin backend. He currently possessed a Douyin account with a staggering follower count of 3 million. He pondered whether the system would recognize this account, for if it did, the initial 3 phases of the tasks could likely be accomplished in an instant. His uncertainty stemmed from not knowing how many of those 3 million followers were genuine versus mere bots or fake accounts. Although he had never engaged in buying followers, it was evident that a number of automated accounts existed among them. These accounts were often created through various programs or software that simulated virtual identities. It would ultimately require the system's judgment to ascertain the exact number of authentic followers. Suche remained unperturbed, planning to conduct an authentication test with the system later that evening. For now, his focus needed to remain on the present circumstances. As 7 o'clock approached, Suche and the dance team began their preparations. Pei Ji, one of the event coordinators for the evening, stepped onto the stage to deliver the opening remarks. Esteemed guests, tonight we officially inaugurate the Cube Night, meticulously organized by the Grand Cube Mall. This evening, not only will we feature a dazzling drone light show and live band performances, but we have also invited renowned influencers from Rongsheng to showcase their talents. Furthermore, an array of exceptional promotional activities awaits our audience, with fashionable attire, exquisite cosmetics, quality home furnishings, and an assortment of prizes eagerly awaiting your discovery. The forthcoming moments are guaranteed to provide joy for all present. Without further ado, let us embark on this delightful journey of Cube Night together. As her words faded, a cascade of colorful streamers erupted from all directions. Suddenly, an invigorating rhythm of music surged forth. In an instant, every gaze was drawn to the stage at the center of the venue. Chapter 10. The fans are on the brink of exhaustion, inside the inner circle of the sky runway. As the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight deepened, the arena was suddenly illuminated by the glow of fluorescent sticks, pulsating like a flowing galaxy, weaving together into a resplendent ocean. Amidst the crowd, the brilliance of the Ali stick shone the brightest, accompanied by the support banners of various internet celebrities, predominantly distributed by the assistant teams of ardent fans upon entry. Darling, are you here to see Knife Xiao Dao too? A fan, clutching a Knife Xiao Dao support banner, seized the opportunity to chat with a girl beside her while the show had yet to commence. Yes, I absolutely adore her transformation videos. I wonder what she will perform tonight. Most likely a dance, I suppose. I wonder if it will be like last year's fashion night, with Knife Xiao Dao forming a dance team alongside Dai Gula and the others. That seems likely. I noticed their joint performance on the program list. I'm so looking forward to it. I'm here for Brainlord. He is just so handsome, and his photo shoots are stunning. Fans gathered in small clusters, excitedly discussing their favorite internet influencers. Most were devoted female fans of the 4 major internet celebrities, with only a few expressing interest in Suche and Chi Wanwan. Below the stage, several photographers wielding long lenses were busily adjusting their equipment. Some were hired by the influencers themselves, while others came voluntarily to capture their idols. Beside the photographers, a group of assistants was live-streaming the event on their phones. In anticipation of tonight's event, all major influencers collaborated with the shopping mall for promotional activities, prompting fans to flock to their favorite influencers' live streams as soon as they began. Currently, the room with the most viewers was Knife Xiao Dao's, followed by Exploding Strawberry, Dai Gula, and lastly Little Overlord. As viewers entered the live streams, the barrage of comments began to flood the screen. Anticipation is building. Why hasn't Dao appeared yet? I want to see Dai Gula, Knife Xiao Dao, Exploding Strawberry, and Little Overlord dance together, reminiscent of Fashion Night. When it comes to dancing prowess, Exploding Strawberry reigns supreme. That so-called Little Wong boasts endlessly about his hard work, yet his dancing skills show no improvement. Hey, did my Little Overlord offend you? Has anyone spotted Brain Lord's behind-the-scenes footage? I heard his look today is absolutely stunning. This atmosphere is simply phenomenal. Big Cube has truly outdone themselves. If only I were in Rongqing, I would have definitely gone. It must be so lively. As the comments continued to pour in, the clock ticked closer to the hour. Tap, 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 with a roaring prelude of an EXO song reverberating through the air. The fans present momentarily experienced a collective pause, only to be followed by the frenzied cheers of the AILI supporters. The hexagonal support sticks, emblazoned with the iconic EXO hexagonal logo, began to wave vigorously. Although the zenith of EXO's fame occurred 7 or 8 years ago, the fans, known as A-listers, have merely aged rather than faded away. Upon learning of the impromptu dance event featuring EXO this evening, fans from the Chengdu A-lister fan club gathered en masse. The song Wolf stands as a monumental representation of EXO's illustrious career. In an era when smart technology had yet to become ubiquitous, this track resonated through shopping malls, barbershops, and the bustling streets alike. In a live stream, the comments section erupted with enthusiasm as the vibrant music commenced. Suche led the Rhythm Equation team onto the stage, followed closely by dance enthusiasts from various Chengdu EXO fan clubs. The stage, capable of accommodating 200 performers, quickly filled to capacity. As Suche made his entrance, the previously lively crowd fell into an awed silence. After a few seconds of stunned quietude, deafening cheers erupted. Suche and the Rhythm Equation dancers donned identical gray suits, and the ensemble comprised precisely 12 members, reminiscent of the era when EXO was a 12-member group. As the familiar melody played, the stage lights illuminated Suche's impeccably refined visage on the large screens. The female fans collectively swallowed hard in admiration. With the music's rhythm, Suche's expression transformed, his body swaying in harmony with the beats. The familiar tunes stirred memories for many in attendance, as they had all experienced the pinnacle of EXO's fame. Wolf, in particular, resonated deeply within their hearts. The chorus, hauntingly melodic, had endured through the years. The moment the rhythm began, lyrics from the song flooded their minds. The audience swayed to the music, vociferously chanting the lyrics. Most eyes fixated on Suche, who occupied the center stage. His captivating charisma, enhanced by the rhythm of his movements, coupled with his exquisite appearance and remarkable dance prowess, rendered him utterly mesmerizing. In the livestream comments, viewers fervently debated the identity of the captivating figure at center stage. Who is this handsome guy in the center? His dancing exudes such sexual tension. Does anyone else see Kai in his performance of Wolf? He holds his own against Woo Si-hoon. Can the front row please slow down? You're blocking my view of my husband. As a guy, I must say this center guy is incredibly handsome. The guy in the center is our Suche. His looks are striking, and his dancing is formidable. Everyone, search for Suche and give him a follow. As soon as the barrage revealing Suche's Douyin account appeared, the number of viewers in various influencers' live streams instantly halved. This prompted the assistants present to display wry smiles. They could easily discern how radiant Suche appeared on stage. Upon seeing him, the assistants knew they were in for a challenge. However, their contract with the shopping mall stipulated that tonight's live broadcast must commence with a full-screen presentation, prominently featuring the grand logo of the Daeimo shopping center in the background. Only after the opening could they switch to a solo-focused live stream. Yet before long, several assistants noticed that the previously dwindling viewer numbers began to gradually recover. Before they could comprehend this development, the barrage below elucidated their confusion. Family, what is going on? Suche hasn't even started his live stream. Suche is truly being willful. All the major influencers are live, yet he, a mere 3 million follower influencer, hasn't even begun, and there's no promotional video with the Daeimo in sight. Just to clarify, the Daeimo influencers were invited by the Rhythm Equation Dance Studio, so the promotional video is on their official account. On stage, Suche was oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently siphoned viewers from other influencers. Even if he were aware, he would not temper his performance. He had not intentionally overshadowed anyone. He simply showcased his abilities to perfection, and if others fell short, that was not his fault. As the chorus concluded, Suche slightly adjusted the collar of his suit uniform, a roguish smile gracing his lips. At the final beat, he approached the camera head-on for an intimate close-up shot. Executing a classic gesture reminiscent of an MV, his expression a blend of a grin and a roar. That iconic gesture struck the hearts of the audience like a powerful blow, sending waves of excitement and exhilaration through the female spectators, causing their blood to surge and erupt in fervent cheers. This scene echoed the fervent support once seen during the peak of Ailey's fanfare. Meanwhile, at the music control booth beneath the stage, Feng Ruoxi and Qi Wanwan stared in a daze at the unfolding spectacle. After a moment, Qi Wanwan exclaimed in astonishment, "Sister Ruoxi, I feel as though tonight is Suche's personal concert. The audience below seems to be entirely his fans." Feng Ruoxi, regaining her composure, smiled gently. "You're still too young. I remember during the EXO concert, we could hear Ailey's supportive chants from across the street." Chapter 11. The awkward extraction of a 3-bedroom apartment. Back in the day, Feng Ruoxi was still a trainee in South Korea. She holds vivid memories of that particular concert, which was a compilation event featuring numerous artists taking turns to perform. The fervent cheers from the fans transformed the compilation concert into what felt like a solo concert for EXO. She recalls that this incident even trended on several hot search lists at the time. Presently, Suche's performance evokes a similar sensation. The audience in attendance, though few in number as Suche's fans, seems to have collectively become his admirers. "Sister Ruoxi, our live stream is exploding." At that moment, a staff member from the dance studio hurried to Feng Ruoxi's side, anxiously reporting the viewer count in the live stream. This evening, Suche's personal account was not live streaming. After all, the Cube Mall's contract was signed with Rhythm Equation, not Suche personally. However, the quotation from Rhythm Equation included both Suche and Qi Wanwan. Feng Ruoxi glanced at her phone and saw that the online viewer count had surpassed 100,000, with comments and GIFs flooding the screen. Through the comments, she realized that these viewers were drawn from the live streams of several prominent internet celebrities. Feng Ruoxi cast a sympathetic glance at the assistants of those streamers currently broadcasting. Turning back, she instructed, after the opening, switch to a solo focus on Suche. The live stream by Rhythm Equation employed a panoramic broadcasting approach. But given Suche's soaring popularity, Feng Ruoxi was determined to seize this flow of traffic. Suche's rise to fame would undoubtedly elevate Rhythm Equation's status as well. "I'll find someone immediately." The staff member nodded eagerly and went to prepare. Tonight's event at the Cube Mall did not have an official setup for solo-focused live streaming, and Rhythm Equation had not made arrangements for it either, necessitating a swift search for a suitable solution. To conduct a solo-focused live stream, an appropriate location must be found, along with high standards for filming techniques. Meanwhile, on stage, Suche had already performed 3 dance numbers, and the next random dance segment would feature Qi Wanwan. However, there would be interludes from other internet celebrities. Next up is that Brainmaster, right? Feng Ruoxi scanned the program list, a cunning glimmer in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Qi Wanwan curled her lips into a sly smile, half amused, and remarked, "I hope he can handle Suche's opening." Simultaneously, in the preparation area for the 4 leading female internet celebrities, Xiao Bawang, still slightly shaken, patted her chest and exhaled. "Thank goodness I'm not the next guest performer. I could never manage Suche's opening." She had watched Suche's entire performance, her astonishment lingering throughout. Suche is simply extraordinary. Not only does he possess striking looks, but his mastery of expression is also impeccable. More importantly, when he dances, he exudes an undeniable sexual tension that evokes an impulse in onlookers to rush towards him. Xiao Dao sighed. "It seems we're destined to play the backdrop tonight." She had just received a message from her assistant, indicating that ever since Suche took the stage, the number of viewers in the live stream had plummeted. Fortunately, as her income was not solely reliant on live streaming, it was still bearable. Moreover, her fans who appreciate her style do not conflict with those who admire Suche, even if they gravitate towards him. It wouldn't lead to a loss of followers for her, thus the impact remains minimal. The one who would suffer more is the little tyrant, as she also navigates the realm of dance influencers. Thankfully, being female, the little tyrant's advertising revenue wouldn't be overshadowed by Su-che, which provided a small consolation. After tonight, Su-che is bound to become a sensation across the internet. Gula reflected on Su-che's performance, predicting that tomorrow would see an abundance of clips featuring him, with his name likely trending on Douyin. She could easily envision the trending topic: 3 million follower influencer eclipses several 10 million follower influencers. Yes, she is among those numerous influencers. Having operated on Douyin for several years, she can discern who is destined for fame. Su-che's attributes are exceedingly favorable, whether in terms of looks or dance. He stands at the pinnacle. His previous lack of fame was merely due to the absence of a breakthrough moment. Now, a perfect opportunity has arisen to propel him into stardom. She too had experienced a similar journey. Prior to her viral twerk video, her views were rather average. Yet a single twerk clip earned her 10 million new followers, catapulting her into the realm of top influencers. Perhaps she should approach him for contact information. After all, he has drawn a significant audience tonight, and filming a collaborative video wouldn't be unreasonable. Baodai Strawberry is entirely unbothered by the prospect of Su-che attracting her fans, as her monetization strategies do not conflict with his. Seizing this opportunity to cultivate a good relationship with Su-che could lead to future collaborations. It's apparent to anyone with discernment that Su-che is destined for greatness. Beyond this, Su-che's striking handsomeness captivates her. Every feature aligns perfectly with her preferences. That's a splendid idea. The remaining three agreed in unison. At that moment, Gula seemed to notice something, pointing towards the front where Brain Guy was, stating, "Look, Brain Guy is flustered." The three turned their gaze and immediately recognized the look of anxiety etched across Brain Guy's face. The little tyrant expressed sympathy. It seems he is scheduled to perform a song. How unfortunate for him to be following Su-che. While it may be his misfortune, it is indeed our stroke of luck. At least we won be the main focus of tomorrow's trending topics. Xiao Dao didn't wish to revel in his misfortune, but she couldn't help it. After all, no one wishes to be the one trampled upon. They exchanged glances, each pair of eyes twinkling with mischievous delight. Soon, as Su-che exited the stage, the host announced the next program. Ney steeled himself as he took the stage, his expression tense and his gaze wandering. Upon closer inspection, one could observe beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Good evening, everyone." The original plan was for him to engage with the fans and audience present, but his thoughts were now a chaotic jumble. Su-che's explosive opening had set the atmosphere ablaze, a feat that few could match. He was merely a video creator, not a celebrity. As the interaction commenced, his nervousness rendered his speech disjointed, filled with awkward pauses, creating an atmosphere of palpable discomfort. In various live streaming rooms, viewers began to express their sympathy for Ney. Ney is having a rough time. He simply cannot handle Su-che's opening. "This is so cringeworthy. I feel like I'm suffocating." While fans discuss grand topics, Ney is left bewildered. It's no wonder Ney is struggling. The disparity in talent is too vast for any influencer present tonight to bridge. I can already predict tomorrow's trending list on Douyin. Su-che will undoubtedly overshadow Ney. My Su-che deserves it. As the interaction concluded, Ney transitioned into his performance, which consisted of singing several popular Douyin hits. However, following Su-che's dynamic opening and Ney's awkward exchanges, the previously vibrant atmosphere had quickly soured. Ney's singing ability was mediocre, falling short of even KTV standards. And the tension from the earlier interaction left his smile looking stiff and uneasy. He not only sang off-key, but also forgot the lyrics. Below the stage, Feng Ruoshi, Chi Wanwan, and several other influencers could hardly bear to watch. The situation was excruciatingly awkward. If any of them were in his position, they might have broken down in tears. In the meantime, Su-che emerged from the changing room, having donned a new outfit, and coincidentally encountered Gula and others who couldn't bear to witness Ney's performance. Su-che greeted them with a smile. "Hello." The four, upon recognizing the source of Ney's distress, instinctively bowed and respectfully acknowledged him. This gesture left Su-che momentarily bewildered. He quickly waved his hands and said, There's no need for such formality. I'm likely younger than you all and cannot bear such reverence. The four then burst into laughter, realizing their previous behavior had indeed been excessive. Chapter 12. Who says Electronic Go is not a game? The exuberant Bao Tai Chao, a social butterfly, was captivated by Su Che's striking appearance. She approached him with familiarity, her eyes fixed on his face without a blink. Upon realizing that Su Che was actually barefaced, she exclaimed, "Su Che, your skin is in such great condition. What is your secret to maintaining it?" The remaining three, overhearing her remarks, gathered closer, intrigued by what Bao Tai had said. Girls are particularly attentive to such matters. Su Che, unfazed by the sudden attention, shrugged and replied, "I mainly just use facial wash. I don't use any other cosmetics. I must be favored by the heavens." Hearing this, the four of them couldn't help but express their envy. Bao Tai Chao remarked, "Perhaps this is what people on the internet refer to as the masterpiece of Nuwa. Maybe even Nuwa herself couldn't fashion a face as perfect as mine." Su Che joked in return, eliciting laughter from the group. They didn't perceive his words as narcissistic. After all, with such a flawless visage, a touch of vanity seemed entirely reasonable. Moreover, they understood that Su Che was merely jesting. "By the way, Su Che, did you learn your dance from Rhythm Equation?" After exchanging pleasantries, Xiaobao Wang curiously inquired. She was well aware that her own dancing prowess was not as extraordinary as the online hype suggested, and she had been continuously striving to improve. Now, witnessing Su Che's dancing skills, she felt inspired to pursue further training. "Yes, Rhythm Equation is run by my mother. I've been learning the basics of jazz from her since childhood," Su Che affirmed. "Ah, so Rhythm Equation is owned by your mother. No wonder you possess such remarkable dancing abilities." As a dance influencer, Xiaobao Wang recognized Rhythm Equation's prestigious standing among dance studios in Rongqing, often regarded as one of the top three. Given this, it was understandable that Su Che hailed from a well-off family. After all, it was rare for an average household to cultivate such an aura of nobility. Watching Su Che and Xiaobao Wang engrossed in discussions about dance, Diaosi shook her head and swiftly maneuvered past Xiaobao Wang, pulling out her phone. "Su Che, may I add you as a friend? If you have time, we could collaborate on some videos." Su Che nodded in agreement, not declining her offer. With Diaosi boasting significantly more followers than he did, collaborating would certainly benefit him. She promptly opened her phone and added him on WeChat. The others, witnessing this, also rushed to add him as a friend. Once they finished, Daigula asked, "Su Che, I noticed you haven't joined an MCN on Douyin. Are you planning to go solo indefinitely?" Su Che nodded. "I create videos purely out of interest. I don't wish for it to become a job. If it earns money, that's great, but if not, it's no issue. Joining an MCN comes with too many restrictions, which don't suit me. If I were to join, it would be an MCN of my own creation. Ce que vous aide internally. I was actually hoping to invite you to join our Onion," Daigula said. Daigula is a renowned influencer under the Onion MCN organization, and currently, the rather embarrassing Brainmaster on stage is also a colleague from the same agency. If Su Che could join their Onion, future collaborations would undoubtedly be more convenient. However, Su Che appears to be a wealthy heir, possessing little desire for monetary gain. He truly has no need to confine himself within any organization. At that moment, while the group was engaged in lively conversation, Chi Wanwan approached with an air of vigilance. "Sister Ruashi is looking for you. Come with me quickly." She stepped beside Su Che, intimately linking her arm with his, as if declaring her claim over him to the others present. Su Che did not resist her affectionate gesture, smiling as he introduced the group. "This is my childhood friend, Chi Wanwan. You should all know her. Hello, I am Chi Wanwan. Su Che is a childhood friend," she greeted, emphasizing the term childhood friend. The four from Daigula detected a hint of jealousy in her tone, yet they were unconcerned. Dao Xiaodao chuckled and expressed her thoughts. "Su Che, your childhood friend is truly beautiful. Are you two a couple?" Upon hearing this, Chi Wanwan became flustered, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. She frequently cast sidelong glances at Su Che, her heart a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Su Che gazed deeply at her. Although he did not respond directly, The affirmative smile upon his face seemed to convey to Dao Xiao Dao and the others, "You are not mistaken. Wu, with such a handsome man and beautiful woman, you are simply the epitome of a perfect couple." Bao Dai Chaomei enviously glanced at the two before suggesting a fitting couple name. "Su Che, Qi Wanwan. What do you think of the couple named Qi Su Yisheng?" Qi Su Yisheng, which phonetically resembles only Su for a lifetime. You truly have a knack for naming. Dai Gula nodded in approval of the couple name. The remaining two expressed their agreement as well. Qi Wanwan, listening to their words, shyly lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, occasionally peeking up to catch Su Che's expression, only to quickly avert her gaze upon making eye contact. Internally, she silently approved of the couple named Qi Su Yisheng. Su Che was taken aback by how their conversation had so swiftly leaped to couple names. "Did you not say Sister Ruashi needed me? Let's hurry along." He worried that if they lingered, these women might even start naming his and Qi Wanwan's future children. "Oh, Qi Wanwan nodded dazedly." After happily waving goodbye to Dai Gula and the others, she followed Su Che out. From initial vigilance to affectionate farewell, Qi Wanwan perfectly encapsulated the notion of a woman's capricious nature. Upon reaching the music adjustment area, Su Che and Qi Wanwan entered. "Sister Ruashi, you wanted to see me?" Suki inquired. "I'm here to have you do a live stream. Your fans have been flooding the chat, demanding your presence." Phone Ruashi pointed to a nearby live streaming phone, exasperated. After Su Che stepped off the stage, the number of viewers in the live stream did not dwindle. Instead, it continued to rise, with viewers eagerly requesting Su Che to make an appearance. Phone Ruashi found herself at an impasse and ultimately had to send Qi Wanwan to approach Su Che. The allure of such significant traffic was simply too tempting to resist. Upon hearing this, Su Che did not decline. The rhythmic equation was initiated by his mother, and now, by participating in a live broadcast, he was effectively contributing to the family. He had no objections to appearing on camera. Otherwise, he might as well don a mask when taking the stage. To conceal the visage of this masterpiece crafted by Hua would be a tragic waste. Taking the phone designated for the broadcast, Su Che adjusted it slightly, then raised his head to casually fiddle with it before finally aligning the angle properly. However, upon glancing at the number of viewers and then at the barrage of comments, he furrowed his brow in confusion and remarked, "Is it lagging? Why are there no comments?" As if on cue, an avalanche of comments erupted on the screen. Who can comprehend the shock of this suddenly appearing handsome face? "I'm going crazy. That Adam's apple when he looks up is simply too sexy. Ladies, I'm sold." I declare that Su Che is the pinnacle of beauty in the current Douyin scene. No one is permitted to disagree. You don't need to declare it. Anyone with eyes can see that those short videos of other influencers look decent, but they fall flat in person. Su Che, however, is even more dashing offline. Seeing the comments veering towards conflict, Su Che helplessly interjected, "Everyone, please refrain from inciting disputes. I do not wish to be at odds with the world. Let us maintain some decorum." Following his words, the contentious comments began to subside. I will be returning to the stage in 15 minutes. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I will do my utmost to respond, Su Che stated after glancing at his watch. Having not engaged in personal broadcasts since coming of age, he felt somewhat at a loss for words. "Su Che, what are your height and weight, and what are your hobbies?" Came a question from the audience. Su Che replied, "I stand at 184 centimeters and weigh 74 kilograms. As for hobbies, I enjoy playing chess and dancing. Beyond that, I suppose I have little else." "Chess. Is it Go or international chess?" Another inquired. Su Che smiled slightly and responded, "I play electronic Go, where 8 individuals gather to engage in strategic competition. It's officially called teamfight tactics." As Su Che spoke, the comments filled with question marks, reflecting the audience's bewilderment. Chapter 13. Is this the concert of a top-tier star? Indeed, Electronic Go is also a game, the demonic contract combined with the transformation reconfigurator, and Samsung Thor. All of these are manifestations of my prowess. For the one above, are you certain it is skill and not mere luck? Regarding my prowess in slaying opponents with the 9 golden scale dragons, I hold a certain esteem in the annals of Electronic Go history. As the barrage of comments continued to flood the screen, Suche smiled quietly, for he played the game with genuine skill. Unlike the viewers in the live stream, who gambled their lifespan. Suche, are you a local from Rongchen? How old are you this year? Upon spotting a sensible comment, Suche finally spoke. I am indeed a local, and I am 18 years old, having just completed the college entrance examination. Most of the viewers in the live stream were newcomers drawn from other channels that evening, thus unaware of his background. What university did the host get into? Upon seeing this question, Suche proudly declared, I am fortunate to be an undergraduate student in journalism and communication at Zhejiang University. With looks, talent, wealth, and academic prowess, what window did God close on you? The audience in the live stream expressed their astonishment. Zhejiang University consistently ranks among the top institutions in the country, and this year it stood second only to Tsinghua and Peking University in the Shanghai ranking. Its strength remains formidable, with admission scores consistently above 600 points in provinces outside Zhejiang, and in some areas, the score even reaches 650. In Rongqing, achieving over 600 points in the college entrance examination is certainly commendable. Suche, what is your ideal type? Upon seeing the next question, Suche stroked his chin, then shook his head and replied, I am uncertain about my ideal type. Let us disregard that question. After responding to several queries, Suche directed his phone's camera towards the stage. At that moment, the performance featured a dance rendition of How You Like That by the quartet, Knife Little Knife. Though Suche found their dance skills rather mediocre, the audience's reaction was fervent. The four have performed together again. Host, please evaluate whose dance skills are superior. Suche would not engage in such contentious commentary and casually remarked, in my view, all four possess commendable dance abilities. As their performance concluded, the next act was to feature Chi Wanwan's girl group. Now, it's my partner's turn to perform. If you like her, you may search for a grain of small chestnut and follow her. Suche promptly gave a shout-out to Chi Wanwan in the live stream. However, the subsequent barrage of comments left him perplexed. How come there is none? Let me see. Upon reading that viewers could not find Chi Wanwan's Douyin username, Suche retrieved his phone from his pocket, opened Douyin, and discovered that unbeknownst to him, Chi Wanwan had changed her username to Chi Su Yixing. Sukichakold helplessly, unperturbed by the online speculations regarding his relationship with Chi Wanwan, and promptly revealed the TikTok username Chi Su Yixing. Chi Su Yixing? Could it be the possibility I am contemplating? Chi Wanwan. Su, ke? Chi Su Yixing? No way. I just became a fan of my new husband, and he already belongs to someone else? The barrage of guesses escalated, yet Suche chose not to clarify, his attention fixated on Chi Wanwan on stage. This evening, she donned a white shirt paired with a blue pleated skirt. The shirt was simple and pristine, with the collar buttons undone, revealing her delicate and alluring collarbone, a blend of innocence and seduction. Currently, Chi Wanwan was performing Girls, a catchy melody complemented by distinctive dance. Her dancing prowess was already commendable, and combined with her enchanting appearance and innocent yet seductive attire, she left a striking visual impact. I'm in love. The sweet girl's looks combined with a mature figure are simply breathtaking. Streamer, your taste is impeccable. How fortunate to have such a captivating girlfriend. Streamer, may I inquire if your girlfriend is taken? Observing the lewd comments flooding the live chat, Suche sighed, all right, it's time for my next performance. I need to prepare. I'll live stream again when I have the chance. With that, he handed his phone to the staff in the dance studio. Just as he was about to rise and head to the preparation area, he was halted by Phone Ruashi. Suche, after this, you and Wanwan have a duet performance. Such a sudden announcement? Suche furrowed his brow. There was supposed to be a singing performance by an influencer after yours, but due to unforeseen circumstances, they decided not to take the stage. They promised to assist in promoting the event thrice in return, and given the firm stance of the other party, Peishi had no choice but to concede. However, with the reduction in program length, they sought our help. Phone Ruashi shrugged, expressing her understanding, as the previous scene had been incredibly awkward, and it was reasonable for them to have reservations now, since the drone show had already been scheduled. Altering the performance time was not permissible, and the interim gap could not be left unaddressed. Thus, Peishi had approached her with a generous offer for assistance. Feng Ruoshi had always been supportive of Su Che. It was she who suggested that the rhythm equation participate in the grand opening of the event. Otherwise, Su Che would hardly have had the opportunity to rise alongside several prominent influencers. Hence, even without the generous compensation, Feng Ruoshi would have obliged. Contemplating this, she decided to have Su Che perform alongside Qi Wanwan. Will Wanwan and I be performing? You will find out shortly. Rest assured, it will be something you and Wanwan are familiar with. Feng Ruoshi's lips curled into an uncontainable smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement and mystery, further piquing Su Che's curiosity. Familiar with each other? They certainly had a repertoire of dances they both knew. In a moment of confusion, Su Che found himself at a loss. Unable to conjure any thoughts, he decided to relinquish his worries, reassured that Feng Ruoshi would not lead him astray. As he approached the preparation area, he exchanged a light clap with the recently departed Qi Wanwan, adjusted his attire, and awaited the commencement of music. The wind gathered at the towering city walls, swirling feebly before him, heralding a fierce storm that loomed. The tranquil night, as the pre-chorus melody of Qian Yi began to resonate. Su Che and the entire dance troupe made their way to the stage. Standing in the prominent center position, he faced the eager fans below, a transformation overtaking his expression, exuding a composed and introspective aura. The audience erupted in fervent cheers upon witnessing Su Che's return to the stage. In a live stream of Rhythm Equation, a solo focus on Su Che was seamlessly initiated. Wow, it's Qian. This song is truly one of my favorites. Ah, Su Che, please raise your hands a bit higher. Reveal those abs hidden beneath your white shirt. The overall style of Qian Yi is vibrant and sensual, with powerful yet fluid dance movements that radiate masculine allure and strength, particularly during the choreography of the chorus, which captivates many female fans. Piercing through the storm and thunder, erasing the ashes that engulf me, roaring to the heavens, I obliterate, traversing boundaries that stretch for miles. On stage, as the chorus resonated, Su Che clenched his fists, swiftly raising them from his sides, his arms bending gracefully as his fists hovered above his head. His body moved rhythmically with the music, swaying and twisting with unrestrained vigor, exuding a blend of strength and graceful fluidity. With crossed hands, he forcefully pushed back, his body leaning as the fists crossed upwards, revealing glimpses of his abs concealed beneath the white shirt. His confident smile, slightly curling at the corners of his mouth, ignited wild cheers among the fans present. Ah, Suke, Suke. The fervent roars of the audience drowned out the music entirely. In the live stream, the comments surged incessantly. Below the stage, various influencers watched Su Che, radiant on stage, alongside the raucous applause of the audience, as if witnessing a concert of a top-tier star. Chapter 14. Su Che and Qi Wanwan, Troublemaker. In the backstage lounge, the renowned internet celebrity, who was to perform next, felt a chill of sweat break out on his back upon hearing the piercing screams of fans from the audience. He patted his chest and, with a lingering sense of dread, remarked, "Indeed, this decision is wise. I would rather incur a penalty for breach of contract than suffer social death on stage." He had agreed that the Magic Cube would promote him for free 3 times. Given his status as a multi-million follower influencer, a single promotional post could command between 400 to 600,000 yuan, making the total value of 3 free promotions nearly 1 million. However, even at the cost of losing over 1 million, he still believed his decision was correct. The recent scene of the previous performer on stage made him cringe at the thought. Undoubtedly, a clip of that ultimate social blunder would surface on Douyin tomorrow, leading to inevitable ridicule. The video style of the previous performer was characterized by his fresh and handsome looks, coupled with the persona of a warm boyfriend. Thus, his fan base was predominantly female. Once the clips were released tomorrow, it was certain that he would lose a considerable number of fans. In terms of looks, he could not compete with Su Che, and in terms of talent, he was utterly overshadowed. The boyfriend persona he had cultivated had crumbled due to his recent marriage. And under these circumstances, it was likely that most of his female fans would be drawn to Su Che. Therefore, he resolved not to follow the path of the previous performer. If he took the stage, his fate would be even worse. given that he relied solely on his looks as a content creator. Behind the music setup, Chi Wanwan gazed at Su Che, who was flaunting himself on stage, while fans below incessantly shouted his name. Pouting, she remarked with a hint of envy, "If you're going to dance, just dance. No need to lift your shirt and show off your abs. Look at you, so full of yourself." Wanwan lowered her head and glanced at her phone, where notifications from Douyin were ringing incessantly. From the moment she took the stage until her exit, her follower count had surged by over 70,000. The comments on her latest video had also skyrocketed. Most of the comments were quite harmonious, save for a few mocking her for her delusions of thinking she could claim Su Che for herself through a name change. Biting her lip in frustration, Wanwan furiously clicked the reply box, but ultimately deleted all her responses, opting to ignore the negativity. "Wanwan, you have a duet stage with Su Che coming up. I've prepared a surprise for you," Feng Ruashi said as she set the final dance track and approached Wanwan with a raised eyebrow. "What surprise?" Wanwan, uninterested in the sudden addition of a duet stage, only wanted to know what the surprise entailed. Feng Ruashi leaned in closer and whispered in her ear. Upon hearing this, Wanwan's eyes widened in surprise, and a blush spread from her cheeks to her ears, her lips curving into a smile. "The opportunity is yours. Seize it well." Feng Ruashi had witnessed the growth of Wanwan and Su Che together. The two individuals have yet to express their true feelings, primarily due to their profound familiarity with one another. They fear that once they pierce through this veil, there may be no way to mend what follows. Feng Ruashi observes this dynamic, hoping that Chi Wanwan will muster the courage to take the first step. Su Che is undeniably exceptional. Should she continue to hesitate, Chi Wanwan might find herself filled with regret in the future. The opportunity has been presented. It remains to be seen whether Chi Wanwan can seize it. On the stage, as the final notes of the performance echoed, Su Che took a moment to catch his breath. After waving to the enthusiastic crowd below, he descended the stage with his dance team for a brief respite. He did not stray far, as his next performance would soon commence. Before long, Chi Wanwan approached him, her hands nervously twisting the hem of his shirt. "Why are you so anxious?" Suke inquired, puzzled. They had danced together many times before, and despite the numerous fans present, Chi Wanwan's character typically did not lend itself to stage fright. "You should be the one feeling anxious. I'm worried that if you falter, it will reflect poorly on me," she retorted, her bravado unyielding even in the face of her anxiety. With a resigned smile, Suke responded. Soon, as the host announced the next segment, the stage lights dimmed dramatically. Su Che and Chi Wanwan stepped onto the stage, standing in parallel on either side. With a few sharp whistles piercing the air, Su Che's eyes widened in astonishment. The song was one he knew all too well. He and Chi Wanwan had practiced it privately several times, but this was their first public performance. Not even a short video had been recorded. As the music began to play, the lighting technician cast two beams of light upon them. In the audience, many fans quickly recognized the song's true identity, their eyes widening in disbelief as they focused intently on the stage, unable to contain their excitement as they erupted into cheers. In the backstage area, the small group of friends, including Xiao Ba, watched in astonishment. "Wow, it's Troublemaker! How thrilling!" one exclaimed. Indeed, the dance they were about to perform was none other than the classic number by the renowned South Korean duo, the Troublemaker. The allure of Troublemaker lies in its suggestive choreography. Closed dances, embracing, and playful touches are the norm, with movements that even include delicate brushes against the partner's lips and other intimate gestures. The audience feels their cheeks flush and their hearts race, let alone the dancers themselves. As the deep, pulsing beats of the music intensified, Su Che and Chi Wanwan exchanged a glance and began to sway in unison. Having promised Peiji to uphold their final act, Su Che was determined to remain steadfast. The two performers had privately rehearsed this song several times, yet had never showcased it before such a large audience. They simply needed to treat the spectators as if they were invisible. In an instant, Su Che's demeanor shifted as he stepped forward, gradually approaching Chi Wanwan. She mirrored his movements. On stage, the lights flickered in a sultry dance, casting an enigmatic purple glow that enveloped the entire scene in a hazy mystique. Su-che and Chi Wanwan's bodies were closely entwined, transitioning from face-to-face to side-by-side, and eventually to a back embrace, their forms almost merging into one. Chi Wanwan's delicate waist undulated against Su-che's body. As the song progressed, they locked eyes and embraced, both acutely aware of each other's breath. Unable to restrain herself, Chi Wanwan involuntarily swallowed. With the next dance move, Su-che momentarily detached from Chi Wanwan, allowing for a brief respite. Just moments before, her body had pressed intimately against his chest, her alluring curves twisting against him, quickening his heartbeat. Previously, they had trained in the dance studio, clad in loose-fitting attire, maintaining a respectful distance. Unlike now, where Chi Wanwan wore a pleated skirt and a fitted, lightweight white shirt, the closeness made it almost palpable to feel each other's skin. Su-che steadied his breath and continued to follow the rhythm of the song. In Troublemaker, there was a particularly memorable dance move. The male partner would take the female partner's hand and slowly draw near, poised to kiss her, only for her to turn away at the last moment. The performance had now reached this pivotal moment. Su-che lifted Chi Wanwan's arm, his cheek gliding down her arm. Just as they were about to kiss, the expected move would have been for Chi Wanwan to turn her head away, but instead, she did not. Su-che pressed his lips to hers. His eyes widened in surprise as he observed Chi Wanwan's feigned astonishment. He chuckled softly, shaking his head, and continued with the choreography. This intimate moment was broadcast on the large screens flanking the stage, captivating the audience below. The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. In the live stream of the Rhythm Equation, viewers flooded the chat with comments. Did they just kiss? That was a kiss, right? Oh my Chi Wanwan, how could she kiss my husband? Clearly, she just didn't react in time and accidentally touched him. I refuse to believe it. Chi Wanwan must have done it on purpose. Chapter 15. The event concludes in the live broadcast room of the Rhythm Equation. Tensions flared as a result of the kiss shared by Feng Ruoshi and Su-che, dividing the audience into three distinct factions. One group, comprised of female fans enamored with Su-che's striking appearance, inundated the chat with vitriolic comments, denouncing Chi Wanwan as a scheming vixen taking advantage of the situation. The second faction rallied behind Chi Wanwan, defending her by explaining that the incident stemmed from a mere misstep, embodying the sorrowful warmth of her supporters. The third group, reveling in the chaos, fanned the flames with provocative remarks, particularly a comment that incited the recently joined warm-hearted fans who had initially been captivated by Chi Wanwan's beauty. In the break room, the exuberant Baokai Strawberry, with a gleeful expression of shipper enthusiasm, fixated on the performance of the two on stage and remarked, I am certain that Chi Wanwan acted with intent. Dai Gula concurred, stating, is evident to all. Meanwhile, Dao Xiaodao adopted a pragmatic viewpoint, noting, such actions will undoubtedly alienate a significant number of Su-che's female fans. With his exceptional looks, his primary demographic is undoubtedly young female admirers. However, this group is also the most susceptible to disengagement. Once rumors surface or a relationship is confirmed, it is highly probable that they will collectively withdraw their support. Xiao Baowang chuckled. Su-che likely does not concern himself with such matters. Although their acquaintance was brief, Xiao Baowang perceived Su-che's nonchalance regarding his sudden rise to fame. His background suggested a reverence for freedom, indicating he would not be swayed by the opinions of his fanbase. On stage, the duration of a song typically spans 3 to 5 minutes. As the music drew to a close, Su-che and Chi Wanwan completed their performance, hand in hand, bowing in gratitude to the audience before descending from the stage. Su-che, why did you just kiss me? Chi Wanwan inquired, puffing her cheeks in mock indignation as they left the stage. Su-che crossed his arms over his chest, responding with a knowing smile, a kiss is a kiss. This is not our first encounter. When you kissed me, you practically drenched my face in saliva. Su-che still possessed several childhood photos, even videos, of Chi Wanwan playfully nibbling on his cheek. Chi Wanwan's face flushed a deep crimson. That was when we were kids. I have grown up now. Are you suggesting that growing up precludes kissing? Su-che leaned forward, lowering himself so that their warm cheeks pressed together, their breaths mingling, allowing them to feel each other's warmth. Chi Wanwan, shy and unable to meet his gaze, stammered, I. I didn't say you couldn't. Unconsciously, she uttered her thoughts aloud, only to realize the implications, causing her ears to burn with embarrassment. Then I shall kiss you, Su-che said with a slight smile, preparing to bend down and savor the softness of her lips. Chi Wanwan was momentarily taken aback before she could utter a word. A warm sensation brushed against her lips. Just as the other party sought to breach the barrier, Chi Wanwan shyly pushed him away. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, she grasped Su-che's ear and exclaimed, Su-che, you, how dare you kiss me without my consent? But you also did not seek my permission just now. Su-che shrugged with a smile and replied, now we are even. With that, he turned and walked away. It was not that Su-che did not harbor feelings for Chi Wanwan. They had reached a point where only the clarification of their relationship remained. However, as they were on the brink of entering university, the prospect of a long-distance relationship weighed heavily on him. Moreover, Chi Wanwan aspired to become a star, and Su-che could not assure her of his devotion amidst the temptations of youth. At just 18, he found himself at an age ripe with potential distractions. As they embarked on their university journeys, free from parental oversight, the world teemed with allure. Su-che was genuinely hesitant to promise her fidelity at such a tender age. Perhaps maintaining the status quo was the wisest course. Watching Su-che's retreating figure, Chi Wanwan felt a hollow ache in her heart. In truth, her impulsive actions on stage had not been thoroughly contemplated. She had yet to envision what a confirmed relationship with Su-che would entail. Were they to solidify their bond, the inevitable long separations would likely lead to incessant worries and insecurities. Yet, there was a certain comfort in their current arrangement. Chi Wanwan soon dismissed her inner turmoil. Despite the absence of a formal relationship, their interactions bore a striking resemblance to romance. Rather than fretting over future hardships, she chose to savor the sweetness of the present. At the very least, she relished the emotional state they currently shared. Su-che, wait for me, Chi Wanwan called out with a smile, hastening to leap onto his back, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. This moment mirrored the times from their childhood when Su-che would carry her off to play. As time passed, the host on stage commenced the final lottery draw. The prizes included shopping vouchers from various brands, with the grand prize being a complimentary voucher for a shopping spree at the Damo Cube Mall, capped at 10,000 yuan. Following the lottery, a spectacular drone performance began. Hundreds, even thousands of drones took to the sky, forming an orderly cube shape. Under the skilled manipulation of the drone team, the cube began to rotate, ultimately dispersing into a magnificent dragon soaring into the air. As the dragon flew, it transformed into words of blessing for the grand opening. Thus, the entire ceremony came to a close. After the event, Su-che and Chi Wanwan joined Feng Ruoshi and the rest of the rhythm equation dance team for a celebratory meal. At the table, Feng Ruoshi deftly opened a bottle of beer with a flourish, downing it in one go. A free-spirited girl from northeast China, after finishing her icy beer, boldly settled beside Su-che, playfully resting her hand on his shoulder and raising an eyebrow in jest. Xiao-che, how was the feeling of kissing tonight? I specifically selected Troublemaker for you. After being teased, Su-che, unperturbed, playfully retorted, Sister Ruoshi, having known you for so many years. It seems you've never had a boyfriend. Have you even attempted a kiss? Otherwise, why would you pose such a question? Feng Ruoshi, momentarily stunned, a flicker of guilt passing through her eyes, quickly regained her composure and stubbornly replied, Who says I haven't kissed? I've had several relationships. Oh. Su-che observed her with a half-smile. Then how come I've never seen you with anyone? Having known Feng Ruoshi for many years, apart from witnessing her interactions with male staff in the dance studio, he had never seen her engage with any other unfamiliar men. Su-che had always assumed that Feng Ruoshi was a lesbian. Indeed, Rome City is remarkably inclusive. Previously, Su-che had come across a statistical report online indicating that the total number of LGBTQ individuals, both male and female, in Rome City ranks third nationally, with the first being Mountain City and the second, Magic City. Why are you so concerned about my affairs? Do you perhaps harbor feelings for me? A hint of unease flickered in Feng Ruoshi's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, playfully pinching Su-che's chin, her gaze laced with flirtation. Xukizmirkt. his expression instantly turning serious. "You're just an average girl, quite disappointing." "You." Feng Ruo, she was taken aback by his words, her ample bosom trembling with indignation. She then pulled Su Che closer, their faces nearly touching, and indignantly exclaimed, "With such beauty, how could you remain unmoved?" Su Che delivered a decisive blow. "Wan Wanchen is about to slay you with her gaze." Feng Ruo, she snapped back to reality, turning to see Qi Wanwan emerging from the restroom, her eyes filled with a murderous intent. With an awkward chuckle, Feng Ruo, she promptly pushed Su Che away and ushered Qi Wanwan to sit down. Before long, the two resumed their camaraderie as good sisters. After the gathering concluded, "Sukidrove ki vanwanom." "Su Che, remember to let me know you arrived safely." She waved as she entered the luxurious garden community. Su Che returned to New Hope D10, where Tian Liron and Su Penghui had not yet returned. Upon entering his room, he took a shower, changed into his pajamas, and noted the time was 10:56 p.m. He lay down on his bed and closed his eyes. As for the task, he decided to wait until tomorrow for verification. He could not allow one task to jeopardize another. Chapter 16. Su Che gains 2 million followers overnight. Asksu Gizlamberd. The livestream snippets from that evening's event ignited a fervor across the internet, propelled by a myriad of marketing accounts. Trending highlights. Caption, "Oh my. How can someone socially perish to such an extent?" Video content. Brain Master stood on the event stage, utterly unprepared, so anxious that he faltered in his singing. In the comment section of this video, I witnessed the entire event and felt a wave of embarrassment. I can't believe Brain Master managed to hold on up there. I initially intended to watch the 4 major internet celebrities dance, but unexpectedly found myself captivated by this fresh-faced young man who just turned 18. Family, I truly adore him. Attached is a photo of Su Che in his suit uniform. I declare, this is my newly minted idol. A 2004-born heartthrob, standing at 184 centimeters, weighing 74 kilograms. A freshman in journalism and communication at Zhejiang University, proficient in dance and electronic go. Su Che's livestream close-up shot before long. The likes on this video skyrocketed to nearly 1 million, with comments reaching a staggering 10% engagement rate. Following the release of this video, a plethora of additional snippets began to emerge. Su Che's follower count soared from 3 million to over 4 million, and this figure continued to rise steadily. The following morning, at 6:30 a.m., Su Che's alarm clock rang. As he opened his bleary eyes, he stretched lazily, rose from his bed, and headed straight to the bathroom for a refreshing shower and teeth brushing before emerging revitalized. He picked up his phone and made his way to the living room. Pouring himself a glass of milk and grabbing a few slices of bread, he settled at the dining table to enjoy breakfast while browsing Douyin. The numerous 99 notifications caused some discomfort for the perfectionist Su Che. Upon checking his Douyin backend, he discovered his follower count had reached an astonishing 5 million. This dramatic surge left him somewhat astonished. While he had anticipated a rise in popularity, he had no concrete notion of its magnitude. The most sensational scenario he could imagine was based on the template of Dao Xiaodao, whose transformation video featuring a head-swinging dance garnered 9 million followers overnight. Truly remarkable. One cannot help but marvel at how certain miracles unfold with a power far beyond expectations. At present, Su Che's follower increase still lagged behind that of Dao Xiaodao. Scrolling through videos, he noticed that 8 out of 10 were related to him. Of course, this was a result of algorithmic calculations. Yet each video boasted impressive like and comment counts. It was evident that he would continue to receive favorable exposure on Douyin during this period. Setting that aside, Su Che accessed his Douyin backend, navigating to the information update section and clicking the confirmation button to verify his identity. Douyin routinely checks to ensure account security, confirming that the account is indeed being operated by the rightful owner. Upon clicking the confirmation, a system notification sounded. Ding! Detected that the host possesses a Douyin account. Conducting a genuine follower verification. The account boasts 5.64 million followers. Upon verification, the genuine follower count stands at 2.54 million. With an unconverted genuine follower count of 2.87 million. The completion of the first phase task results in a reward of a random monetary blind box, with a cap of 100,000, currently being opened. Congratulations to the host for unveiling the random monetary blind box, earning 66,000. The completion of the second phase task yielded a reward of a random luxury watch blind box with a cap of 1 million, which is also being opened. Congratulations to the host for revealing the random luxury watch blind box, acquiring a Rolex Daytona Series M126506-0001, available for collection at any authorized Rolex store nationwide. The completion of the third phase task rewards a random real estate blind box with a cap of 10 million, which is in the process of being opened. Congratulations to the host for unveiling the random real estate blind box, receiving a finely decorated penthouse apartment in Wendinuan, complete with a scenic view. The property certificate will be delivered and can be accepted at any time. As the notifications continued to ring, Suche meticulously examined the results. The 66,000 from the first task had already been transferred to his Alipay account, a dividend from the authorized merchandise. Regarding the luxury watch from the second task, Suche conducted an online search. It was a Rolex Daytona model in ice blue, with official pricing slightly above 600,000, while its market value exceeded 800,000. Suche was not well acquainted with watches. Throughout his 18 years of life, he had never worn one. During his school years, Tian Lirong had maintained a strict oversight, which only eased after he reached adulthood and completed his college entrance examinations. As for the final real estate blind box, Suche followed the system's prompt to his room, opening the drawer to find a property certificate. According to the information on the certificate, the apartment was situated near the Zhejiang University Zijin campus, comprising a finely renovated penthouse with a building area of 216 square meters. The system had indeed rewarded him in alignment with his circumstances. With this apartment, Suche would undoubtedly apply for a day student status. He had never been one to compromise on his comfort. When better options were available, why endure hardships unnecessarily? After securing the property certificate, Suche glanced at the system's follower conversion progress. The system required data from genuine followers over a week, indicating a conversion period for newly acquired followers. The fourth task involving the industry blind box would only be settled after the school term commenced. Today is August 15th. In 5 days, the registration for new students at the Zhejiang University Zijin campus will take place over 2 days. Suche plans to arrive in Linen on the 19th to receive both the apartment and his vehicle. The Zijin campus spans approximately 6,000 acres, and students attending the institution typically require a mode of transportation. While the campus provides shuttle buses, shared bicycles, and electric scooters for use by students and faculty, demand often outstrips supply, leading most students to procure their own means of transport. Students at Zhejiang University are permitted to drive to and from campus, a fact that Suche had already anticipated. He had originally planned to purchase a vehicle, but fortuitously, the system had rewarded him with a Bentley Continental GT, sparing him the expense. As for the concern of appearing ostentatious, Suche was utterly indifferent. Being a prominent internet celebrity inherently carries a certain flamboyance. Thus, even if he were to attend classes in a Bentley, it would merely add a touch of opulence to his already illustrious persona, especially since the origins of the system's rewards, be it possessions or finances, are impeccably legitimate. With such transparent provenance, why should he veil it? After establishing a timeline, Suche settled before his computer, expertly launching League of Legends, ready to embark on an exhilarating digital journey. As he engaged in his game, he simultaneously monitored comments on Douyin, selecting a few to which he would respond. He intended to host a live stream in the coming days to enhance the conversion rate of genuine fans mandated by the system, ensuring he would not fall short of 5 million followers. As the afternoon unfolded, Suche grasped his phone and stepped outside. He intended to collect his Daytona ice blue watch. Driving to the IFS International Financial Center, he parked and made his way to Chengdu's most renowned street, Chuanxi Road. Since its viral rise on the internet, Chuanxi Road has become a bustling hub for visitors, passers-by, and internet celebrities alike. Each day, a diverse array of influencers, from fashionistas to trendsetters, could be seen capturing their moments on the street. A popular saying on Douyin emerged: "A stroll down Chuanxi Road makes one feel like a mere commoner," reflecting its undeniable trendiness. However, due to various factors, another saying took root. If you wish to see beauty in Chengdu, head to Chuanxi Road. Suche's attire for the day was refreshingly simple. A standard baseball cap perched atop his head, a white printed t-shirt paired with light blue straight-legged jeans, and casual white sneakers. This unpretentious ensemble, combined with his tall stature and graceful demeanor, rendered him a conspicuous figure amidst the crowd. Just as Suche was about to enter the financial center, a woman clad in a graffiti-emblazoned short-sleeve shirt and denim skirt approached him, holding a wireless lapel microphone. "Hello, young man. We are conducting street interviews. May we engage in a brief conversation with you?" Chapter 17. Street Interview, Rolex Watch. Xukistud Firm. Street interviews are a familiar sight for every local resident of Rongqing. After all, in 2018, the internet exploded when a young woman affectionately known as Xiao Tian became an overnight sensation with her remark, "As long as you can take me out to eat." This simple request captured the hearts of countless men, prompting many to travel from great distances to Rongqing. There were even coordinated efforts from land, sea, and air. During that period, tickets for flights, high-speed trains, and regular trains were sold out, and it was worth noting that this was not during a holiday. The fervor rivaled that of the spring festival travel rush. Suche's impression of this event was particularly vivid because, during that time, his family's hot pot restaurant was perpetually packed, with the staff busily attending to the throngs of customers. He too was roped in by his father to help as a waiter. It was evident that, during that time, Xiao Tian faced no competition on Douyin, with several others attempting to use her signature background music, only to be met with harsh criticism. Glancing at the Cupid logo affixed to the camera, Suche nodded, indicating his agreement. Anna, the woman in a denim skirt, immediately lit up upon hearing this. She was a short video content creator focusing on emotional issues between men and women, primarily interviewing attractive passersby. However, during this time, the quality of her videos had significantly declined, leaving her in a state of distress. Chuanxi Road was indeed teeming with high-profile individuals, yet most were internet celebrities. Not fitting her criteria, and not all passersby were inclined to participate in street interviews. Today, she and her cameraman had been waiting for quite some time. Finally spotting an exceptionally handsome individual, she noted that despite the hat obscuring his face, his profile and graceful demeanor suggested he possessed remarkable good looks. Anna quickly approached the cameraman with an eager glint in her eyes, hoping he would agree to be interviewed. Fortunately, her persistence paid off, as the striking figure seemed amenable to her request. After adjusting her attire and clearing her throat, she approached Suche and asked, "Excuse me, young man. Are you a local of Rongqing? How old are you this year? What is your name? Would you mind removing your hat?" Upon finishing her question, she positioned the microphone before him to capture his response. As Suche removed his hat, he replied, "I am a local, 18 years old, named Suche." Suke. Such a lovely name, Anna thought, swallowing hard as she gazed at his face with a starry-eyed expression. Unbeknownst to her, Suche was the very individual who had recently surged to prominence on Douyin, overshadowing several well-known internet personalities. Although she resided in Rongqing, the algorithm of Douyin could not ensure that all locals would encounter the same content. It tailored the feed based on audience demographics. And since Anna had been preoccupied with her video content issues in recent days, she had little inclination to browse Douyin. Anna gazed at Suche's exquisitely handsome face and continued her inquiry. At 18, are you currently a senior in high school or an aspiring college student? Suke replied, "An aspiring college student." Anna pressed on, "Which university?" "Zhejiang University," he answered. Impressive. After a series of fundamental questions, Anna transitioned to the main topic. "Are you pursued by many admirers at school?" Suche pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not really, although he was the object of affection for many girls. None had taken the initiative to pursue him. Throughout his high school years, he had yet to receive a single love letter. "What is your ideal type?" Anna inquired. "I don't have a specific ideal type at the moment," Suche replied. "Have you encountered particularly flirtatious girls?" Anna moved on to her next question. "What would you consider particularly flirtatious?" Suche countered. "For instance, like this." Anna demonstrated her point by extending her hand directly towards Suche's chest. Upon seeing him, she had felt an overwhelming urge to do so, eager to discern the physique beneath his t-shirt. Suche subtly stepped back, avoiding her touch. The cameraman, unable to watch any longer, quickly intervened, pulling Anna back. Calm down, Anna. Although he is quite handsome, he is still a child. Embarrassed, Anna apologized to Suche, adjusted her demeanor, and continued, has behavior like that ever occurred? Suche nodded. Indeed, he had encountered such instances, which explained his swift reaction. Indeed, when faced with a gentleman of your caliber, it is challenging for us girls to maintain our composure. Anna complimented Suche while justifying her previous actions. Subsequently, Anna posed several questions regarding emotional understanding. After approximately half an hour, the street interview concluded. Anna instructed the cameraman to turn off the camera and expressed her gratitude to Suche, saying, "You have truly been a great help, handsome. May we treat you to a meal?" Encountering someone of such exceptional allure, Anna was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. While she did not harbor extravagant hopes of becoming romantically involved with Suche, she cherished the chance for an exhilarating exchange. "I apologize, but I have some matters to attend to." Suche politely declined her invitation, nodding his farewell before entering the financial center. Watching Suche's retreating figure, Anna felt a twinge of disappointment. Anna, at that moment, the cameraman seemed to notice something, excitedly calling out to her. "What is it?" Anna replied, somewhat annoyed. "Look, is that the handsome guy from earlier?" The cameraman held his phone in front of her, pointing at a short video playing on the screen with astonishment. Anna scrutinized the footage and confidently declared, "Yes, it is indeed him." She hurriedly retrieved her phone, opened Douyin, and entered Suche's name into the search bar. Soon, Douyin provided the results. Upon discovering that Suche's fanbase had astonishingly surpassed 5 million, a wave of shock and delight washed over her. Today truly felt like a day blessed by fortune, and she felt destined for success. Anna promptly urged the photographer to return to the studio. Eager to begin editing the video, seizing the momentum generated by Suche's popularity, they aimed to release the edited video at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, Suche arrived at the Rolex boutique. "Good day, sir. Welcome to the Rolex store. How may I assist you?" A staff member dressed in professional attire greeted her with utmost respect. "Hello, I am here to collect a watch," Suche responded. "May I please see your identification and the collection voucher?" The staff member inquired. Suche handed over her identification card along with the collection voucher provided by the system, and then awaited their verification. During the verification process, the staff member served her a pot of tea with a cup. After savoring a couple of cups, the staff led Suche to a private area, presenting a Rolex Daytona ice blue watch elegantly displayed on a tray. They proceeded to explain the intricacies of the watch's movement and materials. However, Suche was indifferent to these details, admitting her lack of understanding as she held the watch in her hands. The striking ice blue dial stood out prominently, exhibiting a diverse array of effects under varying light conditions. The dial featured 3 subdials with trapezoidal diamond hour markers and hands crafted from platinum. Centrally located in the dial at 6 o'clock was the inscription "Swiss made," accompanied by a small crown. "Allow me to assist you in trying on. If it does not fit perfectly, we will make the necessary adjustments," the staff member offered. Suche extended her wrist for assistance in trying on. Feeling it a bit loose, she requested an adjustment. Once the adjustments were completed, she donned the watch. Although she was not accustomed to wearing watches, her adaptability shone through, and she quickly acclimated. With her striking appearance and well-defined arm contours, the ice blue timepiece enhanced her elegance and charm. After concluding all procedures, Suche departed with a watch box, receipt, and warranty card in hand. Exiting the financial center, she made her way to the parking lot to retrieve her vehicle and drove home. Upon returning, she noticed a WeChat message from Chi Wan. "Milky cheese roll. Suche? Suche, my fans have exceeded 4 million. So happy." JPG, Chapter 18. An artistic portrait priced at 3,500 yuan. In the resplendent Huayuan community, Chi Wan reclined on her soft, pastel-hued bed, clad in a snug tank top and petite shorts. Her feet swung playfully, while her fingers cradled her phone. Her eyes narrowed into crescent-shaped crescents, a smile gracing her lips as she tapped away. Suche, he gained over 1 million followers overnight. So many people are praising me in the comments. And there are even some on my short video comments saying they want to challenge you. Screenshots. Am I not impressive? Proud face. JPG having indulged in a leisurely slumber until noon. Chi Wanwan was astounded to discover that her follower count had surged by over 1 million upon opening Douyin. After scrolling for several hours, she remembered to share the news with Su Che. Ding dong, Su Che. Little card. Do you really think it's appropriate to flaunt your 1 million-plus follower increase before me? Screenshots. 6 million followers. Do you not realize who brought you here? Say thank you. JPG upon reading Su Che's message. Chi Wanwan puffed her cheeks and began to type a retort. You're so annoying. Those followers of yours are just infatuated with your looks. My newfound followers adore my dance prowess. Before Su Che could respond, she initiated a video call. As soon as the connection was established, Su Che's image appeared before her. Su Che, I've been inundated with messages from numerous MCN agencies, and it's quite bothersome. As soon as the video call commenced, Chi Wanwan vented her frustrations to Su Che. In truth, given their current popularity, signing with a reputable MCN agency would greatly benefit both their careers. MCN agencies typically maintain close ties with major platforms, possessing abundant promotional resources and offering superior marketing channels and commercial opportunities. Chi Wanwan sought Su Che's perspective on the matter. If he was inclined to sign with an MCN agency, she would accompany him. If he preferred not to, she would decline as well. If you don't intend to sign, just state it clearly on your profile so that others won't pester you. I clarified it on my profile this morning. I have no desire to lose my creative freedom, Su Che replied from the other end of the line. Then I shall update my profile description as well. Chi Wanwan immediately responded. In the new Hope D10 community, Su Che pondered Chi Wanwan's reply before typing. If you wish to pursue a career in the entertainment industry, the short video realm is indeed a commendable choice. In recent years, the influx of newcomers in the entertainment scene has dwindled. This is due, in part, to the intensifying competition and, on the other hand, the fact that most resources are monopolized by a select few popular stars and the 85 flowers. To claim your share from them, one must possess either formidable connections or substantial traffic. In the contemporary entertainment industry, the emergence of new talent through selection programs has faced significant restrictions, leading to the depletion of this vital avenue for nurturing newcomers, resulting in a scarcity of fresh faces. Su Che is aware of Chi Wanwan's long-held aspiration to become a star, so after some contemplation, he decided to offer her a word of advice. Nai Wei Ji Shi Wan. I don't want that. I aspire to be a people's artist, not a trend-following celebrity. Upon reading this, Su Che couldn't help but chuckle, promptly searching online for an interview featuring Yangmi, where she expressed her desire to be a people's artist. He took a screenshot and sent it. Moments latte. Chi Wanwan's voice messages flooded in. Su Che didn't even need to open them to envision what she was saying. Suke, all right, I was merely suggesting a perspective. If you don't wish to sign with an MCN agency now, then don't. Perhaps in the future, I will establish my own MCN agency, and you can sign with me then. Nai Wei Ji Shi Wan. Then it's settled. I'll sign with you in the future, and you will support me. Suke, okay. People's artist. As night fell, Tian Lirong and Su Penghui returned home. As soon as she changed into her slippers, Tian Lirong hurriedly approached Su Che and affectionately embraced him, proudly exclaiming, Xiao Che, you are simply amazing. Do you know that nearly 500 people came to register at the dance studio today, all drawn in by you? You're truly my lucky star. When the Rhythm Formula opened its doors today, girls around Su Che's age started arriving one after another to sign up for dance classes. After inquiring, Tian Lirong discovered that it was Su Che's dance video from the previous night that had gone viral on Douyin, and he had also conducted a live stream in the Rhythm Formula studio. The young girls were eager not only to learn dance, but also to meet Su Che in person. Su Che, upon hearing this, shot her a glance and replied exasperatedly, Mom, I'm going to university in a few days. Please don't use my fame for promotion. What if I can't make it to the dance studio after starting school? I could be accused of false advertising. Tian Lirong rolled her eyes and retorted, Am I the type of person to do that? I made sure to inform them when they registered. I thought they would cancel their courses, but to my surprise, they didn't mind at all and even said that as long as I took a few artistic photos of you for them, it would suffice, since they have made such a request. How could I refuse? Don't you agree? Artistic photos are quite simple. You'll cooperate with your mother, won't you, Xiaoche? With the conversation reaching this point, Suche had no choice but to helplessly shrug and agree. I'll go take the photos tomorrow. I might as well visit the dance studio to meet them. The rhythm formula offers 3 types of classes categorized by interest: regular interest classes, intensive training sessions, and private lessons. The primary demographic for the intensive training courses comprises students preparing for dance entrance examinations or those pursuing professional qualifications, all seeking to enhance their skills and test-taking abilities within a limited time frame. Private lessons cater not only to dance students, but also to working professionals constrained by time, as well as children from affluent families. Typically, those who enroll in such circumstances are participants in regular interest classes. The annual fee for the Rhythm Equations regular interest class amounts to 3,500 yuan. Feeling somewhat guilty about spending such a considerable sum merely for a single artistic photograph, Suche intends to take some time in the next few days to meet with the instructors and treat them to milk tea or afternoon tea as a token of gratitude. Upon sharing his thoughts, Tian Lirong expressed her support. Having observed that most of the girls in this group are not genuine dance enthusiasts and are unlikely to attend classes regularly, drawn instead by her son's appealing looks. Although she contemplated declining the fees, her attempts to dissuade them had proven futile, so she decided to acquiesce. Judging by their attire, it was evident that this group of girls mostly hailed from affluent families. It would be unwise to forego the earnings. If parents were to inquire later, a refund could be arranged then. Hey, Xiaoche, when did you buy a watch? After a brief conversation between mother and son, Tian Lirong noticed the watch on Suche's wrist. I just bought it today, Suche casually replied. It looks quite nice. You should indeed adorn your wrist with some accessories, Tian Lirong remarked, although she was not well versed in watches, merely appreciating the beauty of the icy blue timepiece. At that moment, Su Penghui approached, glancing at the watch, and exclaimed, "You young man, as soon as you have a little money, you start splurging. That icy blue one can't be cheap, can it?" Suche chuckled. It's not too bad. Su Penghui shook his head, choosing not to comment further. Suke, having the capability to earn his own money, found the watch, though precious, well within his means. Now that he had matured, it was typical for boys to develop an interest in cars and watches. As long as he enjoyed it and it fell within his budget, he could indulge as he pleased. Su Penghui himself shared this interest, wearing a Vacheron Constantine overseas on his wrist. After dinner, Suche returned to his room, set up his phone, and began a live stream. In no time, the number of viewers surged towards 30,000 and continued to rise. Hello everyone, I am Suche. I express my heartfelt gratitude for your support. I have decided to host this live stream today. So, if you have any questions or wish to see a particular dance, please feel free to type them on the screen. To start, let's engage in an exciting round of electronic Go. I must confess, I hold a certain standing in the realm of electronic Go. Chapter 19. Tian Lirong, what's the matter? Do you intend to be a scoundrel? After 3 consecutive 5th-place finishes, Suche's previously cheerful expression turned crimson. In the game of teamfight tactics, finishing 7th or 8th is somewhat bearable, as one can accept the lack of fortune and poor strategy with grace. However, being eliminated in 5th place repeatedly is utterly intolerable. Each time he meticulously crafted his team composition, preparing to lock in his health for a decisive offensive, he encountered an insurmountable opponent, which was truly maddening. Is this reasonable? In the first match, I played Stormpike, and at the preparation stage, I received both Ousting and Pike at level 7. Yet I still managed to secure consecutive victories, leading me to believe this match was in the bag. But the preparation stage is indeed treacherous. 2 2-star 4-cost champions failed to transform into sheep, and the 2-star Dragon Lady did not morph into Ousting. It is truly vexatious. Moreover, playing as Wafei, with 8 players and 5 of them sharing the same path. How can that be feasible? In the very last match, after painstakingly assembling my team, I unexpectedly faced a 3-star Xayah. I was baffled. Isn't this card highly sought after? How could a 3-star Xayah emerge so suddenly at rounds 4 to 5? Observing Suche's exasperated demeanor, the entire livestream chat erupted in laughter. Within Suche's stream, the audience swelled from 30,000 at the start to over 100,000, with many eager to witness this newly renowned figure. To their surprise, upon entering the stream, they found the host flustered. Suche, in the realm of electronic Go. I hold a certain stature. Commenter, turns out even a handsome guy can be terrible at games. Now we share common ground. Commenter, heed my advice. Stay in your dance realm and don't even think about crossing over. Suche glanced at the barrage of comments, speechless, before exiting the game and heading to the dance studio. All right, it's dance time. If you wish to see me perform a particular dance, feel free to type it in the chat. I will say 5 numbers before taking a screenshot. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Suche promptly captured the screen, and the top comment was a request for a sultry girl group dance. The most alarming aspect was that every single comment was about the girl group dance. You all are relentless. Suche wore a bemused expression, yet he honored his commitment. After securing his phone in place, he took a few steps back and began to dance as the music played. With each movement, he executed the girl group dance with even greater finesse and flexibility than the original, flawlessly mastering the more challenging and intricate dance maneuvers. After performing 7 or 8 dances, Suche glanced at the time and prepared to conclude the stream. All right, everyone, this marks the end of tonight's live stream. In the coming days, I will sporadically go live. But next week I will be heading back to school, so live streams will likely be less frequent. That's all for now. Goodbye, everyone. With that, he closed the stream and checked the statistics in the back end. The cumulative number of likes has reached an astonishing 230 million, and over 300,000 GIFs have been received. Though I may not fully comprehend it, those who do are encouraged to elucidate in the comments. Even with the TikTok platform's 50-50 split after taxes, it still amounts to a substantial sum. It is no wonder that an increasing number of individuals are gravitating towards the realm of live streaming. After a brief glance, Suche closed TikTok. His primary intention in broadcasting was to convert the majority of his newly acquired followers. Many individuals, despite having recently followed a streamer, tend to forget them if there is a lack of subsequent engagement. This segment is not considered genuine fans by the system. To ultimately achieve the system's goal of 5 million authentic followers, Suche was determined to nurture these new fans while the momentum was still favorable, lest they slip away. He aimed to avoid the situation where, after 7 days, the system's task would go unfulfilled. Returning to his room, Suche took a shower and glanced at the time before lying down to rest. The next day, August 16th, he rose at 6:30 in the morning, planned to take photographs in the afternoon, attended dance practice, and then streamed in the evening. August 17th, again he awoke at 6:30, delivered photos to the dance studio in the afternoon, went shopping for clothes, and streamed that evening. August 18th, he rose at 6:30, accompanied Chi Wan shopping in the afternoon, but felt so exhausted that he decided against streaming that night. August 19th, Suche woke early, had breakfast, and began packing his luggage in his room. He had already booked a flight for 11 o'clock that morning to Linen, as he was to report to Zhejiang University the following day. After packing his suitcase, he wheeled it into the living room. Why not sleep a bit longer? There's still plenty of time, Su Penghui remarked, noting that it was only 7 o'clock. Under normal traffic conditions, the drive from their neighborhood to Shuangliu Airport would take around 40 minutes. With a 10 o'clock flight, arriving by 9 would suffice. The VIP area had dedicated staff to assist with baggage check-in. I've gotten used to early mornings these days, Suche replied after taking a sip of milk. Indeed, maintaining a routine of early to bed and early to rise is a commendable habit. Don't be deceived by youth and good health into squandering your time. Su Penghui continued, with Suche listening patiently, showing no signs of impatience. After some time, Su Penghui asked, "Are you sure you don't want your mother and me to accompany you?" Suche gently declined. "No, you and Mom have been quite busy lately. I can manage the registration myself. There will be senior students at the school to guide the newcomers. If I have any questions, I can simply ask them." Upon hearing this, Su Penghui refrained from further insistence. Suche had always been mature and composed, so his parents respected his decision. "Have you booked the hotel?" Su Penghui inquired. The 19th and 20th were designated as the new students' registration days, and the first day was likely to be quite crowded. With a flight scheduled for 10 o'clock, Suche would arrive in Linen around 1 in the afternoon, and it would take at least an hour or two to reach the university. They would not reach the campus until nearly 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Thus, he planned to rest at the hotel for a day and report on the 20th. It's all booked, Suche remarked casually. Of course, he had not reserved a hotel. He intended to go directly to the Bentley dealership in Lennon to pick up his car, and after that, he would collect the keys to his new apartment. The property, rewarded by the system, was fully furnished, allowing him to move in effortlessly. That's good. By the way, isn't Wanwan coming to see you off? She'll be here shortly, Suki replied. He had informed Wanwan a couple of days ago, and she had expressed her intention to send him off. After finishing breakfast, Tian Lirong also got out of bed. The first thing she did was to look at Suche and ask, "Have you packed your admission letter and ID? Please don't forget them." She continued, "Moreover, your luggage can't hold much clothing. Autumn is approaching, and the weather will soon turn cooler. You need to bring your autumn and winter clothes too." Tian Lirong's incessant reminders reflected her reluctance. "Mom, don't worry. I have everything packed. As for clothes, I might come back during the National Day holiday, and if not, I'll just buy some in linen," Suche reassured, try to ease her concerns. However, Tian Lirong only heard him mention he wouldn't be returning for the holiday, and she feigned sadness. "Oh, my son has grown up and started to stray from home. It seems he has grown weary of family and us, even during the holidays." Suche looked helplessly at Su Penghui, hoping he would manage his wife's emotions. Su Penghui shrugged, indicating that in their home, his wife was in charge. Suche then decisively interjected, "Mom, I might be out with my girlfriend during that time. Would you still want me to come back? Are you planning to be a scoundrel and abandon Wanwan?" Tian Lirong asked with a serious expression. "We're not in a committed relationship yet, okay? Just be mindful and don't hurt Wanwan." Tian Lirong understood that, given her son's attributes, he would undoubtedly attract attention in university. An 18-year-old young man, handsome, wealthy, and somewhat famous online, it seemed implausible to expect him to remain grounded. Tian Lirong maintained a calm attitude towards Suche's romantic life. As long as he did not break the law, she could turn a blind eye to his actions. Nevertheless, she reiterated her caution, "Xiaoche, although you are usually composed, the outside world is filled with temptations. Do not let yourself be mesmerized, understand? Rest assured, Mom, I will not engage in any unlawful activities." Chapter 20. A plane encountering the deep affection of Jiangnan at 8:20 in the morning. Qi Wanwan arrived at Suche's home, cradling a large box. "Aunt Tian, Uncle Su," she greeted as she stepped through the door, the first order of business being to acknowledge Suche's parents, for she was indeed a courteous daughter-in-law. "And child, Wanwan's here. What have you got there?" Aunt Tian Lirong inquired with curiosity. Qi Wanwan, beaming, placed the box on the coffee table and began to unwrap it. "Tajda." She unveiled several exquisite figurines from within the box. Suche, this one is for you." She presented a delicately crafted figurine clad in a gray suit uniform, its expression stern, right before Suche. "This is me," she added, placing her own figurine beside his. Lastly, she revealed a duo figurine depicting the moment when Suche and Qi Wanwan shared a kiss while performing Troublemaker. "Wanwan, are you trying to sever my romantic prospects in college?" Suche quickly discerned her intentions. Qi Wanwan giggled awkwardly, then placed her hands on her hips and declared, "Suche, if you refuse to accept these figurines, I shan't present you with any further gifts." Suche had no intention of declining. He promptly stowed them away in his suitcase and turned to Qi Wanwan with curiosity. "What other gifts do you have?" From the depths of the box, Qi Wanwan extracted a laptop bag and handed it to Suche. As he opened the bag and revealed the laptop inside, astonishment washed over him. "Did you truly spend your entire savings on this?" The laptop was an ROG Zephyrus Duo 15, boasting a staggering price tag of 60,000 yuan. Equipped with an R9-5980HX processor, an RTX 3080 graphics card, 48 gigabytes of RAM, and a 2 terabyte solid-state drive, its dual-screen design was particularly unique, serving as an additional interface for content creation and allowing for simultaneous gaming and video viewing. Qi Wanwan's family had always been strict. Upon reaching adulthood, her parents did not entrust her with the management of her earnings, as Suche's parents had done. Consequently, over the years, her savings had barely exceeded 100,000 yuan, and now, A substantial portion had been devoted to this laptop, stirring emotions within Su-che. Just tell me if you like it or not, Chi Wanwan urged, her heart untroubled, eager only for his approval. I love it, Su-che replied with a radiant smile. He had initially planned to purchase a computer after arriving in Linen, as the desktop at home was impractical to transport. I'm glad you like it. It makes all my efforts over the past few days worthwhile. Chi Wanwan, unfamiliar with computers, had consulted numerous individuals and watched countless educational videos on Douyin to select the perfect laptop for Su-che. Ultimately, she chose the ROG Zephyrus Duo 15, which was suitable for both studying and gaming, allowing Su-che to engage in gaming while simultaneously chatting and video calling with her. Thank you for your hard work, Wanwan. Now, let me give your legs a little massage. Su-che smiled as he gently placed Chi Wanwan's slender legs on his thigh, kneading them softly. You're such a pervert, she exclaimed, hastily adjusting her skirt to prevent any unwelcome glimpses. If you dislike leg massages, I also offer chest and buttock massages. Which do you prefer? Sukiwink innocently. Go to hell, you creep. Chi Wanwan shyly pushed him away and called out to Aunt Tian. Aunt Tian, Su-che is trying to harass me. Feigning anger, Tian Lirong approached with a stern expression. Su-che immediately surrendered with a French salute. As the clock approached 9, Su-che pushed his suitcase and, along with Chi Wanwan and Tian Lirong, boarded Su Pinghui's Bentley Bentayga. The vehicle made its way toward Shuangliu International Airport in Chengdu. The two major civil airports in Sichuan are Shuangliu International Airport and Tianfu International Airport. The former is situated at the boundary of Shuangliu District and Wuhou District, while the latter is located in the Jianyang area under the jurisdiction of Chengdu. Hence, there's a saying in Sichuan, Shuangliu Airport belongs to the people of Chengdu, while Tianfu Airport is for the people of Sichuan. The traffic was relatively smooth that day, and they arrived at Shuangliu Airport in 43 minutes. Su-che, once you reach school, you must think of me, okay? Call me every day and also, Kivanwan reluctantly tagged Atiksu Chesishirt, reciting a list of reminders. What, do you think I'm my caretaker now? Sukichakud lightly. Regardless, you must at least call me once a day or send me a WeChat message. Chi Wanwan insisted. Fine. When your classes start, I'll see if I can take a day off to escort you to school. Su-che pondered, noting that their military training at Zhejiang University ended on the 9th, while Chi Wanwan reported on the 7th. He hoped he could manage a day off for a trip to the Magic City, which was only a 2 or 3 hour drive from Linen. Really? Then let's make a pinky promise. Chi Wanwan gleefully extended her little finger. I haven't said it's guaranteed yet, but I'll certainly do my best. Su-che replied with a smile, sealing their promise while preparing a gift for her as a back-to-school present. After bidding farewell to the three of them, Su-che proceeded to the first-class check-in counter at Shuangliu Airport and completed the necessary procedures before entering the lounge. He quietly sat on a sofa with a bottle of soda, waiting. As the plane was about to take off, staff approached to remind him and guided him to the exclusive first-class passage. Once airborne, they presented Su-che with the lunch menu. While he perused the menu, a familiar voice from the adjacent first-class seat caught his attention. I don't eat to lose weight. No fruit. Nothing at all. Su-che turned to see a handsome man in a black tank top, exuding a casual charisma, conversing with a flight attendant. Upon hearing the exchange, Su-che instinctively blurted out, Do you want the flight attendant's WeChat? That could work. The man in the black vest instinctively replied. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, turned his head, and saw Su-che's face. With an exaggerated expression, he exclaimed, Wow, brother, you have such a handsome face. After saying this, he scrutinized Su-che's features and suddenly recalled something. Brother, are you the one who's gone viral on Douyin these past few days? Su-che. Su-che introduced himself and casually greeted, Hello, Tongge. The man before him was none other than Tong Jincheng, famously known online as the most passionate person in Jiangnan. Indeed, it was Su-che. Tong Jincheng remembered that while on a business trip in Rongqing, he had come across Su-che's videos, and his companions had been discussing him, claiming he was the most popular internet celebrity in the Rongqing area recently. After Su-che ordered several dishes, the flight attendant gracefully retreated. Su-che glanced in Tong Jincheng's direction and curiously inquired, Tongge, aren't you going to order something to eat? Tong Jincheng unabashedly replied, If I do, One tea that make it seem like it's my first time in first class? Hearing this, Suche looked at his own order and reminded him, Tonga. Ordering in first class is part of the normal service process. Besides, do you really think they wouldn't recognize you? He pointed to the two flight attendants who were glancing their way. Tong Jincheng looked over, and they actively waved and greeted him. After reciprocating the gesture, Tong Jincheng began to chat with Suche. Brother, what brings you to Linen? I'm going to school. It's the new student registration period at Zhejiang University these days. Suche replied. Brother, not only do you have looks, but you're also an academic star. As a native of Linen, Tong Jincheng was well aware of the prestige of Zhejiang University. Suche's handsome appearance, combined with his academic prowess and graceful dancing skills, made him truly exceptional. Just then, the two flight attendants who had been stealing glances approached the two. One of them took out her phone and asked Suche, hello, may we take a photo with you? Before Suche could respond, Tong Jincheng, looking rather pained, interjected, wait, weren't you just looking at me? Why are you asking him for a photo? The flight attendant smiled politely and replied, Mr. Tong, we were actually greeting Mr. Su just now. Tong Jincheng was left utterly stunned. Chapter 21. The Unrelenting Strikes on Tong. Tong Jincheng never imagined that he would one day find himself overshadowed while standing alongside another internet celebrity. Although such occurrences were not entirely foreign to him, it nonetheless left a pang of discomfort in his heart. Just as Suche finished taking a photograph with a flight attendant and settled down, he noticed Tong Jincheng gazing at him with a look of discontent. Suche shrugged and chuckled. Brother Tong, I just inquired about their preferences, and they mentioned they like someone taller than themselves. This remark pierced Tong Jincheng's heart once more. Frustrated, he retorted, but my height is a respectable one. 75 meters. Suche, with a hint of sympathy, revealed the truth. Their heights are the same as yours. Upon hearing this, Tong Jincheng fell silent. The topic had become too painful to discuss. Shifting away from this disheartening subject, Tong Jincheng asked, Brother, have you considered joining an MCN company? If you're interested, you could come to my Ocean Star, and I assure you the best contract. He promised a signing fee that would undoubtedly satisfy Suche. With a striking appearance, it was clear that Suche had the potential for fame. He had established an MCN agency the previous year and had signed several male and female internet celebrities, predominantly female. Brother Tong, I'm not considering that at the moment, Suche politely declined. Tong Jincheng, though not surprised, noted that Suche was seated in first class, adorned with an icy blue watch, exuding an air of affluence that suggested a well-off background. If you ever change your mind, do consider my company. Suche smiled and nodded in agreement. After a brief conversation, Suche's meal was served. Tong Jincheng, understanding the social cues, refrained from further interruption. They would both be in Linen from now on, and, as fellow internet celebrities, their paths would undoubtedly cross again. After finishing their lunch, most passengers in first class closed their eyes to rest, and Suche and Tong Jincheng were no exception. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the plane arrived at Shaoshan International Airport. The two of them disembarked together. Suche, are you heading to school or somewhere else? I can arrange for someone to drop you off. If you're unfamiliar with Shaoshan Airport, taking a taxi might waste quite a bit of time. Although they had only known each other for a short while, Tong Jincheng found Suche easy to converse with and wished to build a good rapport, believing that even if Suche did not join his company, opportunities for collaboration could arise in the future. That would be a great help, Brother Tong, Suche acknowledged, realizing the truth in Tong Jincheng's words. Indeed, Shaoshan Airport was quite expansive, and those unfamiliar with it could easily lose precious time. It's a small matter, Tong Jincheng smiled, then took out his phone and dialed number. Hello, are you at home? If you have some time, could you come to Shaoshan Airport to assist me? You're at home, right? Great, just call me when you arrive. Remember to drive, don't take a taxi. After hanging up, Tong Jincheng turned to Suche and said, I called a friend who lives nearby. She'll be here shortly. She is also an internet celebrity, and you two can get acquainted. Curious, Suche inquired. The voice I just heard seemed to belong to a woman. Could it be the beauty from Tong GE's 798? Tong Jincheng smiled mysteriously. You will find out soon enough. Before long, Tong Jincheng led Suche to the parking lot, where a man approached him to assist with loading his luggage into the trunk. He had other matters to attend to, and thus arranged for someone else to escort Suche. Approximately 5 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz CLS glided to a halt before Tang Jinsheng. A sweet young woman emerged from the vehicle, adorned with delicate makeup, wearing a backless green top, denim shorts, and stylish white sneakers. Suche recognized her as Xu Shui, one of the female internet celebrities under Tang Jinsheng, known online as Teacher Fu. What do you want me for? I streamed live until nearly 3 in the morning and only managed to sleep around 6. I am utterly exhausted. Xu Shui complained as she stepped out of the car. Wake up. Let me introduce you to a friend, Tang Jinsheng replied, gesturing towards Suche. This is Suche, a friend I met on the plane, and he is quite the sensation on Douyin. Turning to Suche, he continued, Suche, this is Xu Shui, also known as Teacher Fu, one of my artists. Suche extended his hand, greeting her with a smile. Hello, Teacher Fu. I've seen some of your live streams. This statement was, of course, a fabrication. He had only occasionally stumbled upon her content, as he seldom watched live broadcasts. What a handsome young man, Xu Shui exclaimed, captivated by Suche's appearance. Hello, you are far more handsome than Tang Jinsheng. Tang Jinsheng shot her an exasperated glance and retorted, I am aware of this fact, but please refrain from voicing in my presence. Are you all right? Truth is meant to be spoken. Xu Shui dismissed with a wave of her hand before reaching out to shake Suche's hand. Suche, your hands are truly beautiful. Unable to resist, she examined his hands, noting their long, slender fingers, wide yet refined, with impeccably shaped nails. Tang Jinsheng, feeling irritated, pulled her away. Please maintain some decorum. One might think we at 798 are all infatuated. Xu Shui glanced at Tang Jinsheng's hands dismissively. If you have the ability, you should also have such handsome hands. Although Tang Jinsheng's hands were quite nice, they paled in comparison to Suche's. Feeling that today was particularly unfortunate for him, Tang Jinsheng quickly got to the point. Little Fu, could you take Suche to his destination? I have matters to attend to. Xu Shui nodded in agreement, eager to accompany such a striking young man. I would gladly endure any discomfort for the privilege of being with him, even if it means living in a mansion, driving luxury cars, and dining on exquisite delicacies. Thank you in advance, Tang Jinsheng said, waving goodbye to Suche before departing with his assistant. Suche then settled into Xu Shui's vehicle. In the passenger seat, several fluffy dolls dangled, and a subtle fragrance wafted through the car, complemented by the soft pink seat cushions. Suche, where are you headed next? Xu Shui inquired after fastening her seatbelt. Where is the nearest Bentley dealership? Suke countered. A Bentley dealership? Xu Shui's hand on the steering wheel faltered as she turned to glance at Suche, her curiosity piqued. Are you going there to pick up a car? Indeed. Suche nodded, casually explaining, I bought a car earlier, but haven't picked it up yet. Since I need to head to school, I thought I might as well retrieve it. To buy a Bentley for school. Suche, isn't that a bit extravagant? Xu Shui swallowed hard, realizing that the starting price for a Bentley exceeds $2 million. Acquiring such an expensive vehicle for academic purposes seemed utterly absurd. With his striking looks and wealth, his allure was undeniably potent. Xu Shui could feel her heart racing in response. It's not specifically for school. It just happened to be convenient, Suche clarified. Even so, it's still extravagant. Starting school with a Bentley? While others are merely at the starting line, you're launching with a rocket. Xu Shui jested, eliciting a laugh from Suche. You're not lacking either. With your gift of gab, it seems you must be preparing for graduate studies. As they exchanged banter, Xu Shui entered the Bentley dealership into the navigation system. After selecting the nearest location, the navigation chimed, and the vehicle set off. Along the way, Xu Shui curiously asked, Suche, I just heard Tang Jinsheng mention that you're an internet celebrity. Is that true? Suke nodded, yes. I posted a gesture dance tonight, Liang, Mei Jia Chu back in 2018. Xu Shui pondered for a moment before chuckling. You mean the song OMG? I'm already in love with her. The one that expresses real emotions like some magical potion? Exactly, Suche confirmed. How many fans do you have now? Currently, just over 7 million. Suche noted that his fan growth had begun to slow as the initial excitement dissipated, with daily increases now hovering around 70 to 80,000. He anticipated that this growth would eventually plateau unless another viral moment arose. That's quite impressive. I only have 200,000. Xu Shui, who began posting short videos on Douyin on July 7th of this year, had garnered just over 200,000 followers. However, her live streaming numbers remained robust, consistently exceeding 1,000 viewers. Chapter 22. Picking up the Bentley at the dealership. Suddenly, during a red light, Xu Shui turned to Su Che and remarked, "I just realized something. You seem to have quite a connection with Tong Jincheng. You both took the same flight to Linen, and you're picking up your car shortly, while he's also collecting his vehicle tonight." Curious, Su Che inquired, "What car is he getting?" Xu Shui replied, "A special edition Ferrari SF90. It appears he has customized some details as well, spending over 9 million. Sukichakold. It seems this Ferrari might become the SF90 that has had the most female passengers in the front seat." Xu Shui nodded in agreement. "Is he going live tonight? Who will be the first female guest in the passenger seat?" Su Che was intrigued about which female internet celebrity would be the first to ride in Tong Jincheng's SF90. Xu Shui didn't hold back and said, "It's Weibao. She is his guest tonight." In truth, Xu Shui harbored aspirations of being that guest, not out of affection for Tong Jincheng, but for the prestige of being the inaugural female passenger in his front seat, which would undoubtedly garner significant attention. Everyone aspiring to be an influencer dreams of a breakthrough moment. High traffic equates to substantial earnings, and Xu Shui harbored ambitions. However, her current fame and influence were relatively modest within the 798 circle. Despite her good rapport with Tong Jincheng, he would still assess the situation pragmatically. As they chatted, Xu Shui's car arrived at the Bentley dealership. Upon disembarking, she made a small request. "After you pick up your car, can I take a photo or record a video in the passenger seat to post on Douyin?" Since she couldn't be the first female passenger in the Ferrari SF90. Becoming the inaugural female passenger in Su Che's Bentley felt equally exhilarating. If she could upload it to Douyin, it might even attract some traffic for her. Xu Shui didn't make excessive demands, such as asking for a duet or tagging Su Che in the video. After all, they had only just met, and such requests could be seen as overstepping. Of course, having a beautiful lady like you as the first passenger in my new car is something I wholeheartedly welcome. Suke responded graciously. He was not one to be petty. In fact, he had no qualms about being in the spotlight himself. Being an influencer, driving a Bentley to school would certainly attract attention and stir interest. His identity was not easily concealed. Since he couldn't hide his brilliance, he might as well shatter conventional perceptions and wear his flamboyance as a badge of honor. "I'll follow you on Douyin, and when you post your video, you can include me," Su Che declared with generosity. "Really?" Xu Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. "Absolutely. You took the time to be my driver today. I must reciprocate." Suki smiled. Such a lavish reward. As a prominent internet celebrity with a following of 7 million, Su Che's popularity has been surging recently. When Xu Shui's video is released, it will undoubtedly attract substantial traffic and attention from Su Che's fanbase, yielding quite a generous return. "Let us go. Accompany me to pick up the car," Su Che beckoned, leading Xu Shui into the Bentley 4S showroom. Upon entering, they were greeted by a tall and elegant mature woman clad in professional attire. "Good day to you both. Welcome to the Bentley 4S store. May I inquire which model you wish to view?" she asked respectfully. Although Su Che and Xu Shui were not donned in luxury brands, the exquisite ice blue watch adorning Su Che's wrist, worth hundreds of thousands, did not go unnoticed. As an experienced Bentley sales consultant, she instantly recognized the authenticity of the timepiece. Realizing that anyone capable of wearing such an expensive watch is undoubtedly a potential customer with considerable purchasing power. "Hello, I am here to pick up a car that I previously ordered," Su Che stated. "Could you please provide your identification, driver's license, and the relevant purchase documents?" The mature woman smiled. Su Che retrieved all necessary documents from his backpack and handed them to her. "You may both proceed to the VIP lounge to relax for a moment while I verify everything," she added. Su Che nodded and led Xu Shui to the VIP lounge. As they settled in, a staff member approached to inquire about their beverage preferences. "Soda water, please. Is there lemon water available?" Xu Shui asked. "Yes, madam. Please wait a moment," the staff member responded before departing. After they left, Xu Shui surveyed her surroundings and couldn't help but exclaim, "It is indeed wonderful to have wealth." This VIP lounge is exceptional. The sofas are the brand itself, and they even have an indoor golf setup, truly a display of opulence. Suche smiled calmly and jested. Your boss, in a bid to showcase that he is not a novice in first-class travel, went so far as to skip lunch. Yet here you are, eager for everyone to know this is your first visit to Bentley. Well, it is indeed my first time, Xu Shui replied, plopping down beside Suche, her large, round eyes sparkling as she playfully pouted. Despite having witnessed countless displays of affection from Qi Wanwan over the years, Xu Shui's playful demeanor still tickled his heart, causing him to tremble slightly. With a sweet smile, Xu Shui remarked, I thought you really had no feelings for me. It seems I still possess quite a charm. Women are, after all, a natural contradiction. Throughout their journey from the airport to the 4S store, Suche maintained a humorous and engaging demeanor while exhibiting respectful boundaries, a contrast to the lecherous gazes of some men who looked at her with desire. Yet this very conduct from Suche made her feel somewhat lacking in allure. Thus, Xu Shui decided to take an unexpected approach to test Suche. The outcome of her little experiment left her quite pleased. You possess beauty and a wonderful figure. How could you possibly lack charm? Men are often driven by their desires, yet I merely possess a greater sense of rationality. Xu Shui undeniably aligns with his aesthetic preferences, but he would not lose his composure upon their first encounter. Though still a novice, he is certainly well acquainted with the world. Qi Wanwan and Feng Ruoxi, in fact, surpass Xu Shui in beauty. When will you allow yourself to abandon your reason? Xu Shui flashed a mischievous smile, leaning forward to gaze intently into his eyes. Suche remained silent, his deep-set eyes unwaveringly locked onto hers. After 10 seconds of this silent exchange, Xu Shui's composure began to falter. As Suche's gaze drew her in like a vortex, she capitulated first, averting her eyes but occasionally stealing glances. However, this flirtatious atmosphere was soon disrupted. A staff member entered with sodas and lemonades, placing them before the two. In her flustered state, Xu Shui inadvertently took a sip from Suche's soda. Realizing her mistake after the first taste, she offered an awkward smile and set it back down. Suche teased, Are you trying to take advantage of me? Having sipped it, you leave in front of me. Upon hearing this, Xu Shui's face flushed crimson, and she boldly took a sip from the lemonade. Feigning nonchalance as she declared, Now I've tasted both. Drink them if you wish. Seizing the opportunity, Suche took a sip from the soda before responding. You really did drink it. Xu Shui's eyes widened in surprise. Of course I did. I must admit, this soda is quite sweet. Suche tilted his head, playfully remarking, Sweet enough to kill you. Xu Shui puffed up her cheeks and turned away, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. Mr. Su, we have verified your documents. I will now take you to inspect the car, a mature woman said, returning the documents to Suche and inviting him for the inspection. Suche patted Xu Shui's smooth shoulder, grinning. Let us go. It's time for the inspection. Xu Shui, shaking off her shyness, stood and affectionately linked her arm with Suche's as they proceeded together. Upon reaching the parking area, they were greeted by a stunning white convertible Continental GT, adorned in a striking red and white interior. How beautiful! Xu Shui exclaimed, instantly captivated. Please tell us more about it. Suche smiled. Certainly, Mr. Su. This white convertible Continental GT features. Feel free to look up the details to avoid any filler. Chapter 23. The shortcut taken by Xu Shui. The Bentley Continental GT is undoubtedly a model that appeals to individuals of all ages and genders. This quintessential British sports car, adorned with a striking red and white interior design, exudes an air of gentlemanly elegance. Suche circled the vehicle, inspecting its exterior for any scratches, dents, or inconsistencies in the paint, and upon finding none, he confidently opened the door and settled into the driver's seat. In terms of comfort, the Bentley Continental GT surpasses competitors such as Ferrari and Lamborghini, which are known for their aggressive performance. After testing the smooth operation of the convertible top, lights, air conditioning, and entertainment system, all of which function flawlessly, Suche exited the vehicle to complete the final procedures. Mr. Su, all the insurance and registration formalities have been successfully completed, and the license plate you reserve has arrived, the sales consultant said, handing Suche a license plate bearing the number JA04XE8. The 04 signifies Suche's birth year. XE are the initials of his name, and the final 8 symbolizes prosperity. Suche was puzzled by the significance of this license plate, as it was evidently linked to a host that was not himself. Could it be that the initials XE also belonged to the previous owner? This possibility narrowed down the search for that individual considerably. Once all the formalities were finalized, Bentley staff promptly adorned the Continental GT with flowers and balloons, presenting Xu Shui with a bouquet of 88 fresh blooms and offering Suche a bottle of champagne. "Mr. Su, may we have your permission to record a video of you collecting your vehicle and share it on Douyin? We have prepared some gifts for you in return." The sales consultant inquired respectfully after handing him the champagne. Suche shook his head in refusal. It was not a matter of wanting to remain low-key. Rather, he felt that sharing a video of the car collection might resemble the promotional tactics of micro-businesses, and he would rather avoid the potential embarrassment of having his images misappropriated. The sales consultant, understanding his hesitation, did not press the issue further. With a soft pop, the cork was released, propelled by a burst of moisture, tracing an elegant arc through the air. The sales personnel simultaneously set off confetti, cascading down over Suche and Xu Shui. "Mr. Su, this is a small gift from our 4S store," the sales consultant said after the ceremony concluded, presenting 2 boxes adorned with the Bentley logo to Suche. The smaller box contained a customized keychain and badge, while the larger box held a model of the Bentley Continental GT convertible. After placing the items in the trunk, Suche drove out of the dealership. As they emerged, Suche turned to Xu Shui and asked, "How would you like to film this?" "I'm not quite sure yet. I just shot some footage in a lounge, but I'm unsure how to connect it with the car," Xu Shui admitted, shaking her head in frustration. "Let me see the footage." Suche extended his hand. Xu Shui handed her phone to him, and Suche took it, scrutinizing the various footage captured. Upon viewing a particular clip where someone spun around and settled on the Bentley sofa, with the camera zooming in on their face, Suche suggested, "What do you think of this?" The exquisite and opulent crystal chandelier of the Bentley, combined with the interplay of light from the headlights, creates a seamless transition effect with your eyes. He briefly described his idea while also finding a video showcasing the changing light patterns from the Bentley S headlights for Xu Shui. Imagining the scene, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Suche, you're truly remarkable. You've come up with such a brilliant concept so swiftly." Suche smiled and replied, "If you think it's good, then let us proceed with this shooting style. However, it's still early. We should wait until evening for optimal lighting." Xu Shui felt no urgency. She was eager to spend more time with Suche. "So what shall we do now?" she inquired. "Well, first let the 4S dealership arrange for a tow service to take your car home, and then accompany me to a certain place," Suche responded. Xu Shui nodded lightly, thinking, with a Bentley Continental GT now at her disposal, who would still opt for a Mercedes CLS? After placing the luggage from the CLS into the Bentley's trunk and entrusting the car to the tow personnel, Xu Shui settled into the passenger seat as Suche entered the address of the Wendingshu community into the navigation system. Upon seeing the address, Xu Shui curiously asked, "Suche, do you own a property in Wendingshu?" She was quite familiar with the community, having seen news last year about its second-hand properties, which once fetched prices exceeding 120,000. Although prices have since dropped, they still reached over 80,000. "I have an apartment there. I'm just going to take possession of it," he replied. Given the current property values in Wendingshu, the system's reward of a 216 square meter penthouse certainly exceeded the limits of a blind box. However, the system's valuation criteria remained uncertain, likely based on prices at the time of launch. With luxurious estates, high-end vehicles, and striking looks, Suche, you are indeed a walking embodiment of allure. At that moment, Xu Shui felt genuinely captivated. Suche's external attributes resonated with her in every conceivable way. "You'll have your day too," Suche remarked cryptically. Xu Shui smiled playfully. "Are you hinting at something?" This statement held varied interpretations. On a straightforward level, it encouraged her that through hard work, she too could attain the means to live in luxury and drive high-end cars. More subtly, It suggested that if one were to take a shortcut, they could directly acquire such desirable traits through association. Naturally, Xu Shui hoped for the latter, as her current circumstances rendered achieving such aspirations rather challenging. Su Che shrugged. Did I imply that? He evaded a direct answer, continuing their playful banter. I believe you did, Xu Shui boldly asserted, leaning forward to plant a kiss on his cheek. Is this how you intend to take shortcuts? Why must one tread a path laden with thorns when there exists a shortcut? Xu Shui casually remarked, twirling a strand of hair. After speaking, she gracefully justified her statement. Of course, it's primarily because you possess such striking good looks. And as a person who is captivated by appearances, I find it hard to resist. Shortcuts may sometimes appear to save time and effort, yet they often conceal unseen costs. Su Che remarked with a profound undertone. Xu Shui, however, paid little heed to his words. She was not oblivious to the implications. Yet the allure before her was simply too compelling. Even if it meant sacrificing certain rights, she would gladly accept it. She extended her delicate hand and gently placed it in Su Che's palm, signaling her stance. Su Che chose not to press the matter further, starting the vehicle and steering towards Wendinjuan. Half an hour later, Su Che's car came to a halt beside the property management center at the entrance of the Wendinjuan community. After disembarking, he retrieved the property certificate from his bag and approached the interior. Hello, I am here to collect the property. Here are my credentials. The property manager promptly took the documents, glanced at them, and swiftly verified the information on the computer. Once the details were confirmed, the manager respectfully bowed, stating, Mr. Su, I will escort you for the property inspection. The property management team drove the two of them into the community in a scenic vehicle, while Su Che and Xu Shui observed the surroundings. The community boasted essential facilities such as a fitness area, a children's playground, a supermarket, and a health service station. Nestled between the natural waterways of Yuhang Tanghe and Pujikayo Port, the area is adorned with over 1,500 meters of premium scenic water systems. Additionally, the unique dual Western landscape design seamlessly merges two distinct cultural aesthetics within a community. The mid-rise buildings of Wendinjuan are primarily distributed across phases 1 and 2. Su Che's mid-rise apartment, a premier scenic unit, is located in Building 24 of Phase 2. In no time, the scenic vehicle stopped at the lobby of Building 24. Our building features a two-elevator, two-unit layout. However, Mr. Su, you are the sole occupant on your floor, the property manager explained before opening the elevator. He led Su Che and Xu Shui inside, swiped the elevator card, and pressed the button for the 10th floor. Chapter 24 Tong, que. Tonight you shall be the inaugural guest of my new car. Ding, the elevator reached the 10th floor. As the three exited, the property manager began to introduce the features of the premises to Su Che. Mr. Su, this door is the parent-child entryway from the Italian brand Cardi's. It is crafted with. Xu Shui, curious, interjected, how much does this door cost? With a smile, the property manager replied, the price of this door is approximately 300,000. Xu Shui, taken aback, thought to herself that she should not have asked. The cost of a single door equated to more than half the price of her car. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a spacious living room. Our unit boasts a property area of 216 square meters, with a ceiling height of 6 meters. The living room spans roughly 7 meters in width, and the entire residence is exquisitely decorated, utilizing materials and furnishings from internationally renowned brands. As they walked, the property manager continued his narration. Su Che and Xu Shui surveyed their surroundings. The overall decor exuded a sense of understated luxury. The kitchen was a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western styles, featuring a substantial island in the center, while adjacent to it was a tea room. On the first floor, there was a bedroom. The door blended seamlessly with the living room's backdrop. This room, an en-suite, boasted a wall-sized wardrobe and a standalone bathtub with ample space. This room is even larger than my rented apartment, Xu Shui mused. Surprisingly, this was not even the master bedroom. Being from Linen, Xu Shui had always rented accommodations there. Her apartment measured merely 35 square meters, while this room on the first floor surpassed her entire rental space in dimensions. Ascending the staircase adorned with sensing lights, the trio arrived at the second floor, which housed 2 additional rooms. The largest of these was the master bedroom, featuring excellent natural light and a substantial area of nearly 50 square meters. The walk-in closet was equipped with crystal glass and included a dedicated watch cabinet. After the inspection, the property manager inquired if Su-che had any questions. Su-che shook his head. No questions. We can proceed with the acceptance. Very well, Mr. Su. The property manager produced a move-in checklist and handed it to Su-che for a signature. Once completed, the manager provided Su-che with all the necessary documentation. By the way, Mr. Su, this property comes with a parking space. Should you find one insufficient, I can assist in arranging additional spaces, the property manager offered. Not needed for now. I will contact you when the need arises, Su-che replied, subsequently adding the manager's contact information before he departed. Now, the entire house was left with only Su-che and Shu Shui. The view is magnificent, Shu Shui exclaimed, leaning against the railing of the master bedroom's balcony, gazing out at the distant lake. Oh, how I wish to live here, she hinted wistfully. If you wish to live here, you may do so at any time, Su-che stated directly. Both of them now shared an unspoken understanding. Hence, there was no longer a need for pretense. Shall I move in a few days? She inquired. Shu Shui, with a radiant smile, leaped into Su-che's embrace, inquiring about his thoughts. Sure, but I may be occupied with military training at school and won't be able to assist you with your move, he replied. Su-che was set to report to school the next day, and military training commenced the day after. Moreover, he had yet to apply for day schooling, which meant he was likely to reside in the dormitory. No worries, I'll just ask my friends for help, Shu Shui replied nonchalantly. The fact that Su-che allowed her to move in was already a significant acknowledgement for her. Emerging from the bedroom, they settled onto the large sofa in the living room. As evening approached, Su-che suggested, let us grab dinner first, and then we can film the video afterward. Is there any local delicacy in Lin that you would recommend? KFC? Shu Shui instinctively replied. Be serious, Su-che said, playfully tapping her on the backside. Do you have any dietary restrictions? He inquired. I dislike overly sweet or greasy foods, Shu Shui answered. Su-che's culinary pursuits were not particularly high-end. He had dined at fancy restaurants and savored street food alike, as long as it was palatable. In that case, how about we go to City Pinnacle? Shu Shui proposed. The City Pinnacle is the top-level revolving restaurant in Lin and Wulinintai. Dining there offers a panoramic view of the Lin and Tower and West Lake Cultural Plaza, making it a favorite spot for young couples. The restaurant's prices were reasonable. They could enjoy a decent meal for around 100 to 200 yuan each. All right, let's go there. After leaving the community and entering the car, Su-che entered the address for City Pinnacle into the navigation system. It was a mere 11 kilometers away, and without traffic, they would arrive in about 25 minutes. Shortly after setting off, Shu Shui's phone rang. Noticing the caller ID displayed Tong Jinsheng, she answered, her tone less than pleasant. Tong Jinsheng, why are you calling? If you have something to say, hurry up. Su-che and I are going out to eat. Wait, you two are still together? Tong Jinsheng's voice on the other end was laced with surprise. Spit it out, what is it? Shu Shui urged. You haven't forgotten, have you? I'm picking up my car tonight, and everyone from the company is expected to attend my car unveiling ceremony. You haven't forgotten, right? Tong Jinsheng sounded exasperated. His Ferrari SF90 had just arrived in Linen, and he had organized a ceremony where all the female artists in the company would celebrate with fireworks. This had been discussed in the company group chat the day prior. Yet, Shu Shui, enamored with Su-che, had completely overlooked her boss's significant event. Feeling guilty, Shu Shui blinked, acknowledging that she had indeed forgotten. It wasn't entirely her fault. She was in a pivotal stage of her relationship with Su-che and had little inclination to think about the mundane car unveiling ceremony, especially since it was not her car. How could I forget? The time hasn't come yet. I want to pick up a car with Su-che this afternoon, she retorted defiantly. Su-che also picked up a car? What kind did he get? Tong Jinsheng asked, curiosity piqued. Shu Shui cast a glance at Su-che, silently inquiring whether she could speak. Su-che nodded, granting permission. It was hardly a matter of great significance, so she might as well express herself, nonetheless. Su-che was quite pleased with her demeanor. After receiving Su-che's consent, Shu Shui spoke into the phone. Su Che is referring to the Bentley Continental GT convertible. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. After a while, Tong Jincheng said, Shu Shui, please hand the phone to Su Che. You could just speak directly. I have it on speakerphone, and Su Che is right beside me. Shu Shui replied. Suke, Suke. Tong Jincheng called out several times. What is up, Tongo? Su Che responded, keeping his gaze forward while driving. Well, tonight I'm planning to pick up my new car. And I've already informed the audience in the live stream about it, even letting them guess who my first passenger will be. I suddenly had an idea. Would you like to be my first guest in the passenger seat? Tong Jincheng articulated his plan over the phone. Upon hearing this, Su Che was somewhat taken aback. Tongo, I'm not one of your artists from Dewixingchen. Wouldn't this be detrimental to my own exposure? Tong Jincheng's live stream would undoubtedly attract significant viewership, and everyone was curious about who would occupy that coveted seat. Thus, whoever took that position would surely garner considerable attention. It was only natural for Tong Jincheng to promote his own artists, so it was unexpected for him to seek out Su Che. However, Tong Jincheng swiftly provided an explanation. What is the issue? Your current viewership is hardly inferior to mine, and besides, you're picking up your car today as well. We could collaborate, becoming the first to drive each other's new cars. Isn't that a brilliant idea? With our combined influence, if you start a live stream, the show's effect will undoubtedly be explosive. Tong Jincheng's proposal was indeed intriguing, piquing Su Che's interest, and he readily agreed. Then it's settled. What do you plan to start, Tonga? We'll begin at 9 o'clock. Shu Shui knows the address. All right then, we'll head over after dinner. Su Che glanced at the time. It was 6:30. After dinner and filming the video, it would be nearly 8, leaving them with ample time. Chapter 25. The transition video of Shu Shui's blinking car lights. After concluding the call, Shu Shui gazed at Su Che with wide, astonished eyes. I never anticipated that Tong Jincheng would invite you to be the first guest in his new car. Su Che replied with a smile. That is because both of us are currently in the limelight, having picked up our cars on the same day. Joining forces will undoubtedly attract a significant audience tonight. In Su Che's recent live streams, the viewer count has consistently exceeded 100,000. Tong Jincheng's live stream audience fluctuates more, but whenever he hosts an event, his viewership also surpasses 100,000. The collaboration of two major streamers promises an exhilarating experience this evening. Indeed, Shu Shui nodded in agreement. I will initiate a live stream shortly to build anticipation. You should make an appearance as well. Su Che planned to start his live stream while on his way to meet Tong Jincheng. Unlike Tong Jincheng, he had not promoted the event in advance, so he needed to generate excitement early on. Shu Shui's presence would be the perfect way to ignite that enthusiasm. Although Shu Shui may not be the most renowned among Tong Jincheng's female artists, she still holds a respectable level of fame. And since she's also active on Douyin live streams, it would not violate any contracts. Am I also going to appear? Shu Shui asked, pointing to herself in disbelief. I would prefer not to have people mistakenly think that my first guest in the passenger seat is a man. Sukijokid. Tong Jincheng would surely be infuriated to hear you say that. He has dedicated the first experience in his new car to you, and you still express disdain. Shu Shui couldn't help but burst into laughter. Amidst their banter, they arrived at Wulin Intai, parked the car, and took the elevator to the revolving restaurant on the top floor. The atmosphere of the restaurant was refreshingly elegant, and they were seated at a window-side table as arranged by the staff. After perusing the menu, Su Che ordered a Thai-style iced shrimp and mushroom salad with black truffle vinaigrette for the appetizer. For the main course, he chose traditional roasted spring chicken, Australian grain-fed tomahawk steak, and Thai yellow curry beef brisket, along with a matsutake and cordyceps vegetable soup. The total cost was quite reasonable, amounting to just over 1,300. This meal will be on me. Once Su Che had completed his order, Shu Shui declared. Sure, go ahead, Su Che replied. He did not possess any sense of male superiority. There was no need to argue over who would pay. For both of them, such a moderately priced dinner was not a significant expense, so it did not matter who treated whom. Before long, the appetizers arrived. Shu Shui promptly took out her phone and began snapping pictures. After capturing several shots, she handed her phone to Su Che, striking a pose for him to act as the photographer. After taking several more photos, She edited them and shared the images on her social media. Captioned, "Time is just right. The breeze is gentle. Joining you for this initial rendezvous is truly delightful." Although Suche was not visible in the pictures, the words conveyed a clear message. This princess is indeed in love. During their enjoyment of the appetizers, Shuxue's phone chimed melodically, drawing her attention. Upon unlocking it, she discovered a message from her close friend Ruo Lin on WeChat, accompanied by a post that had garnered several comments and numerous likes. Opting not to respond to the comments, Shuxue opened the chat window with Ruo Lin. "Syria's fierce woman. No, confess honestly. Who is that man? Is he handsome?" With a gentle tap on the screen, Shuxue replied, "In my aesthetic view, he is truly a top-tier catch. You may interpret it as you wish. Syria's fierce woman. No image, no credibility." JPG. Observing this, Shuxuetaran took Suke, sweetly asking, "Kike, may I take a photo of you to show my friend?" Suche waved his hand, granting her permission to capture his image. Eagerly, Shuxue opened the camera, found the perfect angle, and took 2 pictures of Suche, sending them to Ruo Lin. After nearly a minute of silence in their chat, Ruo Lin's replies began to flood in. "Syria's fierce woman, ah. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Quickly tell me. You must be using a stock photo to deceive me, right? This unmistakably is my Suche. How dare you?" In a sweetly decorated apartment in linen, Ruo Lin stared at the 2 images sent by her dear friend Shuxue, utterly stunned. As a popular influencer and beauty vlogger with millions of followers, she was no stranger to the visage of Suche, who had recently made waves in the dance and beauty realms. Ruo Lin had followed him as well, aware that he was a freshman at Zhejiang University, currently residing in Linen, yet she could hardly fathom that Shuxue had actually become involved with him. She promptly sent a message to inquire further. Shortly thereafter, she received a response from Shuxue, revealing that Suche had met Tong Jinsheng on a flight earlier that day, and Tong Jinsheng had arranged for her to drive Suche, leading to their acquaintance. However, the conversation ended there. Ruo Lin felt a surge of urgency. She was anxious to understand why the 2 had dined together, why Shuxue had posted that particular update, and what the caption truly meant. "I cannot chat any longer. Suche and I have matters to attend to." Upon reading Shuxue's last message, Ruo Lin's mind flooded with unspoken images, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She quickly replied, "You must exercise some restraint. You have only just met today. Do ensure that you take proper precautions." After finishing dinner and exiting the restaurant, Shuxue received Ruo Lin's messages, her face involuntarily warming with embarrassment. She had merely mentioned filming a transition video featuring blinking car lights with Suche. How had it been misconstrued as something more intimate? She wished she could pry open her friend's mind and rid it of such frivolous notions. Yet, as they passed by a convenience store, Shuxue couldn't help but glance at the BB fart balloons on display at the counter. "What is wrong?" Suke inquired, noticing Shuxue's soudenalt. "Nothing, nothing," she replied. Shuxue regained her composure and waved her hand dismissively, her gaze quickly solidifying with determination. "Wait for me here. I shall procure a few items," she stated before confidently stepping into the convenience store. After retrieving 2 bottles of soda from the cooler, she approached the counter and nonchalantly tossed a box of BB fart balloons onto the checkout counter. The cashier, witnessing this scene, smiled knowingly and proceeded to assist her with the transaction. Having completed her purchase, Shuxue swiftly tucked the BB fart balloons into her bag, adopting an air of casual indifference as she exited the store. "Here, your soda," Shuxue offered, handing the beverage to Suche. "Did you really need to take that long for a drink?" Suche inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Oh, don't mind the details. Hurry up, or we shall be late." Shuxue playfully nudged Suche toward the parking lot. Upon arriving at the parking area, Suche surveyed his surroundings and deemed it satisfactory before beginning to film. The video shoot proved to be uncomplicated, a close-up of the eyes transitioning from a distance, followed by a shot of the Bentley's headlights illuminating the darkness. By seamlessly editing these clips together, they would create an eye-catching short video featuring the winking car lights. Shuxue's eyes resembled those of a fawn, clear and innocent, exuding a sense of purity and vibrancy filled with youthful energy. After applying her makeup, Suche extracted his filming equipment from the car. The camera he employed was the DJI Pocket 2, a newly released pocket-sized camera this year. Its compact design is akin to that of a lipstick, easily fitting into one's pocket for convenient transport. The imaging system is quite impressive, featuring an excellent gimbal that effectively mitigates any motion shake during filming. Most notably, it includes a built-in story mode, offering impressive automatic shooting and intelligent editing features, enabling the effortless creation of captivating short films. After approximately half an hour of filming, both Suche and Shushue were satisfied with their efforts. The next step involved exporting the raw footage, editing it together, and ultimately adding background music to finalize the short video, showcasing the winking car lights transition. With the project completed, Suche glanced at his watch. It was already 8 o'clock. With only an hour remaining until Tong Jincheng's scheduled vehicle pickup, the two hopped into the car. After Shushue input the address into the navigation system, Suche drove towards the pickup location. As they traveled, Suche handed his phone to Shushue, inviting her to start the live broadcast. Chapter 26. My Only Brother in Linen. Shushue took Suche's phone, opened the Douyin Live streaming companion, and initiated the broadcast. As notifications for the live stream were pushed out, a steady stream of users who followed Suche entered the live room. However, upon seeing the live broadcast, everyone was bewildered. What is happening? I followed Suke. But why is there a woman live streaming? Did Suke undergo gender transformation? This woman looks somewhat familiar. I feel like I have seen her somewhere before. Isn't that Teacher Fu? Why is Teacher Fu in Suche's live stream? As the number of viewers increased, the speed of the comments soared rapidly. Shushue found herself somewhat dazzled by the barrage of messages. Normally, having over 600 viewers in her live stream would be considered excellent. Yet within less than 10 minutes of Suche's broadcast, the number had skyrocketed to over 50,000, an astounding influx of traffic. Excuse me, can someone explain how Teacher Fu ended up in Suche's live stream? Where is he himself? Suche's homepage IP has shifted to Linen. Did he go meet Teacher Fu? I haven't heard of any prior connection between them. Anyone going to comment on that car? The Bentley emblem on the passenger seat is simply too dazzling. Before long, the viewer count surpassed 100,000. Seizing the opportune moment, Shushue waved at the camera with a playful smile. Hello everyone. I am Suche. She playfully stuck out her tongue and continued with a sweet smile. All right, no more jokes. You must be quite curious as to why I am the one appearing in the live stream tonight. That is because Suche is currently driving, and I am here to take over the broadcast for him. Shushue shifted the camera to focus on Suche, who was intently driving. At that moment, Suche sat upright in the driver's seat, his deep-set eyes fixed firmly ahead on the road, with his long hands resting on the steering wheel. The ice-blue watch on his wrist shimmered under the light, exuding an enchanting icy hue. Suche embodied the image of a domineering CEO from a novel come to life, radiating an aura of coldness and focus that captivated all who beheld him. Gulp, this is precisely how I envision a domineering CEO driving. Sisters, I can't handle it. Calm down in the comments. I can barely see my husband's face. From the car's model, it should be a Bentley Continental GT, and the watch on his wrist is an ice blue timepiece. Wealthy, handsome, and talented. What door did heaven close on Suche? Clearly, it's the door to my heart that has been closed between Suche and me. During a red light, Suche turned to face the camera and greeted the viewers. Good evening, everyone. You might be curious why Teacher Fu is helping me with the broadcast tonight. That's because I'm going to meet a brother of mine from Linen. You should have guessed who it is, right? Upon hearing this, the comments began to flood with question marks. Soon after, as the phrase "my only brother in Linen" was uttered, the entire live room erupted into a chorus of repetition. Clearly, everyone had deduced that the person Suche referred to was Tong Jincheng. Suche smiled and said, "Indeed, it's Brother Tong. This morning, while I was flying to Linen, I happened to be on the same flight as Brother Tong. It is my first visit to Linen, and Brother Tong has graciously taken care of me, arranging for Teacher Fu to be my guide today. I express my gratitude to the kind-hearted and beautiful Teacher Fu. Everyone, please give her some attention." Suche then turned the camera towards Shushue. Shushue gazed deeply into Suche's eyes, a delightful smile gracing her lips, clearly pleased by this surprise. Soon after, her phone began to buzz incessantly. She quickly picked it up and saw that her follower count had skyrocketed from 210,000 to 280,000, a remarkable increase of 70,000 followers in such a short span. Is this the allure of a top-tier internet celebrity? For the time being, I will hand over the reins to Teacher Fu, as I must concentrate on driving. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Teacher Fu. After passing the phone to Xu Shui, Su Che lifted his gaze forward, focusing intently on the road. Meanwhile, Xu Shui engaged in casual conversation with the viewers in the live stream, responding to questions she could answer. As for this car, is the one Su Che just picked up this afternoon? Yes, that's correct. Brother Tong will also be collecting his vehicle tonight. Of course. It's exciting. Su Che is so handsome. Who wouldn't be captivated by him? You want me to choose who's more handsome, Brother Tong or Su Che? This question? Xu Shui thoughtfully rested her fair fingers on her chin. After a moment, she feigned difficulty and said, "Oh dear, how am I supposed to answer that? Su Che is impeccable in height, appearance, and physique. As for Brother Tong, well, he's my boss after all." At this, the entire live stream erupted in laughter. Teacher Fu has a way with words, describing Su Che as flawless, yet referring to Tong Jinsheng simply as my boss. Although my only brother in linen is handsome, Su Che's face is truly a league above. The key point is Su Che stands at 184 meters. While my only brother in linen may not be as handsome as Su Che, he has certainly wooed many women. Su Che cannot compete in that regard. Meanwhile, inside the Starry Sea Company, Tong Jinsheng glanced at his watch and promptly initiated the live stream. As soon as the stream began, the viewer count soared to 30,000, with the VIP section reaching 10,000. Amidst the flood of comments and GIFs appearing on the screen, he greeted, "Good evening, brothers. I trust you all know what we are up to tonight." The comments about collecting the car began to flood in. Indeed, we are here to collect the car. I made an effort to dress up today. Now, let us set off to retrieve it. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Tong Jinsheng had just positioned his phone on the car and was about to start driving when a man approached, holding a bouquet of flowers. "Tong, this is a gift from the brothers of Group 74 to celebrate your car collection." Hearing this, Tong Jinsheng clasped his hands together in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother. I truly appreciate it." Upon receiving the bouquet, he promptly retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the vehicle and offered it to the brother who had delivered the flowers. After taking a photo together, Tong Jinsheng returned to the car, started the engine, and headed toward the predetermined location. My brothers, I must confess, I am feeling a bit anxious today. When I purchased that second-hand 488, I was not nearly as apprehensive. I simply took a glance at the car in the lot and drove away immediately. Today is quite different. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Tong Jinsheng transitioned into the main topic. "By the way, brothers, did we not previously speculate on who would be the first guest to occupy the passenger seat of my new car? Initially, I had a guest in mind, but there has been a change of plans, and that speculation is now off the table. I assure you, the guest for tonight is someone I believe none of you in the live stream could possibly guess. Hence, there is no need to entertain that speculation any longer." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire chat room erupted with question marks. Is this cancellation indicative that the guest is not one of your artists? Sister Shigua must be the first female guest in the new car. She is truly Tong's beloved. Which female streamer has Tong been flirting with this time? Come on, can it be a male streamer? Let us be realistic. Tong has only collaborated with 2 male streamers, AU and Zixing, both of whom are currently live. So it cannot be them. Glancing at the barrage of comments, Tong Jinsheng chuckled. "Let me give you a hint. The guest tonight is also a prominent streamer who has been quite popular recently." Upon hearing this, viewers eagerly began to submit their guesses in the chat. Names like Tiger Cat, Fish Fresh, and various Douyin streamers surfaced. Ultimately, many emerging streamers were mentioned, and among them, Tong Jinsheng noticed Su Che's name, albeit infrequently, overshadowed by a plethora of female streamers and only a scant few male streamers. At that moment, viewers who had transitioned from Su Che's stream began flooding the chat. "Tong, Teacher Fu said you are quite unattractive. The person above, you are distorting the truth. Teacher Fu merely said Tong looks average. As the comments continued to flood in, Tong Jincheng's fans, puzzled by the situation, opened Douyin to search for Teacher Fu, only to discover that she was indeed live streaming. The algorithm had unexpectedly directed them to Su Che's stream. Chapter 27. The convergence of two major influencers, Su Che and Tong Jincheng. As the audiences from both live streams began to interact, it became evident to all that the guest invited by Tong Jincheng this evening was none other than Su Che. Meanwhile, at the Lininjia Automobile Beauty Studio, the female internet celebrities under the DHIX NGCH label had already gathered. Among them were Xiao Tian, Xiao Yang, Xiao Jingzai, Zhu Er, Hui Bao, Teacher Wang, Kun, Tong, Inua, and Xing Zitu, each adorned with a bouquet of flowers and a party popper. Why hasn't Fu Xiao arrived yet? Xiao Yang glanced at her watch, noting that the time was drawing near for the car pickup, yet Xu Shui was still absent. I have no idea. I took a long nap this afternoon and rushed over right after dinner. Xiao Jingzai shrugged, indicating her uncertainty. Though some of the DHIX NGCH and hosts had formed closer ties, the majority maintained merely a collegial relationship. As they were all female influencers in a similar field, it was inevitable that some feelings of imbalance arose when one was favored over another, especially with Tong Jincheng being a singular presence in their competitive sphere. Under such circumstances, maintaining a faade of harmony was already a commendable feat. Why don't you give her a call and check where she is? Teacher Wang suggested to Xiao Yang. Among those present, Wang, Xiao Yang, and Xu Shui shared a decent rapport. I'll call her, Xiao Yang replied as she took out her phone, preparing to dial. Just then Tong, who had been engrossed in scrolling through Douyin, suddenly shrieked. The others quickly turned to her. Tong, with a look of astonishment, raised her phone and exclaimed, "Look! Fu Xiao is guest hosting in someone else's live stream." The crowd rushed over, and upon seeing the name of the live stream and the scene of Fu Xiao guest hosting, their brows furrowed in confusion. Suke? Isn't the new pinnacle of beauty? Xiao Tian questioned, her expression one of bewilderment. Within DHIX NGCHN, there were separate paths for video content and live streaming. In the realm of video, Xiao Yang was undoubtedly the queen, yet her performance in live streaming was less than stellar. During the guild competition, she ranked 10th. In the live streaming arena, she was in competition with Xiao Tian, Xiao Jingzai, and Tong. Tong's live stream was bustling with viewers, reaching impressive rankings in the top 3 during this year's guild competition, which was indeed remarkable. As for Xu Shui, she barely registered on the radar. However, the fact that Xu Shui appeared in Su Che's live stream left many in attendance feeling a sense of pressure. Su Che had recently established himself as the undeniable king of the Douyin beauty and dance categories, consistently attracting over 100,000 viewers per live stream. With such an immense following, Xu Shui was bound to rise to prominence. I checked Tong's live stream. Su Che is the first guest invited by her tonight, Teacher Wang announced, raising her phone for emphasis. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Hui, fully aware that she was the original guest intended for the evening. Hui, witnessing the scene, broke into a light-hearted smile and casually remarked, "This matter has already been conveyed to me by Tong, and I comprehend it. After all, Su Che's popularity during this period is indeed formidable. I am no match for him, even tenfold." Though she harbored a hint of disappointment within, she nonetheless defended Tong Jincheng verbally. The onlookers nodded in understanding. Currently, all the female internet celebrities under the auspices of Diaosi have been nurtured by Tong Jincheng, who serves as the unwavering pillar of the organization. As long as he maintains his momentum, they too shall reap the benefits. The higher the fervor, the greater their influx of traffic. Tong Jincheng's live stream traffic now surpasses even that of last year's Christmas Eve group broadcast. This evident fact illustrates that Su Che's individual traffic eclipses that of all of them combined. It was learned that Tong arrived in Linen on the same flight as Su Che today, and Fu Xiao was summoned by Tong to act as Su Che's chauffeur. Xiao Yang swiftly gathered specific information from her news group. Upon hearing this, all present displayed expressions of envy. To serve as a driver for a day and gain such substantial traffic is undeniably a lucrative endeavor. Frankly speaking, Suche's charm and popularity are undeniable. Even if one is not merely serving as a driver, most would still be quite willing. The car is almost here. Everyone can start preparing, announced the slightly plump Xiao as he approached the women. The ladies promptly gathered their composure, adjusting their emotions, and, armed with confetti and flowers, made their way to the grand thoroughfare outside. 5 minutes later, a truck gradually came to a halt before them, followed closely by Tong Jincheng's vehicle. "Brothers, how does this spectacle look today?" Tong Jincheng exclaimed as he alighted from the car, raising the camera to capture all the female internet celebrities under Diaosi within the frame. Tong Laolu truly knows how to orchestrate an event. Though the location is a tad off, there aren't too many people around. "Where is Suche? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" "I just came from Suche's side, Tong. I must caution you. Do not embarrass yourself. Standing next to Suche will only highlight your shortcomings. I must admit, Suche is undeniably handsome. Even as a man, I find him striking." Tong is truly going to experience a dimensional defeat this time. Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Tong Jincheng chuckled nonchalantly. "You lot, are you still my fans? Is it that you wish to see me humiliated? I concede that Suche possesses a certain allure, yet with this grand arrangement behind me, I refuse to believe I cannot overshadow him." Tong Jincheng instructed his assistant to hold the phone, then stepped into the midst of the 2 rows of women, arms outstretched, exuding confidence as he proclaimed. The live stream comments graciously expressed their belief that he could indeed overshadow Suche. As time passed, a luxurious Bentley Continental GT gracefully glided onto the road where Tong Jincheng stood. Inside the car, Xu Shui seemed to notice something and turned the camera forward. "Suche, did you see that?" Tong Jincheng is about to assert his dominance. Suche naturally observed the scene ahead, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It seems Brother Tong is feeling the pressure. Are you feeling it too?" Xu Shui teased, casually shifting the camera towards him. "Pressure?" Suche's lips curled into a disdainful smile, his tone audacious as he declared, "In this game, I was born a victor." Before long, the vehicle gradually came to a halt beside Tong Jincheng's car. Tong Jincheng, with an unwavering gaze fixed ahead, led his female artists who boldly regarded Suche, their eyes ablaze with aggression. Although they had not conferred beforehand, an unspoken understanding passed between them at that moment. In the next instant, the door of the Bentley swung open, casting the emblem of the angel-winged Bentley onto the ground. With long legs elegantly descending upon the emblem, Suche emerged from the vehicle, slightly nodding his head, his jawline sharp as if chiseled by a knife. He casually shut the door and strode towards the crystalline headlights of the Bentley to join Xu Shui. Xu Shui, her expression serious, linked her arm with Suche's, unwaveringly fixing her gaze ahead. The 2 parties stood facing each other. Despite Suche's side being outnumbered, there was no diminishment in their commanding presence. This scene was witnessed by the viewers in the live stream, who erupted in excitement, flooding the comments with fervent messages. "Wow, wow, this scene is simply too magnificent. I felt like I was watching a movie." Suche's aura is quite formidable, showing no inferiority to Tong's lineup. "Has Teacher Fu defected?" "That's your boss across the way. Shouldn't he return quickly?" Teacher Fu now enjoys all of Suche's traffic alone. Convincing her to return to Tong's side is futile. Not just Teacher Fu, even Tong wouldn't allow her to return. Suche is freely providing traffic for Teacher Fu. This is an absolute boon. It seems the little lamb behind Tong is blushing. Not just the little lamb. Kuan Kuan, Zhu Air, and Xiao Tian are all flushed. Suche's charm is truly remarkable. Suddenly, amidst the tense standoff, the assistant shouted "cut," breaking the heavy atmosphere. Tong Jincheng exhaled deeply, loosening his collar as he glanced at the data from the live stream, bursting into laughter. "Made it, brothers. Tong has not embarrassed you. We have the upper hand." Facing Suche directly, Tong Jincheng finally recognized the overwhelming aura Suche possessed, realizing he had almost faltered. Fortunately, the assistant had come to lighten the mood. The viewers in the live stream could hardly contain their amusement at Tong Jincheng's audacious remarks, erupting into a symphony of banter. Chapter 28. Reluctantly letting others drive your beloved car, ignoring the viewers' comments in the live stream. Tong Jinqing walked directly towards Su Che and embraced him briefly. Whispering in his ear, he inquired, "Brother, are you and Shu Shui together?" Su Che replied softly, "Pretty much." Tong Jinqing understood immediately and said nothing further. Su Che's external qualities were simply exceptional. Shu Shui would be fortunate to be with him. Returning to the camera, Tong Jinqing introduced his friend to the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Su Che, the current leader in both the dance and beauty categories on Douyin, and also my good brother." Su Che waved to the viewers, acknowledging their presence. Although they were co-hosting the live stream with a mutual intention of cross-promotion, it was Su Che who truly benefited. He had not signed an exclusive contract with any MCN organization or the Douyin platform, allowing him the freedom to appear on any live stream without restrictions. In contrast, Tong Jinqing was an exclusive signed host for the Humot platform. While he could occasionally appear in Su Che's stream, frequent appearances would undoubtedly breach his contract. After exchanging pleasantries, Tong Jinqing approached Su Che's Bentley, admiring it. "This car is absolutely stunning. Brothers, I might regret saying this, but I feel this Bentley Continental GT is more popular with the ladies." No one present disputed this, as all the girls in attendance were busy taking beautiful photos in front of Su Che's car. Clearly, the elegant white Bentley Continental GT was more favored by the women than the Ferrari SF90. With Su Che's permission, Tong Jinqing slid into the driver's seat. Despite both being sports cars, the comfort of the Bentley's seats was undeniably superior. Su Che took the passenger seat and began explaining some features of the car. After a brief experience, both men exited the vehicle and approached the array of beautiful internet personalities at Haixingchun. This one needs no introduction. You all must recognize him. Tong Jinqing indicated Su Che to the ladies. "Of course, we know him. He's the new pinnacle of beauty on Douyin." The women chuckled and proceeded to greet Su Che with handshakes and introductions, to which he responded with polite smiles. Once the introductions were complete, Tong Jinqing led Su Che to his own Ferrari SF90, the true star of the evening. While the two men were engrossed in admiring the car, Shu Shui found herself surrounded by Xiao Yang and others. "So are you and Su Che?" Xiao Yang asked, playfully intertwining her fingers and raising her thumbs in a suggestive manner. "We're not quite there yet." Shu Shui gently tapped her shoulder, shyly covering her eyes. The other women, noticing her bashful demeanor, sensed that there was more to their relationship. "You're quite lucky. Su Che is truly top-notch," Xiao Tian remarked with a hint of envy. Su Che's striking appearance requires no elaboration. Adorned with an icy blue Dior and driving a Bentley, his material wealth is undeniably substantial. Who would not envy such a handsome and affluent boyfriend? The expressions of the other girls reveal traces of envy, more or less. Meanwhile, Tong Jinqing sat in the driver's seat, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his demeanor visibly tense and uneasy. Under the guidance of the delivery man, Tong Jinqing tested all the functions of the car, and only after completing the inspection did he officially accept it. Just as he finished signing, a staff member handed him a mobile phone suction mount. "Wait, is this how it starts? Won't it damage the glass?" he questioned. "Rest assured, it won't break." The staff member replied nonchalantly, as it was not his car. "Of course you can say that, so casually, since it's not yours," Tong Jinqing thought to himself. Nevertheless, he cautiously secured the suction mount and then positioned the phone for the live broadcast. "Su Che, hurry up and get in." Tong Jinqing beckoned him to be the first occupant of the passenger seat. Su Che, not one to hesitate, opened the door and settled in. The passenger seat of the SF90 offered ample space. Though Su Che felt a slight constriction, it was still manageable. The panel of the passenger seat was crafted from green carbon fiber, prominently featuring the vehicle S model insignia. "Brother Tong, this carbon fiber is part of the customization, right?" Su Ke inquired. "Indeed, this section here, along with that elongated area at the back, is dedicated to my supporters from the live stream on Huya," Tong Jinqing explained, addressing the audience and showcasing all his custom carbon fiber elements. In jest, Su Che asked, "And what about the brothers sending who food?" "That's the most obvious. It's the carpet," Tong Jinqing quipped, pointing at the carpet. Amid laughter, Tong Jinqing prepared to drive the car into the detailing shop. However, after a brief glance at the buttons inside, He awkwardly exclaimed, "I forgot how to drive." The instructor promptly returned to assist him. Seeing the situation, Suche raised his hands in surrender. "Brother Tong, why not choose another person for the passenger seat? I start school tomorrow." Tong Jinsheng's face flushed with embarrassment as he patted his chest, declaring, "Xiao Che, trust me just this once. I've been driving Ferraris for years. Surely, I can handle an SF-90. With that, Tong Jinsheng started the vehicle. However, Suche soon noticed a predicament and curiously asked, "Wait, Brother Tong, are you driving in pure electric mode?" Though Suche was not well-versed in supercars, he had researched beforehand and knew that this SF-90 was equipped with a 3.9-liter twin-turbo V8 engine, a pinnacle of V8 engineering. Despite the hybrid capabilities of the SF-90, the purpose of acquiring such a performance beast should be to relish its exhilarating power. Yet, Tong Jinsheng opted to drive it in pure electric mode, treating this 1,000-horsepower marvel as if it were merely a new energy ride-hailing vehicle. "This is just the beginning. Allow me to acclimate." Tong Jinsheng offered an awkward smile. The viewers in the live stream began to voice their discontent. "Goodness, I was hoping to hear the roar of a 1,000-horsepower engine. Come on, Tong, step it up. One rocket should sound off. Tong, don't let anyone look down on us. Our live stream deserves respect. Why not let Suche take the wheel? After all, Tong cherishes his own car. Isn't it a form of betrayal to see someone else thrashing a car you're reluctant to drive?" Tong Jinsheng chose to ignore the comments. He had just acquired the vehicle, and even if he wished to indulge, a few days of restraint were in order. He drove the car to the modification workshop. Both Suche and Tong Jinsheng exited the vehicle. "Brother Tong, what modifications do you plan to make?" Suche inquired with curiosity. "I'm changing the wheels. I intend to swap them out for all black ones tomorrow. The combination of matte black and deep green will undoubtedly look striking," Tong Jinsheng replied with a smile. After completing all the necessary procedures, Tong Jinsheng took to the road once more with Suche. Following their earlier agreement, they exchanged cars. In the Bentley, Tong Jinsheng secured his phone to Suche's mount and addressed the viewers in the live stream. "Gentlemen, I must say, the red and white interior is truly elegant. Girls are bound to adore it." The audience echoed their agreement. While in terms of power, it could not compare to the SF-90. Its aesthetics were certainly more appealing to the female gaze. "Suche, shall we take this road for a spin back and forth?" Tong Jinsheng called out to Suche, who responded with an affirmative gesture. At that moment, a little lamb appeared, brandishing two small red flags, standing between the two cars. With a flourish, the flags were dropped. In an instant, both cars surged forward. The sentiment of reluctance to drive one's own car while witnessing another's vigorous acceleration rang true. The two men seamlessly activated their launch modes. The elegantly attired gentleman and the strikingly sleek car raced along the parallel stretch with fervor. 3 minutes later, they returned to their starting point and embraced each other upon exiting their vehicles. Suche's live stream for the evening concluded here, and after bidding farewell to his audience, he ended the broadcast. Glancing at the time, which was just past 10, Suche suggested it was time to part ways. "Brother Tong, that'll be all for today. Let us gather again when time permits." "Very well. Let us reconvene when we have the chance. I must continue my own stream, so I want to see you off." Tong Jinsheng waved his hand. As he had another program lined up, an episode with Hui Bao regarding romantic matters, previously scheduled. Although Hui Bao was not the first person to sit in the passenger seat of his new car, she was the first among the female companions. "Suche, wait for me." Seeing Suche preparing to leave, Xu Shui hurriedly hopped into the passenger seat. Amid the meaningful gazes from Tong Jinsheng and the other female influencers, the two waved goodbye as they departed. Chapter 29. The Beauty Fund, ready to report. Upon returning to Winding Courtyard, the clock struck 10:40. As they entered their abode, Xu Shui eagerly rose on her tiptoes, encircling Suche's slender neck, and tilted her head to bestow a soft kiss. Suche, somewhat awkward in his response, reciprocated clumsily. The two novices exchanged shy gestures until they could no longer contain their breath, glancing at each other and bursting into laughter simultaneously. "I thought you were quite experienced," Xu Shui remarked, a hint of surprise in her tone. "I've only just turned 18 this year. I've never even been in a relationship before. How could I possess any expertise in this regard?" Suche replied, unperturbed by the admission. Such matters become second nature with practice, he added. I haven't been in a relationship either, Shushue confessed. After a tender moment of closeness, Suche decided it was time to take a shower, feeling rather uncomfortable in his sticky state. What should I do? I didn't bring a change of clothes, Shushue lamented, having not returned home since the afternoon. Just wear my pajamas for now. You can change back tomorrow once your clothes are dry, Suche suggested, retrieving a set of his sleepwear from the wardrobe and offering it to her. Shushue accepted the garments and hurried to the bathroom. Suke followed suit, both seeking a private space to mentally prepare themselves. Once he filled the bathtub with water, Suche sank into its warmth, closing his eyes. After about 2 minutes, he opened them to check the completion of his scheduled rest, a smile gracing his lips. He had discovered on the third day of this task that as long as he closed his eyes during the designated time, the system would recognize it as maintaining a regular routine, even if he awakened afterward. The task for maintaining a regular schedule was issued on the 14th, and only 2 days remained for its completion. The task of acquiring 5 million genuine followers would also conclude on the 14th, allowing both tasks to be accomplished simultaneously. After his shower, Suche dried himself and donned a pair of shorts as he exited the bathroom. Upon stepping out, he spotted Shushue sitting on the edge of the bed, clad in a loose-fitting men's t-shirt and shorts, gently drying her hair. Having just bathed, her meticulously applied makeup had faded, revealing a more innocent visage. The oversized t-shirt accentuated her alluring collarbone, and from Suche's vantage point, he could faintly glimpse a patch of porcelain skin. Clearing his throat, Suche approached her and sat down, taking the towel from her hands to delicately dry her hair. Anticipating the unfolding events, Shushue produced a balloon from beneath her, one she had purchased from the convenience store after dinner, placing it before Suche. Upon seeing it, he was suddenly reminded of her dazed expression outside the convenience store post-dinner. You little vixen, so you had plans for mischief tonight all along, didn't you? He teased. Shushue's cheeks flushed crimson, the warmth spreading to her ears. Burying her face in Suche's embrace, she stammered, I. Struggling to articulate her thoughts, she ultimately surrendered, lifting her head to meet his gaze, her body upright on her knees. Locking eyes with him, she boldly declared, yes, I have ulterior motives. What you do about it? Suche remained silent, his actions alone affirming his ability to affect her. The morning sunlight gently rose at 6:30, casting a soft glow into the room shrouded by curtains, where the air felt heavy with an indescribable scent. From a low angle, one could see a pair of delicate white feet entwined around a strong, long leg, the sheets in disarray. Shushue's head rested against Suche's chest, her hair cascading around her, her eyes slightly furrowed, yet her lips curled into a sweet smile. The alarm on Suche's phone rang promptly, stirring him from his drowsiness. As he opened his eyes with some difficulty, he felt a slight discomfort in his breathing. After silencing the alarm, he glanced at the system interface. Not surprisingly, he encountered the task description for a loser-esque counterattack system inevitably included such missions. This was a standard task for most systems, albeit with varying terminologies. Upon viewing the system's comprehensive score, he noted that an 88 was indeed commendable. The allocation of the beauty fund was particularly intriguing. From the text, it appeared that these rewards were intended for Shushue, given her profession as a beauty influencer, exemplified by the mention of a viral 2023 video. However, the wording did not restrict the rewards solely for her benefit. Suche could also utilize the funds to elevate others, or even keep the items for himself. This aspect was quite fascinating. Nonetheless, Suche was not devoid of sentiment. He would undoubtedly allocate most of the rewards for Shushue as personal use. The pink Porsche Panamera, for instance, would certainly be gifted to her. Retracting his gaze, Suche looked down to meet a pair of innocent doe-like eyes. Did I wake you? He asked, gently lifting her, resting his chin atop her forehead. You have to report to school today, right? Shushue replied with a hint of melancholy. Yes, I'll return right after completing the registration this morning, and then I'll spend quality time with you, Suche reassured her. He had already taken care of the campus access card through Zhejiang University's online freshman services. And once on campus, He merely needed to finalize the necessary procedures in the assigned dormitory area. As long as there are not too many people, he will likely be able to complete his tasks in the morning, leaving school in the afternoon. If there are additional arrangements for the evening class, he can return then. I will wait for you. Xu Shui nodded obediently. If you find yourself bored in the morning, you could edit last night's video. Given the excitement from last night, I believe your video has a good chance of gaining popularity. Last night, Xu Shui was undoubtedly the second protagonist in Su Che's livestream. Even Tong Jincheng could not compare, as he made fewer appearances and had to be cautious of his image. Hearing Su Che's words, Xu Shui eagerly picked up her phone and checked the back end, exclaiming with excitement, "I gained over 200,000 followers last night. It's simply unbelievable." She affectionately kissed Su Che's face several times in gratitude. With this, you will surely thrive in the future. As his first woman, although Su Che could not provide her with a formal title, he would offer her support in other ways. The system's reward for the viral short video would undoubtedly feature Xu Shui prominently, but he would need to acquire her contract from Tong Jincheng to prevent someone else from benefiting. However, that was a matter for another time. It was only August 2022, and there were still several months until 2023. Xu Shui leaned against Su Che, smiling as she viewed the comments and back end. Many were saying that she and Su Che were well matched, and someone had edited a clip from last night's livestream, showcasing a moment where she gazed affectionately at Su Che, accompanied by music and ambience, creating a sweet atmosphere. Su Che was not keen on watching such things. At 18, he was already in a phase of fervent energy, especially in the morning. He set her phone aside and gazed at her intently. Xu Shui seemed to sense something, her cheeks instantly flushing with color. After a refreshing shower, Su Che stepped out of bed and made his way to the bathroom. Xu Shui lay languidly on the bed, resting with her eyes closed. Even when Su Che emerged, announcing his intention to go to school for registration, she did not respond. Seeing this, Su Che decided to leave her be, changing his clothes, fixing his hair, and grabbing his luggage and car keys before stepping out. Arriving at the parking lot, he got in his car and set the navigation to the southern gate of Zijin Port Campus. The parking lot at Wendinjuan was less than 3 kilometers from the southern gate of Zijin Port Campus. Along the way, Su Che noticed many vehicles heading to the southern gate, likely first-year students preparing for registration. Chapter 30, School Registration. On the way to the south gate, in the back seat of an Audi Q5L, a youthful girl dressed in a JK uniform and knee-high socks playfully rested her feet on the central aisle. Holding her phone, she was live-streaming. "Hello, everyone. Today, I am here to share the experience of registering as a freshman at Zhejiang University. We're just 2 kilometers away from the south gate of the campus," Zhu Yui said, directing the camera forward with a melodious voice. Her parents shook their heads in resignation. With the rapid advancement of the internet and the continual enhancement of smartphone technology, live streaming has become increasingly accessible and commonplace, particularly among university students. Engaging in activities such as vlogging, shooting short videos, and live streaming has become an ingrained habit. As numerous college students have suddenly risen to fame, many others have begun to dream of following suit, embarking on similar paths. Some aspire to achieve financial independence through short videos, while others seek validation and recognition from the online community, aiming for a sense of self-fulfillment. Zhu Yui is one such individual. She began creating short videos after entering high school. A quintessential 3-pit girl, she has a fondness for Hanfu, Lolita, and JK fashion. Her daily videos often showcase her outfits, though she has never revealed her face, resulting in a slow growth of her follower count. During her live streams, she typically garners only a handful of viewers. Nevertheless, Zhu Yui maintains a positive attitude, sharing her passions with enthusiasm. A few days prior, while streaming, she mentioned her upcoming registration at the Zijin campus, prompting her audience to express curiosity about its size and request her to live stream on the day of registration. Zhu Yui readily agreed. Since the morning of her journey, she has been live streaming, and her viewer count has risen from single digits to triple digits, which delighted her. During casual conversation, she rotated her phone to showcase the surrounding scenery. Suddenly, a luxurious car appeared before her. Zhu Yui's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "What a stunning car! What is it?" Like many girls her age, She was not well-versed in automotive types, but found the vehicle to be remarkably elegant. Before the chat could respond, her father interjected. That's a Bentley Continental GT, likely the convertible version, worth at least $4 million. Wow, that's a staggering amount. No wonder it's so beautiful. Zhu Yui's family could be considered middle class, living comfortably, but a 4 million yuan car was utterly unattainable for them. Just then, the chat began to flood with messages. This car looks familiar. Isn't it Su Che's? Indeed, it's Su Che's. I saw it in Tong's live stream last night. Su Che is also a freshman at Zhejiang University, and it is evident that he is heading to register. Streamer, hurry and catch up. I want to see you interview Su Che. As the live stream attracted more viewers, the barrage of comments urging a chase intensified. Zhu Yi's expression instantly soured. Although she filmed short videos and streamed online, she was rather socially anxious in reality. Otherwise, she would not have concealed her identity in all her videos and live broadcasts. She was certainly aware of Su Che, having come across videos of him dancing, which showcased his charm and handsomeness. However, she did not know him personally, and the thought of approaching him left her at a loss for words. Ultimately, Zhu Yi chose to disregard the commotion. Meanwhile, Su Che remained oblivious to the live broadcast. He had arrived at the south gate of the Zhejiang Port campus. The south gate stands as the most grand and iconic entrance, measuring approximately 88 meters in length and 14.6 meters in height, adorned in a red and white three-section design featuring 5 arches and Corinthian columns. The entrance was bustling with vehicles, predominantly family cars, with only a few students driving themselves. Buses were stationed to transport freshmen to their dormitories, though their frequency was limited, prompting most to rent bicycles or electric scooters to navigate to their assigned accommodations. As Su Che's car approached the gate, it garnered considerable attention. While luxury cars were not uncommon at the entrance, most were of a commercial nature. Sporty models like the Bentley Continental GT were relatively rare. Following the adjacent passageway, Su Che presented his campus access card, obtained via the university's official account, and drove into the campus. The official account provided maps of the various dormitory routes. Su Che navigated towards the School of Fine Arts, and the vastness of the campus struck him. It felt less like a university and more akin to a small town. It was astonishingly expansive, with reports suggesting that a complete drive around the Zhejiang Port campus could take over half an hour. The first landmark he encountered was the Chioshu University Hall, followed by Chijin Lake. Given the influx of new students registering today, the campus experienced some congestion. He passed by several faculties, including the School of Pharmacy, the School of Medicine, and the School of Life Sciences. Su Che was enrolled in the journalism program at the School of Media and International Culture. Observing the distance to his dormitory, approximately 2 kilometers away, he understood why the university permitted faculty and students to drive to and from campus. The vastness of the grounds warranted it. Moreover, the intervals between classes were not lengthy, and walking alone could consume a significant amount of time. To facilitate convenience, having a personal mode of transportation was ideal, as even though the campus offered share bicycles, availability during peak class times was often uncertain. As Su Che makes his way to the dormitory, he observes that the designated areas for shared bicycles are entirely vacant. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Danxing dormitory, a banner welcoming new students is elegantly displayed beneath the archway. Flanking the entrance are 2 large signs emblazoned with the words "Strive Forward," Danxing, Courage and Unity. Within the dormitory complex, rows of blue tents are meticulously arranged, where senior students from various majors are diligently assisting newcomers with their check-in procedures. In the background, various clubs are actively recruiting new members. Inside the tent of the School of Media and International Culture, one might have expected a plethora of handsome individuals, yet today, those arriving appear rather ordinary. Lu Xinxin possesses a classically beautiful oval face, her features flowing gracefully, exuding an air of elegance mingled with charm. Her bright, clear eyes convey an innocent and pure essence that invites one to draw closer. Although not particularly tall, her proportions are striking, accentuated by a crop top that highlights her fair and slender waist. Standing beside Lu Xinxin is a tall girl whose overall style starkly contrasts with hers. With fair skin, cool facial features, and a distant gaze, she emanates an aura of aloof independence. Upon hearing the comments about the newcomers, Shen Xingyao succinctly retorts, "Your standards are too high." As Lu Xinxin's roommate for 2 years, Shen Xingyao is well acquainted with her personality. Despite Lu Xinxin's gentle and kind appearance, which gives a friendly first impression, her inner complexity is far deeper than it seems. In her own words, she has invested considerable effort into her beauty, striving for perfection in her appearance. Consequently, her standards for a boyfriend are understandably elevated. She seeks a partner who is not only handsome and wealthy, but also treats her exceptionally well, a top-tier catch, so she wouldn't have to exert herself further in the future. Over the past 2 years, Lu Xinxin has cultivated an impression that with a bit more effort, relationships could progress, leaving those enamored with her filled with hope, as if the dawn of a new connection were just within reach. However, in reality, the perceived closeness of these relationships is a mere illusion, as Lu Xinxin has yet to find anyone who truly captivates her heart. Chapter 31. The social butterfly Lu Xinxin pouted in defiance and extended her delicate hand to tally up the expenses for Shen Xingyao. "I indulge in a cup of black coffee daily to suppress my appetite and reduce swelling, which amounts to 900 yuan over the course of a month. Additionally, I allocate a fixed expenditure of 1,000 yuan each month for my eyelash extensions and adhesive-free lower lashes. At 70 yuan per box for daily disposables, I spend 420 yuan every month. Not to mention the cost of clothing, my monthly beauty expenses nearly reach 10,000 yuan. Moreover, having devoted myself to studying art since childhood, I have enrolled in dance and piano classes, all in hopes of enhancing my allure when accompanying my future partner. I have invested considerable financial and temporal resources into this endeavor. Is it unreasonable for me to aspire to higher standards?" Lu Xinxin is a pragmatist, hailing from a modest family in a small town. In her youth, she envied those with spacious, well-lit homes and exquisite, luxurious clothing and jewelry. Thus, she has always been determined to transform her life through hard work, aspiring to become someone worthy of admiration. In her senior year of high school, Lu Xinxin shared her painting videos on Douyin, garnering over 300,000 followers thanks to her commendable skills and endearing, innocent visage. Although she earned money, her horizons expanded significantly. Especially after arriving in Linen, she was captivated by the towering skyscrapers, the vibrant neon lights at night, and the magnificent city skyline. Lu Xinxin found herself deeply enthralled by the allure of the metropolis. Analyzing her earning potential, she realized that achieving a life of enviable prosperity in Linen would be a formidable challenge with her current capabilities. Thus, upon entering university, she began to invest in her beauty, dedicating most of her online earnings to her transformation, hoping to one day find a partner who could facilitate her ascent in social class. This is her short-term goal. Should she fail to find such a partner before graduation, she will abandon this aspiration and return to her original self. Over the past 2 years at university, several remarkable young men have pursued her, yet they still fall short of her ideal. Last year, didn't you find Ren Juning from the new media team quite acceptable? Why didn't you accept his advances? Shen Xingyao inquired curiously. "Forget it. Ren Juning is decent looking, but he still doesn't meet my standards," Lu Xinxin replied, shaking her head dismissively. Ren Juning is a member of the new media team at Zhejiang University, responsible for managing the official accounts across various platforms. He has also founded a short video operation group called New Culture, where he has developed several accounts on Douyin. While the performance metrics of these accounts are generally mediocre, occasionally, 1 or 2 pieces of content achieve minor viral success. Lu Xinxin has kept an eye on the accounts he manages. Those so-called viral hits merely resonate with certain emotional sentiments of the audience, lacking consistent, high-quality content output. Nevertheless, those few accounts have indeed brought Ren Juning some financial gain. His rising fame at school has attracted the attention of numerous aspiring internet celebrities. However, for Lu Xinxin, Ren Juning still falls short. Meanwhile, Su Che arrived at Danqing Academy, finding a parking space for his car. Just as he was about to exit the vehicle, a system notification chimed instantaneously. At 18, you arrive at school filled with excitement. Witnessing the luxury cars gliding past and the stylish attire of your classmates, your feelings of inferiority and timidity resurfacing. Throughout your university life, you can find yourself within the prison of self-doubt and shyness, exhibiting a state of zero social interaction. Mission: become a social butterfly. Task details: from today onward, please add the contact information of over 30 individuals. Rewards: a refreshing aura, charisma, title of social butterfly. For each social friend, you earn 10,000 RMB. For each close friend, 100,000 RMB. Mission difficulty: 3 stars. After reading the task description, Su-che smiled effortlessly. This was yet another simple mission for him. Exiting the car, he retrieved his luggage from the trunk and made his way towards Danqing Academy. Along the way, his tall stature and striking appearance occasionally drew the attention of passers-by. Many clubs extended invitations to him for recruitment. Su-che waved his hand in polite refusal before inquiring about the location of the registration desk for the School of Media and International Culture. Upon learning its whereabouts, he pushed his luggage forward, eventually arriving at the end of the path where he spotted the tent for the School of Media and International Culture. As he entered, he noticed a poised and elegant young woman registering others, accompanied by a lively girl exuding an energetic vibe. Su-che glanced at the spirited girl, whose style bore a resemblance to Chi Wanwan, yet she radiated even more vitality, her movements and expressions brimming with an uplifting energy. "Hello, are you a new student in the media department?" Lu Xinxin, standing behind Shun Xingyao, felt her heart race as she recognized Su-che. She stepped past the registration desk to greet him. Su-che nodded and introduced himself. "Hello, senior. I am Su-che, a freshman in the media department this year." "Su-che?" Hearing his name, Lu Xinxin scrutinized him, suddenly exclaiming, "Are you the Su-che who live-streamed with Tong Jincheng last night?" She had come across clips of their live stream while scrolling through Douyin earlier that day, though she hadn't watched it closely. During this time, Su-che's meteoric rise had escaped her notice, and she was unaware that he was the freshman from Zhejiang University's media department. "It is I," Su-che confirmed with a nod. Upon receiving confirmation, Lu Xinxin felt a surge of excitement. Not only was he handsome, but also wealthy, embodying the traits she had long sought in a partner. Yet, she pondered his character. Lu Xinxin, quite amiably, struck up a conversation with him. Su-che, being a social adept himself, felt entirely at ease, especially when engaging with a beautiful woman. From discussing their school environment to the themes of short videos, Su-che adeptly caught every witty remark thrown his way by Lu Xinxin. He skillfully interspersed humorous metaphors into their dialogue, eliciting bright smiles from her. The atmosphere between these two social butterflies was undeniably delightful. However, nearby, a few new students filling out their registration forms appeared rather disheartened. They had previously attempted to engage Lu Xinxin, only to face dismal failure. Now, witnessing her eagerness to be close to Su-che, they couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy towards him. What was so remarkable about him, aside from a handsome visage and a wealthier background? Coupled with being a prominent internet celebrity, life seemed unjust to them. The students silently cursed as they hurriedly completed their forms and departed, eager to avoid further heartache. Once they had left, Shan Xingyao turned her gaze to the two. Upon seeing Su-che's face, she momentarily hesitated, but quickly regained her composure. Naturally reserved, she was not particularly fond of Douyin and held no strong feelings towards internet celebrities, whether positive or negative. She stood quietly, maintaining a posture of attentive listening, refraining from interrupting. After engaging in conversation with Lu Xinxin for a while, Su-che finally noticed the coolly aloof beauty observing them. He quickly donned an apologetic expression, saying, "I'm sorry, senior, for keeping you waiting." Lu Xinxin, realizing the situation, playfully stuck out her tongue at Shun Xingyao as a form of apology. Shun Xingyao responded with a faint smile, indicating her indifference, before handing Su-che the registration form to fill out. As Su-che filled out the form, Lu Xinxin stepped behind Shun Xingyao and wrapped her arms around her waist, whispering, "Yao Yao, I'm smitten." Shun Xingyao raised an eyebrow in surprise, responding, "Is it really that hasty? Don't you think you should observe a bit longer?" Lu Xinxin, with a serious demeanor, replied, "No need for further observation. He possesses wealth, charm, and a commendable character, far surpassing my expectations. Time waits for no one, and I must not hesitate." Lu Xinxin was a decisive individual. Once she set her sights on a goal, she would pursue it without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 32. The public bathhouse is a punishment for Southern people. Shun Xingyao succinctly articulated the crux of the matter. Shouldn't you first inquire whether he has a girlfriend? Moreover, given his striking looks, he hardly seems like the type to settle down. Lu Xinxin was well aware of the notion that the more handsome a young man is, the less secure his girlfriend tends to feel, especially since Su Che not only possesses good looks, but also affluence. Yet, this world operates on such peculiar principles. Many young women would rather pursue a handsome, wealthy boyfriend who treats them poorly than glance at a kind-hearted young man lacking in wealth and charm. While this may not apply universally, it certainly reflects a prevalent mindset. At the very least, one must embody the traits of being tall, rich, and handsome. Furthermore, Su Che epitomizes all these attributes in an extraordinary manner, presenting an opportunity that Lu Xinxin was determined not to let slip away, even if it ultimately led to heartbreak. Life is but a gamble. Those who shy away from taking risks have no chance of winning. Even if he has a girlfriend, I refuse to miss out, Lu Xinxin resolutely declared. Shun Xingyao furrowed her brow, unable to fully comprehend her friend's approach, though she refrained from further admonitions. The path chosen by Lu Xinxin was hers alone, and she would bear the consequences of her decisions. Individuals possess autonomy. Shun Xingyao would not impose her will upon others. "Sister, I have completed the form," Su Che stated, handing his paperwork to Shun Xingyao after filling it out. She took it, examined it carefully, and subsequently returned the student information card, campus card, and dormitory key to him. "Take this documentation to the academic registration office to collect the relevant materials. You can pick up your military training uniform at the dormitory office downstairs." Su Che accepted the items, expressed his gratitude, and then inquired, "Sister, may I ask if the school provides rental parking spaces for students? Also, how does one go about applying for off-campus study?" Upon hearing his questions, Shun Xingyao explained, "To rent a parking space, you must bring your driver's license, vehicle registration, and student ID to the Student Affairs Office in the administrative building for stamping and processing. The monthly parking fee is 100 yuan. As for applying for off-campus study, you need to fill out an application form to submit to your college's counselor or advisor. Once signed by your parents and teachers and approved, you will be granted permission to study off-campus." Su Che committed this information to memory, thanked her once more, and then made his way toward the academic registration office. Lu Xinxin quickly followed, saying, "Su Che, since it's your first time here and you're unfamiliar with the route, let me guide you." Su Che did not object, slowing his pace to wait for her to catch up. Lu Xinxin stepped forward, linking her arm through his, casting sidelong glances at him with a hint of trepidation. Su Che, noticing her gesture, smiled slightly, choosing not to withdraw his arm, and continued walking as if nothing had transpired. Throughout the journey, Lu Xinxin enthusiastically introduced Su Che to the surroundings of Danqing Academy. The accommodation was divided into Danyang District and Qingxi Dormitory. Danyang District comprises 6 dormitory buildings, each equipped with private bathrooms but lacking balconies. In contrast, Qingxi Dormitory consists of 4 buildings. The first 2 have balconies but no private bathrooms, only shared facilities, while the 3rd and 4th buildings offer both balconies and private bathrooms. In addition, to facilitate gatherings and activities for students, the Bizijiyuan has been established, offering a space for small parties and other events. The gym is located beneath the Qingxi Dormitory, operating daily from 8:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m., boasting well-equipped facilities. After some inquiry, Su Che turned his gaze toward his assigned dormitory, Building 2 of Danyang, which features private bathrooms. Fortunately, it was not in Qingxi 1 or 2. Su Che was simply unaccustomed to communal bathrooms. It was no jest. For someone from the south, showering in a public bathroom felt akin to a punishment. Being from Chengdu, he harbored some reservations about this matter. Not to mention, the earlier description of a dual-plug resident had nearly left him with psychological scars. "By the way, Senior Lu, what year are you in? What is your major?" "I am a junior, majoring in design." The senior who just registered you is also a junior, named Xinxing Yao. She is a top student in your media major, and we share the same dormitory. Dancing Academy encompasses students from various fields such as literature, history, philosophy, art, economics, management, law, and education. It is not unusual for students from different majors to reside together. As the two engaged in conversation, they soon arrived at the academic registration office. After completing the process, Suche received a plethora of materials, in addition to some textbooks pertinent to his major. There was a cartoon map of the Zijin Port campus and a scenic checklist booklet. After obtaining the materials, Suche and Lu Xinxin proceeded toward the dormitory. Upon reaching the base of the dormitory, Lu Xinxin remarked, "You new students this year have it relatively easy. In my year, the dormitory floors were still concrete." Suche was somewhat taken aback. Is the dormitory at Zhejiang University that rudimentary? Despite the expansive and pleasant environment of the Zijin Port campus, the dormitory conditions were indeed less than ideal. Although improvements have been made, they remained quite ordinary. He would see for himself shortly. Lu Xinxin raised an eyebrow, seemingly eager to witness his reaction upon entering the dormitory. "Not to worry, once my off-campus application is approved, I will move out immediately," Suche replied nonchalantly. "Have you already rented a place near the school?" Lu Xinxin inquired curiously. "I have a place in Wendinjuan, quite close to the school," Suche responded casually. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinxin's eyes sparkled with interest. Suche's capabilities far exceeded her initial expectations. Consequently, her grip on his arm tightened, drawing him deeper into her soft embrace. Suche was quite surprised by Lu Xinxin's overt behavior. Logically speaking, given her attire and demeanor, she should come from a well-off family. Her ensemble from Myo alone amounted to at least 20 to 30,000. The Van Cleef Arpels malachite pendant around her neck was worth over 20,000, and the total value of her clothing and accessories certainly surpassed 50,000. For a young lady of her standing, even if captivated by his looks, it was unlikely she would act so forwardly. Suche was perplexed, yet he accepted the situation with grace. After all, it was he who reaped the enjoyment. What Suche remained unaware of was that Lu Xian's current ensemble was her most extravagant outfit, purchased after a year of diligent saving. This accumulation of funds was only achievable during her most lucrative period. Despite boasting over 300,000 followers, her income was modest. She did not engage in live streaming, and her primary means of monetization consisted of merchandise showcased in her windows and a few sponsorships for advertisements. A portion of her earnings also stemmed from selling images in stock photography. On average, her monthly income exceeded 10,000, yet her expenses were substantial, often leaving her in financial straits. Recently, her earnings had dwindled significantly, prompting her to contemplate the possibility of embarking on live streaming. Chapter 33. Suche. I can no longer stay in this dormitory. As the two entered the dormitory building, Suche proceeded to the dormitory office to complete the necessary formalities, while Lu Xinxin made her way to the lobby to await his return. The dormitory was already bustling with numerous freshmen, clad in casual attire, meandering about, most of whom had checked in the previous day. The moment Lu Xinxin stepped inside, she became the focal point of many curious gazes. Among the new students, there were also several socially anxious individuals, yet one brave representative mustered the courage to approach her. After adjusting his attire and clearing his throat, he swaggered over to Lu Xinxin, greeting her in a composed manner. "Hello, my name is Guang Longxian, a freshman from the media department. May I have your contact information?" Upon finishing his sentence, Guang Longxian brandished the latest Apple iPhone 14 Pro Max, deliberately displaying his Omega dark side of the moonwatch. Wearing a watch valued at nearly 80,000 was indeed a point of pride for a freshman. Lu Xinxin offered a polite smile, having encountered countless such situations over the past 2 years at school. Had this been in the past, she might have maintained her previous persona, delicately refusing while providing warmth and hope. However, now that she had found her objective, she was determined to shoo away these bothersome flies. Her expression hardened as she coolly replied, "I'm sorry, but I'm allergic to men." Guang Longxian stood frozen in disbelief. He had anticipated rejection, but had not expected it to come in such an unexpected manner. At that moment, Su Che emerged from the dormitory office, having paid the deposit for the keys and collected his military training uniform. Upon spotting him, Lu Xixin quickly rose on her toes and waved, calling out, Su Che, I'm over here. The collective hearts of the male students in the lobby shattered at the sight of Lu Xixin's joyful expression and affectionate call. All eyes fixated on the figure of the so-called Su Che. Upon witnessing Su Che's handsome features, many felt a pang of inferiority. Others, noticing the icy blue watch adorning his wrist, discreetly averted their gazes. A few, however, recognized Su Che, their expressions turning to astonishment. Goodness, it's Su Che. He is actually a freshman at our Zhejiang University this year. One exclaimed. I watched the entirety of Tong Lao Lu's livestream last night, and I must say, Su Che's looks are truly exceptional. Even as a man, I find him handsome. As the group of freshmen who recognized Su Che began to chatter excitedly, others pulled out their phones to search for him on Douyin, gasping at the sight of his nearly 8 million followers. 8 million followers was already the hallmark of a significant internet celebrity, not to mention that Su Che was the top male streamer in the beauty category, having recently surpassed 100,000 viewers, while there were indeed several dance streamers who had also reached that milestone. Last year's highly critiqued dance streamer had peaked with over 1 million viewers, far surpassing Su Che's current standing. Now that we have everything, let us depart. As Su Che stepped inside, Lu Xinxin promptly took the textbooks and military training uniform from his hands while linking her arm with his, exuding an air of intimacy. Su Che, unfazed, pushed his luggage towards the staircase. As they passed by Guanglong Xian, the icy blue light inadvertently illuminated him for a moment. Guanglong Xian, attempting to feign indifference, turned away and left. His expression shifted instantly, and he muttered under his breath, Allergic to men? You must be allergic to me. On the staircase, Su Che led the way with his luggage, while Lu Xinxin followed closely behind. Su Che's dormitory was on the 5th floor. Fortunately, his regular dance practice had conditioned him well, so he did not find it overly strenuous. Lu Xinxin also felt no fatigue, as her commitment to Pilates helped her maintain her physique. Upon reaching the entrance of room 503, Su Che heard sounds emanating from within. Rather than pushing the door open directly, he opted to knock. Knock, knock, knock. As the door swung open, a stocky figure with a buzz cut appeared. Hello, you must be the final roommate. Come in quickly. I'm Pang Dong, a local from Linen. You can call me by my name or just call me Fatty. Brother, you're quite the handsome one. If I looked like you, I'd be smiling in my sleep. Pang Dong was evidently a chatterbox, engaging Su Che in a continuous stream of conversation. Hello. Mixuke from Romking. After placing his luggage down, Su Che greeted him and began to survey the dormitory's environment. The layout featured bunk beds on one side and a desk on the other, with a narrow passage between them leading to a compact private bathroom, barely spacious enough for 2 people to wash up simultaneously. A Rongqing local, huh? We have another one in our dorm, but he is rather introverted and often keeps to himself. Even when I try to talk to him, he rarely responds. I think he went to the cafeteria. He should be back soon. Pang Dong shrugged, displaying his frustration. His naturally loquacious nature clashed painfully with the silence of his roommate. An introverted Rongqing local, Su Che suddenly felt an uneasy premonition and quickly inquired, What is that person's name? Xie Chao, Pang Dong replied. Su Che's heart raced at the mention of the name. Xie Chao, whose initials were also XC. Could he possibly be the dual-plugged individual described by the system? If so, he certainly could not remain in this dorm for even a day longer. Su Che did not wish to be ambushed during the night. He silently prayed and then asked about the other roommate. And what about the other one? Oh, that Guanglong Xian from Odu. He is probably off chasing after girls. That guy is quite the show-off, Pang Dong explained. At that moment, Lu Xinxin entered, carrying Su Che's military uniform and books. I'm not mistaken, am I? Our dorm at Zhejiang Port is simply too rudimentary, she remarked with a smile, placing the items on Su Che's desk. At this moment, Pang Dong's chubby face was adorned with wide, bulging eyes as he pointed first at Su Che and then at Lu Xinxin. Are you two a couple? Lu Xinxin did not respond directly. Instead, she intertwined her arm with Su Che's and retorted, You think we make a good match, don't you? Pang Dong nodded in agreement, recognizing the striking compatibility of the handsome man and the beautiful woman. After a brief chat among the three, Pang Dong exchanged WeChat information with Su Che and casually shared the WeChat ID of their counselor. Su Che, our counselor in the media department this year, is quite a beauty, having graduated with a master's degree and currently pursuing her doctorate. Upon hearing this, Su Che promptly added the WeChat ID of their counselor, Su Qingyan, which was succinctly labeled as Media College Counselor, Su Qingyan. Chapter 34. Dumplings for a Dish of Vinegar. Su Qingyan's profile picture is a half-length photo of herself, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Her serious expression belies a hint of allure in her gaze, both innocent and enticing. Indeed, she is a striking beauty. Shortly after Su Che sent a friend request, it was accepted. Su Che gently tapped the screen and sent a message. Hello, counselor. I am Su Che, a freshman in the media department reporting today. Su Qingyan. Hello. Su Che. I am your counselor, Su Qingyan, for this year. Shortly, I will send you the link to our freshman WeChat group for the media department. Please remember to join. There will be a class meeting tonight. Unless there are exceptional circumstances, please do not be absent. If you have a special circumstance and need to request leave, please come to my office in room 106 of the College of Media and International Culture to explain your reasons for the leave and register it. After reading the series of messages from Su Qingyan, Su Che typed, "What is the process for applying to live off-campus?" Su Qingyan, if you wish to apply for off-campus living, please come to me to collect 2 application forms, one for off-campus accommodation and the other for parental consent. You will need to provide property proof or a rental contract. If it is for health reasons, a health certificate is required. However, I personally recommend that freshmen stay in the dorms. It facilitates interaction with classmates, helps integrate into collective life, and is more convenient for studying, not to mention the paramount issue of safety. Seeing this, Su Che continued to inquire, if parents are out of town, can they verify their consent through a video call? Su Qingyan, yes, that is acceptable. Do you have any other questions, Su Che? Su Che, no, that is all. Thank you, counselor. After concluding the chat, Su Che joined the freshman group. This year's media department has only 52 new students. The group was relatively quiet, with only Su Qingyan discussing the time and location of tonight's meeting, and the others uniformly replying with acknowledgement. Su Che closed WeChat and glanced at his watch. It was already 11:30. He turned to Lu Xinxin and invited, "It's almost noon, and you've been my guide all day. I must treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. What would you like to eat?" Lu Xinxin pondered for a moment and replied, "Since it's your first day at school, you should try the cafeteria at our Zhejianport campus. Let us eat there." Lu Xinxin rarely dines out, so naturally, she is most familiar with the campus cafeterias. Moreover, since today is Su Che's first day, choosing the cafeteria as the initial option would surely enhance his impression. The two could also stroll along the campus path to the cafeteria, enjoying the scenery together, a thought that felt quite poetic. There would be ample opportunities to dine out in the future. I've heard that our Zhejiang University has 7 cafeterias. Which one do you think is the best? Su Che asked, following her suggestion. I have a say in this matter. Although I just arrived yesterday, I am from Linen and have occasionally dined at the school as cafeterias. The best one is undoubtedly the Inquan cafeteria. Beside them, Pang Dong patted his substantial belly, affirmatively declaring his thoughts. Su Che chuckled and remarked, "It seems you've wrapped those dumplings just to appease a plate of vinegar. Surely, you didn't gain admission to the university solely for the cafeteria?" Pang Dong chuckled heartily. "You've caught me. You have no idea how convoluted it is for outsiders to enter our school. One must make an appointment, and the cafeteria only accepts campus cards, which requires borrowing from others. Now that I've been accepted into Zhejiang University, I vow to dine at a different cafeteria every week, determined to savor every culinary delight they offer during my years here." Upon hearing this, both Su Che and Lu Xinxin instinctively gave him a thumbs up. "You better get to it. Our cafeteria offers over 100 dishes daily and constantly innovates, so you'll have plenty to enjoy." This was the first time Lu Xinxin had encountered a student who had enrolled for the sake of gastronomy, finding him quite amusing. "Shall we head to the Inquan restaurant? Pang Dong, would you care to join us?" Su Che inquired politely after making a decision. Pang Dong, not one to be oblivious to social cues, quickly waved his hands, saying, "No, no, I dined at Inquan yesterday. I prefer a new destination today." "Well then, we shall be on our way. If you need anything, just give me a call." Suche waved as he took Lu Xinxin's hand and left the dormitory. Stepping outside, the midday sun poured down like molten gold. The glaring light prompted the pair to instinctively shield their eyes. "How far is it to Inquan restaurant?" Suke asked. "If we walk, it's about 15 minutes. Lu Xinxin replied. "Shall we drive there?" Suke suggested. Lu Xinxin shook her head. "Let us avoid driving. There are quite a few new students checking in today, and it's noon, so traffic will surely be congested. I'll find Yao Yao, and we can ride her electric scooter over." Suche pondered for a moment, finding her reasoning sound, and thus agreed. "Do you have an umbrella? If not, I can grab one from the car." With the sun blazing at midday, Lu Xinxin had been dodging its rays since they set out. Suche inquired, "I don't think so. Let us first go to Yao Yao to get the keys. Then we can grab the umbrella from your car. Then let's be off." Walking side by side, Suche kindly placed his hand over her head to shield her from the sun. Feeling the warmth of his gesture, Lu Xinxin smiled brightly, her grin unwavering. Arriving at the freshman registration tent for the media department, they spotted Shen Xingyao enjoying her meal from a lunchbox. "Yao Yao, could I borrow your electric scooter? Suche and I are heading to Inquan restaurant." Lu Xinxin entered the tent and extended her hand towards Shen Xingyao. Shen Xingyao tilted her head, glancing at them before retrieving a key adorned with a Lena Bell charm from her bag and handing it to Lu Xinxin. "Thanks." Lu Xinxin accepted the key, waved, and linked her arm with Suche as they made their way toward the parking lot. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Lu Xinxin immediately noticed several young women gathered around a luxurious Bentley, capturing its elegance through photographs. Before she could inquire which vehicle belonged to Suche, he produced a key fob for the Bentley and pressed a button. As he did so, the front and rear lights of the car flickered in response. The girls, who were taking pictures adjacent to the Bentley, quickly stepped aside, startled by the sudden illumination. One of the young women then spotted Suche and his key, her expression transforming instantaneously, her eyes sparkling with allure. "Hello, handsome. Is this your car?" she purred, lowering her blouse to reveal a hint of decolletage as she approached Suche with a flirtatious demeanor. Lu Xinxin cast a disapproving glance at Suche, feeling a surge of irritation. How brazen could this woman be? Did she not see that she was intruding upon their moment together, treating her presence as if it were non-existent? Chapter 35. The determined Lu Xinxin. "Ah, Lu Xinxin, so you are here?" The alluring woman tossed her hair, feigning surprise as she covered her mouth. "Why are you blocking my way? Don't you already have a boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xinxin's face flushed with embarrassment, and she retorted excitedly, "Lin Shi, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever have a boyfriend?" After speaking, Lu Xinxin cast a glance at Suche behind her, noting his lack of reaction, leaving her uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. Lin Shi smiled sweetly, choosing not to respond. Her silence was a strategic move, as replying would only place her at a disadvantage. By not answering, she could create the impression that Lu Xinxin was flustered. How could she let such a handsome and affluent catch slip away to someone like Lu Xinxin? With a playful flick, Lin Shi pushed Lu Xinxin aside, presenting her own figure prominently. She stood with her arms straightened at her sides, accentuating her curves. "Hello there, handsome. I am Lin Shi, a junior in the fine arts department. You look unfamiliar, so I assume you are a new student reporting today. I am from Linen and quite familiar with both the school and the city. Shall we exchange contact information? I can show you around the scenic spots of Linen when you have some free time." As she spoke, Lin Shi held her phone close to her chest, swaying it gently, leaving it ambiguous whether she wanted Suche to notice her phone or her alluring figure. Meanwhile, Lu Xinxin's eyes blazed with fury. Lin Shi, the audacious provocateur, consistently opposed her at the academy. Although Lin Shi might not possess her striking beauty, her figure was undeniably superior, and her penchant for revealing outfits showcased her assets fully. Thus, in the art college, she was even slightly more popular than Lu Xinxin, owing to her confident demeanor. Standing opposite Lin Shi, Suche remained unfazed. While Lin Shi's physique was commendable, it did not surpass Lu Xinxin's by much, and her face certainly paled in comparison. He smiled lightly and casually grasped Lu Xinxin's hand, stating, "I apologize, but my girlfriend does not allow me to exchange contact information with other girls." With that, he bypassed Lin Shi, leading Lu Xinxin toward the car. Bending down, Su Che retrieved an umbrella adorned with the black and silver Bentley emblem from the vehicle. With a decisive clap, he shut the car door, opened the umbrella, and drew Lu Xinxin close as they departed. Lu Xinxin felt as if she were a marionette, being led by Su Che. It was only when they passed Lin Shi that she regained her composure, casting a triumphant glance back. Lin Shi watched their retreating figures with a mix of resentment and jealousy, huffing in annoyance before storming off. "Su Che, why did you just say I was your girlfriend?" Upon reaching the electric scooter parking lot, Lu Xinxin retrieved Qi Xingyao's scooter, offering the driver's seat to Su Che while she took the umbrella from his hand and settled onto the rear seat. Supporting the umbrella with one hand and wrapping the other around Su Che's waist, she inquired with hopeful anticipation, "Sister, you tirelessly assisted me with the paperwork this morning and helped me move my belongings. I simply cannot stand by and watch you being mistreated," Su Che candidly expressed. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinxin's tone grew melancholic. "Is it possible that you truly wish to be my girlfriend?" Su Che chuckled softly. "If I were to affirm that, would you accept it?" Lu Xinxin retorted without a moment's hesitation. "I would not," Su Che replied with equal decisiveness. In matters of affection, he refrained from offering false hopes that would leave someone ensnared in emotional turmoil. He preferred to clarify their relationship before proceeding. "If you can accept it, then we may pursue something together, but if not, he would understand and gracefully let go." Much like his relationship with Xu Shui, where both understood each other's needs without the need for words. Lu Xinxin fell silent, her heart a tempest of emotions. She recognized that with Su Che's qualities, it would not be so simple to win him over. Yet, his outright rejection left her feeling somewhat disheartened. However, she soon regained her composure, her face lighting up with a brilliant smile once more. Skipping over the previous topic, she resumed their cheerful banter. 10 minutes later, they entered the Silver Spring restaurant, laughter echoing between them. The first floor was bustling with students and their parents queuing at various stalls. We are currently in Area A, featuring popular items such as mango sticky rice, barbecue delicacies, assorted buns, and pan-fried dumplings. Over in Area B, one can find the Western cuisine section, serving steak and pasta, among other dishes. The second floor is a self-service area, offering a plethora of Chinese dishes, including the famous roast duck rolls, limited to 6 per person, and mixed noodles. The third floor houses the Xiao Lu Hui restaurant, specializing in Hangzhou and Sichuan cuisines. "What do you fancy eating?" Lu Xinxin inquired while introducing the options. "Which floor has fewer people?" Su Che expressed his reluctance to queue. "Let us ascend to the third floor. Being from Rongqing, you must try Xiao Lu Hui's Sichuan dishes, as it is said that their chefs are all invited from the mountainous regions. Can you handle spicy food? I hail from Xiangnan. What do you think? Our Hunan cuisine is undoubtedly spicier than your Sichuan fare," Lu Xinxin declared, playfully patting her ample chest, asserting that the spiciness of their cuisine eclipsed that of Sichuan. Su Che did not contest this point. The spiciness of Sichuan dishes often intertwines with a numbing sensation, characterized by a mala flavor profile. In contrast, Hunan cuisine focuses purely on heat. Nevertheless, both cuisines pale in comparison to Jiangxi cuisine. Upon entering the Xiao Lu Hui restaurant on the third floor, Su Che consulted Lu Xinxin before ordering mouth-watering chicken, spicy bullfrog, twice-cooked pork, and a plate of shredded potatoes, rounding off their meal with 2 cups of sour plum soup, totaling 130 yuan. Regarding the expense, it was neither exorbitant nor overly cheap, especially considering the student discount of 8 off the total. After settling the bill, the two awaited their dishes to be served. The campus card at Zhejiang University can be linked to a bank card through the official WeChat account, allowing for direct deductions from the bank account. As the dishes were served, Su Che glanced at the portions, which were quite standard. He picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and took a bite. The flavor was indeed delightful, spicy yet retaining its original essence, with a harmonious blend of freshness, aroma, numbness, and heat, showcasing the authentic taste of Sichuan and Chongqing cuisine. After finishing their meal, the The two departed from the restaurant. Upon returning to the parking lot outside Danxing Academy, Suche bid farewell to Liu Xinxin. He had to return to Windinjuan in the afternoon to collect property documents for his application for off-campus living and assist Xu Shui with her moving. He would not be back until the evening. Liu Xinxin watched Suche drive away with a sense of reluctance, her gaze shifting from wandering to resolute, as if she had made a significant decision. Chapter 36. The blink of car lights, transition explodes. In the Xu Shui garden community, Xu Shui reclined on her plush bed, her eyes gleaming with delight as she beheld the staggering 5,000 likes on her freshly released video, just 5 minutes post-upload. The ratio of likes to comments was nearly 3-to-1, a truly remarkable achievement. It was evident that this data would soon propel her into the next phase of promotion, promising a potential surge of popularity that might even catapult her into trending recommendations. This short video, featuring the blink of car lights transition, had become Xu Shui's most successful endeavor on Douyin over the years. What thrilled her even more was the emergence of comments from Suche and their devoted fans in the comment section. Sister is so captivating. That gaze and the car light transition are simply stunning. Is this Suche's Bentley? Teacher Fu has finally risen, able to bask in Suche's glory. Last night, watching Teacher Fu's expression while gazing at Suche was absolutely incredible. She adores him. I stand as the banner for the Su Fu faction. Teacher Fu is Suche's true love. Chi Wanwan is not to be underestimated. Our Wanwan is Suche's childhood sweetheart. As she read the comments mentioning Chi Wanwan, Xu Shui pursed her lips, tempted to delete them outright, but ultimately decided against it. So what if they were childhood sweethearts? Suche's first time belonged to her, and hers to him. This was a mutual journey. Half an hour later, the video entered the weighted promotion phase on the platform. Observing the trajectory of the video's metrics, Xu Shui sensed the potential for an exceptionally high level of engagement, which would not only bring her immense traffic, but also elevate her account standing. Unlocked, please come in. At that moment, she heard the unlocking sound of the front door downstairs. She quickly leapt from her bed, slipped on her slippers, and dashed downstairs. Upon seeing Suche, she immediately leaped into his arms. Darling, the video you helped me shoot has gone viral, Xu Shui joyfully announced, rewarding him with affectionate gestures. Suche, whose face was now dampened with her exuberance, wiped his cheek and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, with the amount of traffic you've garnered from me, it's no surprise it exploded. Why are you so excited? Of course, I'm thrilled. I've filmed countless short videos, yet I've never experienced such explosive data. Do you think I'm like you, effortlessly amassing millions of likes with just a glimpse? Xu Shui rolled her eyes dramatically. His comment seemed utterly oblivious to her hard work. You can achieve that too in the future. Suche gently patted her on the back and then asked, have you eaten? Xu Shui shook her head. Not yet. I wanted to wait for you to come back to eat together. Suche shrugged. I just had lunch at school, and I'm not familiar with the dining options around here. Why don't you check for takeout? I'll help you move in the afternoon. Not bothered by a suggestion, Xu Shui promptly grabbed her phone and ordered a salad and tomato beef pasta. While waiting for her meal, she accompanied Suche to the sofa, lying on his lap as he recounted the details of his check-in at school. If you don't return tonight, may I live stream from home? Suddenly changing the background for the stream would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the audience. However, she was indifferent to that, primarily concerned about Suche's opinion. Sure, just don't reveal my identity, he replied nonchalantly, as he would not appear in Xu Shui's live stream from home. If he were to show his face, it would have to be outside. As for the background change, as long as he was not exposed, the rest was left to Xu Shui's creativity. Xu Shui nodded obediently, indicating her understanding. At this moment, Suche received a WeChat video call. Upon seeing that it was from Chi Wanwan, he exchanged a glance with Xu Shui before answering. As soon as the call connected, he noticed Chi Wanwan's furious expression. Suche, what are you doing? She exclaimed. Suche rubbed his ears, feeling exasperated. Why did you live stream with that girl last night? Chi Wanwan asked, her cheeks puffed in indignation. She had gone to bed early due to fatigue and only saw the clips of Suche and Xu Shui streaming together in the morning. She was infuriated. Was this unprincipled fellow flirting with another girl as soon as he arrived in Linen, completely disregarding her? Had she not known that Su-che would report to school in the morning, she would have called him immediately. Someone drove me around for a day, and I'm grateful. What is wrong with letting her gain some exposure? Su-che retorted defiantly. Upon hearing this, Chi Wan seemed to accept his explanation, her expression softening. By the way, what is the deal with your car? I bought it. The Zijin Port campus is larger than some small towns. I can't walk every day. Can I? Su-che replied. But how could you afford such an expensive car? I saw online that it costs several million. You didn't spend all your earnings on it, did you? Do you think I'm like you? I have numerous sources of income, he said. Just then, Su-che inhaled sharply, quickly adjusting his phone's angle and casting a reproachful glare at Shu-shue, who was mischievously lying on his lap. Unfazed, Shu-shue continued her mischief. Su-che regained his composure and continued chatting with Chi Wan without revealing anything. Your background doesn't look like a dorm. Are you in a hotel? Chi Wan asked, not noticing anything amiss. No, it's my own house. I didn't intend to stay on campus. Su-che clarified. You bought both a car and a house. We both create short videos together. How did you earn so much money? Can you compare with me? My live streams attract tens of thousands of viewers, and the gifts I receive surpass what you earn in years from advertisements. Su-che casually offered as a reason. There was no need to elaborate on the source of his wealth. After all, he had a system guaranteeing a minimum income, and any investigation would reveal legitimate channels. After conversing for a while longer, Su-che finally ended the call. He set down his phone and pinched Shu-shue's delicate face, scolding, "You almost made me drop my phone." Shu-shue let out a playful sigh, remarking that it would be best to be steady. No woman would be indifferent to her boyfriend flirting with other women in her presence. Although their relationship was tacitly understood, Shu-shue was not overly concerned that Su-che would genuinely become upset. A touch of jealousy, after all, could add an intriguing dimension to their romantic life. Moreover, given the tangible efforts she had made, she found it hard to believe that Su-che would have the heart to reproach her. Indeed, in the next moment, Su-che began to soothe her, promising a delightful surprise. Shu-shue, discerning and wise, chose to take a step back and continued to savor the appetizer before their meal. After enjoying their lunch, the couple indulged in a brief afternoon nap, only rising after 2 o'clock. Shu-shue donned the clothes she had washed the previous night, intimately linking her arm with Su-che's as they stepped outside. After entering her apartment address into the navigation system, Su-che drove them away. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the apartment building, Shu-shue's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she answered the call, saying, "Hello, Lin. Chapter 37. Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Best Friend Prevention." Inside the apartment, Roland was scrolling through Douyin, diligently noting any promising material to follow the trends. She had posted her first short video on Douyin at the end of last year. Initially, her content was rather unremarkable, but it wasn't until the beginning of this year that she gained a modicum of fame with a striking video showcasing her alluring looks. Following this minor success, her video metrics improved significantly. However, as the fervor waned and the lack of consistently high-quality content took its toll, her video performance began to decline considerably. She found herself contemplating whether it was time to sign with an MCN agency. Navigating the creative landscape alone had proven to be quite arduous. The expenses involved in filming and editing were excessively burdensome. In Linen, she had garnered some recognition, and several local MCN agencies had approached her about potential contracts. Yet, she hesitated, fearing the potential pitfalls that so many influencers had encountered with MCN partnerships over the past 2 years. At that moment, Roland stumbled upon a short video by Shu-shue featuring a captivating transition with blinking headlights. Upon glancing at the metrics, her almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. The video had been posted for less than 5 hours and had already amassed over 300,000 likes. With a commendable number of comments and an astonishing 5,000 shares, a figure that was still climbing. It was evident to any discerning viewer that the video was destined for virality. While the extent of its success remained uncertain, it was clear that anyone who jumped on the bandwagon now could significantly benefit from the ensuing traffic. With this thought in mind, Roland immediately called Shu-shue. "Hello, Lin." Upon answering, Roland spoke in a gentle tone. "Darling, your video has gone viral. I noticed. Listen, If you want to shoot something, do it quickly before the hype fades. Otherwise, it might be too late. Hearing Shushue's words, Ruolin felt a pang of frustration. I want to shoot something too, but I don't have a luxury car like Suche's. Should I film with my Mini Cooper instead? Just rent one. It's manageable. The cost is a bit steep. I'm running low on funds lately. Although Ruolin earned more than Shushue, her income was not significantly higher. After all, she had only begun to gain traction this year. Additionally, as a solo creator, she bore all the expenses for filming. Renting a luxury vehicle would set her back several thousand yuan, and hiring a decent photographer would cost at least 1,000 for a day's work. When factoring in editing and other expenses, producing a video comparable to Shushue's would require a budget of at least 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. This month, her advertising revenue had dwindled, and after accounting for beauty expenses, rent, and various other costs, her balance was alarmingly low. She regretted her recent car purchase, wishing she had saved that money instead. The novelty of owning the car had worn off quickly, leaving it to collect dust in the parking lot. How about I ask Suche if he can borrow his car for your shoot? Shushue suggested from the other end of the line. To avoid any misunderstandings regarding my relationship with Suche, especially since Shushue is one of my few close friends, I do not wish to jeopardize our friendship over a mere short video. I will lend you the money for the car rental, and you can repay me when you have the funds. Mua, upon hearing this, Ruolin sent a grateful kiss into the microphone. After settling the filming expenses, Ruolin inquired, "What are you up to now? I notice your lights have been off since last night. You aren't still with Suche, are you?" "I just arrived at the apartment building with Suche. I'm preparing to move." "What?" Ruolin exclaimed sharply. "Wait for me. I'll head to your place right away." With that, she abruptly hung up the phone, hurriedly washed her face, and set off to Shushue's home. Shushue lived in the adjacent apartment. The entire building was composed of loft-style units, designed with interconnected balconies to create a sense of openness and transparency. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the apartment, after Ruolin hung up, Shushue turned to Suche and said, "Darling, I'll introduce you to my best friend. She is truly a beauty. One must always be cautious of fire, theft, and best friends. You seem unconcerned and even willing to introduce her," Suche teased. "If you have the capability, I would mind it all," Shushue replied playfully. "I fear I may not sleep soundly tonight," Suche thought, though he could not express it openly, as he was known to be a dedicated man. "You understand your place," Shushue said, standing on her tiptoes to lightly tap his face as a reward for his words. Once they entered the elevator, Suche curiously asked, what was that about lending her money? Shushue recounted her conversation with Ruolin. Xuke nojid in agreement. Ruolin's intentions truly reflected the qualities of a good friend, unlike some superficial acquaintances who often overstep boundaries. Given this, the surprise for Shushue would indeed be well-timed. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 5th floor. As they stepped out hand in hand, they spotted Ruolin standing not far away. Suche glanced at her and could not deny that Shushue's friend was indeed strikingly beautiful. Her youthful contours complemented her mature and elegant features, with naturally arched brows that revealed a hint of boldness. The teardrop mole beneath her eye added a captivating touch, imbuing her with an air of innocence that instinctively invoked a sense of protectiveness. Her sweet yet sassy attire comprised a one-shoulder knitted dress that accentuated her long, flawless legs, truly a pity if she did not ride a tricycle. Lin, Shushue released Suche's arm and dashed toward Ruolin. Ruolin hurriedly caught her friend, and after a careful examination, she discerned a newfound maturity in her dear companion's gaze, leading her to suspect that her friend had indeed engaged in some mischievous escapades the previous night. Her enchanting eyes turned towards the other party involved. For a moment, she found herself lost in thought. Compared to the snippets on short videos, Suche in a live stream appeared even more striking in reality. His shoulders, broad as the Pacific Ocean, sculpted his physique into a perfect inverted triangle, exuding an undeniable allure. Upon regaining her composure, Ruolin cast an envious glance at her friend, marveling at her extraordinary fortune in securing such an exceptional partner. Lin, allow me to introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Suche. Darling, this is my dear friend, Ruolin. Shushue exclaimed, guiding Ruolin to stand before Su-che, as introductions were exchanged between the two parties. Chapter 38. Fearful of my best friend as struggles, yet envious of her luxury. Greetings, Iaem Miksuke, Shuksu, esse boyfriend. Su-che extended his hand before Ruolin, introducing himself and affirming his current status to Shushiue. Hello, handsome. You are truly stunning, Ruolin exclaimed, extending her delicate hand to briefly touch his, her admiration exaggerated. I have grown accustomed to such compliments since kindergarten. Su-che replied with a raised eyebrow, humorously. It was not an exaggeration. During his early years, he was often embraced by mothers attending various events. I can speak on this matter as well, Ruolin interjected, raising her hand. You? Spare me, Shushiue retorted, revealing her phone to show a childhood photo of him. In a fit of embarrassment and annoyance, Ruolin lunged forward, playfully locking her hands around Shushiue's neck. Standing at 173 meters, Ruolin easily overpowered Shushiue's 6 meters. After a playful scuffle, Shushiue finally opened the door to her home. Upon entering, Su-che's gaze fell upon a scattering of purple, alluring lingerie strewn across the floor. The living room sofa was a disarray of various garments, and a long drying rack was filled to capacity with clothes in front of the television backdrop. Facing the drying rack were several streaming devices. Shushiue's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly picked up the scattered lingerie. Stop picking them up. You've already given them away. So what is there to be shy about? Ruolin teased, lifting a lacy pair of panties and tossing them directly to Su-che. Instinctively, he caught them, but upon realizing the situation, he could only smile in exasperation. Ruolin, are you trying to get yourself killed? Shushiue glared at her, a mix of embarrassment and indignation on her face. Unfazed by Shushiue's threat, Ruolin stepped in front of Su-che, gazing up at him with her big, innocent eyes. Handsome, I'm merely providing you with a treat. What if Shushiue decides to hit me? Will you protect me? Suke barst into lauter. Finding Ruolin's playful nature genuinely amusing. You little tease, get away from me, Shushiue scolded, pushing Ruolin onto the sofa and inadvertently reclaiming the panties from Su-che's hand. All right, let us tidy up, Su-che suggested, glancing at the time. He needed to return to school in the evening. At his prompt, Shushiue ascended to the loft to retrieve 2 suitcases, beginning to gather the clothing cluttering the living room. As Ruolin helped, she lamented, If you move away, I won't have anyone to drink with at night anymore. Living nearby, Ruolin often sought Shushiue's company for a casual drink. The thought of losing her drinking buddy made her feel a twinge of sadness. It's not like you're moving to another city. We're still in Linen. You can come find me anytime, Shushiue reassured her, though she too felt a pang of reluctance. However, the prospect of cohabiting with Su-che overshadowed any sense of loss. Better not. I don't want to be a witness to any envious scenes later, Ruolin quickly dismissed, not wishing to encounter any heart-stirring situations. I have yet to finalize my boarding arrangements, and during this period, it is highly likely that I will reside on campus. You could come over to keep Shushiue company. Su-che had not considered much. With his boarding, the vast home would be left with only Shushiue, inevitably leading to boredom. Thus, he proposed, indeed, Lin, why not spend the night with me? I have a class meeting at school tonight and will be staying there. Shushiue found this suggestion quite delightful. Furthermore, during her live broadcast tonight, she could have Ruolin join her on screen to explain to their fans that they share the apartment. Since you have extended such a sincere invitation, I would seem inconsiderate to refuse. Ruolin readily accepted the offer and then cast a skeptical glance at Su-che, asking, Handsome, you won't sneak back in the middle of the night, will you? Su-che smiled and countered, Would you prefer I return or not? Ruolin averted her gaze, failing to respond to his inquiry. There was no right answer to that question. To say she did not want him back would be inappropriate. Given that it was his home, she was merely Shushiue's close friend. Did she have the right to make such a statement? Conversely, if she expressed a desire for him to return, it might be misconstrued as an expectation for him to engage in mischief. Thus, Ruolin chose to bypass the topic entirely. The 3 of them worked together to pack Shushiue's entire belongings into 3 large suitcases. Just as they were about to push the luggage downstairs, Su-che's phone rang. Yes, that's right. Please have the driver come to the apartment building. I'm coming down now. After hanging up, Shushiwe inquired curiously. What are you having delivered to the apartment? Suche teased. Didn't I mention earlier that I had a surprise for you? The surprise has arrived, and it's just waiting for you to come downstairs to receive it. Then let us hurry, Shushiwe urged eagerly. Each of the three pushed a suitcase as they exited. Upon stepping into the lobby from the elevator, Shushiwe spotted a delivery truck cautiously pulling up to the entrance. Upon seeing this, she felt a surge of anticipation, her eyes sparkling with barely concealed joy. Come on, let us go collect your surprise, Suche said, setting the luggage aside and taking Shushiwe's hand as they walked out the door. Roland quickly gathered the luggage together and followed closely behind, her expression growing more complex with curiosity. Mr. Su? The truck driver approached Suche to verify his identity. Once confirmed, the driver instructed the crew to open the truck's doors. A stunning pastel pink Porsche Panamera was revealed before the eyes of all present. Shushiwe covered her mouth, her heart racing within her chest, and her eyes misted over with emotion. Darling, is this for me? What else could it be? Sulki shrugged, encouraging her to inspect the car. Shushu bit her lower lip, her gaze meeting his, filled with fervent emotions. If not for the setting, she would have eagerly embraced him right there. With light steps, she approached the car, and under the guidance of the instructor, she entered the vehicle to begin testing its features. Standing behind Suche, Ruo Lin cast a glance at his silhouette, her gaze gradually becoming hazy. A Porsche Panamera, which cost no less than $1 million upon landing, was so casually bestowed. Such extravagant generosity is bound to evoke admiration and envy. Although she shares a close friendship with Xu Shui, at this moment, a flicker of jealousy inevitably arose within her heart. Prior to Xu Shui's relationship with Su Che, the two of them were comparable in terms of appearance, career, and family background. However, now, with Su Che's support, Xu Shui is likely to surpass her in her career very soon. Furthermore, Su Che's nonchalant gesture of gifting a luxury car worth a fortune only amplifies the disparity, leaving her feelings quite tumultuous. As she watched Xu Shui sitting inside the car, inspecting it, Ruo Lin's mind wandered to envisioning a scene where they could exchange places. Chapter 39. The extravagance of Guanglongshuan and Pang Dong's peculiar taste. Shaking his head to dispel the vivid images from his mind, he pointed a finger at Su Che's back and whispered, "You are indeed generous." Typically, the offspring of affluent families, despite their wealth, tend to exercise restraint in their expenditures for their significant others. Even when they do splurge, it is usually after a considerable period of courtship. In the early stages of a relationship, an expenditure of tens of thousands is regarded as quite lavish. However, Su Che was an anomaly, presenting a Panamera to his girlfriend merely a day after their relationship was solidified. With a smile, Su Che responded, "She deserves it." Xu Shui had not only brought him a profit of $8 million, but also provided a creative proposal for the 2023 Douyin Beauty Competition short video, the former amounting to the cost of 8 Panameras. As for the latter, its value was difficult to articulate, yet undeniably surpassed that of a single Panamera. Moreover, the funds for this Panamera were not drawn from his own pocket. They were rewards from the system, meaning he incurred no expense, while Xu Shui facilitated a substantial gain for him. Indeed, Xu Shui was exceptionally fortunate. Upon hearing this, Ruolin found herself at a loss for words, attributing it solely to Xu Shui's serendipity in encountering Su Che, an attractive and affluent young man who was both generous and benevolent. After the inspection was completed, Xu Shui inscribed her name on the receipt, thereby securing her ownership of the vehicle. Once the delivery driver and instructor departed, Xu Shui hurriedly approached Su Che, draping herself over him and bestowing a fragrant kiss. Ahem. After several minutes, witnessing their lingering moment, Ruolin cleared her throat discreetly. Xu Shui, with a blush adorning her cheeks, concluded her affectionate display and, linking arms with Ruolin, exclaimed, "Linlin, you must drive my Mercedes back to the community with us. Later tonight, I will use this Panamera to film a video for you." With the Panamera now in her possession, she intended to sell her former Mercedes, using the proceeds to purchase a gift for Su Che. Understood, Ruolin nodded in agreement. The three of them then each took hold of a suitcase and placed it in the car, proceeding in a line of 3 vehicles towards Wendingyuan. By the time they returned to Wendingyuan, it was already 5:30. Suche first approached the property manager to rent 2 temporary parking spaces. Subsequently, he requested the property manager to assist in transferring ownership of the 2 spaces. Once he entrusted the matters to the property manager, the trio parked their vehicles and returned home. Upon entering, Roland was captivated by the spacious living room, which exuded an air of opulence and allure. After placing their luggage, the clock struck just past 6. The class meeting was scheduled to commence at 7, prompting Suche to suggest ordering takeout, promising to host Roland properly at a later time. Roland expressed no objections, accustomed as she was to casually ordering takeout for her meals. Following dinner, Suche retreated to his room for a shower, changed his attire, and took the car keys as he made his way to school. All necessary documents for parking permits and student registration had already been placed in the vehicle earlier that afternoon. Danqing Academy. Inside Dormitory 503, Guang Longxian stood before the mirror, meticulously arranging every strand of his hair. Tonight's class meeting marked the inaugural gathering of the new students in the School of Media. It is well known that this department is often graced by an abundance of handsome and beautiful individuals. In an effort to leave a lasting first impression and capture the attention of their peers, both male and female students began to showcase their unique charms. Guang Longxian was no exception. Seeing this, Pang Dong remarked with a knowing smile, "Longge, it seems you intend to dazzle everyone tonight." Guang Longxian had not returned until 5:30 in the afternoon, and upon his arrival, he immediately took a shower, selected his outfit, and styled his hair. Pang Dong had initially considered discussing Suche with him, but upon witnessing his ostentatious demeanor, he opted to remain silent, choosing instead to enjoy the unfolding spectacle at the class meeting. During Guang Longshuan's registration the previous day, he had rudely referred to Pang Dong as fatty, a slight that Pang Dong had not forgotten. As Guang Longxian finished his hairstyle, he flashed a confident smile, glanced at his wristwatch, and casually remarked, "Isn't that perfectly normal?" Pang Dong, while wearing a cheerful facade, internally cursed his pretentiousness. Noticing the time, Guang Longxian saw that only 20 minutes remained until 7. He walked to his desk, picked up his keys, and addressed his 2 roommates. "What do you say, gentlemen? Would you care to join me in my car to the college?" He drove a Mercedes-Benz C260L, a reward from his family for his acceptance into Zhejiang University. Although it was merely an entry-level model, possessing a car as a freshman filled him with pride. Guang Longxian planned to showcase his keys clipped to his pants in the classroom, intending to impress the beautiful girls in his class. Having a ride is certainly advantageous. "What do you think, Xie Chao?" Pang Dong nodded in agreement before turning to the quiet Xie Chao. With short hair, standing just over 1.7 meters tall, and possessing a slender build, Xie Chao looked quite ordinary, adorned with black-framed glasses and dressed in rather plain attire, resembling the typical bookworm. Upon hearing their conversation, he slightly lowered his head and gratefully replied, "Thank you, Longge." Guang Longxian waved dismissively, indicating that it was no trouble. He simply desired their presence as a contrast. With a hefty roommate like Pang Dong and a bookish companion like Xie Chao, he would undoubtedly become the focal point of attention, drawing all eyes towards him. "By the way, who is our other roommate? I haven't seen him around," Guang Longxian suddenly recalled. "I'm not sure. We'll find out at the class meeting," Pang Dong replied nonchalantly. Guang Longxian paid it no mind as he led the 2 out of the dormitory and towards the parking lot. Inside the classroom of the School of Media and International Culture, Zhu Yui was somewhat distracted, scrolling through Douyin. After joining the freshman group at noon, she felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Suche's name on the member list, realizing that they were in the same class. After recording Suche's vehicle during her morning livestream, Zhu Yui's follower count surged by over 10,000, predominantly comprising female fans of Suche eager to glimpse his life through her lens. Some even offered a daily remuneration of 1,000 yuan, hoping she would capture a snapshot of Suche's daily existence. Zhu Yui promptly declined, asserting that she was neither a paparazzo nor an infatuated stalker, and such surreptitious activities were beneath her. However, her refusal proved futile. Throughout the morning live stream, a barrage of gifts inundated her, aimed at enticing her compliance. She hastily disabled the gift feature, which finally quelled the onslaught. Initially, she intended to return the monetary gifts. Yet the insistence of her followers left her at a loss for how to proceed. Amidst her distress, a strikingly attractive girl, easily scoring above 70 in looks and clad in alluring attire, approached her. Spotting Zhu Yui's screen displaying a clip of Su Che, her lips curled into a dreamy smile as she exclaimed, "Su Che is truly handsome. I am utterly smitten." Chapter 40. The Seasoned Zhu Yuxuan. Zhu Yui was taken aback by the remark, patting her ample chest and rolling her eyes. "Xian, you startle me." Zhu Yuxuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, waved her hand dismissively before plopping down beside her to engage in conversation. "Are you also a fan of Su Che?" Zhu Yui shook her head, replying, "Not really. I just happened to come across him." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuxuan eagerly began to promote him. Zhu Yui, already feeling irritated, had no desire to discuss Su Che and swiftly steer the conversation elsewhere. "I just saw several boys come to add you on WeChat. Did you fancy any of them?" Zhu Yuxuan's attention was instantly diverted by this comment. She twirled a strand of hair and proudly boasted, "With so many people adding me, how could I possibly decide right away?" After that, she began to advise Zhu Yui, saying, "I'm not trying to criticize you, but with your stunning looks, you should learn to leverage your advantages. Why dress so ordinarily?" Having shared a dorm and being fellow townsfolk, the two quickly grew close. Zhu Yui possessed an enviable figure and a youthful face, resembling a lowly character from a novel. When she arrived at the dorm today in her JK outfit, she attracted numerous unabashed stares. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, she opted for a loose t-shirt and black-rimmed glasses tonight, effectively concealing her attributes and finding herself much more at ease. Noticing Zhu Yui's lack of explanation, Zhu Yuxuan refrained from probing further and instead inquired if she had her eye on any boys. Zhu Yui shook her head. The male students in the media department generally had a commendable quality, but it depended on whom one compared them to. Upon learning that Su Che was also her classmate, those who initially seemed acceptable appeared somewhat lacking. At that moment, Guan Longxian entered the classroom, accompanied by Pang Dong and Xie Chao. The gaze of the class turned towards them in response to the noise. The trio exhibited distinctly different reactions. Guan Longxian, standing in the center, tossed his hair back with an air of arrogance, casually glancing at his watch as if checking the time, while his other hand nonchalantly fiddled with his car keys. Pang Dong wore a friendly smile, nodding politely to his classmates, exuding a warm and positive demeanor. In stark contrast, Xie Chao entered with his head bowed, avoiding eye contact with his peers. After casually selecting an empty seat, Guan Longxian placed his phone and car keys on the desk, adopting a haughty demeanor. Xie Chao continued to keep his head down, absorbed in his phone, while Pang Dong enthusiastically chatted and greeted classmates around him in a friendly manner, particularly in the area where the girls were seated. Zhu Yuxuan cast a glance at Guan Longxuan's watch and car keys, softly remarking, "The watch is worth 80,000. The car over 300,000, and the designer attire I'm wearing amounts to nearly 100,000, excluding the vehicle. Generally, there exists a notable disparity in the criteria for mate selection between college and high school girls. High school girls tend to maintain a more innocent perspective, primarily focusing on appearance and character. As long as a boy possesses a decent look and a pleasant disposition, he aligns with the preferences of the majority. However, the narrative shifts dramatically in college. Attending university signifies a foray into the broader society, prompting girls to gradually prioritize personal capability or familial background, with considerations becoming increasingly complex. In this rapidly evolving society, where the phenomenon of money elevating status is pervasive online, financial status has regrettably become a yardstick for measurement. Guan Longxuan's overtly displayed conditions certainly captured the attention of most girls in the classroom. "Are you interested?" Zhu Yui inquired softly, directing her gaze towards her. "It's still early, but I might consider giving him a chance," Zhu Yuxuan replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. She had already noticed Guan Longxian stealing glances at her neckline. This singular action made Zhu Yuxuan realize that he was merely putting on a facade of aloofness. Beneath it, he was undoubtedly an introverted romantic. To engage with this type of boy, Zhu Yuxuan had her own set of strategies, being appropriately proactive, exhibiting a touch of vulnerability, and offering compliments. She could even employ subtle body language to convey her intentions. Following this approach, Zhu Yuxuan was confident that this introverted romantic would fall into her trap. With that, she took the initiative. Casually, she approached Guang Longxian and seated herself before him, initiating a conversation. After both parties exchanged introductions, Zhu Yuxuan seamlessly transitioned into other topics, such as discussing recent popular films and the scenic beauty of their campus, striving to maintain a lively atmosphere throughout their dialogue. During their exchange, she casually tossed her hair, subtly revealing her graceful and fair neck. As these unintentional gestures unfolded, Guang Longxuan's breathing became noticeably more rapid. Observing this, Zhu Yuxuan placed her hands on her cheeks and fanned herself, indicating that she felt a bit warm, before removing her sun protection jacket, unveiling a form-fitting dress that accentuated her figure. Indeed, this display left Guang Longxian momentarily spellbound. Noticing his captivated gaze, Zhu Yuxuan stood and said, "Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom. We can continue our conversation shortly." With Guang Longxuan's reluctant eyes upon her, she walked towards the restroom. This series of actions not only left Guang Longxian flustered, but also stirred the hearts of many boys in the classroom. Once outside, Zhu Yuxuan discreetly peered through the window to gauge the boys' reactions, a satisfied smile gracing her lips before she set off to the restroom. Intending to switch up her style for her return to the classroom, ready to showcase a different facet of her beauty. Perhaps she was too engrossed in her scheming to notice the approaching footsteps, and it was only upon a sudden collision, accompanied by a resounding thud, that she jolted back to reality. As she lifted her gaze to voice her indignation, her eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the young man before her. Suke, momentarily taken aback, had just completed the rental process for a parking space at the ideological and political office. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly 7 o'clock, prompting him to hasten to the School of Media and International Culture. As he traversed the corridor towards the classroom, he noticed the girl occasionally flashing a mischievous smile, but he paid little heed. Veering aside to enter the classroom, he was unexpectedly met with the girl's abrupt collision, as if she had been oblivious to her surroundings. Chapter 41. Why is there a Su when there is a Che? Are you all right, my friend? Suke inquired politely, waving his hand before her as she regained her senses. At that moment, Zhu Yuxuan also came back to reality, and upon hearing Su Che's voice, she let out a sharp and trembling exclamation. "Ah, Su Che, oh my, it's really you. You are even more handsome in person than on a live stream. I'm your fan." Zhu Yuxuan's mind was a blank canvas, completely devoid of any thoughts of her original intentions, her heart brimming with joy and excitement, leaving her oblivious to everything else. This was Su Che's first encounter with such an ardent admirer in reality. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Thank you for your support, but please, try not to be too excited. We wouldn't want to disturb others." Zhu Yuxuan blushed, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. She quickly retrieved her phone, activated the fan club light feature, and proudly showed Su Che her fan light card. "Suke, I'm truly your fan. Can we take a picture together?" Su Che glanced at her with mild surprise. A level 10 fan light card indicated a devoted follower. Given that he had only held 4 live streams to date, it was remarkable that she had achieved such a level. According to the platform's algorithm, the maximum intimacy value obtainable from 4 live streams would only reach a level 11 fan light card, indicating that this young woman had consistently reached full intimacy in every session since he began streaming. Faced with such unwavering support, Su Che willingly accepted her phone, opened the camera, and posed for the photograph. After the picture was taken, Su Che curiously asked, "Are you also a student in the media department?" Zhu Yuxuan nodded eagerly. "Yes, indeed. My name is Zhu Yuxuan, and I'm a freshman in the media department this year." Although Zhu Yuxuan was an ardent fan of Su Che, she was unaware of his status as a student at Zhejiang University. Su Che had initially mentioned his admission to Zhejiang during a live stream in the Rhythm Equation Room. Zhu Yuxuan had started following him the day after that announcement, and he had not discussed the topic in his private live streams. She had missed the previous night's live stream with Tong Jincheng because she had registered at school that afternoon and was too fatigued to stay awake retiring early to bed. Today, she had only seen snippets of his previous night stream, focusing her attention on the relationship between Su Che and Xu Shui, neglecting the news about his arrival at school. Had she been aware, she would have eagerly awaited his arrival at the registration office. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhu Yuxuan led Su Che to the media department classroom. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, Guang Longxian wore a smile that reflected a mix of smugness, arrogance, and nonchalance. Zhu Yuxuan's previous actions clearly indicated her fondness for him. With so many boys in the class, why had she chosen to converse with him? Although Zhu Yuxuan may not have matched the beauty of the senior he encountered earlier that morning, she was certainly attractive, possessing a score of over 70. Her figure was equally commendable, curvaceous, with ample proportions where they mattered most. Guang Longxian had already resolved in his heart that upon the return of Zhu Yuxuan, he would certainly obtain her contact information, with the intention of making her his girlfriend within a week. Just then, Zhu Yuxuan entered with a radiant smile. Guang Longxian cleared his throat, preparing to stand and greet her, when he caught sight of a figure emerging behind her, causing his expression to freeze instantaneously. Internally cursing, he thought, "Damn it, isn't that Su Che? What on earth is he doing here? Could it be that he is in the same class as me?" Hastily, Guang Longxian pulled out his phone and opened the class group chat, where he saw Su Che's name listed, causing his face to drain of color. Damn it, we really are in the same class. With Su Che in the class, how could the girls ever take notice of him? At that moment, Guang Longxuan's heart was filled with bitterness, lamenting, "Why must Su Che exist alongside me?" Meanwhile, the moment Su Che entered the classroom, it felt as though the room had been muted, with every gaze fixated on the entrance. Most of the boys were unfamiliar with Su Che, yet upon seeing his handsome face, they instantly felt a palpable pressure. His striking appearance undoubtedly raised the bar for the girls in the class, making it significantly more challenging for anyone to pursue them. Among the girls, those who did not know Su Che were captivated by his looks, while those who recognized him displayed expressions of sheer excitement. Zhu Yui stared in awe. This was her first time seeing Su Che in person. Compared to his online persona, he was far more handsome, with a great physique, wealth, and an enchanting charisma in his dancing. No wonder he had attracted such fervent fans. As a wave of astonishment swept through the classroom, the atmosphere became lively and chaotic. Several girls who recognized Su Che eagerly pulled out their phones to take pictures with him and request his contact information. Those who were unaware of his identity began to search for him on Douyin, quickly discovering that he was a prominent internet celebrity. The boys in the class collectively felt exhausted, exclaiming, "Just let it all end." The disparity was simply too vast to compare. Since they could not compete, they resolved to cultivate relationships instead. The reason the media studies program was seeing dwindling enrollment was due to the uncertain job prospects. Graduates typically faced four choices. First, complete their undergraduate studies and pursue a master's degree, then take examinations for public sector jobs, ultimately working at a local television station. Second, those with familial connections might be directly placed in a film cruise. Third, keeping pace with modern trends by venturing into live streaming and e-commerce. And finally, those from affluent backgrounds might study abroad and return to seek positions in major companies. Among these four options, the majority of graduates tended to favor the third path, joining MCN companies. Although Su Che did not currently own a company, it was only a matter of time before he either joined a large MCN organization or established his own. By fostering good relations now, who knows, perhaps he would one day offer them employment in his company. Given their camaraderie, there might even be some preferential treatment involved. With a courteous smile, Su Che posed for photographs with everyone and exchanged contact information. The system's task was barely one-third complete, and now was the perfect moment to finalize it. Before long, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Social butterfly task completed. Task reward. Gentle breeze. Charm. Title of social butterfly. For each social friend acquired, a reward of 10,000 RMB is granted. For each close friend, a reward of 100,000 RMB is bestowed. Distributing rewards. Congratulations, host, you have earned 550,000 RMB. The title of social butterfly is now in effect. Gentle breeze charm is now in effect. Chapter 42. Suche's Gratitude, the Counselor. With the issuance of system rewards, Suche's gaze became increasingly radiant and gentle. He exuded an aura of warmth and friendliness, and his demeanor subtly improved, becoming more elegant and natural. After the group photo, he encouraged everyone to return to their seats, expressing, "Please do not regard me as some social media celebrity. We are all classmates, and there is no need for such formality." His voice was soft and melodious, imbued with a hint of approachability that fostered a sense of intimacy, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. The students present responded sincerely to his words. Although Suche was a prominent internet figure, he was devoid of arrogance. Rather, he was affable and respectful in conversation, a genuine attitude that left an exceptionally favorable impression on everyone around him. Once the students returned to their seats, Suche took a moment to survey the room. Upon noticing Peng Dong waving, he made his way over and sat beside him. "Suche, you truly are impressive. A big internet star." Peng Dong lightly punched him, having just learned of Suche's status as a social media influencer. His interests on platforms like Douyin lay mainly in film commentary, culinary bloggers, and store reviewers, and he had never been drawn to influencers in the realms of dance and aesthetics. The algorithms had never suggested Suche to him. It was only after a recent search that he discovered Suche had nearly 9 million followers, a number that had recently surged. "I can't possibly be talking about my fame all the time," Suche shrugged, glancing curiously at the reserved and introspective Xie Chao beside him. Noticing Xie Chao's lowered head and silent demeanor stirred a feeling of empathy within him, prompting him to tentatively inquire, "Hello, you must be Xie Chao? I heard Peng Dong mention you this morning. You're also from Rongqing, correct? Which school do you attend?" Xie Chao lifted his head, and upon meeting Suche's earnest gaze, he replied, "I'm from number 9 middle school." Upon hearing this, a weight lifted from Suche's heart. He was relieved to discover that they did not attend the same school, confirming that the person described by the system was not Xie Chao. However, a flicker of concern remained, leading him to ask again, "Do you know Chi Wan Wan?" Xie Chao, appearing puzzled, shook his head. This reassured Suche completely. Xie Chao was not the individual he had been wary of. After all, if he were, he would undoubtedly know Chi Wan Wan, who was his imperfection in life. With this certainty, Suche felt at ease to engage in conversation with him. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Suche turned to Peng Dong, inquiring about the last roommate, Guang Longxian. Peng Dong gestured subtly, and Suche, noticing, reached out to tap Guang Longxian on the shoulder and greeted him. "Hey there." Guang Longxian turned his head, expressionless, and nodded slightly before promptly returning his gaze elsewhere, clearly unenthusiastic about Suche. Unfazed, Suche acknowledged that not everyone would admire him. After all, even wealth could be disregarded by some. Yet, Guang Longxian seemed vaguely familiar to him. Suche reflected briefly and soon recalled that in the morning, Guang Longxian had been standing beside Lu Xinxin in the dormitory lobby. With this thought, he understood why Guang Longxian had been unfriendly towards him. Suche shook his head. Since others were not welcoming, there was no need for him to intrude further. He turned away and continued to engage in casual conversation with Peng Dong. At that moment, while the classmates were chatting, a woman elegantly adorned in high heels, a professional skirt, a white blouse, gold-rimmed glasses, and cascading waves entered the room with poise. She walked directly to the podium, picked up a piece of chalk, and inscribed her name on the blackboard. Su Qingyan. Suche lifted his gaze and beheld what he considered the most beautiful girl he had ever encountered. Although Chi Wanwan was also strikingly attractive, her youth at 18 still held a hint of innocence. Unlike Su Qingyan, who exuded the sophisticated aura of a modern urban woman, captivating for a college demographic. At least in Suche's perspective. The male students below were equally drawn to Su Qingyan. Some daring ones stared unabashedly, while the more timid averted their eyes, stealing glances occasionally. Though her beauty was evident even in her WeChat profile picture, it paled in comparison to her real-life allure, enhanced by her identity as a counselor. Many boys found themselves lost in daydreams. Hello everyone, I am Su Qingyan, the counselor for Class 1 of Media Studies. Let's take attendance. Those whose names I call must be present, and no one is allowed to respond for another. After adjusting her headset, Su Qingyan picked up the freshman roster and began to call names. Pang Dong. Here! Pang Dong exclaimed loudly. Su Qingyan glanced up, and upon noticing Su Che beside him, paused momentarily before continuing with the list. Yue. Present. Upon hearing the name Ju Yue, Su Che looked over with curiosity. The surname Ju was relatively uncommon, piquing his interest. At first glance, Ju Yue exuded a sense of grace. Although she wore a loose t-shirt, her silhouette revealed a striking figure. Her face was not immediately breathtaking, yet prolonged gazes ignited a desire to protect her tenderly. By Su Che's standards, Ju Yue would score at least 80 points, rivaling Xu Shui, with a physique that clearly surpassed her. Su Ke. Here. Upon hearing his name called by Su Qingyan, Su Che returned his focus and raised his hand. Soon, all the names in the class were accounted for, with no absentees. After taking attendance, Su Qingyan encouraged the students to take turns introducing themselves in interesting ways. The first to take the stage was Pang Dong, who, being quite extroverted, stood at the podium, picked up the eraser, and slammed it down dramatically. My name is Pang Dong. The motivation behind my acceptance into Zhejiang University is the delectable food here. It was for this very reason that I prepared this meal of dumplings. I solemnly vow to savor every culinary delight that Zhejiang University has to offer. With a lively introduction by Pang Dong, the students took to the stage, each showcasing their unique talents. A male student named Li Shuai energetically performed a series of trending skits from Douyin, leaving Su Che nearly lacking the courage to watch until the end. Some students approached the stage with confidence, while others exhibited a certain shyness. When Ju Yue stepped up, she awkwardly wrote her name on the blackboard, uttering a few soft words before hastily exiting the stage. Upon his entrance, Guang Longxian held his head high and delivered a self-introduction in English, unfazed by whether the audience understood him, before promptly departing. The final student to present was Su Che, as his name was called by Su Qingyan. The female classmates erupted into applause. Silence. Su Qingyan interjected with a frown. Initially, she had not paid much attention to Su Che, but after he inquired about the off-campus student policy, she scrutinized his profile. Recognizing him from the photograph, she realized that Su Che was the recently popular beauty influencer on Douyin. Having seen him in person tonight, Su Che's striking appearance was indeed breathtaking. However, Su Qingyan remained indifferent. To her, regardless of his identity, Su Che was merely an ordinary student. Chapter 43. The envy of Su Qingyan upon taking the stage. Su Che did not engage in any elaborate self-introduction. Such introductions are often intended to leave a lasting impression on classmates. However, his visage alone served as the most effective introduction. After briefly sharing his interests and other customary remarks, Su Che descended from the platform. Once the self-introduction segment concluded, Su Qingyan projected a military training schedule onto the classroom's multimedia projector. Upon seeing the assembly time set for 5:45 a.m., a chorus of lamentations arose from the majority present, silencing the room with a gentle tap of her fingers on the desk. Su Qingyan spoke with earnest gravity. Military training is an unavoidable rite of passage for every Zhejiang University student. The heightened standards we uphold during this training are grounded in multifaceted considerations. Absences during this period are strictly prohibited unless under exceptional circumstances, such as health-related issues. She continued, "At this moment, we shall elect 2 temporary class leaders to oversee this military training activity, 1 male and 1 female. Those who wish to nominate themselves may come forth." No sooner had she finished speaking than several male students stepped forward, joined by a number of female classmates, among them Zhu Yuxuan. The competition for class leadership roles in university is considerably more intense than in high school, driven by numerous hidden advantages. Not only do such positions enhance one's academic profile, but they also confer a degree of merit in the professional realm, as they attest to one's exceptional organizational and coordination skills. The institution's policies often favor class leaders when allocating various resources. However, Su Che had no need for such advantages. He harbored no desire to participate in the election. His thoughts were occupied with how to approach Su Qingyan for leave when Qi Wanwan commenced her studies. Before long, The temporary class leaders were elected. The male representative was Li Shuai, a socially anxious individual, while Zhu Yuxuan claimed the female position. With the elections concluded, the class meeting came to an end. In the corridor, Su Che called out to Su Qingyan, "Teacher Su, I would like to apply for off-campus living." Off-campus students are still required to participate in military training, and the scheduling is certainly less convenient than for those residing on campus. Su Qingyan frowned in response. "I understand. I will manage my time accordingly," Su Che assured her. "Then please come to my office shortly to fill out the application form." The approval process typically takes between 1 to 2 weeks, during which you will still need to reside on campus. Su Qingyan reminded him. "Y comprende," Su Che replied. After bidding farewell to Su Qingyan, he intended to retrieve his documents from the parking lot. Upon reaching the ground floor, he was called out to Su Galatma. Turning around, he recognized Zhu Yui and inquired with curiosity, "Zhu, is there something you need?" Since entering the classroom, he had not exchanged a word with Zhu Yui. Zhu Yui first bowed apologetically before saying, "Su, I was live-streaming my journey to school today and inadvertently included your car in the broadcast." Su Che waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, that? It's quite all right. I had no intention of concealing my arrival by car." Zhu Yui shook her head and continued. "Here's the situation. Some of your fans sent me gifts and asked me to take candid photos of your daily life. After I declined, I attempted to return the money, but they refused to accept it. Now, I find myself at a loss as to what to do, so I came to seek your advice." Upon hearing this, Su Che furrowed his brow and pondered for a while before responding, "I will address this matter during my next live stream. As for those fans, since they refused to accept the money, you can take a few candid photos of my life and send them to them later. Additionally, you should emphasize on my behalf that they should not request such things from you again. Such occurrences are difficult to avoid. As my fame grows, there will inevitably be some fans who behave inappropriately, seeking to acquire details about my private life through any means possible. I can only reiterate this in my live stream. When should I take the photos? You ingrid. Tomorrow during the break from military training will suffice." "Very well. I will explain the situation to those fans when I return." "All right, let us leave it at that. I have other matters to attend to. See you tomorrow." After parting ways, Su Che made his way to the parking lot, retrieved his identification from the car, and headed to room 106, where the counselor's office was located. "Teacher Su, I have arrived. Here is the property deed." Su Che knocked on the door, entered, and, after taking a seat, handed the property deed to Su Qingyan. She retrieved a form from her drawer and handed it to Su Che. "Please fill out this application form. As for the parental consent, you can have your parents record a short video and send it to me." Su Che accepted the form and began to fill it out, while Su Qingyan inputted the property information on her computer. Upon seeing the duplex apartment of 216 square meters in Wendinjuan, her pupils dilated momentarily. But upon recalling Su Che's background, she understood. Nonetheless, a hint of envy flickered in her eyes. While Su Che was completing the application form in Wendinjuan, Shu Shui had set up her live streaming equipment and activated the live stream. Within just 10 minutes of starting, the number of viewers surged past 3,000. Noticing this, Shu Shui promptly greeted her audience. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to Teacher Fu's live stream." The viewers, however, disregarded her greeting and began to inquire about gossip. "Fu Xiao, what is going on between you and Su Che?" "Fu Xiao, are you and Su Che together? This live stream background seems different from usual. Judging by the space behind you, it must be a large flat. Could it be that Teacher Fu and Su Che are living together?" As the audience grew, many began to notice the discrepancy in the background and started questioning it in the chat. Seeing this, Shu Shui smiled and clarified, "Everyone, please do not misunderstand. I have simply moved. However, you have guessed correctly about one thing. I indeed am living together." No sooner had she spoken than a flurry of question marks flooded the live stream. Everyone assumed that Shu Shui's live stream tonight was intended to announce a relationship with Su Che. However, at that moment, Shu Shui exclaimed, "Stop applying the foundation cream and come out quickly. Otherwise, the live stream will explode." I'm coming. Why the hurry?" Ruo Lin, who was in the bathroom applying her foundation cream, heard this and hurriedly made her way to the living room. She leaped onto Shu Shui's back. Resting her head on her shoulder, facing the camera of the live stream. The instant Ruo Lin appeared, the entire live stream erupted with excitement. What? Ruo Lin? So, Ruo Lin is actually the one living with Teacher Fu. Both of these ladies are simply stunning. I would gladly contribute to the rent if it means I could stay in the bathroom. Hey upstairs, are you out of your mind? I'll pay the entire rent. I'll just live in the wardrobe. Chapter 44. The challengers approach with malice as the barrage of comments finally returned to a steady rhythm. Xu Shui exhaled in relief. After responding to several questions from the audience and engaging in light-hearted banter with Ruo Lin for a while, she proceeded with the usual live-streaming routine and initiated a PK. What's going on with 798 tonight? Why am I the only one broadcasting? Xu Shui pondered. Typically, she would engage with members of the 798 Guild during PK battles. Yet this evening, none were present. Teacher Fu, are you bewildered? All the 798 streamers are at a gathering tonight. Teacher Fu, have you been abandoned? How could such a significant event go uncommunicated to you? Upon reading the comments, Xu Shui hastily grabbed her personal phone to check the company group chat. Earlier in the afternoon, Tong Lao Lu had indeed mentioned a dinner gathering, and everyone except her had responded. Tong Lao Lu had even called her. But she had been preoccupied with the joy of picking up her new car and had kept her phone on silent while assisting Ruo Lin with a car light blinking challenge after dinner. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xu Shui stuck out her tongue. She then set her phone down and addressed the camera, crafting a justification for herself. It's not that I've been abandoned by Tong Lao Lu. I was diligently focused on the performance of 798, which is why I couldn't attend. Since they're all unavailable, let's engage in some random connections. Xu Shui activated the random connection PK feature and awaited a successful link. Perhaps due to her leveraging Su Che's popularity yesterday and the explosive success of her video today, she had dominated her opponents in several consecutive PKs, emerging victorious with overwhelming force. Thank you, everyone. Tonight, Teacher Fu has finally risen. Please continue to support Fu Dada, Xu Shui declared with an air of pride. Traditionally, she had often found herself at a disadvantage in PKs, but tonight, she was reveling in her commanding stance. Indeed, Fu Dada, standing alongside Ruolin. You truly embody that title. Fu Xiao, don't get too carried away. Your opponent's collective points barely add up to 100,000. Let's see you rank first on the hourly leaderboard first. Bring it on. Who am I afraid of? Though she spoke bravely, Xu Shui felt a tinge of inadequacy. During this time slot, several prominent streamers were also broadcasting, and the top hourly leaderboard S-wave count was likely to exceed 1 million, or even more. However, she knew that maintaining a strong presence was vital in PK streaming. With that, Xu Shui initiated the connection. This time, she was linked to a dance area streamer, whose appearance was quite ordinary, but whose physique was notably well-toned. Upon seeing Xu Shui, the opposing streamer momentarily displayed a deep, sinister expression, which he quickly masked. In recent times, the dance community had suffered a significant drain of viewership due to Su Che's meteoric rise, and Liang, he was one of those affected, witnessing a drastic drop in his audience numbers and income. To him, blocking someone's financial success felt akin to murder. Liang seethed with a desire to tear Su Che apart, yet the disparity in their influence was too great, leaving him with no choice but to vent his frustration internally. The connection to Xu Shui was established, and a mischievous thought flickered in his mind. The rumors surrounding Xu Shui and Su Che had recently circulated widely on Douyin. If he could defeat Xu Shui in this PK, simultaneously stepping on Su Che's reputation, it would not only provide him with a sense of vindication, but also attract a wave of attention. With this in mind, Liang addressed Xu Shui in the opposing live stream. Hello, beautiful, do you have any points? Xu Shui responded with a faint smile. I do. How do you wish to compete? Liang opted for the safest approach. Let's battle for the top of the leaderboard for 10 minutes. What do you think? This evening, several prominent figures from the leaderboard were present, and he was confident he could outshine Xu Shui. If Su Che were in attendance, he would certainly hold back, but he felt entirely capable of handling just Xu Shui. After glancing at the barrage of comments, Xu Shui nodded in agreement. Upon seeing her consent, Liang Yi's eyes glinted with a sly light as he proposed. In that case, let's establish a penalty. Given your beauty, I'll make it simple. Just post on your profile that you are in a relationship with me. Liang. So what do you say? Are you daring enough to accept? Upon hearing the nature of the penalty, both Xu Shui and Ruo Lin's expressions shifted to one of seriousness. The audience in the live stream sensed the tension and began to flood the comments. This host seems to have ill intentions. Everyone knows that Teacher Fu has been involved with Suche lately. If Teacher Fu posts such content, he will surely face the wrath of Suche's fans. Not only will Teacher Fu be in trouble, but Suche will also lose face. Who could tolerate their rumored partner apparently cheating? I know Liang Yi. He is a popular host in the dance category. Recently, Suche has monopolized the traffic in that area, so he must be suffering significant losses. Hence this malicious strategy to undermine Suche. I've seen Liang Yi as well. To be frank, he lacks the dancing prowess of Suche, but he rarely dances during his streams, relying instead on his physique to entice wealthy patrons for tips. If Teacher Fu agrees to this PK, the outcome could be quite precarious. How about it, beautiful? Will you accept? Surely, you're not afraid? This is your chance to prove yourself. If you back down, perhaps it's better to return home. Liang Yi taunted with a mocking smile. Before Xu Shui could respond, Ruo Lin interjected with irritation. Who is afraid of you? Everyone is well aware of your intentions. Since you wish to compete, let us do it. Upon hearing this, Xu Shui subtly tugged at her, urging her to refrain from being impulsive. Although there were many viewers in the live stream that evening, the number of significant contributors was limited. She had previously been a small-time host, and the major figures on the leaderboard did not contribute much. Moreover, due to her association with Suche, some had even unfollowed her directly. Ruo Lin offered her a reassuring glance before showing her the WeChat interface on her phone, revealing the chat history with Suche. He had directly encouraged her to proceed with the competition. Upon witnessing the scene, Xu Shui felt a sense of relief wash over her. She lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with confidence and determination, and provocatively declared, I am willing to engage in this contest, but I have yet to disclose the terms of my penalty. If you lose, you must disable the beauty filter and display a piece of paper inscribed with Suche, I have lost prominently before the audience for 30 seconds. Do you dare to accept this challenge? Were it not for the platform's regulations, Xu Shui would have contemplated imposing an even more humiliating task upon him. Upon hearing the stipulation, Liang Yi furrowed his brow. He was unconcerned about the latter part of the penalty, as he possessed a thick skin, but the prospect of disabling the beauty filter gave him pause. While he considered himself moderately attractive with the filter, he feared that without it, he would lose the admiration of many female fans. Yet, as his opponent continued to provoke him, Liang Yi realized he had no choice but to accept. Very well, I accept your challenge. Let us commence with the silence. Chapter 45, Xu Shui, the leader of the hourly rankings. Within the confines of Dormitory 503 at Danqing Academy, Xu returned to find a WeChat message from Ruolin. Upon reading its contents, he promptly responded, encouraging her to engage in a PK battle with her opponent. Previously, the Jilly Fund had rewarded him with 10 million Do coins, conveniently residing in his account, ready to be utilized. Furthermore, he still possessed an 8-digit balance, allowing him to effortlessly bolster his efforts as needed. Upon entering Xu Shui's live streaming room, he discovered that the PK had just commenced. The rules for this particular showdown stipulated a 10-minute total ranking. In essence, whoever amassed the most votes within this time frame would emerge victorious. Generally, PK battles follow 3 distinct phases: the initial flash, the bonus rounds, and the tower defense. The initial flash takes place within the first 30 seconds of the PK, during which audience-given gifts are calculated at a multiplied rate. The bonus rounds involve additional rewards triggered by specific conditions, encompassing popularity boosts, gift multipliers, and interaction enhancements. Lastly, the tower defense phase refers to the final 5 seconds, during which participants strive to widen the score gap to prevent their opponent from snatching victory. Xu had never engaged in a PK before, and his account had yet to distribute any gifts, resulting in it being a mere level 1 account. Upon entering Xu Shui's live stream, he did not attract any immediate attention. With just 10 seconds remaining until the initial flash, Xu Shui lagged behind her opponent by over 70,000 points, a deficit equivalent to 7,000 yuan, with the initial flash bonus amounting to 3,500 yuan. Glancing at the opposing livestream, Xucha couldn't help but admire the determination of the host, Liang Yi, who was energetically twirling a hula hoop while expressing gratitude to his supporters. After observing for a moment, Xucha opened the gift section and proceeded to unleash a staggering 99 carnival gifts. Instantly, the entire live stream was enveloped in a vibrant animation of the carnival scene. The 99 gifts totaled an impressive 2,970,000 points, although only the first gift was counted at a double rate, while the rest were calculated at the standard rate. Nonetheless, this was sufficient to propel Xu Xue's PK health bar to a level that rendered her opponent nearly invisible. Simultaneously, Xucha's account level skyrocketed to level 40. Meanwhile, in Winding Courtyard, Xu Xue and Roland, witnessing Xucha's extravagant display of 99 carnival gifts, leaped into each other's arms, squealing with excitement. Who is this? Everyone, flood the public screen with his name. They harmoniously urged their audience. The viewers in the live stream eagerly complied, inundating the chat with Xucha's name in exuberant fashion. Upon seeing Xucha's name ascend to the top of Xu Xue's leaderboard, Liang Yi fell into a stunned silence. He understood that reaching a maximum of 1 million points was already a stretch, yet Xucha had come out swinging with 99 carnival gifts. Who could possibly compete? Xucha's prowess was undeniable, and he had yet to unleash the full potential of his formidable supporters. The disparity in their capabilities was glaring. Realizing the futility of the situation, Liang Yi chose to concede defeat without further contest. In the ensuing minutes, Xucha refrained from sending any additional gifts. Perhaps it was the initial 99 carnivals that struck fear into the opposition, as they later produced only a few scattered votes, barely amounting to 10,000. Su Che found the situation rather tedious. The opposing side was simply lackluster, leaving him devoid of any sense of achievement. After 10 minutes, Liang Yi, gritting his teeth in silence, finally succumbed to the urging of Xu Xue and Ruo Lin and turned off the beautification filter. Once the filter was disabled, the number of viewers in the live stream plummeted by a third. Liang Yi had anticipated this outcome, yet he dared not refrain from action. Losing the PK without facing consequences would spell disaster for his future endeavors. Taking a blank sheet of paper, he inscribed Su Che, "I lost," and placed it in front of the camera. 30 seconds later, he abruptly shut down the live stream. Once the connection was severed, Xu Xue began to act whimsically. She retrieved a completely white mask, inscribed Su Che's name upon it with a pen, and adorned Ruo Lin's face with it. Subsequently, she lunged at Ruo Lin, showering her with affectionate kisses. This whimsical display brought ample amusement to the viewers in the live stream. In the dormitory, Su Che chuckled softly and typed in the chat box, "Continue the PK. I shall elevate you on the hourly leaderboard. At your command, my esteemed number one." Xu Xue responded with a playful cat salute, obediently nodding her head as she heeded Su Che's suggestion to resume the live PK. Quickly, with Su Che's support, Xu Xue's live stream soared to the top of the hourly leaderboard by 9 o'clock. Su Che's account also ascended from level 0 to over level 48. In total, he had gifted nearly 9 million Do coins that evening, which translated to approximately 900,000 in cash. Meanwhile, in a private room of a restaurant in Linen, Tong Jincheng was live-streaming to attract followers for his female streamers. This period marked the pinnacle of his traffic, presenting an opportune moment for drawing in viewers. As he engaged in playful banter with several beautiful women, the chat began to flood with comments suggesting Teacher Fu is about to be poached by Su Che. Tong Jincheng, curious, inquired, "What on earth has Fu Xiaoxiao gotten herself into this time?" Soon, a viewer clarified that Su Che had gifted nearly 1 million to Teacher Fu that evening. Upon seeing this, Tong Jincheng quickly fetched another phone, opened Douyin, and searched for the live stream. To his surprise, he discovered that Xu Xue's stream had indeed reached the top of the hourly leaderboard. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, would you look at that? Teacher Fu has made quite the name for herself, reaching the top, something I, as her boss, have yet to achieve." His words were laced with jest. Were he to stream on Douyin, claiming the top spot would pose no challenge for him. Hearing Tong Jincheng's remarks, the other female streamers in the private room began searching Douyin as well. After viewing the results, each harbored their own thoughts. Yet they unanimously acknowledged that Xu Shui had indeed secured a wealthy benefactor, and he was quite remarkably handsome, evoking both admiration and envy. However, Tong Jinsheng was not overly concerned. As Xu Shui was one of his streamers, her success brought him joy, and he remained indifferent to the possibility of Su Che enticing her away. To speak candidly, among the multitude of streamers he has signed, only a few truly generate profit for him, yet he remains indifferent to this fact. In comparison to Xu Shui, he places far greater importance on Su Che. Although Su Che's current popularity is somewhat lesser, discerning individuals can clearly see that he is destined for soaring success. Maintaining a cordial relationship with him may well yield numerous collaborative opportunities in the future. In the Danxing Academy, within the confines of Dormitory 503, Pang Dong returned to his bunk after a refreshing shower and instinctively picked up his phone to open Douyin. Upon opening the app, he stumbled upon a clip of Su Che gifting Xu Shui with an astonishing 99 carnival gifts, prompting him to exclaim in disbelief, "Goodness, Xuke, did you just gift 99 carnivals?" As a devoted fan of Douyin, Pang Dong had occasionally bestowed gifts upon his favorite streamers, yet they were typically modest tokens of affection, far removed from the extravagant carnival gifts that were beyond his financial reach. The sheer magnitude of 99 carnivals, amounting to nearly 300,000 casually spent, was a testament to an opulence that seemed almost inhuman. Beside him, Guang Longxian was equally astonished, his heart heavy with bitterness as he contemplated the vast disparity, feeling utterly incomparable. Chapter 46, Surpassing Completion and the Reward of a Background Card. So soon, the clips are out? Su Che raised his gaze, revealing a hint of surprise. It had barely been a moment since the event transpired, yet the clips had already emerged. Were those individuals specifically lurking in Xu Shui's livestream? Your popularity is indeed high. The likes and comments on the clips dedicated to you are exceptionally abundant. Pang Dong pointed out a dedicated account that edited videos of Su Che. Within that account, the top 10 videos by likes were all related to his clips. Observing this, Su Che fell into contemplation. Over the past 2 years, clip accounts had surged in abundance. He had yet to grant formal authorization for his content, and technically speaking, he could report these secondary edited videos, ensuring none would escape consequence. However, such an action seemed unnecessary. His rapid rise to fame was partly due to the contributions of these clip accounts. Reporting them now would tarnish his reputation. It would be wiser to grant authorization, allowing someone to manage this aspect of his content, thereby not only cultivating a reputable image, but also generating a certain income. With this thought, Su Che suddenly found himself in a predicament. He needed to attend school and had not signed with any MCN organization. Tian Lerone was also preoccupied with her own career and could not attend to every detail. It appeared that establishing a company dedicated to managing advertising and authorization matters was the way forward. Su Che decided to bide his time. The task of reaching 5 million genuine followers would conclude tonight. According to the system's peculiarities, the industry blind box might yield an industry connected to him. If his conjecture proved correct, it would alleviate much of his preliminary work. Time swiftly reached midnight. The system's notification tone sounded. Ding. Detected that the host currently possesses 1 million followers, verifying the count of genuine followers. Verification complete. The count of genuine followers has reached 8 million. Task 4. Achieving 5 million genuine followers is complete, opening the industry blind box. Industry blind box has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained ownership of Hengxi Media Corporation, undergoing transfer. Surpassing completion reward, background card. Background card, with a powerful background as a solid support. Abundant networking resources naturally converge, thereby robustly aiding the flourishing development of one's career. Indeed, Su Che's expectations were met. The rewards provided by the system were intricately linked to his professional endeavors. He was aware of Hengxi Media, a newly established MCN company founded this year in Linen. Although it was recently founded, it possessed substantial capital and had successively signed several influencers with millions of followers. The company's structure was fully established, maintaining profound connections with numerous brands and artistic event organizations. Now, Ownership of this company belonged to him. With his company in place, Suche could entirely delegate the operation of his account to the company, sparing him much hassle. After nodding in satisfaction, Suche turned his attention to the background card. Upon observing the detailed description, his pupils slightly contracted. With this background in place, it would undeniably play a pivotal role in both the company's development and his personal business advancement. The second phase of the path to fame has commenced. Influence. First task phase. Become a disseminator and leader of popular culture. Task description. The pinnacle path. Achieve the status of having the highest number of fans on any online platform. Second task phase. Promote traditional culture, infusing it with new vitality. Task description. Utilize your influence to promote any traditional culture, bringing it to the world. Third task phase. The path of philanthropy. Task description. Leverage your influence to actively engage in charitable endeavors, merging entertainment with philanthropy. Task difficulty. 10 stars. The task presents considerable challenges, and preliminary assistance is now available. Event card. When planning various types of events, possess official qualifications and the ability to complete scene arrangements and personnel configurations with a single click as per requirements. Expense card. Can be utilized for hosting various events and welfare expenditures, not for personal profit. Task rewards. Completing any stage of the task will yield substantial rewards. As the second phase of the path to fame was announced, Suche's expression grew solemn. The condition of being number one in fan count was not easily achievable, with his current follower count exceeding 9 million. He could not even rank within the top 5,000. Continuing to delve into the realms of dance and aesthetics would render this task impossible. Perhaps the system recognized this challenge, hence the offer of preliminary support. The event card and expense card have illuminated a path forward. The allure of visually striking large-scale challenges and substantial prizes would captivate audiences from various age groups and backgrounds, all while integrating philanthropy with entertainment. This seemed to be the most appropriate course. Suche had begun to grasp a fragment of insight, yet he understood that the time for transformation was not yet ripe. A suitable opportunity was essential. Reviewing his current follower count, he sensed that this opportunity was not far off. Ding dong, just as Suche pondered how to plan the inaugural event to better capture public attention, a notification sound from WeChat resonated. Upon opening WeChat, he found a message from the head of Hengxi Media. Secretary Su. Mr. Su, the changes in company ownership have been completed. Is there anything you would like me to attend to? Suche contemplated for a moment before replying. Please inform me of the current company structure and the status of signed influencers. Secretary Su. The company structure has now been established, comprising the Artist Management Department, Content Creation Department, Live Streaming Operations Department, Commercial Cooperation Department. Currently, the company has signed 18 influencers, including the one with 10 million followers, Cherry. Suche opened Douyin to search for the internet celebrities under his management. Most were bloggers in the transformation niche, with 2 others focusing on the daily lives of best friends. The primary revenue stream remains in advertising. However, the income generated in this area is rather modest, as the reigning queen of the transformation niche is Dao Xiaodao. It is imperative to delve deeper into this domain and expand the avenues for monetization. After gaining a general understanding of the situation, Suche entrusted the management of his account to the company and advised them to engage in discussions regarding collaboration and authorization with those slice content creators. He then emphasized the importance of continuing to recruit talent, as the company currently lacks a sufficient number of artists. Hengxi Media possesses a wealth of brand partnership resources, and failing to leverage these would be a significant waste of opportunity. Once all matters were addressed, Suche turned off the screen and retired for the night. Chapter 47. Lu Xinxin takes the initiative. At 5:20 in the morning the following day, the alarm clocks of Suche and his 3 companions in dormitory 503 chimed simultaneously. Today marked the first day of military training, and the group had agreed on the alarm time the previous night to avoid tardiness. After changing into their military training uniforms, the 4 lined up to freshen up. Ding dong. Regular sleep task completed. Task reward. Sleep buff enhancement 70,000 in currency. Second phase task released. Physical exercise. Task description. Please engage in a week-long regimen of good physical exercise, including at least 150 minutes of moderate-intensity aerobic activity or 75 minutes of high-intensity aerobic activity. Strength training should be conducted at least 2 to 3 times. Task reward. Perfect physique buff, 100,000 in currency. With the notification sound from Alipay signaling the arrival of 70,000 in funds, Suche felt a slight improvement in his spirits, though the effects of the sleep buff were yet to be fully realized. Glancing at the next phase of the task description, he stretched lazily, pleased at the timely arrival of the task, as he was set to begin military training today. Given the intensity of Zhejiang University's military training, completing this task seemed exceedingly straightforward. Suge, you've already earned some income this early in the morning, Pang Dong remarked, preparing to get out of bed when he heard the notification of funds being credited, a hint of envy in his voice. It was a previous authorized dividend. Suche replied nonchalantly, stepping down from his bed to freshen up on the balcony. After tidying up their living space, the quartet set off towards the training location. Along the way, they encountered numerous freshmen in military attire making their way to the training site. Noticing the time on his watch, they quickened their pace. The training venue was located within the sports arena of Zhejiangport. Upon arrival, they followed the signage indicating their class to enter their designated formation. Their instructor, Su Qingyan, was also present and, after ensuring everyone was accounted for, began sharing some insights. It was only after the arrival of the drill sergeant that Su Qingyan stepped back. The first day's training was relatively simple, primarily involving standing at attention. After enduring the sweltering summer heat for 30 minutes, the instructor allowed a break. The first day mainly focused on adaptation, with no intense training scheduled. During the break, a group of boys from Suche's class huddled together, whispering about the beauty of this year's freshmen. It seems we don't have any stunning beauties in our cohort. One remarked, "What do you consider stunning?" "I think that girl from medical school is quite attractive." Another replied, "If we're talking about beautiful girls, our media studies department has the most." "I didn't notice it yesterday, but our classmate Zhu Yui is quite the hidden gem." While the boys discussed the girls, in turn, were discussing the boys. Naturally, the girls from the media studies department were talking about Suche. "Did you hear about Suche's extravagant spending of over 900,000 on that wealthy teacher? That is just outrageous." Zhu Yuxuan, having seen the transaction this morning, remained astonished. Over 900,000? In her hometown, that's enough to buy a 100 square meter apartment. To spend that in a single night is simply treating money as if it were inconsequential. Suche undoubtedly has some ulterior motives with that wealthy teacher. Otherwise, how could he possibly spend so much money on her? Another girl remarked, "It's quite normal, isn't it? With Suche's handsome looks and affluence. It's no wonder girls are enamored." A group of girls surrounded Suche, chattering excitedly about him. Zhu Yui, holding her phone, glanced at Suche from the corner of her eye. They had already agreed to take pictures today, but with so many people around, she felt a bit shy to approach him. Just then, Suche raised his gaze and locked eyes with Zhu Yui. Recalling their agreement from the previous night, he stood up and walked over to her. Under the curious stares of the gossiping girls, Suche said, "I'm right here. Feel free to take your pictures." After speaking, he leaned against a large tree and sat down. Zhu Yuxuan fixed her gaze intensely on Zhu Yui, seemingly questioning when the two had become so close. The other girls shared similar expressions. Zhu Yui helplessly explained, managing to placate the group, then picked up her phone and began to find a right angle for the photos. Although Suche did not pose deliberately, his striking features and physique were undeniable. The military training uniform accentuated his broad shoulders and V-shaped torso perfectly. Surrounded by the uniform's darkness, Suche exuded a cool, formidable aura. After taking a series of over 10 photographs, Zhu Yui finally put her phone down. Seeing her do so, Suche stepped forward to take a look. "They turned out well. Remember to send me a copy," he remarked. Zhu Yui nodded and quickly opened WeChat to send him the pictures. As the whistle blew, everyone returned to their formations to stand at attention. Meanwhile, in a third-year female dormitory, Lu Xinxin stood in front of a full-length mirror, dressed in fitted jeans and a sexy black tank top, her face adorned with exquisite makeup. After admiring her reflection for a moment, she nodded in satisfaction. Yao Yao, how do you think my outfit looks today? She asked. Kik Xinjiao, who was reading at her desk, looked up and praised her. It looks great. Then she added, are you planning to see Su Che? Lu Xinxin nodded gently, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. He has military training today. I'm going to bring him some milk tea. Kik Xinjiao replied, meaningfully. You have ulterior motives, don't you? With all the new students in military training, Lu Xinxin's actions were clearly aimed at driving away the other girls surrounding Su Che. Lu Xinxin smiled without responding. She indeed had some schemes in mind. She was aware of the gifts Su Che had sent to Xu Shui the previous night. Although she was unsure of the nature of their relationship, it was evident that it was complicated. However, this situation also indirectly confirmed Su Che's substantial financial resources, making her reluctant to give up on him. I won't keep you any longer. I'm off to deliver the milk tea. With a light step, Lu Xinxin left the dormitory, purchased 2 cups of iced milk tea from a nearby shop, and proceeded toward the sports field. Upon reaching the stands at the stadium, Lu Xinxin gazed towards the position of the media department's formation. Soon, she spotted Su Che within the ranks, gently swaying a cup of milk tea in one hand while the other hand rested on the railing as he greeted others. At that moment, many within the media department's formation noticed Lu Xinxin's presence, and their eyes instantly lit up. Had it not been for the strict gaze of the instructor, they would have already begun to chatter amongst themselves. As the instructor called out, "Time's up, take a 5-minute break." A collective sigh of relief echoed through the ranks, and the atmosphere became lively. Did you see that? That senior is truly stunning, one exclaimed. She was holding milk tea and just waved at us. Could it be that she is looking for me? Another countered, who do you think you are to say that? She's clearly searching for me. Please get real. What are we doing daydreaming in broad daylight? It's utterly ridiculous. Meanwhile, Guang Longxian observed the group of oblivious boys indulging in their shameless fantasies with a disdainful gaze. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he exuded an air of solitary clarity amidst the collective delusion. He recognized Lu Xinxin, the senior who had rejected him in the dormitory lobby. Glancing at Su Che, it was evident that this senior had indeed come looking for him. Chapter 48. Signing with Lu Xinxin. As expected, upon noticing that the break was over, Lu Xinxin hurriedly descended, her steps light as she approached Su Che. Here, your iced milk tea. Su Che accepted the drink, casting a glance around at the eyes fixed upon him, and remarked meaningfully, Senior, are you intending to sever my romantic prospects? Lu Xinxin surveyed the faces of the girls in Su Che's class, lingering for a few moments on Zhu Yui, and with a hint of pride declared, Am I not the most beautiful blossom? Su Che did not deny it. Indeed, Lu Xinxin's beauty eclipsed that of the new students in their cohort. Seeing Guksu, Che's Lu Xinxin's eyes curved into crescent moons as she retrieved a bottle of sunscreen from her bag and began to apply it to his face. If your complexion were to darken, many young ladies would surely be heartbroken. This act shattered the hearts of the girls who had been watching Su Che, while the boys were left envious to the point of irritation. It was merely good looks, just a matter of wealth, and yet, the more they pondered, the more bittersweet it became. After applying the sunscreen, Lu Xinxin promptly tucked the bottle into his pocket. By the way, I noticed the logo of Hengxi Media on your Douyin profile. Have you signed with an MCN company? Lu Xinxin initiated the conversation. This company is mine. Suki replied casually. My account is gaining traction, and as the number of advertising deals increases, I need a company to assist me in managing it. Is your company looking to sign anyone? What do you think of me? Upon hearing that the company belonged to Su Che, Lu Xinxin took the opportunity to recommend herself. Since earning money on Douyin, she had resolved to delve deeper into this field. Securing a contract with Su Che's company would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. On one hand, it would afford her more opportunities to interact closely with him. On the other, she might even collaborate with him on videos, garnering substantial traffic. After all, Su Che was the boss, and greater visibility would undoubtedly benefit his artists. The only drawback was that once signed with Su Che's company, their relationship would inevitably become unequal. However, Given the current circumstances, their statuses were already disparate, as Su Che's wealth was something she could only aspire to. Su Che appraised Lu Xinxin with a discerning eye and affirmed, "Senior, with your beauty, if I do not sign you, it would imply I lack discernment." Lu Xinxin possessed sparkling eyes and a sweet voice, her overall image radiating youthful exuberance and vitality. This style was indeed popular, as several Douyin influencers with millions of followers embraced a similar aesthetic. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a bright smile unabashedly gracing her face. Being complimented was a delightful experience, especially when the praise came from a strikingly handsome individual. "Then I shall entrust myself to you," Lu Xinxin said with a double entendre. Su Che smiled in response. "Senior, your words could easily lead to misunderstandings." "That depends on your interpretation," Lu Xinxin replied ambiguously, her words suggesting that any understanding would be valid. Su Che smiled without speaking and subsequently shared the WeChat contact card of the head of the artist department at Hengxi Media with Lu Xinxin. "If you have any thoughts, you may add this person on WeChat, and you can discuss the details with her. As a token of gratitude for the milk tea you brought me, I allow you to mention my name. Does this imply that I am taking advantage of my boss's connections?" Lu Xinxin raised an eyebrow. "Would you like to?" Su Che retorted. "If it were you, I would certainly want to." Lu Xinxin, this time, was unequivocal, yet emphasized that the person in question could only be Su Che. University students are already half immersed in society. Everyone despises nepotism while secretly longing to be a part of it. You must strive harder in the future. My connections are not always so readily available, Su Che remarked, shaking his milk tea before turning to walk back into the group. Lu Xinxin watched Su Che's retreating figure. Her cheeks slightly flushed, as if a thought had crossed her mind. Upon returning to the group, Su Che was instantly surrounded by a cluster of boys, all clamoring to inquire about his relationship with Lu Xinxin. Holding his milk tea, Su Che neither confirmed nor denied, allowing speculation to swirl around. From the onlooker's perspective, it seemed he had tacitly acquiesced. Meanwhile, Xu Shui was driving her pink Panamera, escorting Ruolin home. Along the way, Ruolin was scrolling through Douyin when she stumbled upon a newly released video from Hengxi Media, officially announcing Su Che's affiliation with the company. In a flurry, Ruolin clicked on Su Che's profile, discovering that Hengxi Media's name indeed adorned his homepage. How did Su Che come to sign with Hengxi? She questioned, glancing at Xu Shui with a puzzled expression. Xu Shui shook her head, evidently as bewildered as Ruolin. "Why don't you check the share structure of Hengxi Media?" she suggested, recalling Su Che mentioning that he might soon establish an MCN company to manage his account. Joining Hengxi Media unexpectedly could imply that Su Che had acquired a portion of its shares. Ruolin nodded and proceeded to investigate. Upon seeing the results, she gasped. "All the shareholders of Hengxi Media are named Su Che." Xu Shui nodded in affirmation. "It seems my conjecture was correct." Ruolin, in a state of astonishment, exclaimed, "What kind of family background does Su Che have?" "As far as I know, the founder of Hengxi Media is no ordinary person. A change in shareholding occurred overnight." "Which is?" she faltered, realizing that although Hengxi Media had been established for a short time, it had already signed several influencers with millions of followers, rapidly ascending to become a renowned MCN company. This alone underscored Hengxi Media's substantial financial backing and impressive resources. Otherwise, such prominent influencers would not easily sign on. Previously, Hengxi Media had sought to invite her join, but she had hesitated, intending to observe for a while. Yet now, with Su Che at the helm, Ruolin felt her resolve beginning to waver. Without delving into other matters, given the relationship between her and Xu Shui, Su Che would likely extend her some consideration for Xu Shui's sake, wouldn't he? Relying on her composure, Ruolin inquired, Shui, now that Su Che has established his own company, do you have any intentions of changing jobs?" Upon hearing this, Xu Shui furrowed her brow and replied, "Tong Jincheng has treated me quite well. He has mentored me in the past, but I simply failed to seize the opportunity. To leave him now would seem somewhat ungrateful." Deep down, Xu Shui certainly harbored the desire to sign with Su Che's company. Yet her former employer had been kind to her. If she were to leave at the first sign of success, wouldn't she then be deemed a traitor? Su Che would undoubtedly sign you. Perhaps you should inquire about his thoughts and have him discuss it with Tong Jinsheng. Tong Jinsheng is a wise man and is likely to facilitate a favorable resolution. I shall speak with Su Che about this matter later this evening. Chapter 49. Shu Shui. Master, please feel free to command. After escorting Ruo Lin back to her apartment, Shu Shui drove towards the Ocean Star Company. Ruo Lin had just returned home when she hastily retrieved her phone, opened WeChat, and sought out the representative who had previously invited her to sign a contract. Ruo Lin, I wish to sign a contract. At the entrance of Ocean Star Company, Shu Shui parked her car in the lot. As she stepped out, she encountered several colleagues who were also headed to the company. Fu Xiao, have you changed your car? Xiao Yang exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the sleek Panamera. It was a gift from Su Che yesterday. Shu Shui proudly lifted her car keys, showcasing her new acquisition. He gifted it to you? Xiao Yang immediately contemplated a potential implication. He insisted. Shu Shui responded, somewhat bashfully. He insisted and you complied? You are certainly lacking in restraint. Xiao Yang feigned a disapproving expression, chiding her. What if he insisted on you? Shu Shui countered. I would hesitate, Xiao Yang stammered, still wishing to maintain a semblance of dignity. Given Su Che's looks and wealth, if he truly desired something, she would undoubtedly rush to comply without a second thought. This car is truly stunning, Wang Yang interjected, attempting to smooth over the conversation with praise for the vehicle. Indeed, it costs over $1 million. Su Che is exceptionally generous towards you. By the way, can I borrow it for a quick photo challenge with the blinking lights? I believe this car suits my personality perfectly. Of course. After the trio enthused over the car and Su Che for a while, they proceeded towards the elevator. Upon entering the company, Tong Jinsheng, noticing Shu Shui's radiant demeanor, could not resist teasing her. Oh, I see this our top student, Teacher Fu? Feigning pride, Shu Shui raised her chin and replied with a smile. Knowing this, yet lacking in perception, hurry and fetch me a cup of coffee. Tong Jinsheng raised his hand, mockingly poised to strike, and retorted, You expect your boss to make you coffee? Have you become utterly conceited? Standing tall and confident, Shu Shui declared, If you dare to strike me, I shall summon Su Che to deal with you. Tong Jinsheng rolled up his sleeves, flexing his muscles. Let him come. Do you think these egg-sized muscles were built in vain? Shu Shui scoffed. Su Che has muscles too, along with a six-pack. Hey, who doesn't he have something to show off? Wait for me 2 months, and I will also develop a six-pack. He's also taller than you. I am more handsome than you. Enough already. Tong Jinsheng quickly ended the topic to avoid any further emotional turmoil. After their playful banter, Tong Jinsheng inquired about a serious matter. When did Su Che acquire Hengshi Media? Our MCN company in Linen is all in one group, and last night, Sheng Shu suddenly exited the group. Upon inquiry, we learned that Hengshi Media underwent a complete transformation overnight. Tong Jinsheng also approached Sheng Shu to investigate the matter and discovered that Su Che had indeed made the purchase with an exceptionally powerful background. Thus, he sought to ask Shu Shui if she had any insider information on the subject. Shu Shui shook her head and replied, I am not certain. I only learned about it today. Even if she were privy to the inside information, she would not disclose it to Tong Jinsheng. For she was now a woman of Su Che. Tong Jinsheng had merely inquired out of curiosity. Since Shu Shui was unaware, he shifted the conversation to another matter. He retrieved a contract from his drawer and handed it to Shu Shui, saying, Here, this is the contract for your entry into the company. You may take it with you. Shu Shui furrowed her brow and questioned, What do you mean? Although I am eager to join Su Che's company, I would not consider switching jobs just as I am beginning to see some progress. Tong Jinsheng waved his hand dismissively. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I know you're not that type of person. To be honest, I do not regard the profits from Dahu Xingchen as significant. Returning this contract to you is merely an effort to foster a good relationship with Su Che. Since this year, he has gradually expanded his online operations into the offline realm. Earlier this month, he opened the 798 Canteen in Linen, and a bar he is co-partnering in is currently under renovation, expected to open next month. Since embarking on this offline venture, Tong Jinsheng has come to realize the formidable challenges of establishing a physical enterprise. Suche's ability to acquire Hengxi media overnight must stem from a profound background. Cultivating a rapport with him may prove beneficial in the future. This is also the primary reason I have chosen to present you with your contract. Perhaps it is best to wait. I haven't earned much for you over these 2 years, while I am currently in a favorable position. Any assistance I can provide will be of value. Xu Shui felt a deep gratitude for Tong Jinsheng's care. Without his support, she would not have achieved her present circumstances, let alone been introduced to Suche by him. Tong Jinsheng smiled with satisfaction and gently declined. Let it be. Not everyone is as generous as Suche, capable of gifting nearly 1 million. Although Xu Shui received numerous gifts yesterday, the vast majority were from Suche. The total contributions from others do not even amount to a fraction of Suche's. All right, Xu Shui conceded, acknowledging Tong Jinsheng's point. Her brother had already distanced himself due to Suche's influence, and the remaining support was merely a drop in the bucket. After placing the contract into her bag, Xu Shui produced her Mercedes car key. Please help me sell this Mercedes. She was unfamiliar with any car dealerships and did not want to risk being taken advantage of, so she sought Tong Jinsheng's assistance. Why sell the car? Tong Jinsheng asked, puzzled. Xu Shui had been anticipating this moment. She pulled out the key to her new Porsche and proudly proclaimed, Suche bought me a Panamera yesterday. Tong Jinsheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite having participated in romantic broadcasts with numerous female internet personalities, the gifts exchanged were typically worth only a few tens of thousands at most. In previous relationships, gifts rarely exceeded 100,000. Suche's casual gift of a Porsche seemed to trivialize the value of money. If the roles were reversed, and she were a woman, one might wonder if she would have been tempted to offer herself in return. Who could resist such a lure? You truly struck gold this time, Tong Jinsheng remarked in admiration. I must thank you, for without your introduction, I would never have met Suche, Xu Shui replied with a radiant smile. Tong Jinsheng smiled, then recalled something and advised. Though my words may be unpalatable, it would be wise for you to heed them. Suche's allure will undoubtedly attract a multitude of women in the future. You must learn to exercise restraint. Should you lose such a prime opportunity, you may never encounter another like it in your later years. Do not become entangled in notions of status. These are but illusions. Upon hearing this, Xu Shui nodded seriously, indicating her understanding. After a brief conversation, Xu Shui departed from Tong Jinsheng's office. Once back in her car, she placed the contract on her thigh, adorned in black stockings, and snapped a photograph to send to Suche, accompanied by the message, Boss, Shui Shui wishes to sign with your company and seeks favorable terms. Could you assist me? Please feel free to command Daji, my master. Chapter 50. The day of completing the commuting procedures at noon, in the dining hall. Suche glanced at the message from Xu Shui on WeChat and typed on the keyboard. Did Tonga give you the contract? Shortly after, he received a reply from Xu Shui. Yes, he handed me the contract this morning when I went to the company, saying he wanted to strengthen his relationship with you. Xu Shui's response was sincere, covering all necessary points. After a brief conversation, Suche sent a message of gratitude to Tong Jinsheng. Tong Jinsheng replied promptly, indicating it was a trivial matter while also inviting Suche to the soft opening ceremony of his bar next month. Suche inquired about the date, which was set for the 21st, and he readily agreed. For the following week, Suche maintained a routine of commuting between 2 points. He participated in military training during the day and spent his evenings chatting with Xu Shui and her friends, occasionally live streaming or playing games in the dormitory. After a week, he completed his physical training tasks, and the benefits of his efforts began to manifest as his physique approached perfection. The third phase of his tasks was dietary management, which required him to maintain a healthy diet for another week. The rewards for this task included a monetary bonus of 150,000 RMB and a digestive buff that would enhance his digestive system, fundamentally boosting his vitality. On that day, Suche also received a message from Su Qingyan. Your commuting procedures have been completed. Please come to my office to collect your access permit. Upon reading this, Suche promptly replied, All right, I'm heading over now. After sending the message, he stood up and grabbed his car keys. Seeing this, Pang Dong curiously asked, Su Ge, where are you off to at this hour? Suche replied, I've completed my commuting procedures and am going to the counselor's office to collect my access permit. Pang Dong expressed a hint of reluctance. So, you're leaving the dorm soon? Among all the residents, he had formed a good rapport with Su Che. Despite Su Che's wealth, he was not arrogant and was quite affable. For someone as talkative as Pang Dong, having a conversational companion was akin to finding a water source in a desert. With Su Che's impending departure, he felt a sense of foreboding regarding his future life in the dormitory. Will you need help packing your things? Pang Dong offered. No need to trouble yourself. I can manage it while I head out, Su Che replied. He had brought very few belongings to the dormitory and only needed to take his clothes and computer, leaving the rest behind. In less than 5 minutes, after packing his luggage, Su Che walked to the parking lot, loaded his belongings into the car, and drove towards the academic building. Upon arriving at the counselor's office, he found Su Qingyan there. You're here. Please have a seat. I have a few things to discuss with you. Su Qingyan gestured for Su Che to sit. She then proceeded to register his access permit information and captured his facial recognition data. Once everything was processed, she handed the commuting card to Su Che. After a moment, she finally spoke. Once the military training concludes, our school will hold an opening ceremony. The School of Media places great emphasis on a sense of community, and there is a requirement to prepare 1 or 2 performances. The format is flexible. Singing, dancing, skits, and so forth are all acceptable. Therefore, I would like to inquire about your thoughts on this. Su Che, hearing this, raised his hands in a gesture of resignation and replied, I am willing to cooperate actively. However, I find myself at a loss regarding the planning of the program. Su Qingyan thoughtfully stroked her chin and suggested, your dancing skills are exceptional. How about our class presents a dance performance? That could work, Su Che conceded, but selecting the music and rehearsing will require time, and with military training still ongoing, will we have enough time? He asked. The school will offer some flexibility based on actual circumstances, Su Qingyan assured him with a smile. Then that's settled, Su Che responded. Understanding her point, in the next couple of days, I will gather participants and select songs, and you will take the lead on the dance rehearsals, Su Qingyan announced. That sounds fine, but I have one request, Su Che interjected. What is it? Please go ahead, Su Qingyan encouraged him to speak freely. I need to take a day off on September 7th, Su Che stated plainly. On September 7th, Chi Wanwan would be starting school, and he had previously promised to see her off at the airport. All right, but can only be for 1 day. Su Qingyan hesitated briefly before conceding. The focus of the media school's performance would primarily be on Su Che, who would bear the brunt of the dancing rehearsals and related responsibilities, thus justifying her willingness to grant him this privilege. Thank you, Counselor, Su Che expressed his gratitude. After discussing a few details, Su Che took his entry pass and departed. Once in the car, he opened Douyin and noticed Xu Shui was live streaming, prompting him to send her a message informing her of his return. After sending the message, he drove away from the school. Meanwhile, in the Wending Yuan, Xu Shui glanced at the message on her phone and smiled. She then left the camera frame, much to the viewer's confusion, only to return moments later with several alluring outfits in hand. Help me decide, which outfit looks better, this one or this one? She asked, modeling the different ensembles. The viewers in the live stream flooded the chat with questions. Teacher Fu, what are you up to? Is there a date? Could be Xies going to meet Su Che? Isn't it obvious? The audience expressed their discontent with Xu Shui's apparent disregard for them. Unfazed by the barrage of comments, Xu Shui selected an outfit, waved goodbye to the camera, and abruptly ended the live stream. After changing into a subtly alluring outfit, she prepared a bath and waited at the entrance for Su Che's return. The door has been unlocked, chimed the voice of her smart speaker as the door swung open, revealing Su Che's figure before her. Welcome home, my dear, she exclaimed. Xu Shui knelt on the ground, removing Su Che's shoes and replacing them with slippers, before rising to push the luggage aside. What prompted this sudden display? The two had only been able to communicate through video calls lately. Xu Ke, a young man of considerable vigor, found himself unable to resist the allure of the moment, and he pulled Xu Shui into his embrace. Nestled against Xu Ke, Xu Shui nuzzled like a little kitten. Do you not enjoy this? Su Che offered no verbal response, merely locking his heated gaze with hers. The air between them crackled with an ambiguous tension, one filled with anticipation, the other steeped in longing. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xu Shui draped herself over Su Che, wrapping her arms around his neck and drawing closer. Chapter 51. The event for 10 million followers. After a prolonged kiss, Shu Shui suddenly remembered that the bathwater was still running in the bathroom and hastily nudged Su Che. "The bathwater is still on," she exclaimed. Su Che, upon hearing this, effortlessly scooped her up in his arms and chuckled. "In that case, let's not waste water resources." At midnight, Su Che lounged on the sofa, with Shu Shui nestled in his embrace, her legs crossed. She perused food delivery options on her phone while inquiring about his preferences. After casually selecting a couple of healthy dishes that met the system's criteria, Su Che picked up his phone to respond to a message from his secretary. The message detailed the operations department's intention to develop the two female internet influencers from the Best Friends series separately. Su Che understood this approach. Their previous comedic series had already reached its zenith in popularity. Developing separately would not only prevent homogenized competition, but also maintain overall heat through diversified exposure. This was a common practice for many groups. For instance, TFBOYS, after achieving a peak in their collective career, gradually pursued individual paths, delving into different fields to avoid rivalry. Su Che replied to the message, "I agree with this proposal. Please have the planning department draft a development roadmap for both of them." Secretary Su. "Understood, Mr. Su." Following this, Secretary Su updated him on the progress of account slicing authorization and inquired if a fan welfare event should be organized as the follower count approached 10 million. Su Che had already devised a plan regarding this. He replied, "Please contact Douyin's official team and inform them that this 10 million fan welfare event will feature a significant announcement. I will address it in the live stream, and they should provide traffic support to enhance the event's impact." Su Che had meticulously planned this period. With the current rate of follower growth, he anticipated reaching 10 million in a few days, making it the perfect opportunity to host a grand fan event and announce his transformation. Secretary Su understood. Once the work-related matters were concluded, Su Che set down his phone and embraced Shu Shui, saying, "You should accompany me to Hengxi Media tomorrow night to sign with my company. I will be hosting a large event soon, which could also help draw attention to you." Curiously, Shu Shui asked, "What kind of event?" "The 10 million followers event, but the specifics are currently confidential," Su Che replied. Not wishing to press further, Shu Shui shifted the conversation to other topics. "Ruo Lin has signed with your company. Did you know?" "I am aware. Yesterday, my secretary sent me a list of recent signings, and I saw her name. Are you hoping for me to take special care of her?" Su Ke inquired, playfully massaging her silky black stockings. "Ruo Lin has been quite decent to me," Shu Shui responded, indirectly affirming his suspicion. "Then if I assist you, how will you repay me?" Suke whispered softly in her ear. Shu Shui gently bit her lower lip and tilted her head, murmuring sweet nothings in his ear. Su Che's eyes sparkled momentarily, and he chuckled softly. "In that case, I shall comply. I will make the necessary arrangements." Given Ruolin's inherent advantages and her high evaluation within the agency, it was unnecessary for him to elaborate further. She would naturally receive ample support. To put it plainly, individuals blessed with beauty are far easier to elevate, and they tend to break into the limelight with greater ease. Humanity's innate preference leans towards a natural inclination to notice beauty. Visual impact often serves as the most direct traffic filter. Although Lu Xinxin had a modest fan base upon joining Hengxi, her reputation was remarkably high, leading the planning department to commence selecting a stylistic pathway for her, with promotions set to begin shortly. The planning team even suggested whether Su Che could host a live broadcast to generate traffic for her. Su Che agreed, as the arrangements had now been finalized, and he decided to go live the following evening to announce the event and draw attention to several female internet celebrities slated for promotion. Su Che currently resembled Tong Jincheng in many ways. Although Hengxi Media had signed numerous influencers, only one had truly achieved widespread fame. And that individual had since experienced a decline in momentum, compounded by the saturation of similar styles. Thus, it was impossible for her to direct traffic towards newcomers in the same genre. This responsibility would rest solely on him, particularly as his own popularity surged. After finishing their takeout, the two resumed their warm-up exercises. The following day, the August sun in Linen was still blazing in its intensity. with rays of sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains. Inside the room, the sheets lay in disarray, surrounded by scattered garments. The air was thick with an indulgent, sultry ambience, and, on the bed, the silhouettes of entwined figures were shrouded beneath the covers. Ding, ding, ding. An intrusive alarm clock shattered the tranquility of slumber, prompting Su-che to awaken with vibrant energy. Since acquiring a sleep buff, he had risen each day invigorated, and the enhancement from his physical buff allowed his vitality and energy to rebound swiftly. Observing the weary Shu-shui, Su-che resolved not to disturb her further. After rising to brush his teeth and wash his face, he dressed and proceeded to the kitchen, where he fetched eggs, milk, whole grain bread, and nut butter, adhering to the health regimen outlined by the system for his breakfast. Once he finished his meal, Su-che changed his shoes at the entrance, gathered his car keys, and drove to school. Following the morning's military training, Su Qingyan announced the details of the performance program in the class group, encouraging everyone to sign up enthusiastically. Students in the media department typically possess distinct personalities, with strong expressive desires and creativity, leading many to opt for participation. However, after Su Qingyan emphasized the preference for those with a dance background, only 8 individuals remained. For males, Su-che, Li Shui, 2 random boys, and 4 females, Zhu Yuxuan, Zhu Yui, and 2 random girls. Zhu Yui, who had studied ethnic dance, was mentioned by Zhu Yuxuan in the group. After Su Qingyan inquired and received her consent, the decision was made to include her. Once the participants were finalized, Su Qingyan instructed them to gather in the dance practice room at the activity center in the afternoon. As Su-che was about to head to the parking lot to retrieve his vehicle and proceed to the activity center, he spotted Zhu Yuxuan and Zhu Yui at the school gate. The two were pushing an electric scooter, their faces marred by frustration. Su-che approached them and inquired, "What seems to be the problem?" "The scooter has run out of battery, and all the charging stations are occupied," Zhu Yuxuan replied, raising her hands in exasperation. She had been too fatigued the previous night to remember to charge it, and it had lost power just as they exited the school grounds. "Let us push it to the parking lot. You can ride with me afterward," Su-che suggested, assisting in pushing the scooter to the designated parking area. He instructed the two to wait outside while he fetched his car. Before long, Su-che arrived in his vehicle, inviting the two to enter before starting the engine and making their way to the activity center. Chapter 52. Song selection complete. Departing for Hengxi Media. Su-che's vehicle was no longer a secret at Zhejiang University. Once the two young ladies entered the car, they surveyed the luxurious interior. The Bentley Continental's design seamlessly melds opulence with cutting-edge technology, adorned with top-grade leather and genuine wood accents that exude an air of extravagance. "It looks magnificent," Zhu Yuxuan exclaimed, then turned to Su-che and inquired, "Do you know what type of dance we're going to perform this time, my idol?" Su-che shook his head. "I'm not certain, but since it's the opening ceremony, it is likely to focus on themes of inspiration and youth." After a moment, Su-che asked, "How long have you both been studying dance?" Zhu Yui replied, "I have practiced folk dance for 10 years. Zhu Yuxuan added, "I started learning modern jazz in middle school." Su-che nodded, "In that case, I have it much easier." After discussing their interest in dance for a while, Zhu Yuxuan suddenly asked, "By the way, my idol, your Douyin followers are about to surpass 10 million. Will there be any special benefits for your fans?" Many Douyin influencers celebrate milestones such as 1 million, 5 million, or 10 million followers with various fan rewards, ranging from meet and greets to giveaways of smartphones, tablets, and other electronic devices. Some more generous influencers even give away cars, as a means to express gratitude to their fans and enhance user loyalty. Thus, Zhu Yuxuan was curious about what Su-che would offer when he reached that milestone. Su-che smiled and replied, "You'll find out tonight. I promise it won't disappoint those of you who have always supported me. I shall eagerly await it." She responded. 15 minutes later, the trio arrived at the bottom of the activity center and ascended to the dance studio on the 3rd floor together. Upon entering, Su Qingyan called Su-che over. "I've selected some songs for the dance. Take a look." Su-che approached and sat beside Su Qingyan, tilting his head to examine the dance tracks she had chosen. As he had anticipated, they were all motivational and youthful in nature. Soon, Su-che spotted a particularly appealing song and pointed out, "Let us go with this one. Waiting for Your Reply, Parallel Universe. This song beautifully combines pop, electronic, and R&B elements, with a lively rhythm coupled with an exhilarating melody, resonating like the pulse of youth, brimming with boundless energy and vitality. Its meaning is quite fitting for the new student's opening ceremony. Moreover, the choreography is not overly complex, making it relatively easy to rehearse. What do you all think? Su Qingyan asked the others in studio. The group collectively shook their heads, indicating they had no objections. Then it's settled. Do you have any suggestions regarding costumes? Su Qingyan inquired once more. How about a suit uniform? Su Che looked incredibly stylish in that outfit during the roar performance, Li Shuai suggested. Su Che shook his head. I prefer something simpler. That outfit can be quite restrictive when dancing. The primary reason lies in the unkindness towards Zhu Yui. With her naturally ample upper body, wearing such tight and constrictive clothing must undoubtedly cause her discomfort while dancing. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yui cast a grateful glance at Su Che. She had also contemplated a refusal but hesitated, fearing it might embarrass Li Shuai. She was uncertain how to articulate her thoughts appropriately. After a prolonged discussion, they ultimately decided on a coordinated ensemble of a sporty jersey paired with wide-legged trousers and white sneakers, allowing freedom in the choice of jersey color and number, thus presenting a youthful and fashionable athletic vibe. Once the style of the attire was settled, Su Qingyan began to record everyone's measurements. With the preliminary tasks completed, Su Che proceeded to open a video of the dance practice room, dissecting the movements. The choreography of the song encapsulated various phases, from anticipation and exploration to eventual breakthroughs and determination. The dance was not overly complex. Su Che grasped it after merely observing it twice. As he played the song on his phone, he began to dance before the flat mirror. His movements were crisp and agile, embodying the vivacity of youth while also showcasing a touch of maturity through certain dance postures, symbolizing his growth. Upon completing the entire song, applause erupted from everyone in the dance studio. "You're truly magnificent," Zhu Yuxuan exclaimed, witnessing Su Che dance for the first time in reality. He exuded even more charm than in short videos. "Excellent. It seems selecting you as the rehearsal dance instructor was indeed the right choice," Su Qingyan remarked, her eyes sparkling with admiration, as Su Che's dance radiated an extraordinary allure. Subsequently, Su Che began to design the dance formations for the group. He then led them through their first practice session. After finishing the entire routine, Su Che turned to Zhu Yui. While the others were still unfamiliar with the movements, they exhibited no significant flaws that could not be remedied with diligent practice. However, Zhu Yui was different, having trained in traditional dance. Her transition to contemporary dance revealed a certain awkwardness in her movements. This was entirely understandable, as the muscle memory from years of traditional training often resulted in rigidity when attempting a different dance style. "You all continue practicing. Come with me for a moment," Su Che instructed, pointing to Zhu Yui. With her head bowed, Zhu Yui followed closely behind him. She had also recognized the issue, but was unsure how to adapt. "Now, learn alongside me," Su Che said. Zhu Yui's situation was quite manageable. The first step was to isolate specific movements, breaking down habitual actions from her traditional dance background and shattering fixed thought patterns. One taught while the other focused on practice. Zhu Yui, initially tense, gradually relaxed. As Su Che deepened his guidance, certain movements required physical contact, causing Zhu Yui's face to flush with embarrassment as she gazed at his handsome visage, her heart racing. "That should suffice. If you practice like this for 10 minutes each day, the awkwardness will diminish significantly," Su Che said, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Thank you." Zhu Yui quietly expressed her gratitude. Had they not been standing so close, Su Che would have nearly missed her words. The 8 of them practiced until after 5 in the afternoon before departing from the activity center. Su Che first escorted Zhu Yui and another back to their dormitory before leaving the school. After taking a shower and having dinner, Su Che and Shu Shui made their way to the car. As before, Su Che handed his phone to Shu Shui, requesting her assistance with the live broadcast. The moment the live stream commenced, the audience count surged past 30,000, and within 10 minutes, it exceeded 100,000. Noticing that it was still Shu Shui hosting the broadcast, Viewers flooded the chat with comments inquiring if they were once again going to visit Tong Laolu. Seizing the moment before the car started, Suche appeared on camera to clarify, "Tonight, we won't be visiting Brother Tong. Instead, I'll take you to a wonderful place where the beauties are no less captivating than those at Tong's 798. Chapter 53. The female internet celebrity of Hongxi Media. Upon hearing Suche's words, the audience in the live stream began to speculate. Is he referring to Hongxi Media? Che has already joined this company. Hongxi Media? Does that mean we can see Ying Tao? I want to see Jiang Xiaowan. Brother Che, remember to give more camera time later. If Roland has also joined Hongxi, then we might see her too." Suche paid no heed to the barrage of comments in the live stream. His focus was solely on driving, allowing Xu Shui to answer some questions on his behalf. The distance from Windinjuan to the Yangfan building, where Hongxi Media is located, is approximately 14 kilometers. Given that this is a peak time, there was some traffic congestion, and it was estimated they would arrive by 8 o'clock. Hongxi Media is situated within the Yangfan building in the Binjiang district. At the front desk, the company name and a large logo of Hongxi Media stand proudly. Inside the artist department, Secretary Su gathered all the artists present for the evening. Today marks Su Che's first day at the company, and Secretary Su had specifically instructed that everyone must be present without exception. Listen closely, everyone. President Su will be arriving shortly, and a live stream is ongoing. You are all aware of the traffic he brings. For those who do not wish to squander this opportunity, temper your private personas and conduct yourselves professionally in public. Secretary Su stated with a serious demeanor. Most internet celebrities have crafted their own personas, and their private lives can be quite different, if not properly addressed. This group could cause unforeseen chaos. Understood. The women nodded in unison, fully aware that if they wish to thrive in this industry, they must exercise self-discipline. After a brief address, Secretary Su left the artist's lounge and positioned herself at the entrance, prepared to welcome Suche's arrival. 40 minutes later, Suche's Bentley pulled into the building's parking lot. Upon exiting the vehicle, he took the phone from Xu Shui. This is the Yangfan building. Hongxi Media occupies the 8th floor. Now let me show you what the interior of a so-called MCN company looks like. The two entered the elevator, and Suche pressed the button for the 8th floor. Ding! As the elevator reached the 8th floor, they stepped out to be greeted by the company's massive logo and a professionally dressed mature woman standing at the glass door. "President Su, welcome to the company. I am Su Yuyu, responsible for your reception today." Su Che surveyed the secretary who had been coordinating with him, estimating her age to be around 27 or 28. With an attractive appearance and an aura of competence, the audience in the live stream was also stirred with excitement. Professional attire, black stockings, gold-rimmed glasses. "I can't take it anymore. She's stunning." Isn't anyone concerned about how she addresses Su Che, President Su? To those upstairs, don't you know that Su Che is a shareholder of Hongxi Media? This has been revealed long ago. The domineering CEO from novels has come to life in reality. After temporarily handing his phone to Xu Shui, Su Che followed Su Yuyu through the glass door. Upon entering, one is immediately greeted by the display racks flanking either side. These racks showcase the developmental timeline of Hongxi Media, illustrating its journey from the company's inception in April to the present, highlighting the various influencers it has signed along the way, though the presentation appears rather rudimentary. On the right, there is a rack adorned with half-length portraits of all contracted artists. Dominating the top section is the largest portrait, that of Su Che himself, occupying a full third of the display, while the remainder features Cherry and a selection of other influencers boasting millions of followers. Venturing further, one arrives at the office area, responsible for the editing of all short videos. Adjacent to this is the photography department, primarily engaged in capturing promotional images and simple short videos. After familiarizing themselves with the general departmental structure, Su Yuyu led Su Che to the artist department. This space serves as the hub for the company's artists, encompassing their makeup, costume changes, and resting areas. As Su Yuyu opened the door, Xu Shui promptly turned the camera toward the scene. Upon the door's opening, Su Che was immediately struck by an overwhelming em-lang of fragrances, a cacophony of scents wafting through the air, quickly followed by a din of chatter. The old adage holds true. A gathering of three women often resembles a gaggle of ducks, yet in this lounge, there were far more than three. The visual spectacle was almost overwhelming, with each woman possessing her own unique beauty, leaving Suche uncertain of where to direct his gaze. The audience in the live streaming room erupted in excitement, fervently discussing their favorite influencers, with Cherry's name echoing the loudest, given her status as the most popular among this group. Inside the lounge, upon sighting Suche, the numerous women froze as if a pause button had been pressed on a cartoon character, and the atmosphere shifted to one of hushed silence, with pairs of eyes fixated on him. For many present, this was their first encounter with Suche in reality. Upon seeing him, their eyes sparkled with intrigue, and they soon understood the reason behind his immense popularity. With a visage like his, it would be unfathomable not to be famous. Clap, clap. Su Yu applauded, then introduced him, saying, "This is our esteemed General Su from Hungshi Media, here tonight to inspect the company. Let's give him a warm welcome." Applause erupted in response. Su Che quickly gestured for silence, then turned to Su Yu and said, "Secretary Su, please introduce them to me one by one." With that, he shot a glance at Shu Shui, signaling her to keep the camera focused. Shu Shui nodded, swinging her phone to capture close-up shots as Su Che entered. "This is Cherry, currently the artist with the highest fan base in our company." Su Che extended his hand with a gentle smile. "Hello, I am Su Che." Cherry, who had gained fame through a viral video by the pool, maintained her charming appearance in reality. "Hello, General Su. I'm your dance fan," she replied with a sweet smile. Although her initial path was in dance, she had not anticipated that her unexpected rise to fame would stem from a video unrelated to her dance endeavors. Next came Yinzi, a popular influencer known for her comical best friend series. While her foundation was quite commendable, Su Che noted that her makeup appeared somewhat heavy in his opinion. As each introduction concluded, Su Che soon found himself standing before Ruolin. "Mr. Su, this is Ruolin." Ruolin playfully blinked her eyes. There's no need for an introduction for this one. The camera should not focus on her. Su Che displayed an expression of disdain to block the lens, and Shu Shui quickly grasped his intent and began to push him away. "Why shouldn't the camera capture her? Our Ruolin is exceedingly beautiful." "Beautiful, you say? I fail to see it. However, she is indeed quite tall." Su Che approached Ruolin, gesturing to compare their heights. Ruolin was already tall, and tonight she wore high heels, surpassing 180 centimeters. Standing side by side, Ruolin was nearly at his nose. This is indeed manageable for him. If Tong Jincheng were to stand beside Ruolin at this moment, it would be quite a sight to behold. Chapter 54. The Ruthless Fan Challenge in a Lounge. The women were lost in their thoughts. They were not oblivious to the fact that Su Che was deliberately directing more camera attention towards Ruolin. Aside from a few who were indifferent, the rest felt a pang of envy and jealousy. Indeed, having connections had its advantages. At the back of the room, Liu Xin felt a twinge of bitterness at the scene before her. However, she understood that Ruolin was a close friend of Shu Shui, who shared an unusual bond with Su Che. It was only natural for Su Che to look after Ruolin. With this thought, Liu Xin raised her gaze and fixed her eyes on them, resolving to be more proactive. In the lounge, there were surely many with ulterior motives, and she did not wish to fall behind. Just then, Su Che approached Liu Xin, who stood at the back. Today, she wore an outfit that balanced purity with a hint of allure, and her subtle makeup enhanced her amiability. Su Che smiled as he came beside her, enthusiastically introducing her. "I must give a grand introduction to this remarkable individual. She is my senior, beautiful and melodious, with a kind disposition and a willingness to help. During the freshman orientation, she graciously served as my guide." Shu Shui scrutinized Liu Xin closely at this remark. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful, a formidable rival. However, it appeared that Su Che had not yet progressed further with her. Even if they did eventually become a couple, she would still be the older sister in their dynamic. With this thought, Shu Shui straightened her back. Unbeknownst to Liu Xin, who was basking in the sweetness of Su Che's praise, the flattery made her feel a bit shy. After the introductions were made, Su Che temporarily stepped away from the cameras to attend to some business matters with Su Yu. In the office, seated in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Suche assessed the company's recent performance. Given the current revenue, it was clear they were operating at a loss, but such was the nature of the early stages. He remained confident that if they could cultivate a few more successful talents, profitability would soon follow. He had yet to utilize the viral video rewarded by the system. He planned for He Dan-tong to adopt a transformative style, focusing on elements of darkness, mystery, and sophistication. Suche had seen the successful video of He Dan-tong and recognized that this path had already proven fruitful. Thus, he merely needed to replicate the successful formula. CU took note of this. The platform had already reached an agreement to direct traffic towards Suche when he achieved a significant milestone of millions of followers. As a newly minted internet sensation and the owner of a robust media company, negotiating this collaboration would not pose a challenge for him. I will address this matter in the live stream shortly. I will fully manage the funding for the event, while the company's funds will remain allocated for daily operations. Once the traffic has been adequately generated, we can enter negotiations with advertisers, aiming to finalize everything before National Day, Suche instructed. Understood, Suyu nodded in agreement. After more than half an hour, Suche left the office and found Xu Shui. She was currently live streaming in his studio alongside Ruo Lin and Lu Xian. Suche was somewhat taken aback, wondering when Xu Shui had developed such a close relationship with Lu Xian. The substitute live stream could be concluded. The main host had returned. Suche took his phone and settled onto the sofa, instructing them to wrap things up, though the camera continued to capture their images. You truly lack conscience. I've been standing in for you all this time, and you 1T even let me benefit from a bit of traffic. Xu Shui feigned annoyance, lightly tapping his arm. If you want to leech off me, go ahead, Suche said, extending his hand toward her. Understanding his cue, Xu Shui leaned in, playfully mewing like a cat. I want to join. Ruo Lin circled around and squatted by Suche's feet, mimicking Xu Shui as she rubbed against his leg. As for Lu Xian, the newcomer was utterly bewildered by the scene, sitting on the sofa with a dazed expression. Suche, you rascal, you're practically tormenting them. My Ruo Lin, how have you fallen so low? Hurry and leave. Don't let Suche take advantage of you. I don't envy the couple or the immortals, but I do envy Suche every single day. The senior beside them has such a hilarious expression, as if to say, so this is what live streaming is all about. After a brief period of playful antics, Suche shifted to the main topic. Dear brothers and sisters, as you can see, I am merely 230,000 fans shy of reaching 10 million. When I hit that milestone, I plan to offer everyone a grand benefit. I am preparing to host a large-scale event, inviting 500 fans to join. I will cover all expenses. He continued. The event will take place in Lion City, where I have secured a small island. There, we will indulge in food, drinks, and entertainment, with various challenges featuring a prize of 5 million for each. The grand finale will boast a staggering 10 million. Anyone who succeeds in the challenges will walk away with that money. For those unable to attend, do not despair. I will stream the event live, and there will be benefits for viewers in the stream as well. As soon as Suche finished speaking, an air of stunned silence enveloped the lounge. With 5 million in challenge prizes and a 10 million grand prize, not to mention the cost of securing the island and other expenses, the total had already reached an astonishing 15 million. Moreover, Suche had mentioned that each challenge would have its own prize, indicating that the visible total had already escalated to 20 million. Such a grand gesture was truly extravagant beyond measure. To date, no such high-stakes fan benefits had ever been witnessed across the internet. In the live stream, fans, having absorbed Suche's words, were taken aback but quickly regained their composure. Oh my gosh, a 5 million prize for each challenge and a 10 million grand prize. If one could succeed, they would at least take home 15 million? 500 participants. It's likely to be in a team format, as challenging one by one would take an eternity. Even if they split the prize, the amount would still be quite substantial. I don't care about the prize. I just want to meet Suche. Pick me, pick me. At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream was scrolling so rapidly that it became a blur to the naked eye. Suche observed the steadily increasing number of viewers in the live broadcast room, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Indeed, The allure of monetary incentive is the most compelling, captivating the audience through the efficacy of financial allure, while simultaneously presenting a visually striking impact to retain their attention, is undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. I am confident that by the end of this evening, with the platform further amplifying his reach, it is quite possible that his follower count will surpass 10 million within the next couple of days. The event is scheduled for October 1st, and those chosen must arrive in Lyon a day in advance. Everyone is reminded to ensure their passports are in order to avoid losing their chance to participate. Thus concludes today's live broadcast. Once the follower count reaches 10 million, we shall commence the selection process. Until we meet again. Chapter 55, Bringing Lu Xinxin Home. After the live stream concluded, Suche raised his gaze towards the still-dazed women, chuckling lightly. Are you all back to your senses? Is it necessary to be this astonished? Xu Shui was the first to regain her composure, exclaiming in disbelief, Isn't it surprising? Are you just overflowing with wealth and have nowhere to spend it? Is it really necessary to invest such a fortune in a fan appreciation event? The others soon followed suit, their expressions reflecting confusion as they inquired further. Suche explained nonchalantly, I am planning to transition to outdoor activities in the future. This event serves as my initial foray into that realm, and I intend to organize further challenge events ahead. Money is not a significant concern for me. Moreover, if I can establish this series of activities as part of my personal brand, it will undoubtedly enhance my visibility and influence, allowing me to engage with higher echelons of business. Perhaps in the future, I won't have to spend a dime, as advertisers will come from all directions, eager to fund my events. Suche certainly could not disclose that he had a system guaranteeing his earnings without any personal expenditure. Upon hearing his words, the women began to grasp the situation, marveling at Suche's wealth while also harboring a hint of ambition. This event was bound to attract considerable attention, especially given the allure of a challenge with a prize pool in the millions, destined to create a significant stir. If they could partake in it, they would undoubtedly ride a wave of substantial traffic. Consequently, the women eagerly inquired whether they could participate. When the time comes, I'll ensure you can join in, but your rewards will be separate, Suche assured them. Hengxi Media was now entirely under his control, and this event would certainly draw traffic for the influencers signed under his company. However, given that this was a fan appreciation initiative, it would not be appropriate for them to share in the spoils. He would clarify the situation in advance to avoid any misunderstandings regarding potential favoritism. Upon hearing this, the women erupted in joyful cheers. Boss, could you divulge what challenges await us? If they involve physical prowess, I've been spending all my time at the gym. Dan Tong raised her hand eagerly, her face brimming with anticipation. Suche shook his head. I can only offer you a hint. There will indeed be challenges related to physical strength. Hey, Shaoli, sign me up for an intensive fitness class. Dan Tong immediately exclaimed, pulling out her phone to message a gym salesperson. The others quickly followed suit, all vying for a chance to shine and capture a surge of attention when the time came. As the clock slowly approached 10 o'clock, Suche had Su Yuyu reserve several private rooms. It was his first day at the company, and out of both sentiment and propriety, he felt it essential to demonstrate his regard and friendliness towards his subordinates, fostering a close-knit team atmosphere. Just as Suche and the others set off for their dinner gathering, the activity he had mentioned began to gain traction on the platform. It was evident that the platform had commenced promoting it, with the announcement of a 500,000 cash challenge reward and a grand prize of 10 million. Many individuals were thrown into a frenzy, eager to follow Suche, hoping for an opportunity to be selected. In a mere 2 hours, Suche's fan count surged past 10 million. Witnessing this spectacle within the KTV, Suche promptly updated his homepage to announce a fan giveaway scheduled for the following day. This is insane. 7 out of 10 of these videos are about you, remarked Xu Shui, perched on Suche's lap while scrolling through Douyin. Isn't it normal? The odds of winning the lottery are minuscule, yet so many people participate. The chances of winning in Suche's event are far greater. Everyone desires to be one of the fortunate few, interjected Ruo Lin, nestled against Suche's arm. Observing Xu Shui engrossed in her phone, she shifted slightly, nearly leaning into Suche's embrace. Meanwhile, Lu Xinxin, unwilling to be outdone, subtly nudged closer. Su Che, seated between them, felt somewhat helpless, although he relished the attention. The setting was evidently inappropriate for any overt actions. He hesitated to ask Shu Shui to vacate his lap. Suddenly, his phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, he gently tapped Shu Shui's thigh, prompting her to rise. He calmly excused himself to the restroom to take the call. "Hello. Su Che, where are you? It's so noisy," came the voice of Chi Wan Wan through the receiver. "I'm at the KTV. Just finished dinner with some colleagues and decided to sing a bit," Su Che replied, relaxing his tone. "Oh, really? I saw on Douyin that you're planning to allocate 15 million for a fan appreciation event. Is that true?" Once the words are spoken, there's no turning back. "The funds won't come from me. Several advertisers are sponsoring the event." After conversing for a while, Su Che finally said, "I have my leave approved for September 7th. I'll arrive in Magic City on the evening of the 6th and pick you up at the airport the next morning. I'll send you my flight details then." Chi Wan Wan responded, her tone brimming with delight. "Are Uncle Chi and Annie coming with you?" Suki inquired. "If you're picking me up, I'll ask them not to come along. I'd like to have a bit more private time with you. It would be inconvenient if my parents tagged along." She replied, "If Uncle Chi heard you say that, he would surely be furious." Su Che chuckled. "I'll just tell them it was your request," he added. "You really know how to shift the blame," she teased. After about 10 minutes of conversation, Su Che ended the call and stepped out of the restroom. Checking the time, he decided it was time to leave. After consulting the others, Su Che led Shu Shui and the two girls out. He had driven there and had not consumed any alcohol. "Let us drop Ruolin off at home first," he suggested. As for Lu Xin at this hour, returning to school was no longer an option, and just as he contemplated suggesting they find a hotel for the night, he noticed she had fallen asleep. "Let us take her home," Shu Shui said, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Xin, having noticed her eyelashes flutter slightly. Su Che noticed too, but chose not to address it. He had nearly confessed to Lu Xin earlier, but due to a lack of opportune moments, the conversation had yet to be formally initiated. Upon returning to Wending Court, Su Che parked the car and effortlessly lifted Lu Xin in his arms. She instantly tensed, her heart racing. Su Che, however, chose not to expose her pretense. Once home, he gently placed her on the sofa and, noticing her reluctance to fully awaken, headed off to take a shower. Shu Shui squatted before her, chuckling softly. "He has gone to shower. Stop pretending. Did you really think he was oblivious to your feigned slumber?" Lu Xin slowly opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings before locking gazes with her. "Why didn't you reveal my ruse and yet suggested bringing me back?" Chapter 56. The Beauty Fund Worth Billions. In response to Lu Xin's confusion, Shu Shui smiled and elucidated, "I understand the intentions you harbor. I am not perturbed. From the very first day, I aligned myself with Su Che. I comprehended that he would never be solely mine. Given his striking appearance and immense wealth, it is inevitable that more women will gravitate toward him. I seek to forge an alliance to ensure the security of my position." Shu Shui's motivations stem from a dual necessity for survival and power. Everything she possessed hinged upon the degree of Su Che's favor. Yet, as more women encircled him, she could not guarantee her continued prominence. Just as fingers vary in length, so too does the allocation of resources fail to satisfy everyone. To safeguard her own resources, she needed to rally others to her side, thereby establishing her foothold. Lu Xin was an excellent candidate. Firstly, she was still relatively weak and could be bound to Shu Shui through mutual benefits. Secondly, she offered Lu Xin an opportunity for ascendance, creating a debt of gratitude in this regard. Lu Xin fell silent upon hearing this. She was acutely aware that under the circumstances of unequal standing and intricate calculations of interests, she could not assume the primary role. Therefore, an alliance seemed prudent to prevent being overshadowed by subsequent contenders. Together, they could undoubtedly outshine any latecomers. "I agree," Lu Xin stated solemnly. "Then, let us proceed. Su Che does not lock the bathroom door when he showers. Tonight is yours, allowing me some well-deserved rest. That fellow is as unruly as a bull." Shu Shui stifled a yawn and walked toward the guest room, leaving the space to the two. Lu Xin anxiously fidgeted with her clothing, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Taking a deep breath, she gradually rose and made her way to the master bedroom. Listening to the sound of water flowing from the bathroom, she steeled herself, advancing step by step. Beauty information as follows. Lu Xinxin, female, 21 years old, occupation, student, online art enthusiast, overall evaluation, 90 points. Current distribution of beauty fund, 10 million renminbi, university major knowledge, 15 shares in Mihayu, 50 million Do coins, 380 square meter, Jiangjing large flat in Linano. 1 courtyard. The following morning, Suche opened his eyes and glanced at the system. Last night, while he was bathing, Lu Xinxin had unexpectedly intruded. Suche was no paragon of virtue. When opportunity knocks, he naturally embraced it. After engaging with Lu Xinxin, the beauty fund from the system was also dispensed. According to the system's evaluation, Lu Xinxin achieved an impressive score of 90 points. The rewards were significantly more generous than those previously granted to Xu Shui. The knowledge from her university major and the 15 shares in Mihayu were part of Lu Xinxin's specialized rewards. It remained uncertain how the system determined these evaluations. The initial criteria seemed normal, yet the latter connection between art and Mihayu was puzzling. Was it merely because Lu Xinxin's creations on Douyin predominantly featured the anime aesthetic, particularly influenced by Genshin Impact? However, this reward has brought considerable delight to Suche. It is noteworthy that, thanks to the game Genshin Impact, MiHoYo achieved a staggering total revenue of 43 billion from 2020 to 2021. To date, MiHoYo has only 4 shareholders, 3 of whom are its founders, while the 4th is the Mi investment company, which invested 1 million in 2013. Now, the shares of Mi investment have transformed into his possession. MiHoYo's current valuation has exceeded 100 billion, making this 15 stake worth at least 15 billion. Of course, the specifics cannot be calculated so simply. However, considering MiHoYo's current revenue, this 15 stake is valued at several billion at the very least. The subsequent 50 million Do coins and 10 million cash left Suche feeling serene, and the Linen No. 1 estate, despite its worth reaching tens of millions, failed to stir any waves compared to MiHoYo's shares. The reward brought by Lu Xinxin was indeed exceedingly generous, prompting him to passionately kiss her. Lu Xinxin softly murmured in response, but then seemed to realize something, abruptly opening her eyes and gazing at Suche, who was so near, bashfully pulling up the blanket to hide herself. What is there to be shy about? After all, they had been completely honest with each other. Suche lifted the blanket and picked up his phone, asking, "Please provide me with your bank account number." Without further inquiry, Lu Xinxin promptly recited her bank details. Suche immediately transferred 1 million to her. Upon seeing the transfer notification, Lu Xinxin did not exhibit joy. Instead, her eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. If it were merely tens of thousands, she might not have thought much of it. But 1 million made her feel as if Suche intended to sever their relationship in one fell swoop. Suche discerned her thoughts and, overwhelmed with excitement, had neglected her feelings. He swiftly embraced her, reassuringly saying, "This is merely your pocket money. It carries no other implications." Lu Xinxin gazed intently into his eyes, asking, "Are you truly serious?" "Indeed, why would I deceive you? With your beauty, how could I ever let you go?" Suche replied gently. Only then did Lu Xinxin's smile return. "You transferred me such a large sum. Wouldn't Shu Shui be upset?" Lu Xinxin inquired teasingly. "I treat both of you equally," he responded. He had already given Shu Shui a car worth far more than 1 million. The two women had generated him considerable wealth. A mere few million was insignificant in comparison. Just then, as they were indulging in their affection, Shu Shui opened the door and entered. Observing the couple on the bed, she chided, "Get up quickly. Aren't you supposed to go to school later?" Suche smiled faintly and rose from the bed. He approached Shu Shui to offer a comforting kiss before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Shu Shui then sat down beside Lu Xinxin. "Are you satisfied?" Lu Xinxin beamed, playfully showing her the transfer information. Shu Shui glanced at it dismissively and remarked, "What is the big deal? Sukebao to me apanamera. I want a car too. What do you think I should get?" Lu Xinxin had long obtained her driver's license, but financial constraints had prevented her from purchasing a car. A Mercedes-Benz C260L would be more than sufficient for her needs, and once she became accustomed to driving, she could consider other options. Xu Xue offered her suggestions. Will you accompany me to buy it later? Lu Xinxin asked playfully. Perhaps their bond had truly blossomed into sisterhood, as their relationship had become significantly more harmonious. I admire your tenacity. After we purchase the car, I'll take you to film a video. With my million followers, you can simply relax and enjoy your success. She added, Thank you, my dear sister. As the two engaged in their playful banter, Su Che emerged from the bathroom after finishing his grooming. Upon hearing that they were going to buy a car, he tossed the property deed from his drawer and remarked, If you have time today, please help me inspect the property as well. Call me if you encounter any issues. With his shares in MiHoYo, Su Che had grown rather indifferent to the lavish properties worth millions. Even though the residences in number 1 Courtyard were superior to those in Wending Courtyard, he had no intention of relocating. As this place was much closer to the school, he preferred to occasionally stay at number 1 Courtyard instead. Chapter 57. The Influencer Community, number 1 Courtyard, Numero uno Courtyard, is that the community where numerous prominent influencers reside? Xu Xue instinctively inquired as she flipped through the property deed. I'm not certain, Su Che replied. He had little interest in the whereabouts of those influencers. It seems that Chen Yili and son Ningning live in number 1 Courtyard, Xu Xue pondered, resting her chin on her hand. Would you like to move there as well? Then, that would mean you're an influencer too, Su Che teased. I would never. I will live wherever you live. Let Lu Xinxin stay there instead. Xu Xue was reluctant to part ways with Su Che. I refuse. Lu Xinxin crossed her arms. I still have classes. Living in Wendinjuan is much more convenient, and it takes less than 10 minutes to walk there. Besides, living alone, there would be meaningless without Su Che. Suit yourselves. Su Che waved his hand dismissively, changed his clothes, grabbed the car keys, and headed out. Upon arriving at school and parking the car, he dashed towards the sports field. Just as he reached his class's formation, he noticed everyone's gaze fixated on him. Xu Yi, Pang Dong hurriedly approached. Excitement lacing his voice. Is the event you mentioned in the live stream last night for real? The others turned their attention to Su Che. Su Che nodded. It is indeed true. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, contributing to global warming. Su Ge, I am your most devoted fan. You must include me. Ban Dong Hu Mao Sun Glum To Su Hishe Tai. Zhu Yuxuan kicked him away, snorting, My idol's thigh is not for you filthy men to grasp. Afterward, she mimicked Pang Dong's actions and embraced Su Che. With wide, sparkling eyes, she playfully whined, Idol, I'm a die-hard fan of your Level 11 fan club. You must allow me to follow in your footsteps. Ugh. Pang Dong pretended to gag, dramatically clearing his throat. Their antics brought laughter to Su Che. He quickly assured them, All right, this upcoming event will be fair and just. I will not resort to any underhanded tactics. If luck favors you and you are drawn, then consider it your fortune. Pang Dong, with a resigned gesture, replied, I surely won't win. I have never won a single cent in reward since childhood. Zhu Yuxuan, however, expressed her confidence, as she had previously won a prize in a live stream with over 100,000 viewers. After some playful banter, the instructor arrived, prompting everyone to adopt a more serious demeanor. Around 10 in the morning, Lu Xinxin, gripping the steering wheel, felt her palms grow clammy. Observing this, Xu Xue promptly unbuckled her seatbelt, preparing to exit the vehicle. Don't go. I won't dare drive alone, Lu Xinxin exclaimed, clinging to her tightly. Please, spare me. I have no desire to meet an untimely demise. I will call Roland and ask her to come assist you with driving. The crowd here is quite dense. If you wish to drive, wait for a more spacious area. Xu Xue immediately picked up her phone to dial Roland. Hello. The soft, drowsy voice of Roland broke the silence. Xu Xue recognized that she was still half asleep, so she called out loudly, Roland, hurry over to the Benz dealership. Take a cab. Don't drive. Don't ask too many questions. Just come. After hanging up, she removed the car keys to prevent Lu Xin from accidentally triggering anything. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, haven't you noticed that Roland has feelings for Su Che? Why don't you recruit her as an ally? Lu Xin inquired curiously. Xu Xue smiled. Of course I'm aware of Roland's interest in Su Che, It's quite natural. The reason I haven't sought her out is that the time isn't right yet. Roland still harbors uncertainties. My goal is to gradually lead her into the depths of this emotional turmoil, so that when the moment arrives, she will take the initiative, feeling guilty towards her dear friend and aligning herself with me. If I were to invite her outright, she would not feel any remorse towards me. Summoning Roland was also a means to let her observe how Suche treated Lucian. Half an hour later, Roland arrived at the dealership by taxi. As she stepped out, she spotted Shushue sitting in the passenger seat of a Benz C260L, waving at her. "How did you two end up together?" Roland asked, her face a picture of confusion upon noticing Lucian in the car. "I accompanied her to buy a car," Shushue replied with a smile, before explaining the reason for Roland's summons. Roland was at a loss for words. She was not well acquainted with Lucian, and they had only known each other for less than a day. How could they be so familiar? Unable to resist Shushue's insistence, Roland took the car keys and settled into the driver's seat. After a brief discussion about where to have lunch, Shushue returned to her own vehicle, leaving Lucian and Roland alone in the Benz. Lucian, being quite talkative, and Roland, who was also extroverted, quickly fell into a pleasant conversation. During their chat, Lucian subtly indicated that the car was a gift from Suche. Roland absorbed this information, her emotions becoming increasingly complicated. After returning home the previous night, she had been regretting her behavior at the KTV, feeling guilty towards her friend. She resolved to curb her actions in the future. Yet, upon learning that Suche seemed to be cheating on Lucian, a thought suddenly crept in her mind. Could she also pursue something similar? Torn between excitement and guilt towards Shushue, she felt conflicted. During lunch, watching Shushue and Lucian laughing together, she imagined herself in Lucian's place. If she were to become involved with Suche, would their friendship truly change? After lunch, the trio arrived at the entrance of Ihua courtyard. "What are we doing here?" Roland asked curiously. "Suche purchased an apartment here, and we're here to help with the inspection," Shushue explained. "I recall that many internet celebrities live around here. Don't Sun Ningning and Chun Ili reside here?" Roland pondered aloud. "Yes, I specifically searched for that this morning," Shushue confirmed with a nod. The three then proceeded to the property management office. Shushue presented the property deed, stating Suche's name. "Is it Ms. Shushue? Mr. Su has already briefed me, and I shall now escort you to the property for inspection." The property manager promptly extended a respectful invitation to the three individuals. Upon entering the community, the trio surveyed their surroundings. Indeed, there is a rationale behind the cost. The environment is truly exquisite, complemented by a series of fitness facilities such as a running track and a swimming pool. The property manager guided them to the base of a building in Phase 2. Just as they were about to enter the elevator, they encountered Sun Ningning, who had just emerged from it. "Hello, I am Sun Ningning." Upon seeing the group, Sun Ningning nodded and greeted them. "Hello, Ningning Jia. I am Shu Shui, Roland Lucian Xin." Although they are not from the same company and have no prior interactions, they're all somewhat well-known influencers on Douyin, each aware of the other's presence, and thus exchange polite greetings. Chapter 58. The Culinary Skills of Lu Xin. "Are you planning to move to this community?" Sun Ningning inquired with a sweet smile, directed towards the group. "Not exactly. Suche asked me to assist him with a property inspection," Shu Shui replied candidly, not concealing her relationship with Suche. Their rumors had already caused quite a stir, and it seemed pointless to hide it further, especially now that she was here to help with the inspection. "Suke? I watched his live stream yesterday. Is the event he mentioned for real?" Sun Ningning expressed her skepticism, doubting that anyone would invest such a substantial sum solely to give back to fans. "Of course it's genuine," Shu Shui nodded affirmatively. "Then he must be quite generous," Sun Ningning remarked, only able to marvel at Suche's affluence. After some conversation, they exchanged farewells and added each other on WeChat, expressing a desire to gather again in the future. Shu Shui and her companions followed the property manager to conduct the inspection. The property measured 380 square meters, exquisitely decorated, featuring a running track balcony, enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, and a breathtaking view of the river, overlooking the Grand Lotus Sports Center and Linen Gate. The interior layout comprised 4 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms, with a spacious, curved living room. Every aspect of the decor was lavish and from prestigious brands. The set of Cavanese sofas alone was valued at $1 million. The overall impression could be summed up in a single word: opulent. Upon completing the inspection, Xu Shui forwarded the details to Su Che, and once he responded, they finalized the acceptance contract. Miss Xu, every unit in our Phase 2 community comes with a dedicated concierge. You may add her on WeChat. Feel free to instruct her with any requests. The property manager informed her. All right, I will add her shortly. Xu Shui nodded in agreement. That afternoon, in the dance studio of the activity center, Su Che continued to correct Zhu Yui's movements, while the others practiced their positions and dance steps just as they had the previous day. As evening approached, Suki drove towards Iwa courtyard. Earlier in the day, Xu Shui had messaged him, stating her intention to host a housewarming ceremony and inquiring whether she could livestream it. He readily agreed. Just as he set off, he glanced at Xu Shui's livestream, observing that they had just finished grocery shopping and were preparing to head home. Meanwhile, within Ihua courtyard, Xu Shui and her companions gazed at the mountain of ingredients laid out on the island counter, their expressions turning bewildered. Do we actually buy this much? Xu Shui asked in astonishment. When they were at the fresh supermarket, it hadn't felt overwhelming, but now, with the counter overflowing with ingredients, they were momentarily dumbfounded. Never mind. If we can't finish it, we can just store it in the fridge, Rueline chuckled. Then let us get started. Lu Xinxin declared as she selected the ingredients for her dishes. Tonight, she planned to prepare spicy crayfish and stir-fried crabs from the shelter. What was I supposed to make? Xu Shui mused, rubbing her head in confusion. The viewers in the live stream quickly chimed in with reminders. Teacher Fu, you're supposed to make garlic steamed scallops, spicy stir-fried meat, and braised pork. I was once quite envious of Su Che, but seeing Teacher Fu's movements now, I feel compelled to pay my respects. Xin, the senior sister, is clearly adept in the culinary arts, her movements both precise and efficient. What is Roland up to? Did she not purchase lamb? Why is she now handling the pork that Teacher Fu bought? During the afternoon livestream, Xu Shui had already mentioned that they would be celebrating Su Che's new home tonight, and the 3 employees were preparing a sumptuous feast for their boss. The audience in the live stream was equally eager with anticipation. However, as the ingredients were gathered, the viewers began to speculate that the trio was preparing something nefarious. Oops, a mistake was made. Roland glanced at the comments and hurriedly swapped the pork for lamb. Being from the western regions, she intended to cook cumin lamb and a large plate of chicken. Yet, as she rarely cooks, she had to call her beloved mother for guidance. The kitchen was bustling with energy as the 3 women showcased their culinary prowess. Meanwhile, Su Che arrived at No. 1 courtyard, took the elevator to his floor, and upon entering his new abode, he was greeted by a pungent aroma of chili. Coughing lightly, he hurried into the kitchen, where he saw Roland pouring dried chilies into a pot and curiously asked, "Are you preparing spicy chicken?" At this, Xu Shui and Lu Xin couldn't help but laugh. Xu Shui teased. She's trying to make a large plate of chicken, but mistakenly used dried chilies instead of fresh ones. Roland shot an annoyed glance at her friend, then turned to Su Che with a sheepish smile, saying, "The steps are quite similar. It should taste fine." Su Che, unsure of how to respond, resolved to eat sparingly later. The stir-fried crabs were ready, and Lu Xin, having meticulously plated her dish, strutted around proudly. It indeed looked delightful, and Su Che generously complimented her. No need to say more, Lu Xin replied triumphantly, placing the dish on the table. By 7:30 p.m., all the dishes were served. The 3 women gazed intently at Su Che. He picked up his chopsticks and took a small piece of the spicy chicken. After a bite, he donned a polite smile. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he discreetly spat it out. Undercooked. Next, he tried the cumin lamb, which was cooked but overdone, rendering it tough and excessively salty. "Roland!" he exclaimed. Roland raised her hand eagerly, her eyes wide with anticipation for his feedback. "Well done, but perhaps refrain from cooking next time," Su Che said brutally. "Ha ha ha." Xu Shui and Lu Xin seized the opportunity to mock her. "Is it really that bad?" Roland, indignant, picked up a piece of chicken and tasted it. her expression faltering into a strained smile as she stubbornly declared, "It's not too bad, is it? If it's tolerable, then finish it all." Xu Xue pushed the spicy chicken towards her. "Good food is meant to be shared," she added. Ruolin waved her hand dismissively. After some playful banter, Su Che tasted Xu Xue's dish, which was surprisingly decent, standard fare that was certainly edible. After offering a commendable review, he eagerly indulged in the highly anticipated typhoon shelter crab. "I hereby declare that the first place for tonight is awarded to Senior Xian Xian." Su Che promptly announced the rankings, noting that Liu Xian's culinary creations were indeed delightful, earning no less than a score of 75 in his estimation. Upon hearing this, Liu Xian proudly lifted her head, casting a disdainful glance at the other two young ladies. After finishing dinner, Su Che settled onto the sofa and seamlessly initiated a live broadcast. In no time, the viewer count soared to over 400,000. Noticing this, Su Che smiled and remarked, "It seems everyone is aware of the evening's agenda. I appreciate your support. Within a single evening, my follower count has surpassed 10 million. At precisely 9 o'clock, I will be conducting a cash challenge, selecting 500 fortunate fans through a lucky draw in the form of a screenshot of a red envelope." Chapter 59. Hangzhou Airport, an unexpected encounter with celebrity fans. Choose me, choose me. As a national-level athlete, I am certain I can succeed in the challenge. The nature of the challenge, whether physical or mental, remains unknown, and athletes do not necessarily possess an advantage. "Oh, Ba, Jade Emperor, 3 pure ones, Holy Mother Mary. Grant me the chance to win. I am willing to exchange a decade of my single life for a winning spot. Please add the cereal. Maid, Cereal Brother has arrived. It's truly a thrilling event." As the clock struck 9, Su Che contacted Su Yu to commence the distribution of lucky bags. Only those with fan light sticks were eligible to participate in the lucky draw. 300 spots were available for the lucky bags, while the remaining 200 were determined through screenshots. Soon, 500 fortunate fans were selected. In a live stream, some boasted, others expressed disappointment, and some vented their frustration with harsh words. "My assistant will contact these 500 fans shortly. Please remember to finalize your passport arrangements during this time." Tonight's live stream concludes here. Goodbye, everyone. After the broadcast ended, Su Che promptly messaged Su Yu to arrange for someone to privately message the selected fans, adding them to a group chat with important reminders. This challenge would encompass some exhilarating elements, and individuals in poor health were prohibited from participation. Once all matters were addressed, Su Che transferred funds via WeChat and instructed the steward to purchase several outfits to be delivered, as he intended to stay here for the night instead of returning to Wen Dinjuan. Within half an hour, the steward delivered the clothing, comprised of several high-end, youthful, and simplistic styles. After expressing his gratitude, Su Che headed to the bathroom for a shower. Late at night, several individuals settled in for the night. Xu Xue and Liu Xian quietly entered Su Che's room while Ruolin was asleep, returning to their own room at 5 o'clock the following morning. As time progressed, August faded into memory, and September 6th arrived. Qi Wanwan had booked her flight days earlier and informed him of the schedule. He simply needed to reach Hangzhou Airport before 10 o'clock the following morning. That night, Su Che drove towards the bustling metropolis, with a gift for Qi Wanwan in the car. Around midnight, he arrived at the Hilton Hotel, conveniently located near Hangzhou Airport, having reserved a room prior to his departure. Upon entering the room, Su Che sent Qi Wanwan a view from the hotel window. "Naiwei cheese roll. Have you arrived in the metropolis?" "Su Che, just reached the hotel. I'm waiting for tomorrow to pick you up at the airport." "Naiwei cheese roll. I will go to sleep now. No replies. I'm off to dreamland." Su Che smiled at her message, changed into fresh attire, and took a shower. After chatting with Xu Xue and the others for a while, he drifted off to sleep. As the morning sun rose the next day, accompanied by the ringing of the alarm clock, Su Che rubbed his slightly bleary eyes and stretched lazily. He requested the hotel to prepare a breakfast for him while he made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Just after finishing his routine, the butler arrived, wheeling in the breakfast. Glancing at his phone, Su Che noted it was already past 8, and he had a message from Qi Wan sent the night before, just prior to her flight. After enjoying his meal, He slung his bag over his shoulder and departed the hotel, heading towards Hangzhou Airport. Upon arriving at the arrival hall, it was not yet 9:30. As he reached the designated area, Suche observed a throng of individuals, cameras and phones poised, eagerly aimed at the exit. Behind him, a group of young girls brandished promotional materials, indicating that they were there to greet a celebrity. Curiosity piqued. Suche stepped closer to glimpse the name on the materials, recognizing it belonged to a young pop idol who had skyrocketed to fame that summer. At that moment, a staff member distributing materials to the fans approached Suche, instinctively exclaiming, "Wow, brother, you're so handsome. Are you here to help with the airport pickup as well?" Taken aback, Suche quickly waved his hands, replying, "No, I'm here to pick someone up." The staff member soon realized his mistake and remarked, "Right, with your looks, it should be someone coming to pick you up instead." Intrigued, Suche inquired, "Are all these people here for part-time work?" The staff member shook his head, explaining, "Not exactly, it's about half and half." Just then, a middle-aged woman in her 40s approached, scrutinizing Suche for a moment before producing her business card and offering it to him. "Young man, would you be interested in entering the entertainment industry?" Suche glanced at the card, noting it belonged to the artist management department of Dream Xiang Film Production Company. His knowledge of the entertainment world was rather limited, with only a few major names like Hawaii ringing a bell. Sensing his confusion, the woman elaborated, "Have you heard of Meteor Garden and Tiny Times? Our company produced those." Suche's expression shifted as he recalled that Meteor Garden was actually produced by a company from Taiwan, and he was fairly certain Tiny Times was not theirs either. "Wait a minute. ISNT Meteor Garden produced by company over there? And I don't recall your company being involved with Tiny Times," he responded skeptically. The woman chuckled awkwardly, quickly clarifying, "I meant the new version of Meteor Garden and the drama adaptation of Tiny Times." Suche's gaze turned playful. While he had not seen the drama version of Meteor Garden, he was aware of the parodic videos that labeled Tiny Times as the rustic luxury version. "We're quite a capable company. You should consider it. With your looks, it would be a pity not to become a star," the middle-aged woman encouraged. Suche, however, firmly declined, stating, "I have no interest in the entertainment industry." Despite many internet celebrities aspiring to penetrate the film world, he did not include himself among them, viewing the entertainment industry as rather unremarkable. "Very well, if you change your mind, feel free to reach out," she replied. Suche assured her, "If I find any interest, you'll be the first to know." After a brief conversation between the two, the middle-aged woman made a request. "Could you kindly step aside for a moment? We wouldn't want to appear in the same frame." The artist visiting the bustling metropolis today was a rising young star, whose looks were undeniably impressive. Yet in comparison to the young man before her, he seemed somewhat overshadowed. To prevent the embarrassment of being photographed together, which would inevitably lead to comparisons when fans uploaded images, the woman was keen to avoid any juxtaposition that might highlight differences in their appearances. Understanding her concern, Suche silently retreated to a different corner. Soon, the clock struck just past 10, and passengers began to filter out through the station's grand entrance. Suddenly, the young star made his entrance, prompting a frenzy among professional fans who immediately sprang into action, brandishing their materials and shouting excitedly. Cameras and phones clicked incessantly. Suche, honoring his promise, remained discreetly in the background, ensuring he would not be captured in the same frame. However, unbeknownst to him, a photographer from a public account was positioned above, at the glass railing, capturing a clear image of both him and the young star. Chapter 60. A gift for Chi Wanwan on her first day of school. Suche, Aimiyar. After the throngs of fans and young admirers had dispersed, Chi Wanwan finally caught sight of Suche, dashing towards him with her suitcase in tow and a radiant smile gracing her lips. Perhaps it had been too long since they last met. As she approached, she excitedly leaped into his embrace. Suche instinctively wrapped his arms around her and twirled her around. "Did you miss me?" Chi Wanwan inquired, her face aglow with delight as she regained her composure. "I did. I think about you every day," Suche replied casually. "Ah, such an offhand response. You must be brushing me off." Chi Wanwan pouted, wrinkling her nose. "Stop consuming all that nonsense. It's merely baseless chatter," Suche retorted, pinching her chubby cheek playfully before pointing out her flaw. "You've gained weight." "Ah, Qi Wanwan exclaimed indignantly, extending her fair hand to poke him back. Their playful banter brought nostalgic smiles to the faces of the elderly passing by. After a brief tussle, Suche began wheeling her luggage towards the parking lot, while Qi Wanwan affectionately linked her arm with his, chattering animatedly about recent events. Let me tell you, that internet celebrity Meng Yu is far less attractive than you. If you were to become a star, you'd undoubtedly be the new generation's leading figure, she exclaimed. Suche retrieved a business card from his pocket, stating, his agency has indeed just invited me. Upon glancing at it, Qi Wanwan quickly urged, you mustn't go. That company lacks strength. Their self-produced dramas are widely criticized online. The resources are poor, and I hear the contracts are quite unfavorable. Suki smiled lightly. I never intended to enter the entertainment industry. I believe my current situation is quite satisfactory. Some 4th or 5th tier celebrities probably earn less than I do. But now you are a top-tier internet sensation. Your earnings must have increased significantly. The entertainment industry is predominantly dominated by 1st-tier and trending celebrities. Many 4th and 5th tier stars struggle to secure resources, and by the end of the year, their earnings may not even match what Suche makes in a few live broadcasts. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a surge of celebrities turning to live commerce. As their conversation continued, they soon arrived at the parking lot. Qi Wanwan, seated in the passenger seat, sniffed around like an eager puppy. How many girls have sat in this passenger seat? She asked, feigning ferocity with a toothy grin, hands on her hips. Quite a few, actually, Suche replied, raising his hand to count off on his fingers. Suche, you're bullying me. Qi Wanwan pouted, looking at him with feigned innocence. All right, I'll stop teasing you. It's only 3. One is Xu Shui. As you know, one is my senior who helped me settle in on the first day, and I treated her to a meal, and one is a classmate whose electric scooter broke down. So I gave her a ride to the dance studio. Suki explained candidly. Only then did Qi Wanwan restore her smile. By the way, what is this? She asked, noticing an exquisite handbag in a back seat. Her curiosity piqued. I mentioned I wanted to give you a gift. It's inside, Suche replied. Upon hearing this, Qi Wanwan hastily retrieved her tote bag and opened it, revealing 2 boxes. She recognized the logos adorning both boxes. First, she opened the one bearing the emblem of Vacheron Constantin, which contained a watch. The case, lugs, and bezel were encrusted with 331 sparkling diamonds, creating a dazzling timepiece. What a beautiful watch! Qi Wanwan delicately removed the watch and adorned her wrist with it. Under the sunlight, the platinum case reflected delicate specks of light. As her wrist moved, the light danced across her skin, creating a harmonious rhythm with her fair complexion. This watch must be quite expensive. Although Qi Wanwan was not well-versed in horology, she had certainly heard of the prestigious brand Vacheron Constantin. If you like it, that is all that matters, Suche remarked with a gentle smile. The watch was indeed not inexpensive, costing nearly 700,000, yet he remained unfazed. His affection for Qi Wanwan far surpassed any monetary value. When he visited her in Linen, Qi Wanwan had exhausted her savings to purchase gifts for him. Had he not wished to spare her a shock, Suche would have readily spent several million. After all, he was currently in possession of substantial wealth, leaving him somewhat perplexed about how to spend it wisely. With a cheerful grin, Qi Wanwan picked up her phone to take selfies. After capturing several images, she proceeded to open the second box. The logo on this box belonged to Bulgari, another luxury brand. Upon opening it, she discovered a rose gold pendant necklace, adorned with onyx and a diamond, exuding elegance. Suche, could you help me put on? She asked, taking the necklace out and requesting his assistance. Suche accepted the necklace, wrapping it around Qi Wanwan's alabaster neck and fastening it. It suits you perfectly. This necklace had been recommended by a Bulgari sales associate. Priced at 180,000, Suche found it appealing enough to purchase, and it indeed looked splendid. Once the necklace was secured, Qi Wanwan began to take beautiful photographs, which lasted for over 20 minutes before she concluded her photo session. Afterward, she selected 9 of her most exquisite images and shared them on her social media. It wasn't too long before she received numerous likes and comments, including those from her friend Ruo Shi and Suche's mother, Tian Liro. While Qi Wanwan was busy responding to the comments, Suche drove to the entrance of the Shanghai Theater Academy. Today marked the first day of enrollment for new students, and the area was bustling with activity, with many luxury cars parked outside. Typically, students admitted to the academy came from privileged backgrounds. It seems rather quiet this year, Suche remarked. In previous years, major film academies often generated buzz with trending news, such as most beautiful art examination candidates or child stars. However, this year appeared to be notably subdued, lacking even a single trending topic or discussion. This silence extended beyond the Shanghai Theater Academy, affecting both Beijing Film Academy and Central Academy of Drama as well. Our cohort consists of only 35 students, none of whom have prior acting experience. We are all amateurs. I am somewhat well known among them. By the time Qi Wanwan was accepted into the academy, she had already amassed 3 million followers, establishing herself as a modestly famous internet personality. After the two alighted from the vehicle, Suche pushed his suitcase and surveyed the surrounding environment. The ambience was tranquil and delightful, instilling a sense of comfort. Upon completing the necessary formalities, they arrived at the dormitory building. As it was the day for new students to check in, access to the female dormitory was permitted for men. Ascending to the third floor, they approached dormitory 304. Qi Wanwan first knocked on the door, and upon receiving no response from within, she produced her key to unlock it. Once inside, Suche glanced around the dormitory's interior. It was a 4-person room, designed with bunk beds and a desk underneath. The desk was a computer table, complete with drawers and cabinets, offering ample storage space. The dormitory boasted an independent bathroom and balcony, equipped with air conditioning, a direct drinking water heater, a telephone, internet access, a shoe rack, and a towel rack, among other amenities. Chapter 61. The fans of the young idol are overwhelmed. As Suche was fetching water from the bathroom, 2 charming young women entered the dormitory together. Wanwan, Jiang Yusin exclaimed upon spotting Qi Wanwan. They had forged a friendship during their art examination and often chatted on WeChat. Yusin, Qi Wanwan joyfully embraced her. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Yusin introduced the girl beside her. This is our other roommate, Sun Yuding. Hello. Qi Wanwan and Sun Yuding greeted each other warmly. Just then, Suche emerged from the bathroom. Upon seeing him, Sun Yuding's heart raced to its peak, and a suppressed gasp escaped her lips. Suche, I'm your fan. Did you come all the way from Linen to Shanghai just to see Wanwan? Are you two really a couple? I'm sorry, I'm just so excited. I've been following you for a long time, liking every one of your videos and watching all your live streams. In her eagerness, Sun Yuding quickly opened Douyin to show her collection of Suche's videos, fearing he might doubt her sincerity. Hello, thank you for your support. Suche replied with a smile. No need to thank me. You deserve it, Sun Yuding said, her gaze fixated on Suche, her eyes filled with admiration. He was 1,000 times more handsome in person than in his videos. Realizing this, Sun Yuding's glance towards Qi Wanwan shifted dramatically, resembling a fan's displeasure upon encountering their idol's romantic interest. Suche quickly interjected, "She is my childhood friend. We grew up together." Hearing this, Sun Yuding's expression softened. Then, considering that Qi Wanwan was now her roommate, she wondered if she could learn more insider information about Suche through her. With this thought, she eagerly sought to forge a friendship with Qi Wanwan, occasionally engaging Suche in conversation. Jiang Yusin, however, remained largely unfazed. She had long been aware of Qi Wanwan and Suche's childhood bond. While Suche was indeed handsome and a prominent internet celebrity, there was a distinct divide between the influencer sphere and the entertainment industry. She had a boyfriend whose family had connections in the industry, and she would not sacrifice something substantial for something trivial. As the 4 women continued their lively discussion, the last roommate arrived. Her appearance was as striking as ever. After all, young women admitted to the acting department were generally quite attractive. After tidying their dormitory, lunchtime had arrived. Suche invited the girls to lunch, recognizing the importance of fostering good relationships with roommates, especially since Qi Wanwan would be residing there for several years. The others readily agreed. Suche opened his phone to find a nice restaurant. The Bentley Continental was a 4-seater, so he took only Qi Wanwan while the other 3 hailed a taxi. During lunch, the 4 women chatted amiably, leaving Suche somewhat isolated on the side. At that moment, Sun Yuding suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Suche, you've made the trending list?" After saying this, she displayed her phone screen to Suche. The top trending topic on Weibo was unmistakably Suche. Meng Yu in the same frame. Meng Yu, the youthful star from the airport that morning, was indeed featured. Suche clicked to view, revealing an image of himself alongside Meng Yu. While it was termed a shared frame, the two were, in fact, quite distant from one another, merely appearing to gaze at each other through visual manipulation. Following this were numerous candid airport shots of both Suche and Meng Yu. In terms of appearance, Meng Yu was undeniably overshadowed. The comments were rife with hostility. Some of Meng Yu's fans defended their idol, hurling insults at Suche for allegedly seeking attention and claiming that his candid shots were edited, while asserting that their idoless were deliberately taken unflatteringly. Others, fans of rival stars, mocked Meng Yu for being outshone by a mere internet celebrity. Traditionally, it was the internet personalities who found themselves eclipsed by stars. Yet this time, the roles had astonishingly reversed. Upon witnessing this, Meng Yu's fans immediately became aggressive, unleashing a torrent of vitriol towards Suche. Suche, after reading the comments, could only respond with incredulity. "I was standing so far away, and yet I was captured in the same frame. This is absurd. What now?" Those fans are utterly excessive. Chi Wanwan, observing Suche being attacked by Meng Yu's fans, expressed her anger. "We should handle this calmly for now." Suche contemplated leveraging this surge of attention to promote his own activities. After all, the candid shots were evident. Any discerning eye could see the truth. The more fiercely Meng Yu's fans lashed out at Suche, the greater his support seemed to grow. In this era, fan culture had indeed become a source of disdain. Thus, seizing this wave of attention might very well attract a considerable influx of new followers for him. Suche subsequently messaged Su Yuyu, instructing her to amplify the situation, not only on Weibo, but also on Douyin. After relaying his directives, he continued to enjoy his meal with the four women, his spirits unaffected. Meanwhile, in a luxury vehicle, Meng Yu, upon seeing the trending topic on Weibo, immediately wore a sullen expression. "Who is this Suche? And how dare a mere internet celebrity attempt to step on my rise?" he thought, incredulous at the audacity. The middle-aged woman seated in the passenger seat furrowed her brow and remarked, "This situation likely isn't orchestrated by Suche. I had previously discussed matters with him, and he doesn't seem like the type to go back on his word. The angle suggests it was clearly a paparazzo's doing." Meng Yu scoffed. "Whether or not he is responsible is no longer relevant. We must suppress the impact of this incident. I refuse to be ridiculed in the future as someone overshadowed by an internet star." The middle-aged woman replied, "I have already contacted Weibo, but they have not responded." Deep down, she understood that Weibo would not react. With such a massive wave of traffic, it would be unconscionable for them not to exploit it, and it was unlikely they would remove the trending topic. Meng Yu furrowed his brow and said, "Then let's find someone to tarnish Suche's reputation. Didn't he claim he was going to undertake some grand cash challenge? Let's sabotage him in that regard and ruin his name." The more Meng Yu contemplated, the more unsettled he became. After skyrocketing to fame this summer, he had been inundated with resources, with everyone fawning over him. Now, he had stumbled into the hands of an internet celebrity. This matter must be suppressed. Otherwise, his subsequent traffic would undoubtedly be affected. After all, traffic equates to money, and depriving someone of their financial means is akin to murdering their parents. Regardless of whether Suche was the mastermind behind this, if it wasn't contained, tranquility would be unattainable. "All right, I'll take care of it." The middle-aged woman nodded in agreement. Although she held Suche in high regard and hoped to sign him, Meng Yu was undeniably the company's golden goose and could not be allowed to suffer any repercussions. She promptly picked up her phone to contact a team of online influencers. Chapter 62. Principal Wang stands for Suche. On that fateful afternoon, the discourse surrounding Suche's remarkable triumph over the rising internet celebrities had transitioned from Weibo to Douyin. Numerous marketing accounts began to share videos and images, capitalizing on the burgeoning interest. Within a mere 2 hours, the topic surged onto Douyin's trending list, with its rank continually ascending. Suche's fans, upon witnessing this phenomenon, began to revel in their admiration. Our dear Suche is indeed a multifaceted warrior, radiating brilliance on stage, with a visage that is simply exquisite. His looks are truly commendable. Today marks yet another day of being awestruck by our idol's charm. Previously indifferent to celebrities or internet sensations, I was captivated by a friend's recommendation of Suche's stage performance, and his dazzling presence left an indelible impression on my 17-year-old self. Yet, for every accolade, there existed a counterpoint of derision. Has Suche gone mad with the pursuit of fame? Who does he think he is to share the spotlight with my menu? Prestigious magazines and high-end endorsements are the accolades of my menu. Suche is merely an internet celebrity. What does he truly bring to the table? This fellow's ostentatious cash giveaways are nothing more than a front for money laundering and tax evasion. Those fans selected are merely his accomplices. Individuals like Suche deserve to be blacklisted. As the fervor of the discussion intensified, the comment section of Suche's video account erupted with vitriolic remarks, littered with requests for his censorship and accusations that his cash challenge was merely a ploy for attention and illicit dealings. Some even suggested that Suche's intent was to lure individuals abroad for nefarious purposes, alluding to the event in question. Suche's fans rose to defend him, yet their efforts were feeble against the tide of hired commenters and the fervent supporters of Mengyu. The demand for Suche's censorship quickly ascended to the trending topics on Douyin. In a CAF in the bustling metropolis, Chi Wanwan furiously typed on her keyboard, engaging in a battle against the slanderous commenters. After a while, she glanced at Suche, noting his calm demeanor, and, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "How can you remain so composed while they are berating you on Douyin? Even marketing accounts are maligning you." Suche chuckled lightly and responded, "Why worry? Let the heat simmer a bit longer." Suyu had already contacted him when the situation began to escalate, informing him about the actions of the hired commenters. Suche understood that it was Dream Xiang Film and Television pulling the strings. This was anticipated, as Mengyu had become the sole cash cow for Dream Xiang, and they would undoubtedly intervene. However, Suche was taken aback by the severity of their approach. It appeared they would not relent until he was silenced. If that were the case, he hoped they could bear the consequences of their actions. Just as Suche was reaching out to his contacts, a prominent figure on Weibo spoke out, causing the fervor to rise once more. Wang Sikong. It is evident to any discerning eye who is handsome and who is not. Only the blind would continue to argue. Attached are unfiltered images of Suche and Mengyu. Shortly thereafter, an ownership map of a certain island in the Lion City was attached, accompanied by the text, "Open your eyes and behold, this island belongs to my family." The cash challenge hosted by Suche is taking place right here. Do you understand? With the release of these two Weibo posts, the comment section erupted instantaneously. What on earth? Suche and Wang Sikong have connections? The private island of the wealthiest family is being utilized by Suche for a fan appreciation event. What a grand gesture. Suche's status must be extraordinary. He is undoubtedly a second-generation heir. Mengyu has certainly stepped on a landmine this time. This isn't Mengyu's fault. It's merely his fans who are spouting nonsense. When fans err, their idol must bear the consequences. If Mengyu cannot manage his fans properly, he should face the appropriate repercussions. It was rumored that those who slandered Suche were hired internet trolls by Mengxiang Film and Television Company. Suddenly, the tone on Weibo shifted dramatically. While everyone speculated about Suche's identity, they also relished the thought that Mengyu's stardom was undoubtedly at an end. Mengyu's fans, however, were not swayed. They believed Wang Sikong was colluding with Suche merely to suppress their beloved idol. Consequently, all fans flocked to Wang Sikong's Weibo, unleashing a torrent of insults in his comment section. "Fear not, brother. Even if the entire world turns against you, we, your loyal fans, shall stand by you." Before long, several official Weibo accounts began to clarify that Suche's event was entirely lawful and that his tax affairs were impeccable. Some departments took a stand against the rampant activities of internet troll studios, issuing stern condemnations and affirming their commitment to maintaining a high-pressure stance against any illegal actions by these entities. In an instant, all internet troll studios were thrown into disarray. They cannot comprehend how a mere internet celebrity could stir such a significant uproar. Some astute observers had already discerned that Suche's identity was anything but ordinary, prompting them to swiftly shift the conversation towards condemning Meng Yu. Others, sensing the tide turning, hastily retreated, except for Meng Yu's steadfast fans, who firmly rallied behind their idol, confronting all opposition. Meanwhile, at Mengxiang Film and Television Company, the owner, in a subdued tone, promised over the phone, all right, I understand. I will handle it and provide you with a satisfactory explanation." After hanging up, another call came in. Upon learning it was another inquiry regarding Meng Yu, his heart sank. He wished he could eliminate both Meng Yu and his manager. Such a monumental issue, and they had not even informed him. They made unilateral decisions, and now he was left to shoulder the blame. After concluding several calls, the owner urgently dialed Meng Yu's manager. "Where the hell are you? Bring Meng Yu back to me. You've caused a monumental disaster." He hung up before allowing any response from the other end. Meanwhile, in the business suite of the Hilton Hotel, a middle-aged woman listened to the incessant busy tone on the phone, her heart sinking as she swiftly opened Weibo. She was confronted with the sight of Wang Xikong and numerous departments rallying in support of Suche. A wave of despair washed over her, and she collapsed onto the floor. The mere mention of Wang Xikong was more than her company could afford to offend, let alone the involvement of so many other departments. It was abundantly clear that Suche's status was remarkably influential. She realized her career was on the brink of devastation. Hearing a commotion from the room, her anger surged, directed at Meng Yu. It was all his fault. Her career lay in ruins, and yet he seemed to revel in his carefree pursuits. Fuming, she stormed into the room and delivered a resounding slap to Meng Yu's face, then hastily gathered the scattered clothes from the floor and tossed them at the woman, demanding that she leave immediately. Chapter 63. A Path Beneath the Cherry Blossoms. Meng Yu gazed at the still flickering thrusters of his device, a shadow of discontent darkening his expression. Unable to restrain himself, he erupted in a fit of expletives. "Have you lost your mind? If you don't provide me with a plausible explanation, I will certainly request your replacement at the company." The middle-aged woman chuckled derisively, retorting, "You needn't bother making that request, for I am finished, and you shall be as well." Upon hearing this, Meng Yu furrowed his brow in confusion. "What on earth has transpired?" "You need only look for yourself," she replied, tossing her phone towards him. As Meng Yu picked it up and glanced at the screen, his complexion shifted dramatically. The thrusters immediately shrank in response. This cannot be true. Isn't Suche merely an internet celebrity? How could he possess such power? The woman sneered coldly. "Do not deceive yourself with the obvious. You should contemplate how to seek the company's forgiveness, for you carry the weight of numerous endorsements." At this juncture, it was clear that those endorsements would likely terminate their contracts with him, demanding compensation for breach of contract. Panic surged through Meng Yu. Having only risen to prominence this summer, he had hardly amassed any wealth. The prospect of paying substantial damages was utterly daunting. "Sister Yang, you must assist me. I am currently in the limelight, and it is a time for the company to profit. You cannot abandon me." He pleaded tearfully with his manager, Sister Yang. Yang, however, responded with a cold laugh. "I am powerless to help. I too am struggling to maintain my position. Your fate rests solely with President Hong. I'm going to see him now." Meng Yu hurriedly donned his attire, putting on a hat and mask, and followed Yang towards the company. After more than half an hour, they arrived and located President Hong. Upon entering the office, President Hong struck one of them sharply across the face. He then pointed at them, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. "You two worthless fools. Do you comprehend the calamity you have wrought upon the company?" Ignoring the stinging pain on his face, Meng Yu knelt before him, grasping his leg in supplication. "President Hong, I realize my error. I will apologize to Suche immediately. I promise never to repeat this mistake. You cannot discard me." President Hong's laughter was devoid of warmth. "Only now do you think to apologize? It is too late. This is not merely a matter involving Suche. Your fans have boldly breached official media channels. The repercussions of this incident are dire. The higher-ups have already imposed a soft ban on you and are preparing to manage your fan base." The entertainment industry was rife with condemnation directed at him, labeling him a harbinger of misfortune for inciting such a significant debacle. Meng Yu felt utterly shattered. The soft ban meant he would no longer receive any resources. And those he had recently engaged would now seek compensation for breach of contract. With the soft ban in effect, he would be barred from participating in dramas or variety shows, effectively halting all his work in the entertainment realm. President Hong, I implore you to assist me. Where will I find a means to pay these penalties? At this moment, Meng Yu could only wish that he was engulfed in a dream, one from which he would awaken to find himself still the adored superstar he once was. However, the pain radiating from his face served as a stark reminder that this was all too real. Had he known the consequences, he might have reconsidered his actions. Had he not sought the services of an online smear campaign against Su Che, the current predicament could have been avoided. President Hong sighed helplessly. Initially, this incident appeared trivial. Mere ridicule would fade with time, and who would care after a while? Yet, he had chosen a path of self-destruction. President Hong felt a pang of regret. Meng Yu had the potential to generate substantial revenue for the company, but now, everything was lost and all prior investments had gone to waste. You can no longer remain in the domestic entertainment industry. However, I have a viable opportunity for you in Sakura country. The conditions may be arduous, but at least you can earn money to cover your breach of contract penalties, President Hong stated slowly. He needed to reclaim the investment made in Meng Yu. Any recovery, no matter how minimal, was better than none. Moreover, many men envied this kind of work. Considering the sacrifices Meng Yu's fans had made for him, it was only fitting that he reciprocate with some benefits. With no alternatives, Meng Yu faced soft censorship, making it impossible to continue in the domestic entertainment scene. Thus, he would have to go abroad. After resolving Meng Yu's situation, President Hong dismissed the manager and instructed the operations department to issue an apology statement. He then contacted higher-ups to clarify the company's stance, hoping to shield other employees from the fallout. Consequently, the entire debacle concluded with Meng Yu's apology and the repercussions of soft censorship. The news of Meng Yu's soft censorship began to circulate within the industry, prompting companies to warn their artists against provoking Su Che while encouraging them to cultivate amicable relationships instead. Later that evening, Su Che received Wang Shoufu's phone number from Wang Xikong. "Thank you, Principal," he expressed. The island chosen for a previous event was, in fact, Wang Shoufu's private island. Being from the same province, they had previously interacted due to their shared connections. Now that Wang Xikong had stepped forward to assist him, it was only proper for Su Che to express his gratitude. Why bother with formalities? I simply cannot stand that brat-ass inability to recognize reality. Still trying to smear you. It's truly foolish. Wang Xikong's jovial voice resonated over the phone. After a lengthy conversation, Wang Xikong inquired if Su Che was still in the Magic City, inviting him to join a gathering that evening. Su Che readily accepted the invitation and indicated he would arrive shortly. After hanging up, Su Che turned to see Chi Wanwan, her face a portrait of astonishment, and couldn't resist pinching her delicate cheek. Coming back to her senses, Chi Wanwan quickly asked, "When did you meet Wang Xikong?" "Sukichakod. I don't know him personally, but I know his father." "Be serious," Chi Wanwan retorted. "I'm being serious. A relative of mine was once a comrade in arms with Wang Shoufu's father." "Do you understand now?" Suki replied casually. Chi Wanwan nodded in realization, understanding why Wang Xikong had chosen to advocate for Su Che. "By the way, he invited me to the master bar tonight. Are you going?" Su Che inquired. "Of course. I will go. After all, my classes do not commence until the day after tomorrow," Chi Wanwan replied with a nod, intent on asserting her claim and ensuring that those petty rivals do not encroach upon Su Che. After all, with Wang Xikong around, there would undoubtedly be numerous competitors. While she could not oversee every aspect elsewhere, within the bustling metropolis, she must ensure that no one encroaches upon her territory. "Then let us be off," Su Che said, taking her hand as they headed towards the parking lot. After entering the master bar into the navigation system, they set off. Chapter 64. Do these two conflict? Master bar. As Wang Xikong's car came to a halt at the entrance, the marketing manager promptly approached to extend his greetings. This evening, Wang Xikong not only accompanied several internet celebrity beauties, but also a friend from the entertainment industry, known as Lin Dog, the 9 billion girls dream. Before entering, Wang Xikong turned to the manager and said, "I have another friend arriving shortly. driving a Bentley Continental named Su Che. Please remember to escort him to my table. The manager, upon hearing this, immediately assured him, "Rest assured, Principal, I shall wait right here for Mr. Su." Wang Sikong nodded and then embraced the ladies as they entered. Upon reaching his exclusive seat, he ordered a modest selection of the God Dragon. This luxurious package consists of 6 bottles of Ace of Spades champagne, typically comprising 5 bottles of the Gold Edition and 1 bottle of the Black Gold Edition, with a usual price tag of 888 yuan. Brother Tsong, Su Che is quite a sensation today. Everyone in the circle is talking about him, and companies have issued directives to ensure he is not offended. Lin Gengxin whispered in his ear. Wang Sikong replied nonchalantly, "Isn't that only to be expected? Given his status, he certainly deserves such treatment." This remark piqued Lin Gengxin's curiosity regarding Su Che's identity. However, he was self-aware enough to understand which inquiries were appropriate and which were best left unspoken. Meanwhile, Su Che's vehicle had also arrived downstairs. As he stepped out, he noticed a man in a suit approaching him. "Hello, Mr. Su. I'm the marketing manager of Master Bar. The principal is already waiting for you inside. Allow me to escort you," the suited man respectfully announced. Suke nodded, holding hands with Chi Wanwan as they followed the manager into the bar. Until now, neither Su Che nor Chi Wanwan had ever visited a bar. Master Bar is reputed as the premier night spot in the metropolis. Upon entering, they were immediately dazzled by the blinding lights. Su Che blinked, adjusting to the ambience, before he surveyed the surroundings. The projections on the walls and floors shifted colors and patterns in sync with the rhythmic music, immersing patrons in what felt like a digital art exhibition. The lighting effects synchronized with the musical beats, the lively tempo of the music harmonizing with bright, bouncing colors, creating a powerful sensory impact. Indeed, it possessed a unique charm. Following the marketing manager, they arrived at Wang Sitsong's exclusive seating area. In the booth, aside from Wang Sikong, were Lin Gengxin and several female internet celebrities. "Su Che, come here quickly," Wang Sikong beckoned, nudging aside the girl next to him. Su Che, hand in hand with Chi Wanwan, settled into the booth. He then introduced her, "Brother Tsong, this is my childhood friend, Chi Wanwan, studying at the Shanghai Theater Academy." "Hello, little sister," Wang Sikong greeted her warmly. "Hello, Principal Wang," Chi Wanwan replied with a smile and a nod. "So you're studying at the Shanghai Theater Academy? What a coincidence. My friend here is also an alumnus. You must know each other." Wang Sikong gestured towards Lindog. "Of course, I know him. He's a pride of the academy." Chi Wanwan complimented. Su Che greeted his companion. Lin Gengxin quickly waved his hand in humility, stating that he could not claim the pride of being from the Shanghai Theater Academy. He then expressed, "Since you are also from the academy, feel free to reach out to me for anything. I will do my utmost to assist you." At that moment, Lin Gengxin felt a profound envy for Chi Wanwan, considering her long-standing relationship with Su Che, which would surely pave a smoother path for her future endeavors. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group began to enjoy drinks together. Upon learning that Su Che would be returning to Linen that very night, Lin Gengxin generously offered his driver, assuring Su Che that he could drink freely without any concerns about delays. As the conversation flowed, Wang Sikong suddenly shifted the topic to Tong Jincheng. "By the way, are you quite familiar with Tong Jincheng?" Su Che nodded, responding, "We are decent friends." "Why do you ask?" Wang Sikong replied, "Isn't he opening a bar in partnership with someone? He has been promoting that I would attend the soft opening, but I haven't agreed to that at all." Su Che chuckled and inquired, "Did you not directly deny it?" Wang Sikong explained, "I know his partner and the shareholders involved in that bar are somewhat complicated, so I thought it best to give them face." The face he referred to was not extended to Tong Jincheng and his partner, Lao Bai, but rather to others involved. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he added, "To be honest, that bar is bound to encounter numerous troubles in the future, given its current situation. If you have a good relationship with Tong Jincheng, you should advise him to refrain from getting too deeply involved. It would be wise to detach when necessary to avoid ongoing complications." Su Che nodded in agreement, recognizing that the bar's current fame largely stemmed from Tong Jincheng's efforts. Should troubles arise, he would likely be the first to suffer the consequences. After all, Tong Jincheng had generously gifted him Shu Shue's contract. and it would indeed be prudent to offer a timely warning. However, if Tong Jincheng chose to disregard the advice, that would be his own concern. I had previously promised Tong Jincheng that I would attend, Su Che mentioned. In that case, I will go and see how the bar's environment is. Wang Xikong teased. Are you sure you're going to check the environment and not to see the beautiful internet celebrities? Su Che replied. Are those two intentions in conflict? They exchanged a knowing glance and erupted into laughter. After a few rounds of drinks, Wang Xikong whisked the girl off to the dance floor, and Lin Gongxin followed suit. Su Che, however, reclined upon Qi Wanwan's lap, gently toying with her hair. Are you not accustomed to this environment? Su Che inquired. It's all right, just a bit noisy. Qi Wanwan responded, nodding and shaking her head. If a bar isn't loud, then it isn't a bar. Su Che, who also preferred quieter surroundings, felt similarly out of place. At that moment, the music in the bar softened, accompanied by gentle lighting, and Su Che began to feel drowsy. His capacity for alcohol was rather average, a trait inherited from Tian Lirong, unlike his father. The fragrant aroma wafting from Qi Wanwan's presence was irresistible, prompting Su Che to lean in closer. Qi Wanwan's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, but thankfully, the dim lighting concealed her embarrassment from prying eyes. She did not refuse, gently caressing Su Che's prominent jawline. Unable to resist, leaning down to plant a kiss. Su Che lay languidly across her lap, gazing at her with a playful glint in his eyes. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to kiss you? Qi Wanwan retorted, her gaze locking with his defiantly. Suddenly, a force struck the back of her head, causing her to instinctively lean forward. Their lips gradually drew closer, softly meeting in a tender embrace. In that moment, the surrounding music seemed to fade into silence, leaving only the sound of their synchronized heartbeats. At that instant, her eyes widened, and the electric sensation from her tongue rendered her utterly enraptured. Chapter 65. Collaboration between Zhejiang University and MCN companies at 11:30. A blushing Qi Wanwan was led out of the bar by Su Che. Wang Xizong's driver navigated Su Che's car towards the Shanghai Theater Academy. Throughout the journey, Qi Wanwan occasionally tugged at her clothing while a sweet smile graced her lips. The master bar was not far from the Huashan Road campus where Qi Wanwan studied, and as it was not peak hours, they arrived at the school gates in under 15 minutes. Reluctantly lifting her gaze, Qi Wanwan declared, I will come to find you during the National Day holiday. I want to participate in your fan event. All right, I'll pick you up at the airport then. Su Che replied affirmatively. After leaning down to plant a kiss near his lips, she opened the car door and waved goodbye. Once she had entered the school, Su Che instructed the driver to head back to Linen. 2 hours later, upon reaching Linen, Su Che sent a message to Xu Shui, informing her that he would be home in about an hour. Xu Shui did not reply, likely having fallen asleep. An hour later, Su Che arrived at Wendinyuan. After expressing his gratitude to the driver, he took the elevator back to his home. As he stepped inside, he noticed Xu Shui approaching with a cup of honey water. I prepared your bath. Drink this honey water slowly to prevent a headache in the morning. Over half an hour earlier, Xu Shui had received Su Che's WeChat message, knowing he had gone to the bar for a gathering with Wang Xikong, and thus she had begun preparing hangover soup and running the bath before his return. Su Che accepted the honey water and took a sip, then pulled Xu Shui into his embrace with a smile, saying, It's wonderful to have you. Xu Shui felt a sweet warmth in her heart as she leaned against him, and after a while, she playfully pushed him toward the bathroom for his bath. This evening, she had added some calming essential oils to the bathwater, and while Su Che soaked, she sat behind him, giving him a massage. What you did today nearly scared me to death. Xu Shui had spent the afternoon battling with Meng Yu's fervent fans. Just a bunch of clowns. They won't stir up any more trouble, Su Che replied with a faint smile. Xu Shui nodded in agreement. By evening, Meng Yu's Weibo account had issued an apology and promised to deactivate the account, while Mengxiang Film Company announced that Meng Yu would be managing his behavior more prudently and would not be appearing in front of the camera for the time being. Many speculated that Meng Yu had been silenced by the company. This only enhanced Su Che's reputation. Xu Shui understood what questions were appropriate to ask and which topics should remain unspoken, burying her curiosity deep within her heart. After all, the greater Su Che's background, the more she would benefit. After their bath, the two returned to their room. Lu Xinxin was in her dormitory that night and did not come over, allowing them their personal time. The following day, upon returning to school, Su Che was surrounded by classmates. Everyone was voicing their grievances about Meng Yu's inappropriate behavior. It was evident to all that Su Che's candid photos had overshadowed him. Not only was Meng Yu unrepentant, but he also sought to slander Su Che, which was utterly outrageous. Fortunately, the situation had taken a turn for the better. Otherwise, Su Che would have faced dire consequences this time. Everyone was aware of their own limitations and refrained from inquiring about matters beyond their understanding, as they were merely classmates, and surely Su Che would not respond if asked. I extend my gratitude to all for your assistance yesterday. Today at noon, I shall treat everyone at the Yinping restaurant, Su Che remarked with a smile. Young Master Su is quite magnanimous, Pang Dong exclaimed, immediately giving a thumbs up in approval. The title shifted from Su Gu to Young Master Su, and the others echoed his sentiments. The atmosphere within Guanglong Xian had long since shed any feelings of jealousy, as the disparity between both parties had transcended the threshold of envy. Those who could gain admission to Zhejiang University were certainly no fools. They possessed a clear understanding of their circumstances. After the midday gathering concluded, Su Che led the group to the East District Athletic Field, where this year's opening ceremony would be held. Upon their arrival, they encountered a group of students, roughly their age, adjusting various pieces of equipment, while another group rehearsed on stage. Suki approached Su Qingyan. We're here. Please wait a moment. The rehearsal will commence shortly, Su Qingyan said, glancing at them before inviting them to take a seat. Ms. Su, it seems that those adjusting the equipment are not much older than us. Are they all students? Su Che inquired with curiosity. Su Qingyan nodded and explained, these are second and third year students from the media department. At Zhejiang University, we engage in various practical activities starting from the second year. The college has established numerous practical bases in collaboration with various organizations, catering to diverse needs for hands-on experience, be it behind-the-scenes creation or broadcasting and hosting. Students from the media department are always involved in every evening event organized by the university. After her explanation, Su Qingyan looked at Su Che with a meaningful glance and remarked, perhaps soon the school will seek your cooperation. Su Che's recent significant endeavors had made him a well-known figure at Zhejiang University. His Grand Challenge event was undoubtedly the best practical project for media students. The university had collaborated with MCN companies on multiple occasions, such as the Celebrity IP Challenge held in 2020, among other similar activities. That would be perfect, as my company also requires development, Su Che agreed. Currently, Hengxi Media was in a growth phase, although many influencers have been signed. The backstage team had yet to be fully assembled. The photography and creative teams were still in their nascent stages. As a top-tier university in the country, Zhejiang University produced students with high levels of knowledge and comprehensive qualities. After staying for over half an hour, it was finally Su Che's group's turn to rehearse. As a prominent figure renowned throughout Zhejiang University, many stopped their work to observe. Su Che, undeterred, began to shine with the onset of the music. Although the audience was not comprised of dance majors, students from the media department possessed a keen understanding of visual aesthetic communication. Su Che's exceptional dancing skills and stage presence garnered admiration from all present. No wonder he attracts such a multitude of admirers. Su Che possesses an indescribable charm. With his remarkable appearance, exceptional demeanor, and considerable wealth, it is indeed a pity that he does not immerse himself in the entertainment industry. He is now a force to be reckoned with, while social media influencers merely dabble in it. It is difficult to ascertain, but his organization of such a grand event clearly indicates a desire to delve deeper into this realm. One can only hope for an opportunity to partake in his ventures, as there is undoubtedly much to be learned. As the dance concluded, Su Che conveyed his suggestions to the sound engineer, while also correcting some missteps from the performers. Chapter 66. The opening ceremony of the new students. On the 9th, the military training concluded. The team of instructors departed without any tender farewells, rendering the scene quite ordinary. That evening, the inaugural ceremony for the new students commenced. It seemed that the heavens were a tad ungracious, as light rain began to fall in the twilight. Fortunately, This gentle drizzle did not dampen the students' enthusiasm. After collecting their glow sticks for their respective majors, they entered the venue in an orderly manner. Suche and his fellow performers were already prepared backstage. As darkness fell, the rain ceased, and the stage lights illuminated brilliantly. The new students activated their glow sticks. Waving them fervently, the vibrant colors of the glow sticks, combined with the professional stage design, created an atmosphere akin to a star-studded concert. The stage lighting, projections, and sound quality are truly exceptional, Zhu Yuxuan exclaimed. I heard from a senior in the media department that our Zhejiang University's sound and lighting equipment rivals that of some top-tier concerts, Li Shuai said proudly. This was the superiority complex of a Zhejiang University student. Suche nodded in agreement. He had never encountered stage equipment of such high caliber before. As a new student gala commenced, the two hosts took to the stage. One of them was Shun Xingyao, whom Suche scrutinized for a moment. This evening, she donned a white mermaid-style evening gown that accentuated her elegant figure, complemented by exquisite makeup that radiated a noble and graceful aura. Tonight, the stars shine in sequence, and youth sings its songs. Shun Xingyao's voice rang clear as a spring brook striking stone, her tone rising just so at the end, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The proceedings followed a familiar pattern, an introduction of the attending school leaders and guests, followed by speeches from the leaders, reiterating their hopes for the new students and emphasizing the importance of campus culture and academic spirit. Upon the conclusion of this segment, Shun Xingyao and her co-host announced the official commencement of the gala and invited the first performing guest. The first group of performers was a rock band from Zhejiang University, presenting the brightest star in the night sky. The lead singer's voice soared, instantly energizing the audience. Accompanied by a fireworks display from the atmosphere crew, all students raised their glow sticks and erupted into cheers. The subsequent performances featured traditional dances, piano solos, and comedic skits, each diverse act leaving the new students spellbound. As one program concluded after another, it was soon Suche and his group's turn. Shun Xingyao stepped forward to introduce them. The next performers were new students from the School of Media, presenting a dance titled Waiting for Your Answer. Suddenly, the lights dimmed. Suche and his companions approached the stage. As a beam of light shone upon the center of the stage, Suche appeared on the large screens. Clad in a blue sports jersey number 7, his blue headband reflecting a youthful vitality. As a well-known figure at Zhejiang University, Suche's entrance immediately caused a stir among the audience. Cheers erupted continuously, and in such an atmosphere, even the most indifferent individuals could not help but join in the exuberance. Accompanied by a flurry of lights illuminating the 8 performers, the music began to play. At that moment, as the music resonated, Suche revealed a vibrant smile, showcasing the unique vitality of youth. The encounters and partings of that year were adorned with flowers. We once laughed and played, chasing the evening glow. Youth is the warmth of flushed cheeks, the shifting sands in one's palm. As the rhythm of the song commenced, Suche led his classmates in a carefree dance, moving in sync with the beat. His gaze was gentle, and a natural smile graced his lips, embodying the youthful innocence and restraint. The close-up on the large screen remained focused on Suche, with his captivating aura and a demeanor as refreshing as a spring breeze, executed fluid dance moves that sent the girls present into ecstatic screams. On the side of the stage, Shun Xingyao was also captivated by Suche's presence. The exuberance of his dance and his free-spirited essence were qualities she had never possessed as the obedient girl she was. "My dear, you look so handsome." Lu Xinxin suddenly appeared behind Shun Xingyao, startling her back to reality. Observing her starry-eyed expression, Shun Xingyao rolled her eyes and said, "What are you doing here?" Lu Xinxin raised her staff ID with a smile, declaring, "I had to come see my darling perform up close." "You're lost in your love-struck thoughts," Shun Xingyao replied, shaking her head in exasperation. Ever since Lu Xinxin started dating Suche, the most discussed topic in their dormitory was Suche. She had grown weary of it over time. "I relish it. My Che treats me so well. What's wrong with being love-struck?" Lu Xinxin said with an air of certainty. Shun Xingyao had no rebuttal to that. Who buys their girlfriend a car on the first day of dating? When Lu Xinxin drove to school in her car, Shun Xingyao had indeed been shocked. It wasn't a mere 10,000, but a luxury vehicle worth over 200,000. Among her circle of wealthy second-generation elites, none had ever been so extravagant. After all, relationships are meant to progress gradually. If one starts by gifting a car, what could possibly follow? A house, perhaps? Though Su Che was often surrounded by rumors, he truly knew how to spend lavishly. As the 3 minutes elapsed, the performance on stage reached its conclusion. With the song's end, Su Che and the others descended from the stage. Kike. Lu Xinxin immediately dashed into his embrace upon seeing him. Hello, senior, Zhu Yuxuan and others greeted her. It was not the first time the audience had seen Lu Xinxin. During military training, she would often come to find Su Che, and all the classmates knew their relationship was certainly extraordinary. Lu Xinxin waved, exchanged pleasantries, and then linked her arm with Su Che's as they exited the stage from the side. Do you have a performance tonight as well? Suke inquired curiously. No, I snuck in. Lu Xinxin shook her head, indicating that she had come specifically for him. As the two individuals made their way backstage, a man observed their intimate interaction, and his expression immediately soured. After adjusting his demeanor, he approached them, deliberately ignoring Su Che and greeting Lu Xinxin. Xinxin, why did you come without informing me? Fei Yun, please address me by my full name. Our relationship has not yet reached a level of familiarity that permits the omission of surnames. Lu Xinxin's expression instantly grew cold. Upon hearing this, Ren Juaning's countenance darkened, and, just as he was about to respond, he was interrupted by Su Che. Senior, please refrain from disturbing my time with my girlfriend. Thank you. Ren Junong, upon hearing this, forced a strained smile, nodded at him, and turned to leave. He was indeed well known at Zhejiang University, having achieved a modest degree of success. However, he paled in comparison to Su Che. Now that the conversation had reached this point, remaining any longer would only serve to humiliate him further, and he risked offending Su Che, which would be an unwise endeavor. Su Che, perceiving the situation, also felt disinterested. Reflecting on how the protagonists of novels, often bound to systems, frequently faced ridicule and pressure from suitors. Yet, it seemed that such dynamics had vanished in his own circumstances. Chapter 67. The Trial Opening of Old Lu's Bar. After Renjun left, Lu Xinxin hurriedly explained to Su Che, I have no relationship with him. So please do not misunderstand. The disparity in our social standings renders a romantic relationship rather humble. Su Che replied with a faint smile. Am I truly such a petty person? It would be quite peculiar if no one pursued my beautiful girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinxin smiled coyly. Indeed, those who court me could line up from the East District to the West District, yet I only have eyes for you. The others do not pique my interest. Should I then express my gratitude for being chosen by you? Su Che teased playfully. Rather, I should be thankful that you accepted me, Lu Xinxin replied, linking her arm with his. In front of everyone backstage, she rose onto her toes and planted a gentle kiss on his lips. Snap! The atmosphere instantly fell silent, and Su Che could even hear the sound of hearts shattering backstage. After leaving, Su Che did not return to the class assembly, but instead took Lu Xinxin back to Wending Garden. Xu Shui had filming duties that evening and was currently on location. After enjoying a bath, the couple engaged in some relaxing exercises. As the night deepened, Xu Shui returned to Wending Garden. Noticing the shoes at the entrance, a mischievous smile spread across her face. She hurried upstairs and quietly opened the door to the master bedroom to sneak a peek. Just as she was engrossed, her phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, she quickly hung up, only to find Su Che standing before her. I can't see anything, Xu Shui feigned innocence. Covering her eyes, the relay race had commenced. Su Che, oblivious to any reservations, seized the opportunity presented to him. The following morning, the air was thick with a delightful ambience, with clothes strewn about and rumpled sheets suggesting a night of vigorous activity. You villain, you only bully me, Xu Shui pouted. I dare you to do it again, Su Che grinned shamelessly. Xu Shui rolled her eyes, but said nothing. What was done, and with the first time having occurred, surely there would be a next, so she decided to let nature take its course. "You're like a stubborn bull, never knowing when to tire," she remarked. "That means happiness awaits you in the future," Suche replied, stretching and revealing his robust physique without reservation. Since acquiring his physical enhancements, his stamina improved day by day. Now, he found it effortless to lift even one person with ease. After descending from the car and taking a shower, Suche completed his morning routine and went to the living room for breakfast. Today marked the first day of school, and, as a diligent student, he certainly could not afford to be late. After breakfast, he drove to school. Upon arriving in the classroom, he engaged in casual conversation with his classmates. The theoretical courses in the media studies program were rather few. During the first year, the curriculum was moderately dense, but by the second year, the integration of theory and practice would mark the peak of their studies. However, this did not trouble Suche in the least. When he previously secured Lu Xinxin, he had already been rewarded with professional knowledge, and his theoretical expertise now undoubtedly met the standards for graduation. With the conclusion of the first day's classes, Suche embarked on a routine of traversing between 2 points, attending lectures by day and returning home by night, with occasional visits to the company to familiarize himself with the basic circumstances of the artists under his purview. Time swiftly passed, leading to the 21st, the day of Tong Jinsheng's bar's soft opening. Within the confines of the number 1 courtyard, Ruo Lin, Lu Xinxin, and Xu Shui were in the midst of selecting their attire for the evening. As a former internet celebrity of Dahaixing Chun, Xu Shui was certainly expected to attend, having received an invitation from Tong Jinsheng. Hengxi Media also received an invitation with Ruo Lin, Lu Xinxin, and others like He Dantong, who would join the company's other personnel later, set to attend. "Suche, what do you think of this one?" Ruo Lin twirled in front of him, clad in a form-fitting black dress adorned with a platinum necklace. Looks good, Suche replied, somewhat dismissively. He had already scrutinized over a dozen outfits and was quite fatigued by the process. So perfunctory, Ruo Lin pouted in dissatisfaction. "The spotlight tonight is not on you. No one will care how beautiful you look," Suche retorted. The primary focus of the evening would be on Tong Jinsheng and Lao Bai, with a significant portion also directed towards Wang Sikong. His own plans for the evening remained undisclosed, evading scrutiny. "There will undoubtedly be many female internet celebrities attending tonight. We are merely enhancing your reputation," Xu Shui remarked, donning a pink dress that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. "With you all standing beside me, your beauty alone is sufficient to elevate my standing." Suche offered a courteous smile, albeit with a hint of insincerity. Nevertheless, the 3 women relished his words, with Xu Shui and Lu Xinxin approaching him to plant a kiss on each of his cheeks. Ruo Lin was already accustomed to this behavior. After all, they had long ceased to conceal their affections, and she had witnessed even more intimate gestures. Were it not for their recent outdoor shoots and the lack of overlapping schedules, she might have taken bolder steps. "Should I join in as well?" Ruo Lin inquired, playfully gesturing to her red lips. "I wouldn't stop you," Xu Shui replied, with a playful roll of her eyes. "Then I shall take my chance," Ruo Lin declared, stepping directly in front of Suche, bending slightly to present her alluring curves unabashedly. "Ruo Xiao, don't push your luck without the means," Suche replied, his gaze unwavering. "Then don't look," Ruo Lin retorted, exasperated by his teasing. "Ia me merely appreciating politely, sukizmild." "Ha!" Ruo Lin laughed softly, then raised an eyebrow, feigning instability as she moved into his embrace, her arms naturally encircling his neck. "Little firecracker." Xu Shui shot her a disapproving glare before pulling Lu Xinxin back into the room to continue selecting accessories. Ruo Lin, undeterred, locked her wide, sparkling eyes onto Suche. Upon perceiving certain anomalies, she triumphantly remarked, "It seems I possess quite a charm." Suche found himself at a loss for words. He was hardly a paragon of virtue. Ruo Lin was inherently beautiful, particularly her long legs, which appeared irresistibly alluring beneath the embrace of black stockings. "Why not move in here tomorrow?" Suche suggested casually. Given their current circumstances, there was no need for pretense. "Are you intending to impose unwritten rules upon me, boss?" Ruo Lin feigned a pitiful expression and added, "What choice do I have, being your subordinate? I cannot afford breach of contract penalties, so I must yield to your whims. Xu Shue was indeed right. You are, after all, a mere test tube. Su Che gently placed his hands upon her long, slender legs, and, as Roland, with sultry eyes, leaned in closer, they shared a passionate kiss. Chapter 68. Tong Lao's dignity is at stake after an affectionate kiss. Roland hurriedly rose to her feet. I shall return to my room to touch up my makeup. Eagerly anticipating your official visit, dear boss, she playfully winked before shyly retreating to her chamber. Meanwhile, at 89 Dongwen Street, Gongshu District, a procession of luxury vehicles was being delivered to the entrance of the bar. The side of FT Bar showcased an expansive naked-eye 3D screen, dazzling with vibrant animated colors. At that moment, the front of the bar was filled with high-end cars and throngs of people capturing the scene, predominantly fans of Tong Jincheng who had come to show their support. As the luxury cars parked, Tong Jincheng, clad in a sleek black V-neck casual suit, finally found a moment to rest. Taking a seat in a small area nearby, he picked up his phone and initiated a live broadcast. His fellow partner, Lao Bai, joined him, along with Yu Meng, who had been invited by Tong Jincheng, standing behind him. Once the live stream commenced, the number of VIP viewers surged past 50,000, and the audience quickly exceeded 100,000. Brothers, please bear with me. There are simply too many people tonight. And I hope you understand if some areas have not been attended to, Tong Jincheng said, his hands clasped in apology. As he glanced at the barrage of questions in the comments, Tong Jincheng selected a few to address. We haven't officially opened yet, and many of the guests I invited have yet to arrive, he explained. Lao Bai had also extended invitations, accounting for about a third of the attendees, while the remainder were individuals Tong Jincheng had invited. Will Wang Sikong be coming? You'll have to ask Lao Bai. He invited him, and I have no direct communication with him. What about Su Che? He will definitely be here. I invited him last month. He's my good brother. After streaming for a while, Tong Jincheng handed his phone to Yu Meng, asking her to take over the broadcast while he and Lao Bai discuss some matters. Wang Sikong will arrive shortly. The VIP box in Boss 1 is reserved for him, and Su Che will be in there too. What is your relationship with Su Che? A few days ago, Wang Sikong called him, mentioning he would come tonight and insisted on being in the same box as Su Che. Upon hearing this, Tong Jincheng understood that Wang Sikong was attending due to Su Che's presence. Lao Bai, not well acquainted with Su Che, only recognized his potential after the incident involving Meng Yu. I have a fairly good relationship with him, Tong Jincheng replied succinctly. He was not naive. The complexities of the bar's ownership were beyond his grasp compared to Lao Bai and the others. However, the arrangements had long been made, and it was too late to withdraw now. With Su Che in the mix, he could leverage that connection for his own advantage, hoping merely to emerge unscathed. He regarded this as a valuable opportunity for experience. Upon hearing Tong Jincheng's words, Lao Bai maintained a friendly smile. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Tong Jincheng returned to the camera, ready to engage with his audience once more. At this moment, the number of esteemed guests in the live stream room has reached an impressive 70,000. If the current fervor continues, it is quite possible that tonight's guest count could exceed 100,000. I'm truly grateful to my brothers. It is an immense honor. Allow me to take you on a tour. After expressing his gratitude, Tong Jincheng picked up his phone and made his way to the entrance of the bar, commencing a live stream of the luxury vehicles parked on either side. Meanwhile, Su Che was driving with 3 young ladies towards FT Bar. Just as they set off, his phone rang. Su Che pressed the answer button, activating the speakerphone, and said, "Hello, Songgo." "Su Che, have you arrived yet?" "I have already set off," came Wang Sitsong's voice through the speaker. "It should be about half an hour, traffic permitting," Su Che replied after glancing at the route map. "I should arrive around the same time. Let us meet at the entrance of the bar." "All right, no problem." After hanging up, Xu Shui curiously remarked, "I heard from Tong Laolu that Lao Bai arranged for Wang Sikong and Wang Jinyuan to be in Boss 1 and Boss 2. Is he trying to pit them against each other?" Su Che chuckled softly. "Wang Jinyuan has no right to compete. Does he possess that qualification? If I don't attend tonight, Songgo certainly won't either." He is aware of Wang Jinyuan's background, which is worlds apart from Wang Sikong's. The commotion is merely Lao Bai's attempt to elevate Wang Jinyuan's status. especially since Wang Xikong had previously declined to attend. The three young ladies listened with a mixture of confusion and admiration for Su Che. In front of Wang Jinyuan, they felt like mere minnows, yet it seemed that Wang Jinyuan was also a small fish in the presence of Wang Xikong and Su Che. At the entrance of FT Bar, a steady stream of invited influencers began to arrive. All the influencers from 798 were present, and Tong Jinsheng hurried to arrange for them to go to the private rooms, initiating a live stream to attract viewers. As the crowd grew, the private room became insufficient. Friends invited by Tong Jinsheng had to stand in the reception area, which appeared quite awkward. Tong Jinsheng felt a bit embarrassed. These friends had come at his invitation, yet he had failed to host them properly in his own domain. If word got out, where would his reputation stand? However, he had no immediate solutions. As most of the private rooms were occupied by bosses invited by Lao Bai, who were genuine patrons not to be offended, he could only repeatedly apologize to his friends. Fortunately, they were understanding and said nothing, as their status as influencers was considered rather inconsequential by those bosses. The influencers from Hengxi Media also arrived, but due to the large turnout, Lao Bai did not recognize them and casually assigned them to the reception area. After raising a toast, he received news that Wang Xikong had already arrived. Lao Bai quickly sought out Tong Jinsheng to accompany him outside to welcome Wang Xikong. Upon reaching the parking lot, the two approached Wang Xizong's vehicle, showering him with compliments. However, Wang Xikong showed no intention of exiting the car. He was waiting for Su Che. Shortly thereafter, after receiving a message from Su Che, Wang Xikong finally stepped out of the vehicle. "Brother Song, please follow us. There is no one live streaming here." Just as Lao Bai was about to lead Wang Xikong through the VIP entrance, a Bentley Continental GT arrived at the scene. Wang Xikong paid no heed to him and strode directly towards the Bentley. Lao Bai stood frozen in an awkward daze, but quickly composed himself and hurried to catch up. "Su Che, Brother Kong." As Su Che stepped out of the car, he immediately embraced Wang Xikong. "You got quite the taste, my friend," Wang Xikong remarked, casting a glance at Xu Shui and the others with a teasing tone. Su Che smiled, but refrained from responding. Upon noticing Tong Jinsheng and Lao Bai approaching, he warmly embraced them, greeting Brother Tong. "Su, thank you for gracing us with your presence." Tong Jinsheng expressed his gratitude, clearly aware that Su Che's actions were meant to impress Lao Bai. "Whenever you invite me, I will certainly be there." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Che and Wang Xikong entered the venue with their respective entourages of beautiful women. Chapter 69. The Satisfaction of Vanity. At this moment, the entrance of the bar was buzzing with excitement as the cameras from Tong Jinsheng's Dogtooth livestream and Lao Bai's Douyin livestream focused intently on the doorway. Previously, they had been broadcasting the arrival of various invited internet celebrities. The bosses, however, were using a special guest entrance and were not being filmed. In contrast, Su Che and Wang Xikong had no such concerns. Both were prominent figures in the online world, one a Douyin sensation and the other a Weibo superstar. Thus, being in front of the camera was a commonplace occurrence for them. As they appeared on screen, both live streams erupted with fervor. In the Dogtooth live stream, viewers exclaimed, "Wow, Wang Xikong is truly here. Is Lao Bai really that influential?" Clearly, Wang Xikong came here because of Su Che. They seemed to be enjoying each other's company. Badili Aknowen Lao Bai. Yet, Tong has done well to seize the moment and engage in conversation. Given his good relationship with Su Che, Wang Xikong is sure to show him some respect. Su Che is truly a person of hidden depth. I wonder what his background is that allows him to associate with someone like Wang Xikong. Meanwhile, in the Douyin livestream, comments flooded in. Su Che is incredibly handsome. E.M. Drooling. Teacher Fu has truly risen to prominence, standing alongside Wang Xikong now. Roland is stunning, those black stockings and long legs, wow. What is Su Che's background? It remains a mystery, with no information leaked so far. With the arrival of Su Che and Wang Xikong, the guest count in Tong Jinsheng's livestream exceeded 100,000, shifting the focus entirely onto the two. Even after their entrance, the excitement remained palpable. Inside the bar, Su Che's initial impression upon entering was one of overwhelming crowding. The reception area was packed with familiar internet celebrities. Boss. At that moment, He Danton waved at Su Che, greeting him warmly. Su Che spotted the influencers under his management, furrowing his brow before gesturing for them to follow him to the VIP room. Come with me, he instructed. Turning to Wang Sikong, he added apologetically, I'm sorry, Brother Tsong, but I need to look after my own artists. Wang Sikong waved dismissively. No worries, they're all beautiful. I'm fortunate to be in their presence. Upon hearing this, He Danton and the others hurriedly followed Su Che, basking in the envious glances from their fellow influencers, their vanity thoroughly satisfied. At that moment, Xu Shui spotted Wang Yang and Xiao Yang, tugging at Su Che's arm and whispering, Can we bring 2 more? Su Che nodded in agreement, not refusing her request. Xu Shui immediately waved for the 2 to come over, and they hurriedly joined her, unable to suppress their smiles. Soon, everyone entered the spacious VIP room, Boss 1. Despite the large number of attendees, the space did not feel cramped. After Su Che and Wang Sikong settled in, they generously loaded $1 million onto the card. Let us start with a full set of all red, Wang Sikong called out to Lao Bai. The full house red consists of 100 bottles of Ace of Spades. Immediately, Lao Bai took to the intercom to make the arrangements for Brother Kong. Upon hearing this, the DJ swiftly projected the announcement that Boss 1, Wang Sikong, and Su Che had ordered a complete set of Full House Red on the large screen behind him, while he exuberantly called out their names. As servers entered with the Ace of Spades held high, all eyes were drawn to the spectacle. Within the private room, Su Che and Wang Sikong exchanged toasts, and He Danton and others began to sway to the rhythm of the music, creating an atmosphere brimming with vitality. Meanwhile, Xu Shui inquired about the situation of Xiao Yang and the others. What is going on with you 2? Didn't Tong Laolu arrange for a private room? Xiao Yang replied with a hint of resignation. Don't even mention it. Tong's room is packed to the brim. 3 Dog had booked a room earlier, but was taken by some other boss. Consequently, Lao Bai accommodated all of his guests in Tong's room. Now, it's utterly cramped. There's barely any space to stand. Many of the guests he invited are stuck in the reception area, and the awkwardness of a live stream is palpable. If it weren't for your arrival, the tension would still be lingering. After venting, Xiao Yang expressed her envy. You're fortunate to be with Su Che. You can access the Boss 1 room. Xu Shui smiled knowingly. Well, that's the advantage of knowing someone like Su Che. Ladies, let us enjoy the evening together and have a blast. Su Ge. If you have any friends, feel free to invite them in. We must finish these 100 bottles of Ace of Spades tonight. Wang Sikong called for the servers to open every single bottle. Su Che chuckled and exchanged a look with Xu Shui. His companions were all present, and whoever else wished to join could be summoned by Xu Shui. The more lively, the better. Xu Shui nodded and took Xiao Yang's hand, leading her towards Tong Jinsheng's private room. Before long, most of the female artists from 798 had arrived at the Boss 1 room. The lights danced, the music thundered, and laughter filled the air, creating an atmosphere as fervent as a blazing fire. The female internet celebrities from Dawixingchen and Hengshi Media began to compete in showcasing their talents. One voluptuous internet celebrity from Dawixingchen boldly executed a dramatic dance move. Hori! Wang Sikong applauded enthusiastically. The other female internet celebrities were quick to follow suit, displaying their unique skills. Meanwhile, Ruo Lin and her companions remained seated in the booth, enjoying drinks and rolling dice, opting not to participate in the festivities. Simultaneously, Tong Jinsheng, having consumed a few bottles, prepared to return to his private room to interact with the female streamers under his management. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback. Where are my artists? The room was now remarkably spacious, occupied only by 3 Dog and his companions. The female internet celebrities from Dawixingchen were nowhere to be seen. They've all been taken away by Teacher Fu, 3 Dog remarked. What does Fu Xiao intend to do? She can't possibly be trying to poach all my company's female artists. Can she? Tong Jinsheng made a jest in the live broadcast room. This is quite unpredictable. Teacher Fu is now the lady of Hengshi. I want to see Su Che and Wang Sikong when broadcasting at Teacher Fu's place. As the barrage flooded with the names of Su Che and Wang Sikong, Tong Jinsheng waved his hand in refusal, saying, Everyone is spamming. Su Che is graciously here to support me, and Principal Wang is also here in deference to Su Che. I would feel quite embarrassed to disturb them. After calming the atmosphere, Tong Jincheng began to step outside to invite his friends into the private room. Meanwhile, Su Che, having just finished a call with Chi Wan and preparing to return to the private room, perhaps due to a slight inebriation, collided with someone head-on. As Su Che lifted his head to apologize, he was taken aback upon recognizing the face of the person he had bumped into, exclaiming wide-eyed, "Teacher Su?" Chapter 70. The group broadcast arena. Su Che rubbed his eyes and double-checked, realizing that it was indeed Su Qingyan. However, the Su Qingyan before him was strikingly different from the poised and elegant urban woman he remembered. With her vibrant red hair, a sultry black crop top, and shorts, paired with heavy makeup, it was hard to connect her to the Su Qingyan he knew. Su Qingyan widened her eyes in surprise and quickly donned a mask. Su Ge, noticing her appearance, exclaimed, "Were you the DJ on stage just now?" Her ensemble bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the female DJ he had briefly glimpsed earlier. Given that she was wearing a mask, he hadn't recognized her. Flushed with embarrassment, Su Qingyan stood frozen. To the public, she had always been the image of intellect, grace, and elegance. Yet, she harbored a secret. She had moved from a small town to Zhejiang University and stumbled upon the world of DJing during her college years. Although she typically wore a mask, her exceptional musical talent and ability to create an atmosphere had earned her a certain reputation in the nightlife of Linen. However, the industry often bore a negative stigma, compelling her to conceal this part of her life. Tonight, invited by others and facing some financial difficulties at home, she had reluctantly accepted the offer. She had been unaware that Su Che would also be present until she saw their names flash across the big screen. With the thought of being in a private booth and her heavy makeup and red wig, she had hoped not to be recognized. Yet, fate had other plans, and their paths crossed just as she exited the restroom. Now, feeling utterly mortified, she wished she could disappear. Quickly, she pulled Su Che aside to a quiet corner, pushing him gently against the wall, feigning a fierce demeanor as she warned, "Su Che, forget everything you saw about me tonight." Su Che couldn't help but chuckle. Su Qingyan's current appearance was a far cry from her usual self. "Teacher Su, you have zero credibility in this guise," he teased. With a resigned sigh, Su Qingyan clasped her hands together in a plea. "Please, just consider this a request. Do not tell anyone about my DJing." Su Che replied, "Are you worried about being misunderstood?" Su Qingyan nodded. The perception of female DJs has changed dramatically. The emphasis is no longer on skill, but rather on appearance and dance moves. This has led to increasing controversy surrounding our profession. I've worked hard to become a counselor and do not wish to jeopardize my position because of these misconceptions. Please, can you help me? Suke nodded in agreement. I'm not one to gossip. However, with the internet being so pervasive, there's always a chance that a photo could surface online, revealing your secret. Su Qingyan helplessly spread her hands. In truth, I'm aware that if it weren't for some recent family issues, I would not have accepted the invitation. Ever since she assumed the role of counselor, she had ceased taking on DJ gigs. Do you need my assistance? Suke inquired. Perhaps not. I am aware of your wealth, yet I believe in the notion of earning one's keep. We are not particularly close. Su Qingyan graciously declined his offer, wary of accumulating debts of gratitude that could potentially lead to her own detriment. Su Che was undeniably handsome, affluent, and influential, but his notorious flirtation left her harboring a lingering idealism about love. You might want to consider my proposition. My primary intention is to recruit you to work at my company, Su Che stated candidly. Recently, due to his influence, Hengxi Media had garnered significant interest from aspiring talents eager to sign with his firm, including several skilled female dancers. However, the competitive landscape in the dance sector had become excessively saturated, and many lacked distinctive traits, complicating the management of their careers. Consequently, the planning team devised a new model, showcase live streaming, wherein a group of hosts would perform singing and dancing together. While this format had previously gained traction, it had remained rather simplistic. The planning team aimed to elevate this concept by establishing a girl group for Hengxi Media, akin to the South Korean Idol format, thereby creating an online performance stage for the domestic entertainment industry. Should this endeavor flourish, there was potential for a transition to offline performances. However, to realize such a concept. Financial resources were one aspect, dance performers another, but the backstage team was paramount. The crew, ranging from operations and technical staff to directors and photographers, needed to possess a certain caliber of expertise. Su Qingyin's technical skills were undeniably exceptional. She had just demonstrated her capabilities. Unlike other female DJs who merely engaged in suggestive dancing on stage and believed themselves to be professionals by fiddling with equipment, her proficiency in core music and equipment operation, coupled with her improvisational mixing and interactive abilities, was truly professional. She was indeed well-suited for the backstage technical role in his company's new live streaming project, hence the invitation. Su Che then briefly outlined the new project for his company, allowing her to ponder the opportunity. Su Qingyin fell into contemplation. She had grown weary of the DJ profession, primarily because the current demand for female DJs in nightclubs no longer emphasized professionalism but rather sought other attributes, which she found particularly disheartening. With her family facing difficulties and her counselor's salary insufficient, Su Che's invitation was indeed her most favorable option. I agree, but may I request an advance of 200,000 in salary? My father is ill, and the surgical expenses amount to several hundred thousand. I currently have only a little over 100,000, which is far from adequate. Rest assured, I will not abscond. I can pledge all my documents with you as collateral, Su Qingyan assured him. No need for that. I trust you. I will lend you the money, and we can deduct it from your future salary, Su Che replied, waving his hand dismissively. Currently, Hengxi Media is experiencing a phase of rapid growth, offering salaries that are among the highest in the industry. Given Su Qingyin's capabilities, she could repay this amount in less than a year. Thank you. Su Qingyin let out a long breath, feeling the weight upon her shoulders lift, her entire being becoming significantly lighter. Indeed, she had been under considerable pressure during this time. You have 1 week to attend to matters at school. Report to the company in a week. No problem. I will definitely arrive at the company on time. I look forward to your guidance in the future, boss. Su Qingyin blinked playfully, as if this were her true nature. Chapter 71. Boss, please rate the service. After transferring the funds to Su Qingyin, Su Che returned to the private room. Su Qingyin was determined to complete her tasks for the evening, as she had promised not to falter midway. Upon his return, Su Che noticed that several female internet celebrities from the Great Sea Star had become intoxicated, and the expressions of Xu Shui and her companions had turned hazy. Observing the situation, Su Che promptly called Tong Jinsheng to arrange for his company's artists to be safely escorted home. Just as he finished the call and settled back onto the sofa, Xu Shui and Roland each draped an arm around him, leaning against his shoulder as they drifted into slumber. Wang Xikong chuckled, "Young man, you must take care of your health." Su Che jested in return. "Are you implying that you are no longer up to the task, Brother Song?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xikong immediately pulled over a girl he had brought along, seemingly eager to demonstrate his vitality. But Su Che quickly intervened, assuring him that he believed him. After exchanging a few light-hearted words, Su Che decided it was time to depart. Tong Jinsheng swiftly organized transportation to take Su Che and his companions home, assuring him that his Bentley would also be returned shortly. After expressing his gratitude, Su Che boarded the vehicle arranged by Tong Jinsheng, instructing the driver to head directly to number 1 courtyard. Upon arriving home, he placed Xu Shui and the others in the guest room and retreated to the master bedroom for a shower. The following morning, a tingling sensation coursed from his arm to his mind, prompting Su Che to open his eyes. He was met with the sight of Roland, clad only in her undergarments, soundly asleep while clutching his arm. Noticing this, he gently extracted his hand and playfully tapped her pert figure. Roland jolted awake, her gaze unfocused, as if she were still in a dream. "Did you just touch me?" she asked, bewildered. "You reek of alcohol. Did I not leave you all in the guest room last night? What did you sneak in?" Su Che replied with a hint of disdain. Roland glanced downward, seemingly unfazed by her exposed state, and raised her hand to catch a whiff of the lingering scent of alcohol. She recalled that, after using the restroom the previous night, she had headed straight to the master bedroom, found a comfortable spot, and promptly fallen asleep. Suddenly, she broke into a mischievous grin, disregarding the scent of alcohol as she playfully tackled Su Che down. Am I beautiful? Is your heart racing? Leaning against his chest, she listened intently, but discovered his heartbeat remained steady, which left her pouting in dissatisfaction. Pulling Su-che closer, she nestled his head into her embrace. Suke, owever, swiftly broke free and lifted her by the waist, heading straight for the bathroom. After a thorough cleansing, the scent of alcohol finally dissipated. Ruolin, her cheeks flushed, buried herself against Su-che's back, her heart racing. Though they had almost reached the final step, they had essentially done everything else. Su-che set her down by the bed and took a towel to dry her hair. Observing this, Ruolin snatched the towel away and pulled him down to her, whispering in his ear, "We need to wash again." In response, Su-che tossed the towel aside. As the saying goes, the morning sets the tone for the day. The information regarding the charming lady is as follows. Ruolin, female, 21 years old, profession, online beauty influencer, overall evaluation, 89 points. Currently, a beauty fund of 8.9 million renminbi is being distributed, along with 30 million Do coins and ownership of a traditional Chinese villa in the Green City Peach Blossom Source, as well as the rights to the Western Region Ancient Ecological Park. At noon, Su-che began to examine the detailed specifics of the beauty fund within the system. The first two aspects need not be elaborated upon, as they are customary rewards. However, the villa in the Green City Peach Blossom Source piqued his interest. From what he knew, a capital verification of 100 million was required to qualify for a viewing. Thus, it seemed that the value of this villa was at least above 100 million. As for the latter, the Western Region Ancient Ecological Park, Su-che was unfamiliar with it. Perhaps it was a reward granted by the system due to Ruolin's origins from the Western region. He picked up his phone to conduct a search. The Western Region Ancient Ecological Park is located in the northwest of the Liuxian Park in Urumqi, Xinjiang, covering an area of 200 acres. The main attractions include the largest Heavenly Blood Horse base in the nation, featuring both indoor and outdoor equestrian arenas. The other attractions, primarily conservation bases or art galleries, did not particularly captivate Su-che's interest. Previously, this scenic area was under the Wild Horse Group, with an investment of 300 million reported. Ownership has now been transferred to him. The operations would continue as usual without requiring his involvement, simply awaiting the annual dividends. After comprehensively understanding all the rewards, Su-che set his phone aside. At that moment, Ruolin had also regained consciousness, and their eyes met. "Boss, please rate my service. 10 points for this. 5 points for that." Ruolin softly indicated her lips and cheek. Su-che leaned in and kissed her, chuckling. "Is full marks acceptable?" Ruolin's eyes sparkled as she extended her hand. "What about a reward?" Su-che requested her bank account details and promptly transferred 1 million over. "Thank you, boss." Ruolin joyfully nibbled on his cheek and then nestled into his embrace, clearing her shopping cart on her phone. Unlike Lu Xinxin, she possessed self-awareness, understanding the reasons for her relationship with Su-che. As long as he remained fond of her, she would belong solely to him, asking for little more. After they lay close for a while, they eventually rose. Although Ruolin still felt somewhat weak, the 7-figure sum in her balance empowered her to stand tall. Upon entering the living room, she noticed the playful gazes of Xu Shui and Lu Xinxin, but showed no signs of timidity. Intimately linking arms with Su-che as they approached the two. "You have no sense of decorum. Hurry and call me sister," Xu Shui remarked with a poised demeanor. "Rich sister," Ruolin complied. She then seated herself between Xu Shui and Lu Xinxin, engaging in intimate whispers typical of close friends. After enjoying lunch, Su-che led the 3 women to the Green City Peach Blossom Source to take possession of the property. Upon entering the Hangsong residence, they realized what a top-tier luxury home truly entailed. The indoor area spanned approximately 1,000 square meters, with the land covering 6 acres. The mere decoration alone cost nearly 80 million, with 150 varieties of flowers, plants, and trees adorning the front courtyard. Upon crossing the entrance, one is welcomed into the garden area. The landscape features artificial hills, flowing water, quaint bridges, and pavilions, embodying the quintessential charm of Suzhou-style gardens. Merely touring the entire residence occupied almost half an hour. After receiving the property, Su-che entrusted the housekeeping and garden maintenance to to the property management, as he would seldom inhabit this house, only choosing to gather here during larger gatherings. Following the receipt of the property, Suche took 3 young women to the company. Currently, Hungshi Media is experiencing rapid growth, and the company has also rented the 2 upper floors. The upper level is designated for the new group broadcasting project. Just as he exited the elevator, Suche spotted a familiar face and eagerly called out, "Sister Ruashi, you finally arrived." Chapter 72. Fan Meeting. In the newly decorated dance studio, Feng Ruashi, clad in a loose athletic outfit, was instructing a group of young ladies in dance. Upon hearing Suche's voice, she turned around, revealing a radiant smile. "Xiaoche," she exclaimed, stepping forward to place her hand affectionately on his shoulder, chuckling. "I didn't expect you to quietly achieve such great success. When I came over, Aunt Tian was scolding you for being ungrateful. My mother must be laughing while scolding." Suche replied with a slight smile. Ever since he secured the group broadcast project, he had called his mother to bring Feng Ruashi on board. As an experienced dance coach who had furthered her studies in South Korea, she was a professional in both expression management and Korean dance, certainly the best choice to guide this new group of talents. Indeed, Aunt Tian can't seem to stop smiling these days, Feng Ruashi remarked, grinning as she added, "With such an outstanding son, Tian Lirong's smile is uncontainable." After exchanging pleasantries, Suche introduced Feng Ruashi to Ruo Lin and the others. With a warm greeting, Feng Ruashi discreetly pinched Suche's waist. It was evident to any observer that the 3 beautiful ladies had a special relationship with him. Previously, in Rongqing, Suche had always appeared to her as an exemplary student, but now, having left for university, he had transformed into quite the heartthrob. Nonetheless, Feng Ruashi understood. At the peak of his youth, with wealth and charm, it was only natural for him to attract attention from beautiful women. After discussing some mundane matters, Suche inquired, "Sister Ruashi, where are you currently residing?" Feng Ruashi replied, "The company has rented me an apartment nearby." Hungshi Media offered her an excellent package, tripling her previous salary, and provided a well-furnished apartment for her stay. She felt quite content, having always wished to venture out. Her career in Rongqing had reached its zenith. So when she heard Suche describe the new project, she readily agreed to join. After chatting about daily life, Suche followed Feng Ruashi to meet the newcomers. The group, mostly in their 20s, included some still attending university and others who had already dropped out. They were undeniably attractive, though lacking in distinctive features. After scrutinizing them for a while, Suche's gaze landed on a promising candidate. He approached her and asked, "What is your name?" The young woman, dressed in practice attire and sporting a ponytail, promptly responded, "Hello, boss. My name is Yuchichi. The company has given me the stage name Kaka." All the girls practicing in this studio had already been selected for the group broadcast, with the company assigning stage names based on their characteristics. Suke, curious, turned to the planner beside him and inquired, "What trajectory has the company envisioned for her?" The planner replied, "The company has planned a pure, moonlit path for Kaka." Suche nodded. Yuchichi's fair complexion and approachable demeanor indeed suited the pure image perfectly. In the realm of makeup and styling, one must exercise caution to avoid counterproductive outcomes. Suche emphasized that appropriate makeup significantly enhances a person's allure. Within the South Korean idol industry, there are several female group members who, despite possessing striking features and beauty, have faced criticism due to poor styling choices. Suche certainly does not wish for a promising talent to be squandered. Understood, the planner promptly took notes. Subsequently, Suche observed the group's dance performance. While their synchronization was commendable, their expressions appeared somewhat vacant, and some individuals displayed stiffness in their movements. However, with 2 months remaining before the group's debut, dedicated training during this period should mitigate any issues for their live performance. After sharing a few words, evening descended, and Suche invited Feng Ruashi to join him for dinner. As time progressed, only one day remained until Suche's grand event celebrating his 10 million followers. That evening, selected fans from across the nation began arriving in Linen. Upon their arrival, they settled into the hotel arranged by Suche. Later that night, in the hotel's grand banquet hall, invited fans trickled in. As they beheld the lavish array of culinary delights, they could not help but marvel at Suche's extravagance. This lobster, this black gold abalone, Suche has truly gone all out tonight, exclaimed a fan from Rongqing, snapping photos with her phone. This is merely a prelude. Tomorrow's event is where the real investment lies. Just the airfare to Lion City alone costs at least 500,000. Another fan pondered, is there really that much prize money for this event? It can't be a ruse, can it? Suche has made bold claims. For many, the motivation varied. Some were there purely for enjoyment, others hoped to win prizes, and a few aimed to meet Suche in person, while the rest remained indifferent. Meanwhile, Suche initiated a live broadcast as he headed toward the banquet hall. As the stream commenced, the viewer count soared beyond 100,000, and the chat filled with inquiries about the event specifics. Observing this, Suche addressed the audience, stating, "Details will be revealed in the coming days, tonight. All 500 fans have arrived, and I am eager to meet them." Upon reaching the entrance of the banquet hall, the hotel staff swiftly opened the doors. Graciously inviting Xu inside. As the doors swung open, all eyes in the hall turned toward the entrance, and Suche's figure emerged before them. The atmosphere in the banquet hall fell silent for a moment. "Ah, Suche!" A chorus of enthusiastic female fans erupted, snapping everyone back to reality as they joined in chanting Suche's name. Phones were raised as everyone clamored for a photo with him, while viewers in the live stream expressed their excitement. "Wow, the atmosphere is so lively. I wish I could be there. Have you noticed the splendid lobster and abalone on the table? This exquisite dish represents nearly half a month's salary for me. Suche truly possesses a generous spirit. Even if I don't receive a bonus, indulging in such a lavish feast is worthwhile." At this moment, Suche is entirely oblivious to the barrage of comments in the livestream chat. The enthusiasm of his female fans is overwhelming. This is his first fan meeting, and due to his lack of experience, he failed to arrange for on-site security. Initially, he intended to engage closely with his fans, but now it seems that proximity has become a bit too intimate. Suche hurriedly brushed aside some rather inappropriate hands and exclaimed, "Everyone, please calm down. Don't tug at my pants. I'm live streaming, and I still have my dignity to consider." In the banquet hall, upon hearing Suche's words, the fans erupted into laughter, while the first group of female fans who had rushed forward bashfully covered their faces. Chapter 73. The first encounter between Qi Wanwan and Xu Shui. Fortunately, everyone maintained their composure. After regaining his calm, Suche promptly ascended to the main stage. After adjusting his somewhat disheveled attire, he positioned his phone and approached the microphone. He surveyed the audience before breaking into a warm smile, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you all for your support. Without you, there would be no Suche today. Thank you. Suche bod sincerely in appreciation." Applause erupted from the gathered fans, with a group of female admirers mysteriously producing Suche's promotional materials and waving them enthusiastically. Understanding that everyone was likely weary of formal speeches from teachers and leaders, Suche continued, "Now, let us enjoy ourselves with good food and drink this evening. Rest well tonight, for we shall embark on a journey to Lion City tomorrow. I assure you, these 7 days will be unforgettable." As his words concluded, Suche mingled with the crowd, taking photos and toasting with the fans. When pressed for details about the upcoming challenges, he maintained an air of mystery. The festivities continued until after 10 o'clock, concluding in an orderly manner. After bidding farewell to his fans, Suche glanced at the notes in his hand, shaking his head in resignation before discarding them. These notes were the hotel room numbers that the female fans had slipped into his palm during their farewells. After departing from the hotel, Suche instructed the driver to head towards Shaoshan Airport, as Qi Wanwan's flight was nearing arrival. Upon reaching the airport, he received a call from her. After confirming her location, he directed the driver to the designated pickup point. 10 minutes later, Qi Wanwan emerged into view. "Have you been waiting long?" Suche asked softly as he stepped out of the car and embraced her. "I would wait for you forever," Qi Wanwan replied, shaking her head, her gaze deeply affectionate as it met his. Suche leaned down, passionately kissing her. After 2 minutes, Qi Wanwan wrinkled her nose slightly, playfully complaining, "You smell like alcohol. You're being contradictory. You didn't push me away," Suche teased, playfully pinching her cheek. He then loaded her luggage into the car, and once seated, instructed the driver to head towards Teo Weiyuan. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of Hang Songju, Chi Wanwan gazed at the magnificent gate in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is this truly your residence?" Suke nodded, retrieving luggage. "How much have you earned?" With a company, luxury cars, and opulent houses, she marveled, feeling as though a century had passed. The rapid accumulation of wealth and assets was astonishing. "Rest assured, I can certainly provide for you," Su Che replied casually, guiding her inside the villa while holding her hand. This was his first time residing here since acquiring the property. Once inside, Chi Wanwan's expression of shock lingered, only to exhale deeply after entering the villa. It resembled the grand residences depicted in television dramas. "Would you consider becoming the mistress of this estate?" she inquired, placing her luggage aside. "Isn't the choice of candidate obvious?" Su Che responded with a smile. Chi Wanwan lifted her head with a hint of arrogance. "That may be uncertain." Su Che counted on his fingers, seemingly suggesting there were many options available. Chi Wanwan, irritated, slapped his hand and bared her teeth, declaring, "The only candidate for the matriarch is me." Upon hearing this, Su Che offered a faint smile, showing no dissent. After some playful banter, they each retreated to their respective bathrooms for a shower. Once refreshed, the two nestled together by the tranquil pond in the garden, feeding the koi while basking in the moonlight. Yawning, Chi Wanwan snuggled into Su Che's embrace, resembling a small kitten, and soon succumbed to slumber under his gentle caress. Su Che smiled indulgently, lifting her and returning to their room. Later that evening, details regarding Su Che's fan meeting began to surface on Douyin. Many viewed the lavish banquet and expressed their envy. The platform continuously promoted various videos related to Su Che's upcoming challenge event. Earlier in the month, this matter had garnered significant attention, prompting Hengxi Media to receive numerous collaboration requests from several brands. Ultimately, a few were selected. However, the sponsorship for this event was merely a drop in the bucket, as it was the inaugural challenge program, and prior to gaining recognition, the initial sponsorship fees were understandably modest. The following morning at 9 o'clock, several buses were transporting passengers to the airport outside the hotel. Simultaneously, most of Hengxi Media's artists were also making their way to the airport in groups. Upon arrival, airport staff inspected everyone's luggage before guiding them to the designated tarmac area. Two large Boeing 767-300s and a comfortable business jet were stationed there. The staff began to board the passengers in an orderly fashion. Xu Shui and a few other leading artists from Hengxi Media were assigned to the business jet. Before long, Su Che and Chi Wanwan also boarded the aircraft. The moment Xu Shui and the others laid eyes on Chi Wanwan, they exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the relationship between her and Su Che. Fortunately, all three women were astute, understanding the appropriateness of their actions. "Hello, Chi Wanwan, I'm Xu Shui," the eldest among them said, taking the initiative to greet her. Chi Wanwan's eyes narrowed slightly, but she soon smiled, revealing her dimples, and extended her hand for a shake. As the first female guest in the front passenger seat of Su Che's Bentley, she was no stranger to this scenario. Deep down, she understood that Xu Shui likely had an ambiguous connection with Su Che, yet she was unfazed. She had come to terms with her thoughts during this time. Given Su Che's current identity and status, it was only natural for him to be surrounded by temptations. As he was in the prime of his youth, it was common for him to succumb to such allurements. Therefore, she decided to let things flow naturally, believing that when he eventually settled down, he would naturally return her side. The bond they shared was not something Xu Shui and the others could rival. As her mindset began to stabilize, Chi Wanwan took the initiative to engage in conversation with them. Before long, the group was chatting amiably like long-lost friends, warmly discussing topics such as clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics. Su Che, on the other hand, refrained from joining their lively exchange and instead delved into discussions with the director regarding the finer details following their arrival on the island. Meanwhile, staff members from the Boeing 767-300 approached the fans with a lottery box, inviting them to commence the selection of teams. Inside the box were small balls in 10 distinct colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, white, and gray. Drawing a ball of the same color would designate them as part of a single team. Once the grouping concluded, Everyone received attire matching their assigned color. After changing into their outfits, team members of the same hue began to gather, introducing themselves to one another, making the most of this opportunity to forge connections that would foster collaboration later on. As for the attire of Hongxi Media and its associates, it was a delightful pink, adorned with their respective Douyin usernames on the front and the name of Hongxi Media emblazoned on the back. Chapter 74. Teacher Fu. Do you lack self-awareness? 6 hours later, the airplane touched down in the Lion City. Upon exiting the airport, the group boarded a luxurious bus en route to the pier. Along the journey, the fans aboard eagerly took out their phones to capture the moment, sharing their excitement on social media platforms. Before long, news of Su Che and his companion's arrival in the Lion City spread like wildfire. On the exclusive bus provided by Hongxi Media, the assistant had already activated Su Che's livestream, and as the viewer count surged, he began to greet his audience. Brothers and sisters, we have now arrived in the Lion City and are currently on our way to the pier. This challenge not only includes the selected fans, but also all the artists of Hongxi Media. Of course, the Hongxi Media team will not be competing for the prize. Their rewards will be separate from the main competition. Now, let us take a moment to introduce the lovely ladies from our company. Su Che positioned himself between Xu Shui and Ruo Lin, taking a seat. The assistant directed the camera toward them, and Su Che pretended to hold a microphone as he posed a question. Teacher Fu, I heard that you volunteered to be the team leader while on the plane. Are you truly so unaware of your own capabilities? Su Che's unexpected inquiry left Xu Shui utterly astounded. She had anticipated being asked about her feelings or motivational slogans. Not being belittled, the viewers in the live stream reacted with a flurry of comments, echoing Su Che's sentiment. Indeed, Fu Xiao, you seem to lack self-awareness. Your height is lacking. Your strength is insufficient. Aside from your sharp tongue, I cannot fathom any advantages you possess. Clearly, Teacher Fu is merely cannon fodder, designated as the leader only to take the brunt of any challenges. Xu Shui's eyes brimmed with indignation, as if she wished to annihilate Su Che with a glare. Observing the other women in the bus stifling their laughter, Xu Shui's face puffed up in annoyance as she playfully smacked Su Che's arm. My becoming the team leader is a result of popular support. Do not underestimate me, she retorted, proudly puffing out her chest in defense. And what do you believe are your advantages? Su Che pressed on with a follow-up question. My advantage is you. Who are we to each other? Surely, you will look out for me. Xu Shui blinked innocently, gazing at him with an air of entitlement. Su Che promptly waved his hand in denial. Do not attempt to leverage our relationship. From this moment forward, our connection is strictly that of employer and employee. I will not show any leniency. Xu Shui feigned indignation and pushed Su Che away. Seizing the moment, Su Che moved to interview others, settling next to He Dantong and the others. He inquired, Dantong, I have heard you've been spending all your time at the gym. Do you believe your intellect is lacking, prompting you to focus on physical strength instead? He Dantong, fuming, replied, Boss, are you suggesting we put my training results to the test right here? She flexed her arm, showcasing her impressive biceps. Su Che directly pinched the soft little flesh, teasingly remarking, It truly is hard. He Dantong immediately exploded in anger, while Yanzi hurriedly embraced her, cautioning, Stay calm. He is the boss. Do you wish to face repercussions? Instantly, He Dantong's expression softened as she approached Su Che from behind and began to massage his shoulders. Boss, I merely intended to help you relax. I had no intention of causing you harm. Sukishadir indistaste. He then moved to position himself between Sona and Miaoka. Sona, what role do you believe you play within your team? Sona, adopting a dignified demeanor, tousled her hair and confidently declared, Surely, I am the visual representative. Is that not evident? At this, the entire cabin erupted in a chorus of hisses. It appears your role as the visual representative is not universally acknowledged. By the way, are you afraid of small animals? Su Che inquired, his tone laced with significance. Not at all. Small animals are simply adorable, Sona replied, shaking her head. That's good to hear. Make sure to get along with them, Su Che said, patting her shoulder, silently mourning for her future. Sona immediately grew wary. Boss, I have a feeling you are up to something. Suche smiled politely. How could that be? I assure you, they are merely small animals. With that, he deftly shifted the conversation. Turning to Miauka. Miauka, are you afraid of heights? Miauka shook her head. Not really. Then remember to do your best when the time comes. Suche encouraged before swiftly moving to another area, leaving no room for further inquiries. After interviewing everyone and generating some buzz, the bus arrived at the dock, where a magnificent cruise ship awaited. The live stream simultaneously transitioned to the ship. Everyone formed an orderly queue to board. Suche stood at the forefront, holding a megaphone and calling out loudly. Soon, everyone was aboard, and Suche made his way alone to the deck, where he boarded a helicopter. Let us set off. I'll first show you the panoramic view of the island. The pilot, upon receiving the signal, activated the helicopter, and, as it ascended, the crowd on the cruise ship dwindled in size, resembling ants. Suche captured the stunning scenery with his phone, ensuring that the viewers in the live stream could appreciate the breathtaking sights. This environment is truly beautiful. I wish I could be there in person. It's infuriating to have to work during the National Day holiday. The boss is truly inconsiderate. I share your sentiment. The boss is inhumane. Not only must we work, but we also receive no triple salary. Though I have time off, my finances are tight. Even stepping outside feels like a luxury. Before long, the helicopter hovered over a coral-shaped island. Suche addressed the viewers in the live stream. This is the island for our event. A circular coral archipelago composed of 7 surrounding islands. The first island serves as the venue for leisure and entertainment, while the remaining 6 islands present a series of challenges. Only upon conquering the trials of these 6 islands will the ultimate prize challenge be revealed. As to what this challenge entails, we invite you to await further developments. After Suche concluded his explanation, he instructed the pilot to circle around the periphery of the islands. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. According to Suche, each of the 6 islands represents a challenge with a monetary reward of 5 million, culminating in a total challenge fund of 30 million. Alongside a final grand prize of 10 million. This brings the entire challenge fund to an astonishing 40 million, eliciting feelings of anticipation and envy from all. After circling the outer edges of the islands, the helicopter descended onto the helipad of the first island. Dozens of hired staff promptly bowed and greeted Suche. Chapter 75. The Swimsuits of the Enchanting Beauties. Suche waved his hand and subsequently sought out the butler. Is everything prepared? It is all ready, the butler replied. Given the larger number of guests this time, he had commenced preparations 2 days in advance, ensuring the accommodations, delectable cuisine, and entertainment facilities were all in place to guarantee that each individual could indulge in the luxurious service befitting esteemed guests. At this moment on the cruise ship, they were nearing the destination of the first island, and many had gathered on the deck, gazing ahead at the breathtaking scenery. The view is truly magnificent. It is no wonder this is the private island of a billionaire. One exclaimed, Look ahead, there's a roller coaster and a Ferris wheel. It seems like a complete amusement park. Another chimed in, and look at all those jet skis by the shore. I want to ride a jet ski. What is that over there? Is it a hot air balloon? How extravagant. As everyone marveled, it became evident from their vantage point that the island was replete with both natural beauty and entertainment facilities. Half an hour later, the cruise ship docked at the pier, and the guests began to disembark in an orderly fashion. Standing on the soft sandy beach, they were greeted by dozens of staff members offering a variety of refreshments, snacks, and hot towels. Everyone was somewhat taken aback by the hospitality. At that moment, Suche approached with the butler and called out to the crowd, What do you think? Are you satisfied with the paradise I have prepared for you? Absolutely. The crowd responded in unison. For the next 7 days, this will be our time of revelry. You may indulge in an array of culinary delights and partake in numerous entertainment activities. Now, please follow my lead to your accommodations. Suche promptly took the lead, with the others leisurely trailing behind. Along the way, gasps of astonishment filled the air as they beheld the island's environment, which surpassed their initial impressions. Among the foliage, various small creatures could be seen, eliciting giggles from many of the girls. Before long, they arrived at their lodgings, several expansive villas. The ground floor featured a spacious lobby with various board games available for enjoyment. Each villa on the island was equipped with a restaurant, where chefs from different culinary traditions awaited to craft a myriad of dishes at your command. Simply express your desires to the chef. You may first place your luggage in your rooms. In 30 minutes, we shall convene at the amusement park, Suche announced. Afterward, he led the team from Hungshi Media to the highest point on the island. The villa at the pinnacle served as the residence for all members of Hungshi Media. It boasted a private pool and an offshore golf practice facility, among other recreational amenities. Feel free to choose your preferred rooms. However, I must inform you that the largest master suite has already been reserved by me. Suche grinned at the ladies. Upon hearing this, the women eagerly began selecting their desired rooms, noting that aside from the master suite, the facilities in the remaining rooms were identical, with only slight variations in the views. Suche, come quickly and help us take photos. Chi Wanwan greeted, and Suche stepped forward to take the camera, capturing a few photos. Are you all going to change into swimsuits? Are we heading to the water park later? Suki inquired. The girls nodded in unison, each having brought their own swimwear. 15 minutes later, the beauties from Hungshi Media had all changed into their swimsuits. The soft, creamy white fabric of their attire swayed unreservedly before him. Cherry donned a seductive black bikini, complemented by a sheer black shawl that accentuated her alluring curves. Boss, do you think it looks good? Cherry confidently approached Suke, showcasing her graceful figure. Each individual present harbored feelings for Suche, and she was no exception, even if Suche were not their boss. His mere countenance was sufficient to captivate her heart. The sun's too bright. I can't see clearly. Suche instinctively averted his gaze. But in the next moment, the sight of Dantong in a yellow bikini caught his eye. Boss, do you think it looks good? Suche found himself speechless and promptly returned indoors to change into swim trunks. When the girls noticed he had donned a white t-shirt, their discontent became apparent. Boss, we've dressed up for you. Why are you covering up? No sooner had the words left her mouth than a pair of small hands reached from behind Suche, playfully lifting his shirt to reveal his perfectly proportioned physique. Miauka, are you asking for trouble? Suche replied, lightly swatting her away. Boss, your physique is truly impressive. Miauka remarked sweetly, her gaze fixated on his abs. At that moment, Shu Shui and the others also emerged in their swimwear, adorned with sun protection garments. Kivanwan, observing the ample bosoms of certain women before her, instinctively straightened her posture and muttered, all are vanquished foes. Shu Shui and Ruo Lin exchanged puzzled glances. They had witnessed Chi Wanwan's figure earlier, which had deflated their spirits. It was futile to compare. They could only hope to rival with the slender Lu Xinxin. Chi Wanwan leisurely approached Suche, affectionately linking her arm with his, and playfully said, Suche, I want to ride the jet ski. Will you accompany me? Later, Suche replied as he led the group toward the amusement park. At this point, most people had gathered there. Perhaps due to the sweltering weather or the allure of water activities, the majority had changed into swimsuits. Everyone have fun. Their essay party at the water park tonight. Suche called out, guiding Chi Wanwan and the 4 other girls toward the dock. After donning life jackets, they hopped onto the jet ski, with Chi Wanwan sitting closely behind and wrapping her arms around his waist. Let us go, she shouted, and Suche immediately revved the throttle, propelling them into the sea. Roll in, hop on. Shu Shui called to her as she mounted another jet ski and waved at Ruo Lin. Ruo Lin declined with a wave of her hand. I just got together with Suche. I haven't had my fill yet. With that, she pulled Lu Xinxin to a nearby lounge chair for a massage. Shu Shui shot a disapproving glare at the 2 traders, revved her throttle, and sped toward Suche. After a considerable amount of time playing, the 3 finally ascended the shore, dragging the 2 reluctant ones, Ruolin and Lu Xin, towards the water park. No, I don't want to go up. Che, Shue, please spare me. At that moment, on the competitive slide of the water park, Ruolin clung desperately to the iron railing, her face a portrait of resistance as she implored the others. Upon their arrival at the water park, a group of fans challenged Suche to a race, vying to see who could descend the water slide the fastest. As this was a multi-person slide, the inflatable raft could accommodate 5 individuals. Perfectly, Suche and his companions made up the 5, and everyone, save for Ruolin, agreed to participate. The water slide towered at approximately 18 meters in height and stretched about 60 to 70 meters in length, featuring numerous spiral bends and trumpet-shaped turns. Initially brimming with confidence, Roland's resolve crumbled as she reached the high platform, her legs turning to jelly as she steadfastly refused to board the inflatable raft. Chapter 76. Attracting attention for the upcoming group broadcast. No, I refuse to go up. If I can't stop in time, I'll surely fly off. Roland clung tightly to Suche's waist, her large, pitiable eyes blinking innocently. Behind her, Chi Wanwan and the other girls could no longer bear to watch. They swiftly approached and, united in strength, lifted her and tossed her into the inflatable raft. Suche followed suit, sitting beside her, and reassured her, "As long as you firmly hold onto the safety straps of the raft, you will be just fine." Upon hearing this, Roland grasped the safety straps with both hands, instinctively wrapping her legs around Suche's waist. "What about you?" Shu Shui playfully smacked her thigh, prompting her to release her grip. Soon, all 5 of them were seated upon the raft, and with a push from the staff, the inflatable craft glided down the slide with remarkable speed. Sharp screams erupted, not just from Roland, but from the other 3 girls as well. Fortunately, the shrieks only lasted a moment before the raft smoothly entered the swimming pool below. "I'm so scared." After splashing into the water, Roland found an opportunity and entwined herself around Suche like a vine around a tree. "You need to get down. Is it impossible for you to not have a fever for even a day?" Chi Wanwan pouted angrily, pulling Roland off him. Shu Shui and Lu Xinxin quickly followed suit, giving her a good squeeze in the pool. Emerging from the water, Roland glared at them, panting, "You're just jealous of my long legs." Moments ago in the pool, someone had pinched her long legs quite forcefully, as if we don't have long legs. Chi Wanwan and Lu Xinxin scoffed, lifting her legs dismissively. Shu Shui closed her eyes, choosing to ignore the commotion. After a playful scuffle that lasted a while, the sky began to darken, and the lights within the amusement park suddenly illuminated the surroundings. In the Waterworld S pool, Su Qingyin led a band onto the stage that had been set up in the center of the pool. Shortly after the conclusion of the bar event, she had reported to Hengxi Media. She had arrived the day before, all in preparation for tonight's musical performance. As Su Qingyin ascended the stage and expertly operated the music equipment, the deep thumping of the bass reverberated like a heavy hammer, and the band began to play and sing in harmony with the rhythm. The entire water world instantly erupted into a carnival atmosphere. "Everyone, let us get hyped." Su Qingyin shouted exuberantly, adjusting the control panel. As a hardcore dance track resonated throughout the venue, the ambience was ignited into a frenzy. This revelry was also captured by the viewers in the live broadcast. The number of people in the stream surged at an observable rate, with various gift effects flashing across the screen. Suche stepped onto the performance stage, took the microphone, and proclaimed loudly, "Next, we invite our outstanding dance blogger from Hengxi Media to present an exhilarating performance." This sequence had been meticulously planned, aimed at drawing attention to the upcoming dance group broadcast from Hengxi Media. As Suche's voice faded, the dance streamers, including Kaka, ascended the stage. To alleviate any potential tension and prevent mistakes, Feng Ruoxi also joined the performance as the lead dancer. Su Qingyin promptly adjusted the music, while the lighting technician directed the lights toward the stage. Under the watchful gaze of 500 live fans and an audience of hundreds of thousands in the live stream, the dance troupe from Hengxi Media commenced their inaugural stage performance. After a rigorous period of training, the dancers had become intimately acquainted with various dance routines. With a surge of self-encouragement, they launched into their performance. The synchronized knife dance, paired with impeccable expression management, elicited exuberant cheers from the audience. The viewers in the live stream were equally stirred. "The lead dancer is so impressive. What is her name? I adore the girl next to her. Her expression is so pure. Like a moonlight." This dance clearly reflects hard work, rivaling those South Korean girl groups. What is the selection process for domestic talent shows? Producing a bunch of misfits who can't even dance in unison? There are hidden gems in the community. The assistants in the live stream began promoting the Group S account. Soon, The new account of Hengshi Media's group surpassed 100,000 followers in an instant. Not only did the official group account flourish, but the followers of Kaka and others also saw a significant increase, with Phone Ruashi gaining followers the fastest, followed closely by Kaka, while the others saw a similar rise. After performing 3 consecutive dance pieces, Phone Ruashi led the others off stage. The subsequent performances were led by Ying Tao and her group, featuring both dancing and singing. Following this promotional surge, most of the participants experienced an explosive increase in their follower counts. As the live stream concluded, exhaustion set in, and attendees gradually began to disperse. Before leaving, Suche outlined the challenge time and meeting place for the next day. Upon returning to the mountaintop villa, he Dantong and the others checked their follower growth on their phones. Among them, Ying Tao had the least increase, as she was already a major influencer with millions of followers, having nearly reached her limit. Without more compelling topics or videos, growth was challenging. Suche, however, was on the brink of 2 million followers, thanks to this event and his previous duel with Mengyu, which attracted numerous new fans. Everyone should rest early, Suche remarked, clapping his hands before retreating to his master bedroom, while the others returned to their rooms, leaving only Chi Wanwan and a few others in the hall. The girls exchanged glances and grasped each other's arms. I just need to use the restroom, Xu Shui said sheepishly, concocting an excuse. I feel the same. I'll accompany you, Lu Xan exclaimed, ready to rise and leave with Xu Shui. Having been close friends for a long time, their awkward phase had long passed. You too. Come back here, Chi Wanwan said, skeptical of the 2 mischievous women, and promptly pulled them back. Just then, Xu Shui noticed the quiet movements of Ruolin attempting to leave. With the mindset of denying others the opportunity if I cannot seize it myself, I immediately shouted, Ruolin, what do you think you're running off to? Ruolin dodged and, with a playful smirk, provocatively replied, where else would I go? Of course, I'm heading to the boss. Tonight is mine. As for tomorrow, you can decide. With that, she strode confidently towards the master bedroom. Upon entering, she promptly shut the door and locked it. Chi Wanwan stood at the doorway, nearly exasperated, realizing that despite her vigilance, she had still been outmaneuvered. She resolved to return to her room. Tomorrow night would be hers. Chi Wanwan grasped the wrists of the 2 others and led them into the room. Chapter 77. To withdraw or to continue. The following morning, the sound of voice outside stirred Su Che from his slumber. Su Che, hurry and get up to open the door. As he opened his eyes and glanced down at his own alabaster arms and the long legs tightly clasped around his waist, he gently patted himself awake. Get up, or Wanwan will storm in. Ruolin slowly opened her eyes, the haze in her pupils gradually dissipating. Hearing the voice of Chi Wanwan outside, she smiled with a triumphant expression and, placing her hands on Su Che's waist, nestled in for comfort. No, I'm not getting up. I'm still tired. Enough. The activities are about to begin, so stop dawdling. Su Che propped himself up, picked up Ruolin, and, after freshening up in the bathroom and dressing, finally opened the door. Outside, Chi Wanwan stood with hands on her hips, indignantly stating, So you decided to get up after all? Reluctantly, I still wish to sleep a bit longer. Ruolin, like a cunning little fox, flaunted her thoughts before Chi Wanwan. You naughty girl. Chi Wanwan puffed her cheeks in annoyance. With a helpless shove, Su Che urged Ruolin to behave. He then approached Chi Wanwan, lifted her into his arms, and shared a passionate kiss. Actions speak louder than words. Chi Wanwan stood momentarily stunned, but soon, swept into the rhythm by Su Che. After they ended the kiss, she stood there blushing. Such a little girl, Ruolin teased before turning to head downstairs. Let us go, Su Che said, shaking his head as he took Chi Wanwan's hand and followed Ruolin down. After breakfast, Su Che made his way to the assembly point alone. The gathering place was set within a constructed photography studio. This event was officially live-streamed in collaboration with Douyin. The head of Douyin revealed to him that the platform intended to develop a streaming service covering films, television dramas, variety shows, and various short dramas. If Su Che's event was successful, it would subsequently be transformed into a brand program in the form of a reality show. Therefore, The recording of this event was managed by professionals arranged by Douyin. As the official live stream commenced, viewers began to enter the broadcast one after another, and the excitement escalated. Without a hint of hesitation, Suche stepped onto the main stage. Facing the camera, he began, "Welcome, dear viewers, to our live stream. I assure you this will be the most exhilarating program you have ever witnessed in your lifetime. As the founder of this event, we have gone to great lengths to secure an entire island as our challenge site, and will be offering tens of millions in prizes. Please take a look." As the lights illuminated, the true nature of the studio was revealed to the audience. With a dazzling array of technological lights and a cyberpunk aesthetic, at the center stood a transparent acrylic cabinet, neatly displaying 10 million gleaming banknotes. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted with excitement upon witnessing the staggering sum of 10 million in cash. "Wow, it's real money. 10 million. If only I could participate." Those who previously accused Suche of deceit were silenced. The money was laid bare. How could there be any doubt? This group of fans was indeed fortunate, not only to partake in the division of the 10 million grand prize, but also to compete for an additional 5 million in bonuses for each challenge, an opportunity for overnight wealth. Online reports indicated that the venue had been divided into 10 teams, each consisting of 50 participants, merely from the 5 million allocated for the project challenges. Each individual could potentially receive 100,000. If they succeeded consecutively, the rewards could escalate to several 100,000. As the atmosphere in the live stream intensified, Suche began to address the crowd. "Next, I invite all 500 contestants participating in this reality challenge to enter." No sooner had he spoken than the studio doors slowly opened. Contestants clad in garments of various hues began to file in. Upon catching sight of the central display of 10 million in cash, the audience gasped in astonishment. Despite their nonchalance regarding money on platforms like Douyin, the sight of even a mere 10,000 in cash could spark frenzy in reality, let alone 10 million. Many in attendance found their breaths quickening. The artists from Hengxi Media were equally transfixed by the sight of the money. "All right, please form an orderly line," Suche bellowed, and within moments, everyone began to arrange themselves into neat rows according to the colors they represented. I believe everyone must be feeling quite exhilarated right now. However, before we commence the games, I have a surprise for you. As the words left his lips, 5 individuals clad in black emerged, each carrying a silver case. Upon opening the cases, they revealed they were filled with cash. Suche addressed the crowd. "As you all know, the prize for each challenge in this reality show is 5 million. What you may not realize is that only one team will emerge victorious from each challenge. Only the successful teams will advance to the final round for the grand prize. This means that some teams may secure 2 or even 3 rewards throughout these 6 rounds, while others may walk away with nothing, thereby forfeiting their eligibility for the 10 million grand challenge. Thus, I present to you a benefit. The total cash within these 5 cases amounts to 2 million. You now have 10 minutes to deliberate whether you wish to participate in the upcoming challenges. Those who choose to withdraw from the competition will share this 2 million cash prize. In other words, if only one person opts out, they will claim the entire 2 million. Conversely, the more who withdraw, the smaller the share for each. Will you choose to seize the moment, or will you place your faith in your own abilities? Before entering, each of you received a sign. Red represents participation, while blue signifies withdrawal. After 10 minutes, please make your choice. The countdown begins now. Upon uttering these words, everyone present was rendered speechless. A collective silence enveloped the room as individuals exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of complexity, each lost in their own thoughts. Within the live streaming room, viewers, upon hearing this rule, immediately engaged in fervent discussions. Were I in their position, I would withdraw. The forthcoming challenges were shrouded in uncertainty, and no one could assure the success of their team. Opting to exit and secure a monetary reward seemed the most straightforward choice. Should a significant number choose to withdraw, the prize money would dwindle. With 10 participants, the total prize is 200,000. Yet if 100 individuals were involved, the share would shrink to a mere 20,000. In light of the 5 million challenge reward and the 10 million grand prize, This hardly seemed worthwhile. After all, should the challenge succeed, a minimum of 100,000 could be attained. A sudden thought struck me. If many chose to withdraw, wouldn't the remaining team members then receive a larger share? Contemplating this possibility, it appeared wiser to take the risk. I was resolute in my decision to withdraw. Whether the remaining participants would gain more was uncertain. But I would not allow anyone to monopolize the 2 million. Chapter 78. The Hide-and-Seek Contest. Inside the studio, the participants, each clutching their placards, fell into a profound silence. Their eyes darted around the room, seeking to glean any hints from the expressions of their peers. Many were wavering internally, uncertain of the challenges that lay ahead. If the trials proved too daunting, they pondered whether it might be wiser to simply withdraw and take their chances with the cash instead. 200,000. Surely they could salvage at least 10 or 20,000 from that. Observing the atmosphere, Su-che descended to the floor with the photographer to conduct interviews. The first interviewee was a 25-year-old woman. Su-che inquired, "May I ask your name, beautiful lady?" He shouting, she responded, "What is your profession?" "I am a freelancer, a full-time online author." "And how is your income?" She hesitated, "I can only say that I won't starve." Feeling slightly embarrassed, he shouting scratched her head. She had been enamored with domineering CEO novels since high school and had entered the field during university. However, after all these years, her career had yet to flourish. "I must ask, would you consider withdrawing?" Su-che posed the pivotal question, and the eyes of the other participants turned toward her. With resolute determination, he shouting declared, "I will not withdraw. I am certain I will succeed in the challenge and claim the prize." The authenticity of her words was indeterminate, leaving the others skeptical. Su-che approached another individual, a balding middle-aged man. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that he was a programmer, facing the specter of layoffs as he aged. When Su-che asked if he would withdraw, he firmly responded, "I will definitely not withdraw. I aim to win the ultimate prize and buy gifts for my daughter." "I wish you success," Su-che replied. After interviewing several more participants, each insisted they would not abandon the challenge, igniting a fervor among those present. Those eager to continue hoped for some to withdraw, allowing them to share the prize more generously, while those contemplating withdrawal wished for more participants to step forward, ensuring their share remained unaffected. As time ticked away, 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Su-che ascended the platform and proclaimed loudly, "The 10 minutes are up. Please close your eyes and make your choice. This decision is final and irreversible. I will now count down from 3. 3, 2, 1. Please make your choice." No sooner had he finished speaking than all 500 contestants raised their placards to indicate their choices. The staff immediately began tabulating the results. Moments later. The outcome was astonishing. An unexpected number of participants chose to withdraw. 173 out of 500 had opted out. As everyone opened their eyes, those who had withdrawn sighed in dismay upon discovering they were not alone in their decision. He shouting, "Did you not assert your unwavering commitment to remain? Yet you have raised the blue flag. As a full-time writer, my hands are tied and my shoulders burdened. I truly lack confidence in the challenges that lie ahead." With 173 participants, that equates to merely over 10,000 for each individual. Had I known, I would have chosen not to withdraw. This sum already represents 2 months of my salary. I am content with the prospect of enjoying 7 days free of charge while also receiving 10,000 yuan. The audience in the live broadcast room began to fervently discuss this turn of events. Dividing 2 million among 173 people yields just over 11,000 for each. If those who continue to challenge succeed, the rewards could be substantial. However, the calculations do not work in such a straightforward manner. Who can guarantee their own success in the impending trials? One should be grateful for 10,000 yuan. Were I in your position, I too would opt to withdraw. 10,000 is no trifling amount. Within the venue, Su-che raised his hand to silence the crowd and announced, "Now, I ask the 173 participants who have chosen to withdraw to leave the lineup." As individuals departed one after another, the composition of the 10 teams shifted dramatically. Astonishingly, fewer than 15 members remained in the blue team. It is uncertain whether to deem them fortunate or unfortunate. Aside from the blue team, which experienced the greatest exodus, the other teams largely maintained their numbers, each hovering above 30 participants. The next challenge would favor the team with the largest numbers, yet the corresponding rewards would also diminish, leaving everything shrouded in uncertainty. Now, let us proceed to the challenge island. Onward, esteemed participants. With a grand gesture, Suche directed everyone, guided by the staff, toward the cruise ship at the dock. Suche himself boarded a helicopter, arriving at the first challenge island. Upon landing, he was greeted by 10 imposing men in suits, standing at attention with solemn expressions. Photographers trained their lenses on these figures. Before long, all contestants had arrived, standing upon the pristine sands. Suche faced the 10 imposing figures and addressed the participants. You must be quite curious about the role of these individuals behind me. Without further ado, Suche elucidated the competition. Surely, you all have played hide and seek? This island is home to 8 distinct hide-and-seek maps, and you will need to conceal yourselves within 2 hours. When time is up, these 10 individuals, along with myself, will transform into seekers. The team with the most surviving members at the end of the 2 hours shall be deemed the victor of this challenge. Should everyone be captured within the time limit, the prize money will be forfeited. Do you all understand the rules? We understand. The contestants collectively shouted in response. The rules were indeed simple. Survival of the greatest number was the key. The expressions of the blue team members reflected a palpable sense of resignation. Their team is the smallest in number, inherently lacking the advantage that other teams possess. Having comprehended the situation, let us set forth. The timer is set for 2 hours, and the countdown begins. As soon as the words were uttered, the remaining competitors dashed towards the island. The photographers promptly followed suit, while Yuche and his companions surrendered all their equipment, ensuring that they would receive no information during the competition. Under the vigilant scrutiny of the cameras and the live audience, it was established that no acts of deceit were committed. At that moment, the live broadcast began to display multiple screens, allowing viewers to witness the various methods and locations where contestants chose to conceal themselves. 8 screens showcased 8 distinct scenarios: the tumultuous prison, the maritime fortress, the haunted cruise ship, the abandoned school, the art gallery, the astronomical observatory, the lost forest, and the derelict asylum. Chapter 79. Brother, you truly give it your all. As the camera crew advanced, the audience in the live broadcast soon beheld the first scene, a dilapidated prison. Upon first glance at this forsaken establishment, competitors swiftly devised their hiding spots. Within the blue team, none ventured into the prison to seek refuge. Instead, they convened to deliberate. We are a mere 14 in number, a distinct disadvantage. It is imperative that we consider our distribution, proposed a young man, likely in his 20s. I concur, yet I have a suggestion. We could pair up to conceal ourselves. One could act as bait while the other remains hidden. Should one be captured, perhaps the concealed partner would escape notice. A woman interjected thoughtfully. An intriguing idea, but the criteria for hiding spots will be rather stringent. Pairs must find a location that is both conspicuous and concealed, ensuring that if one is apprehended, the other remains undiscovered. Meanwhile, Roland and Shushua ventured into the prison, searching for a suitable hiding place. Before long, Roland spotted a cabinet. Shushua, support me as I check for a concealed compartment within, she instructed. The cabinet appeared affixed to the wall, yet the upper section's depth did not align with that of the lower cabinet. It seemed to harbor an additional space. Climbing up, Roland confirmed the existence of a hidden compartment. After some contemplation, she declared, "Let us conceal ourselves within this compartment," ensuring to cover it with a wooden panel of matching color and shape. Thus, even if discovered, the hidden space would remain unsuspected. "Let us proceed, as you suggest," Shushua agreed, immediately beginning her search for an appropriate wooden panel. Fortunately, materials were abundant. Various shapes of wood, hammers, saws, and nails were all within reach. Shushua located a suitably shaped piece, cutting it to perfectly obscure the upper compartment. Once they nestled inside, Roland utilized her height to secure the panel in place. From an exterior viewpoint, it would appear as though both compartments shared an identical depth, presenting the illusion of a singular cabinet affixed to the wall. In reality, the wall was thin, concealing a hidden space within. Having captured all their actions, the cameraman departed the scene. Viewers in the live stream expressed their admiration, praising Roland's ingenuity. How clever! This hiding spot is simply brilliant. An ordinary person, upon opening the cabinet and finding it empty, would never suspect a concealed compartment. It seemed Roland and Teacher Fu's group were destined for success. On the other side, Chi Wanwan and Lu Xinxin arrived at the abandoned campus. Upon entering a deserted classroom draped in cobwebs, Chi Wanwan identified a potential hiding spot. Behind a blackboard lies a storage space. The location is quite decent, yet peering in from the cabinet on this side would reveal your presence. Lu Xinxin furrowed her brow and began to search her surroundings for any useful items. To her fortune, she discovered a rectangular wooden board, which she placed horizontally in the middle of the storage space, successfully partitioning it. Now, when one looks in from the lower cabinet, only the wooden board is visible. Without a thorough inspection, one might assume the area behind it is a lattice structure, incapable of concealing anyone. Once the two had arranged everything, they held their breath and waited in silence. As time ticked away, some had successfully hidden, while others flitted about like headless flies. The various hiding methods left the viewers in the live stream astounded. Had they not possessed a god's eye view, capturing anyone would certainly not have been an easy feat. Ding, ding, ding. 2 hours later, with the sound of the alarm ringing, Suche issued commands to the 10 men, split into 8 teams. The school, the psychiatric hospital, and the Lost Forest cover a large area. Pair up and head out. Your wages today are tied to your performance, so do not take this lightly or show mercy. Upon hearing Suche's words, the crowd thumped their chests in assurance that they would indeed root everyone out. Very well, let us depart. Suche led the cameraman towards the nearest prison scene. Though it was afternoon, the interior of the prison remained somewhat dim. Upon entering, Suche took out a flashlight and began to scrutinize the surroundings. Soon enough, he apprehended the first contestant hiding in a large cabinet at the entrance. Brother, your hiding spot is far too conspicuous. You have been eliminated. Suche stamped the outmark on his hand. The accompanying men in black immediately escorted the eliminated contestant away. This brother hid so obviously. Perhaps he was providing cover for someone else. I must investigate thoroughly to avoid letting anyone slip through the cracks. Suche murmured to the camera before resuming his meticulous search. Indeed, beneath the shelf of that large cabinet, he found another contestant. Had he not conducted a careful inspection, he might have overlooked the cabinet entirely. What a pity! I had hoped to deceive you, lamented the contestant. So close, Suche chuckled as he stamped the mark. After conducting a thorough search of the nearby hiding spots and finding no one, he proceeded deeper into the prison. Upon entering the ventilation room in the prison basement, Suche's gaze immediately fell upon the abandoned exhaust duct. The duct was spacious enough for an adult to conceal themselves within. Knock, knock, is anyone there? Suche playfully tapped on the metal surface of the duct. He then leaned in, shining his flashlight, and smiled. Brother, feeling cramped? The captured contestant helplessly emerged from a duct. Is there anyone else hiding in there? Suche suddenly inquired, prompting the individual to instinctively glance toward a certain spot, only to realize too late that he had fallen into a trap and hastily averted his gaze. However, it was already too late. Suche approached and discovered that it was, astonishingly, a drainage ditch. As he lifted the cover that lay atop it, he remarked in disbelief, "My friend, you truly are dedicated. How can you endure such a stench?" The scenes and facilities on this island were all orchestrated by the activity card. Everything was designed to simulate a realistic environment. Although this prison had long been abandoned, the ditch was still replete with an unbearable, acrid odor. I too was left speechless. I had thought capture was impossible, yet here we were. The contestants within the ditch cast resentful glances at their hapless teammate. The hapless teammate sheepishly scratched his head, realizing that Suche was far too cunning, and he had unwittingly fallen into the snare. Chapter 80. The hide-and-seek contest concludes. Over half an hour has elapsed. Suche has successfully apprehended more than 10 participants, with only the blue team yet to be caught. At this moment, Suche approaches the hiding place of Ruo Lin and Xu Shui. His keen eye immediately identifies a cabinet that may conceal someone, prompting him to advance and open it. Finding the lower compartment empty, he proceeds to inspect the upper one. Inside, Ruo-Lin and Xu Shui hold their breaths, terrified of being discovered. The viewers in the live stream share their anxiety for the duo, urging them silently to remain undetected. Come on, don't get found. The tension is palpable, and this is what a variety show should embody, unlike the lackluster productions currently airing. The Hengxi media team has dwindled to a mere few, as the competitors exhibit fierce determination without mercy. Perhaps due to the impeccable construction of the partition, Su Che merely glances at it before turning to leave. The livestream audience breathes a collective sigh of relief. However, moments later, Su Che seems to notice something and returns. He opens the upper compartment, striking the wooden panel with a firm knock, and declares, "Come out. You have been discovered." There is no response from within. Do not resist. You truly lack attention to detail. The cut wood and shavings you failed to clean up speak volumes. Earlier, he had spotted the wood pieces and debris on the floor, alongside a saw, clearly indicating someone had sawed a board to conceal something. Moreover, the color and pattern of the upper partition matched the wood pieces perfectly, confirming the existence of a hidden compartment. Inside, Xu Shui and Ruo-Lin exchange glances and simultaneously inquire, "You didn't clean up the mess?" They sigh in resignation and, after a brief moment, obediently dismantle the partition to emerge. Next time, remember to be more meticulous. Su Che chuckles lightly. "Move aside, we need to crawl out," Xu Shui retorts, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Yet, exiting proves to be more challenging than entering, as the confined space offers little leverage. Noticing their struggle, Su Che promptly assists them in climbing out. Upon their emergence, both are drenched in sweat and gasping for air. "I thought I was going to suffocate." Xu Shui fans her face with her hands. Su Che approaches and stamps them with a mark of elimination. "You may step outside to rest." With that, he resumes his search in other areas. An hour and a half later, all those hiding within the abandoned prison have been caught. With only half an hour remaining, the director begins to announce the remaining participants, revealing that 37 individuals are yet to be apprehended. The team with the most members left is the red team, followed closely by the blue team. Su Che is somewhat astonished to learn that the blue team, consisting of 14 members, has managed to endure for such a duration. Arriving at the derelict school, Su Che is the first to enter the classroom. Observing the empty space, he strides up to the podium and stands before the blackboard. With a sharp tap on the blackboard, the hollow sound reverberated, and noticing the movable frame, he deduced that there must be a concealed compartment within. During his high school years, he had encountered a classroom featuring a hidden storage blackboard, where various teaching aids and temporary items were often stored away. Su Che tugged forcefully, yet it would not budge. Clearly, someone was inside, having secured the zipper. So, this is how it's to be played. Su Che furrowed his brow. He had the means to dismantle the blackboard with ease, but he was wary of potentially harming the occupant within. The rules stipulated that a successful capture could only be deemed valid upon full visibility of the individual. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed a small cabinet below. He approached, crouched down, and illuminated the interior with his flashlight, revealing a partition and some brooms scattered about. Grasping a broom, Su Che prodded the partition vigorously. As it collapsed, the figures of Qi Wanwan and Lu Xinxin emerged before him. "Come out, you're captured," he declared. No sooner had he spoken than Qi Wanwan pulled the zipper and stepped out from behind the blackboard. "How annoying. With just 10 minutes left? Couldn't you give us a break?" Qi Wanwan exclaimed, her face flushed and beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. They had been confined for over an hour, nearly suffocating, and with victory within their grasp, Su Che's arrival had thwarted their efforts. "I am a heartless pursuer," Su Che remarked impassively as he stamped their elimination. Before they could voice any protest, they were escorted away by a figure in black. With only 10 minutes remaining, Su Che was about to exit the classroom in search of others when a sudden thought struck him, compelling him to glance at the podium. Constructed of wooden boards, it too was hollow. He had been preoccupied with the blackboard and had not paid much attention. Now, reflecting on a certain spot he had stepped on earlier that had sounded rather dull, he quickly pried open a section of the edge. Indeed, a figure clad in a blue team uniform appeared before him. "I surrender," the young man declared, raising his hands as he slowly emerged. Alas, what a wasted effort. He lamented, Su-che smiled at him and proceeded to lift 2 more wooden boards, extracting the remaining hidden individuals before stating, "Now, this truly is a wasted effort. You could have simply pushed aside the remaining boards and walked out, yet you chose to crawl out. There must be some trickery afoot." The 2 members of the blue team exchanged glances and shrugged helplessly. As the final 10 minutes dwindled, the production team announced the results via intercom. The blue team had 3 members remaining, while the red team had 4. Ultimately, the red team emerged victorious. Cheers erupted from the red team upon hearing the news. Just as Su-che exited the abandoned school, he heard a commotion from the nearby sandy area and turned to investigate. To his surprise, a young man clad in red emerged from between 2 dilapidated tires placed in the sand. "Your hiding place is truly remarkable," Su-che exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in praise. It turned out that this young man had dug a pit in the sand, then buried his lower half within it, artfully concealing himself with the sand he had excavated. He topped off his ingenious disguise with 2 discarded tires, covering his upper body, and finally placed the rims over himself, achieving perfect concealment. Even if outsiders noticed the tires, they would hardly suspect that such a small space could harbor a person. It was indeed a stroke of creativity. By the time they returned to the beach rendezvous, it was already evening, and the sky was gradually darkening. Suke stepped forward, smiling, and announced, "Let's congratulate the red team for winning this round of hide-and-seek." He continued, "Please register your bank accounts or social payment IDs with our staff shortly. The prize money will be distributed evenly into your accounts. Rest assured, this 5 million is the net amount." Upon hearing this, everyone in the red team erupted into jubilant cheers. With a total of 34 members in their team, each person would receive over 140,000. For most in the team, this was undoubtedly a substantial sum. Chapter 81. The Shipbuilding Competition. The audience in the live broadcast room, upon witnessing this scene, expressed their envy. Truly, a mix of admiration and jealousy. Over 140,000. This amount nearly represents my 2 years' worth of salary. Su-che is indeed generous. Astonishingly, the prize is tax-free. It is a pity for the blue team. Had those last 2 individuals not been discovered by Su-che, victory would have been theirs. I wonder what competition awaits us tomorrow. I am eagerly anticipating it. This program surpasses many variety shows on television. The current offerings from TV stations are increasingly tedious. After the conclusion of the hide-and-seek competition, Su-che led the contestants back to the first island for some well-deserved rest. The next challenge would commence the following day. Upon returning to the island, everyone hurried to their rooms to shower, dine, and relax. Su-che also retreated to the villa atop the mountain. Observing a group of ravenous individuals devouring the delectable spread before them, he remarked with exasperation, "All you do is eat. The first group to be eliminated was you. You have truly embarrassed me." Dan Tong, feeling wronged, protested, "I was the last one caught. You cannot blame me." Dan Tong had concealed herself in the kitchen of the haunted cruise ship, squeezing beneath the stove and covering herself with a steamer. Her face smeared with soot, yet she ultimately could not evade capture. The others chimed in with their grievances, believing they had hidden well, and could only blame the hunters for their prowess. "All right, enough." Su-che waved his hand in resignation, urging silence as the noise pained his ears. After dinner, Su-che reclined on the sofa, conversing with Su Yu about the broadcast performance of the day's show. The results were unexpectedly favorable, with numerous advertisers reaching out to the company, eager to invest in the upcoming challenges. Su-che selected a few advertisers that aligned well with the challenge themes. Subsequently, Su Yu sent him a report detailing all the earnings thus far, providing a comprehensive overview. The expenditure in the prize column had already achieved a balance. Meanwhile, Douyin continued to promote the event vigorously, and Weibo had also seen several trending topics. It was evident that the program had become a sensation. Once work-related matters were concluded, Su-che took Chi Wanwan back to the master bedroom. Since dinner, Chi Wanwan had claimed him entirely, leaving no opportunity for Ruo Lin and the others to intervene. The following morning, Chi Wanwan lay intimately in Su-che's embrace, soundly asleep. The two had essentially completed everything, save for breaking through the final barrier. While they slumbered, the contestants had gathered on the beach, where several ships were docked at the pier. Each team boarded the vessels in succession and under the captain's guidance. They traveled approximately 5 kilometers to a halt. In this area, 11 enormous square rafts were anchored in the sea, with 2 diving instructors clad in wetsuits atop one of the rafts. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd was left utterly perplexed. "Now, please board the rafts according to the color of your team," announced the staff. As the words faded, participants gradually leaped from the ship onto the rafts. On the rafts lay 10 boxes, seemingly concealing some secrets. Simultaneously, Xuke and Kivanwan arrived via speedboat. After assisting Chi Wanwan onto the raft, he returned to the cruise ship and signaled the staff to commence the live broadcast. The crew operated the drone camera, initiating the filming. As the live stream began, the viewer count surged. Facing the camera, Su Che addressed the audience. "Greetings, esteemed viewers. I am Su Che, and I welcome you to the second day of our challenge. Today's undertaking is titled Unity in Adversity. Currently, the participants are approximately 5 kilometers away from the second island. The challenge entails that each team must construct a vessel to reach the second island. The team that first sets foot on the sandy shore shall be deemed victorious. Basic tools have been provided on the raft, and the boxes contain various fundamental structural materials. To acquire these materials, one must successfully complete the tasks within the boxes. I must emphasize that if any contestant falls into the water, they must return to the raft to retry, making stability of utmost importance. With the rules declared, the challenge commences. As the announcement concluded, the contestants on the raft hurried to the boxes. The challenge presented a distinct advantage to the blue team, as their smaller numbers allowed for the possibility of constructing a vessel accommodating 14 individuals, potentially enabling them to achieve the objective in one go. We can consider utilizing plastic barrels, foam boards, and bamboo to create a large raft, using the barrels and foam as a base and constructing the body with bamboo. What do you think? One suggested, "I believe we should prioritize stability. The raft need not be excessively large. Accommodating 2 or 3 individuals will suffice, allowing us to build several to avoid total failure," another concurred. "I agree. Our smaller team offers us a significant advantage, and there's no need to take unnecessary risks. Let's begin and see what the challenge entails." A robust member of the blue team approached a box labeled with wood, opened it, and was met with the sight of a massive stone bound by iron chains. The end of the chain was entwined with hemp rope and secured with a padlock. The strongman picked up the task card and read aloud, "Bind the hemp rope to your foot and secure the chain with the padlock to the rope. The challenger must push the boulder into the sea and unlock it while submerged." The crowd was rendered speechless upon hearing this daunting task. With such a colossal stone tethered to one's foot, failing to unlock, it would undoubtedly drag the individual to the depths of the ocean. Viewers in the live stream began to speculate as well, exclaiming, "Goodness, this challenge is perilously dangerous. If they can't unlock the padlock, won't that spell certain doom?" Above, did you not notice the divers on the raft? They must be responsible for the rescue. Whatever you can conceive, Su Che has undoubtedly considered, and the official personnel must have submitted applications, with approval indicating the absence of danger. I find it rather straightforward. Once in the water, if one promptly retrieves the key to unlock, they can free themselves from the stones, and there is no need to untie the hemp rope to swim back up. At this moment, Su Che arrived at the Blue Array's raft aboard a speedboat. "To clarify, for everyone," he stated, "these 2 are our designated rescue personnel. You can rest assured that there is absolutely no threat to life. Within a specified time frame, they will assist you in donning oxygen masks, unlocking the chains, binding your feet, and bringing you back to the surface. These rescue personnel are all seasoned diving instructors, and there are no large marine creatures in the vicinity. While the task may appear perilous, it is indeed well secured. The diving instructor will descend into the water alongside the challengers, with one responsible for monitoring the rescue while the other captures footage. Prior to formulating this task, all staff members underwent trials. As long as one remains calm and composed after entering the water, success in unlocking is virtually assured before descending too deeply. This challenge primarily tests the challenger's courage and their ability to maintain composure. Chapter 82. That night, my dreams were sweet. I intended to take on the challenge. A burly man from the blue team raised his hand and declared. Since Suche had made such a promise, he too was determined to give it a try. Even in failure, he could inspire courage in those who followed and accumulate experience to shatter the barriers of fear. Very well. Suche was the first to break the silence with applause. The rest of the teammates on the raft soon joined in, applauding him in admiration. Subsequently, under the diver's guidance, a hemp rope was tied around the burly man's legs, securely connecting him to the iron chain linked to the massive rock. With the key and goggles in hand, the challenge was deemed to have commenced once he submerged. The diver handed him the goggles and key before leaping into the sea. Taking a deep breath, the burly man resolutely pushed the massive rock into the water. As the rock sank deeper, the length of the iron chain diminished. Eventually, when the chain rested on the surface of the water, the burly man found himself drawn into the depths. Two divers surrounded him, one filming underwater while the other observed, poised for a rescue. Once submerged, the burly man felt an involuntary panic as he descended. He hastily grasped the key and bent down to unlock the clasp. Perhaps overwhelmed by anxiety, he struggled to align the key with the lock. As the water darkened around him, fear etched across his face. Yet, in a moment of clarity, he recollected something, gradually regaining his composure. Seizing the opportune moment, he inserted the key into the lock and turned it, releasing the clasp. With the lock freed, the sensation of sinking ceased. The burly man untied the hemp rope and began swimming upwards. The audience in the live stream erupted in cheers. I was about to suffocate. I couldn't breathe. That was exhilarating. I almost thought he would fail. With my fear of the deep sea, I wouldn't even dare to look. If it were me, I might have succumbed to fright the moment I hit the water. With the crucial bamboo in hand, it seems the blue team is destined for victory. On the raft, the contestants of the blue team clenched their fists, holding their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the water's surface. Only when the burly man resurfaced, displaying a victory sign, did the crowd erupt in jubilation. Incredible! You were absolutely amazing. They eagerly pulled him up and embraced him, lauding his bravery. Suche approached for an interview. I noticed you regained your composure at the last moment. I'm curious, what brought you back to calmness? In that final moment, I thought of my goddess. The burly man replied, catching his breath. Oh, Suche raised an eyebrow, probing further. Is she your girlfriend? The burly man scratched his head and replied, not quite yet, but I believe my sincerity will surely move her. Ever since I was selected for the challenge, she has been my steadfast supporter. Next month is her birthday, and I plan to buy her a bag she has always desired with my prize money. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. After a while, Suche inquired, has your goddess been chatting with you often? The burly man shook his head, not really, but every time I message her, she replies. She even sent me a good night sticker once, and that night, my dreams were filled with sweetness. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell silent once more. In the live stream, the audience began to murmur among themselves. Wow, isn't that just a love-struck fool? She only messaged you when she found out you were participating. Clearly, she's after the prize money. Oblivious to his own folly, he looked back only to realize he had become the epitome of a devoted admirer. Initially unaware of his own infatuation, he now sensed the truth. How foolish. She is clearly just toying with you. If you don't secure the prize, she'll definitely block you. She has hidden me from her friend's circle, he pondered. Everyone else is shielded as well. So, she considers me family. My affection for her has grown even deeper. Suche, at a loss for words, simply patted his shoulder and said, I hope your dreams come true. The mindset of a devoted admirer is unlike that of ordinary individuals. No matter how much you say, until they are genuinely hurt, they will not heed your warnings. To buy a bag for their goddess, they have conquered their fears of life and death. Such a person is not one to be swayed by reasoning. Suche departed from the blue team's formation to interview another contestant group. As time passed, numerous teams completed their challenges and began constructing their vessels. An hour later, several teams had successfully crafted their boats and started paddling into the waters. Suche arrived at the pink team of Hungshi Media. Observing their oddly shaped vessel, he teased, Are you sure this boat won't sink the moment someone steps on it? The base was merely a patchwork foam board, wrapped with a few layers of protective film, with some cardboard shapes atop it. Don't underestimate us. Xu Shui retorted defiantly. Our Fu Lin will definitely pass with flying colors, Ruo Lin chimed in, hands on her hips, expressing her discontent. Well then, best of luck, Su Che responded, eager to see the outcome. Soon, Ruo Lin and Xu Shui donned life jackets, carefully pushed their crafted boat into the water, and gingerly stepped aboard. To their surprise, the boat did not sink. Suke, watch closely. Let me show you the might of our Fu Lin as it rides the waves. Ruo Lin shouted dramatically. 10 minutes later, observing the boat spinning in circles near the raft, Su Che quipped, indeed, riding the waves? Are you feeling dizzy? This is so uncomfortable. Xu Shui groaned, resting her forehead on the foam board. Su Che could no longer bear to watch and promptly tossed the two back onto the raft. Dear, gliding on the evening waves. Our Luan Zhao is ready. Let us set sail. At that moment, Qi Wanwan and Lu Xinxin had also completed their boat, which appeared quite standard and reliable. Yet, in the next instant, Su Che could only facepalm in exasperation. As soon as they embarked, the Luanzhou vessel began to take on water, causing the two individuals aboard to panic and subsequently capsize. Su Che swiftly navigated his speedboat to rescue them. The situation was deemed a lost cause, akin to a boat that had already sunk. Qi Wanwan, blushing with embarrassment and frustration, remarked that the materials provided were inadequate. Indeed, Lu Xinxin stubbornly concurred. Enough of your defiance. Perhaps it is best for you to merely observe as cheerleaders. With a whistle signaling the commencement, the entire blue team arrived at the second island, marking the onset of their next challenge, which they ultimately triumphed in. Their prize pot was significantly more substantial than that of the red team, with each member receiving over 350,000. Chapter 83. System Task. For Maidens Take Action. Su Che reaps the rewards. After a brief respite, the third challenge commenced. This challenge was an intellectual competition, testing the knowledge reserves of all participants. The team that answered the most questions emerged victorious. Ultimately, the green team claimed the win. Following the conclusion of today's competition, everyone returned to the island to rest. Suke Owever accompanied the artists from Hengxi Media to Lion City for short video filming. The individuals from Hengxi Media would not participate in tomorrow's competition, as they were all engaged in filming tasks, a process that had long been meticulously planned. After instructing the staff to lead the artists to the filming location, Su Che took Xu Shui and the other young women to the Marina Bay Sands shopping mall. A trip abroad necessitated bringing back gifts for family, and it also provided a delightful opportunity for shopping. As the premier hub for luxury brands, boasting over 170 flagship stores of high-end labels, they had just arrived at the mall when a long-absent system notification sound suddenly echoed. At 22 years old, having just entered society with youthful exuberance, you once again experienced a significant disparity. To prepare for an interview, you arrived at the mall to purchase an appropriate suit. Along the way, you encountered your high school white moonlight, and with a mere wave of your hand, you spent several years' worth of living expenses, leaving you feeling intimidated as you exited the mall. Achievement task triggered, a spendthrift. Task objective, expend over 10 million within 24 hours. Task reward, tenfold return on expenditure. The straightforward and audacious system task posed no challenge for Su Che. In this haven of luxury brands, spending over 10 million was hardly a daunting feat. Upon entering the mall, the eyes of the four young women sparkled with excitement. Su Che waved his hand grandly, declaring, each of you has a budget of 3 million. Buy whatever you desire. With someone to take care of the details, Su Che was more than happy to let the task unfold, as it was his car that would be charged. Upon hearing his words, the four young women's eyes widened in disbelief. As girls, they had always found it difficult to resist the allure of shopping. Whether with limited means or abundant resources, there were ways to indulge in retail therapy. A budget of 3 million was ample for them to indulge. I'll be waiting for you all in the restaurant upstairs. Remember to pick out a few outfits for me, as well as gifts for my mother and father. Su Che promptly handed his bank card to Qi Wanwan and then ascended the elevator to the Michelin-starred restaurant above. What I do now? Qi Wanwan pondered, gazing at the bank card in confusion. Though her family was well off, her personal spending allowance was modest, as most of her clothing had been purchased by her mother or Su Che. suddenly holding such a substantial sum. She found herself at a loss for how to spend it. That's easy. First stop, Chanel. Taking charge of the shopping spree was Roland, the most elegantly dressed among the four, as she led her companions to the Chanel boutique. From clothing to handbags and various exquisite accessories, the four young women selected whatever their hearts desired. Upon exiting Chanel, they had spent less than a tenth of their budget. At that moment, Roland observed something and remarked with a meaningful smile, "I see a brand that Suche would undoubtedly adore." The trio followed her gaze and immediately understood upon spotting Balenciaga. "Let us go," Shushue urged, leading them into the store. As they reached the lingerie section, the array of exquisite lingerie styles left all but Chi Wanwan captivated. Roland was immediately drawn to a sheer lace lingerie set, and she also selected a lacy camisole set. Not to be outdone, Shushua picked a lace bra and panty set, and naturally, she couldn't resist acquiring a collection of seductive stockings, knowing that, given Suche's disposition, these would be regarded as disposable items. Luxe en chose sera strapless bras. While Chi Wanwan observed her friends diligently, selecting Suche's favorite styles. Gritting her teeth, she decided to indulge as well, casually selecting a few more daring pieces. She reasoned that, even if she did not wear them, she could not afford to be outdone. If Suche never mentioned it, she would simply consider them a hidden treasure. Should he bring it up, she could ponder her options. After leaving Balenciaga, the quartet ventured to a luxury menswear boutique to select attire for Suche. As influencers, their aesthetic sensibility was undoubtedly sharp. Suche's physique naturally lent itself to the privilege of being a living hanger. Every garment adorning him became a bespoke emblem. It was always he who chose clothes, not the other way around. From casual wear to formal suits, the four lost count of how many outfits they had selected for him. Fortunately, the luxury store offered delivery services. Otherwise, they would struggle to carry all their purchases. Having spent nearly $5 million in a flurry of shopping, they finally stepped outside. Seeking respite, they found a seat in the leisure area. Roland sighed. "This is the first time I've felt this exhausted from shopping." Although Suche had granted each of them a budget of $3 million, the actual expenditure among them was minimal. The majority of the purchases for Balenciaga were for Suche, with the highest expenses dedicated to his wardrobe. The remaining funds were intended for gifts for Suche's parents, as they did not plan to splurge on themselves. "Wanwan, do you know what Uncle Su and Aunt Tian like?" Roland inquired, directing her question at Chi Wanwan. "I'm not entirely sure about Uncle Su, but Aunt Tian is quite fond of the LV brand," Chi Wanwan replied. "In that case, let us first explore LV," Roland suggested, leading the group to the waterfront LV flagship store, Asia's largest and the only aquatic LV. Upon entering the flagship store, they began soliciting advice from the sales associates. After much discussion, they purchased a particular LV handbag along with several outfits, and also procured some clothing accessories for Suche and his father. After exiting LV, the four ladies proceeded to Patek Philippe, where they selected a watch valued at around $2 million for Suche's father. Upon exiting the watch store, the four companions found themselves utterly fatigued. They promptly ascended the escalator to reunite with Suche. Meanwhile, within a private dining room of a Michelin-starred restaurant in the shopping center, a notification signifying the completion of a system task resonated in his mind, culminating in a return of $100 million. At that precise moment, Chi Wanwan messaged him inquiring about his location. After Suche replied, he instructed the waiter to commence serving the dishes. This evening, the VIP room had been exclusively reserved by him, with all ingredients prepared on-site by the chef. Soon, the four ladies entered the private room, each carrying an LV tote bag. Exhausted beyond measure. Chapter 84. The conclusion after dinner. Suche returned to the island with the four women. Soon, the 7A competition came to an end. Throughout this period, the event garnered an unprecedented level of attention, reaching the pinnacle of popularity on the platform. Moreover, Suche's fanbase surged to an astonishing 30 million. On the final day of the competition, he announced the commencement of his outdoor challenge journey, collaborating with the platform to launch a new variety show centered around challenges. Following this announcement, Suche's follower count experienced meteoric growth. 4 years later, Suche's fanbase achieved the highest rank on the platform. solidifying his status as a phenomenon in the realm of internet celebrities. Not only that, but during these 4 years, the total value of his enterprises exceeded 100 billion. As graduation approached, Suche and Qi Wanwan officially announced their marriage on the platform. On the wedding day, Xu Shui and others, serving as bridesmaids, assisted Qi Wanwan in her preparations. Over the years, Qi Wanwan had grown indifferent to Suche's private affairs. Given Suche's current trajectory of wealth accumulation, it was only a matter of time before he claimed the title of the richest. With his present standing, his minor faults in personal life were almost overshadowed by a sense of benevolence. After all, she now occupied the position of the legitimate wife. Any other contenders would ultimately fade into obscurity. On their wedding day, Suche and Qi Wanwan received a letter from someone named Suchi. In the letter, Suchi revealed that he was their high school classmate, recalling how both had lent him a helping hand during their school days, and he sent them a special gift of blessings. Upon seeing the name, Suche immediately thought of the individual the system had initially intended to bind to him. He utilized the system's previously granted rewards to verify Suchi's identity. The information indicated that Suchi came from an ordinary family. After graduating from high school, he went abroad and, through several years of development, became a wealthy magnate. He currently resided in Dubai, had acquired local citizenship, and married 4 wives, living a life of great comfort. Upon reviewing this information, Suche was certain that Suchi was also bound to the system. Fortunately, it seemed that Suchi had long since moved on, and Suche felt a wave of relief wash over him. In Dubai, within a certain estate, Suchi sat on a sofa, smiling as he read Suche and Qi Wanwan's response. His thoughts drifted back to the summer after their high school graduation. Back then, he was quite introverted and insecure. Unexpectedly, he found himself bound to a system known as the Handsome and Rich Challenge system. However, the information provided by the system was entirely reflective of another person. Initially, Suchi had no idea whom he was truly bound to until a serendipitous discovery revealed that it was Suche. Reflecting on their high school days, he recalled an incident where he was teased due to his shyness, and it was Suche who came to his rescue. Perhaps it was merely a momentary act of kindness, but it planted a lasting seed of gratitude in his heart. During their senior year, when his family faced difficulties, it was Qi Wanwan who offered him a few comforting words. Throughout high school, aside from his studies, Suchi had kept a watchful eye on the two of them. After the system was bound, he traveled abroad, continually monitoring the two individuals. Observing their flourishing relationship brought him immense joy. With the assistance of the system, he ascended to the status of a concealed billionaire in a mere few years. His family took pride in his achievements, and his friends felt honored to be associated with him. However, even after attaining such success and fame, he refrained from disturbing Suche and Qi Wanwan. It was only upon hearing the news of their marriage that he penned a heartfelt letter of gratitude, accompanied by a generous gift. Hangzhu, Suche. Suchi raised his glass in a toast toward the direction of the Eastern nation.